If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine, here's a reminder that you can enjoy extra ease and convenience in motoring when you carry a Chevron National Credit Card. It provides an accurate, permanent record of your automotive purchases and is honored by leading oil companies and their dealers throughout the United States and in Canada, too. Here in the West, a Chevron National Credit Card is your key to finer products and better service at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. 3 times and out, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, we all have to die sooner or later. I'm quite aware of that. But when it happens to me, I'd prefer to have it come through what we call natural causes, and not as someone else has planned it. In this connection, I believe that you can be of some help to me. If you're available, please call at my office at the Sellers Bank building as soon as possible. Signed, Warren Sage.
You mean somebody has already tried to take your life, Mr. Sage?
I do, Miss Brooks. Up to now, there have been 2 attempts.
Well, suppose you tell us about them.
The first was a couple of weeks ago. I went to the garage in the morning to get my car. When I stepped in the starter, there was a terrific explosion.
Oh, what caused it?
I later discovered a bomb had been planted near the motor to go off when I started the car.
You weren't injured?
Fortunately, no, although the front of the car was completely demolished. At first, I didn't think that bomb was meant for me.
No, why not?
Well, I seldom drive my own car. My man Frederick usually brings me down here to the office. I believe it must have been set for him.
Oh. How did you happen to be driving that particular morning, Mr. Sage?
Frederick wasn't feeling well and asked if I would mind, and I didn't, of course.
Oh, well, just offhand, I'd say that doesn't look very well for your man.
Well, I think we can eliminate Frederick. He's quite reliable. Been with me for several years.
You said there was a second time?
Yes, and that was quite a different matter. That happened only 2 days ago. See, every night before I go to bed, I have a glass of warm milk.
Yeah?
And night before last, I rang for Mrs. Hastings, housekeeper, and she brought it to me. Just as I was about to drink the milk, I detected a strange odor about it.
What sort of an odor, Mr. Sage?
The standard thing they talk about in those mystery stories, sort of a burnt almond.
Oh, yeah, I know what that would be. Well, what did you do?
I questioned Mrs. Hastings. She smelled it, too. I saved the milk along with the rest of the quart it came from, and next morning sent them to Dr. Vance.
Dr. Vance?
My physician. He analyzed them for me. The poison was there, all right, in both of them. Very deadly type.
Well, what did the housekeeper have to say when you told her, if you did?
Well, of course I did. She couldn't be of any help. She thought the milk must have been tampered with before it was brought to the house.
Well, Mr. Sage, to use a hackneyed expression, it seems to me that both times it was an inside job.
I've told you about Frederick, and the same goes for Mrs. Hastings. She also has been with me for a long time.
Anyone else in your household?
Only my wife. I think you can eliminate her, too, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. So you want me to try and find out who's doing these things, huh?
Yes,
What's the matter?
How about...
George, Mr. Sage is ill.
Yeah. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sage? What's the trouble?
My heart
What?
has oxygen mask. Quickly.
Oxygen mask.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, George, on the corner of the desk.
Yeah, I got it. Here.
Turn on tank there. The valve on top.
Yeah, I see it. Just a second.
Hurry, George.
There we are. Getting in?
More. Turn more.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's beginning to look better, George.
Yeah, kind of blue there for a moment. Is it all right now, Mr. Sage?
All right.
I didn't know they took oxygen for a heart condition.
For certain types, yes. I don't know much about it.
How long did he have to take it?
I don't know.
All right, Mr. Valentine. That's enough. Come on, turning it off, please.
Okay. You sure that's enough?
Plenty.
Oh, you're certainly lucky to have that tank of oxygen right here in your office, Mr. Sage.
I have one. Every place that I spend any time, Miss Brooks. Here, in my study at home, upstairs, my bedroom. I even carry a small tank in my car.
Uh-huh. I didn't know what it was at first. It looked like a big roll of brown paper. Do they always come wrapped up like that?
I never have the paper taken off. The tank itself looks rather ugly.
These attacks happen quite often?
Fairly so. No matter. It's over now. Now then, how do you feel about taking my case, Valentine?
Well, I'll be glad to do what I can. I'll start by talking to Frederick and Mrs. Hastings and your wife.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Valentine. I didn't expect to see you so soon.
No, well, I guess we are a little early. This is Miss Brooks, Mrs. Sage.
So how do you do?
How do you do, Miss Brooks? I'm glad you've come, Mr. Valentine.
Mm-hmm. I'd better close the door.
Of course.
I explained to you on the phone why we were here, Mrs. Sage.
Yes. I've been very worried about Warren since these things have been happening. It's good he got you.
We thought perhaps you could tell us a little more than your husband did. He was busy when we saw him.
Well, much as I'd like to, I'm afraid I can't add much. You know about the explosion and the milk.
Yes, I wanted particularly to ask you about the two servants, Mrs. Hastings and Frederick.
Oh? You think they may have had something to do with it?
Well, not necessarily, just a possibility. What do you think?
Well, about Frederick.
Yes?
Well, since you're investigating, you'll find out sooner or later. Frederick is here for a reason.
What reason, Mrs. Sage?
Well, he got in some trouble with Warren's company several years ago, was sent to jail. My husband had him paroled in his custody, providing he'd stay here and work for him.
Oh, uh-huh. Well, that's interesting. Have you ever seen him doing anything suspicious, out of line?
No, I haven't.
And the housekeeper?
Well, I know very little about her, Mr. Valentine. You see, she was Warren's housekeeper before we were married.
Oh?
I don't think she likes me, although she's never said so.
Maybe a little jealousy, huh?
Perhaps. But she does her job, takes my orders.
Well, frankly, Mrs. Sage, do you think either of these people would have any motive for trying to kill your husband?
I don't want to think so. Murder's a pretty drastic sort of way to gain an end, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, thank you, Mrs. Sage. I want to talk to you again later.
George, where are you going?
Well, sorry to surprise you that way. Here, let me help you up. You would be Frederick.
Yes. Yes, I was just...
Leaning on the door so you'd be ready to talk to us, of course.
Frederick, you were listening.
Oh, it's no matter. We're not keeping any secrets. Oh, Mrs. Sage, would you leave us alone with Frederick for a few minutes?
Yes, of course. I'll be in the solarium when you want me again.
Thank you. Now, sit down, Frederick.
I'd rather stand, sir.
Very well. What I've got to say won't take long. What do you know about these attempts on Mr. Sage's life?
Nothing, sir. I know nothing.
Oh, that bomb in the car didn't look good for you, did it?
Well, naturally not, but
Especially since you'd asked Mr. Sage to drive his own car that morning.
That was just a coincidence. That's all I know.
Yeah, almost a tragic coincidence. It's true, isn't it, that you're on parole to Mr. Sage?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. But that wouldn't make me want to kill him, if that's what you're getting at. He's protecting me, really.
Frederick, being so close to him, haven't you any idea who might have done these things?
Huh? Maybe I have.
Well, come on, give it to us then.
Well, I don't know anything, you understand, but did you happen to know that Mr. Sage is changing his will?
No, I didn't. In what way?
Well, he'd left quite a lot of money to Mrs. Hastings. That will was made before he was married. He decided to give her some money now in cash and cut her out of the will.
How did you know about this, Frederick?
Well, I heard him telling Mrs. Hastings. She didn't seem the least bit happy about it.
Well, now, just a minute, Frederick. Supposing that would be a motive for her to kill him before he made the change, it still doesn't seem reasonable that a woman would rig up a bomb in a car, does it?
Well, I don't know. Maybe she has an accomplice.
Yeah, maybe. Well, thanks for the information. By the way, do you know where Mrs. Hastings is now?
She'd be in the kitchen preparing dinner, I guess.
Good. We'll just go in and chat with her for a minute and then be on our way. Mrs. Hastings?
What? Oh,
I'm George Valentine. I didn't want to take you away from your work, but I'd like to ask you some questions.
My, something smells good.
thank you.
Mrs. Hastings, who do you think is trying to kill your employer?
What? My employer? I don't know.
How do you explain the poisoned milk? It was in your keeping. You warmed it and took it to Mr. Sage.
You think I did it?
Oh, we don't think anything yet, Mrs. Hastings, but that incident didn't help you any, did it?
I suppose not, but I didn't do it. Mr. Sage has done too much for me. I wouldn't kill him.
Mm-hmm. Have you any idea who might want to?
I don't like to say.
Oh, well, now, if you think so much of him, it might be wise to tell us what you know.
I don't know anything. Have you met Dr. Vance?
Mr. Sage's physician? No, not yet. But what's he got to do with it?
Dr. Vance is considerably younger than Mr. Sage, and quite handsome.
And what does that prove, Mrs. Hastings?
Well, he's about the age of the lady of the house.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You mean Mrs. Sage and Dr. Vance are,
Very friendly, Mr. Valentine. You might call it an attachment. Mr. Sage doesn't know it, of course, but they're together a great deal.
Well, that's a new angle, certainly. All right, thanks, Mrs. Hastings. We'll see you later.
George, where are we going now?
Get a little dinner ourselves. Then go back to the office and make up a report for today's work.
George,
Yeah, Angel.
it's getting late. Can't we put away the report for tonight and close up the office?
Mm-hmm. Sure, in just a second.
This time of night.
Hello, George Valentine.
Valentine, Warren Sage.
Yes, Mr. Sage.
It's happened again.
What? Where are you?
In my study at home. Happened just a minute ago. And this one was a little closer. I'm sitting here with the lights off. You'd better come out.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just one moment. How many times have you heard someone say, you know, all gasolines are the same? Well, contrary to popular belief, there are differences in gasolines. For instance, any gasoline can be refined to stress one performance feature at the expense of others. But Chevron Supreme gasoline is designed to give you not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities in correct balance. And that balance is important, too, for it's the proper proportion of all 8 qualities that makes Chevron Supreme gasoline perform best in your car. Check the important qualities that you get in every gallon of Chevron Supreme. Quick starting, fast warm-up, vapor lock prevention, anti-knock, smooth acceleration, full power, economy mileage, and area blending. So stop in soon and fill her up with all 8 high-performance qualities. Get Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You've been called before by people who feel that their lives are in danger, but this time you're dealing with facts, definite attempts on the life of your client, Warren Sage. And now another. You haven't the least inkling of what has happened this time or how as you speed to the Sage home in the suburbs. But if your name is George Valentine, you're ready for anything as you and Brooksy enter the house and open the door of the darkened study.
Mr. Sage?
Is that you, Valentine?
Yeah, that's right. Where are you?
Over here by the desk. Come on in. You'll be able to see a little by the moonlight.
Okay, Brooksy, come on.
All right, George.
I'm not sure you should have brought Miss Brooks with you this time, Valentine.
I tried not to. She insisted. What happened, Mr. Sage?
Something new and different. They've tried to bomb me, poison me. This time they took a much more direct method. They tried to shoot me.
Then you must know who...
No, I'm afraid not, Miss Brooks. See, I was sitting here at my desk going over some papers. Suddenly I heard a shot, and almost at the same time there was a shattering of glass, and the desk light went out.
It came from outside, then?
That's right. You'll notice in the moonlight the glass in that French door is broken. So is the bulb in the desk lamp.
Yeah. You didn't turn on a light again after that, huh, Mr.
Oh,
Sage?
no. I thought that was the better part of valor.
Good, good. It's entirely possible your assailant will stick around to see if he's done a good job.
George, you mean he might still be out there?
That's possible. All right, now stay here, both of you. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, darling, where are you going?
Outside to look around. Meantime, don't make any noise in here. Keep your voices down.
I'll go with you, Valentine. I know the ground.
You do nothing of the kind, Mr. Sage. I like to keep my clients alive.
Mr. Sage, what was that?
I don't know. It sounded like...
Don't worry. Sorry.
Oh.
Just the rest of the glass and that pane fell out when I closed the door.
Oh, darling, I thought it
You
was...
can turn on the lights again now, Mr. Sage.
Do you think it's safe?
Quite safe now. I found the gun that was fired at you.
You did? Where?
Out there on the lawn, thrown beside a bush or dropped by mistake. Wasn't hard to see in the moonlight. Pretty little pearl-handled revolver.
You found that out there?
Yeah, that's right. Dainty little .22. Ever see this gun before, Mr. Sage?
Yes, I have.
Know who it belongs to?
Belongs to my wife.
George,
I
Mrs.
thought it looked like a lady's model. Where is your wife now, Mr. Sage?
Well, she's out. She said she was tired of sitting at home alone while I was working. She was going to a movie.
Mm-hmm. And where are Frederick and Mrs. Hastings?
Well, Frederick has the night off. He goes to visit some relatives in the valley. He called me from there only 10 minutes or so before the shot.
And Mrs. Hastings?
In her room upstairs. She heard the shot and came down here a few minutes later to see what had happened. I told her I had sent for you, and I had her go back to her quarters.
Well, that accounts for everybody, I guess. Except one person we'd better see tomorrow morning. Tonight, lock yourself in your room. Don't take any chances. Dr. Vance, you know, of course, about the 3 attempts that have been made on Mr. Sage's life.
Why, yes, of course. He told me about them. 3 attempts, you say?
That's right.
But, well, I only know of 2. There was the bomb that was planted in his car and the milk. But you mentioned a 3rd.
Yeah, that happened last night. Pretty close to being successful, too. Did you ever see this before, Doctor?
Why, it looks like... Well, I don't know.
Like Mrs. Sage's gun, you were going to say?
Well, Mrs. Sage, she had a gun like that, yes, but I can't
This
say...
gun was fired at Warren Sage last night. Just didn't happen to be aimed properly.
Good Lord, you don't think...
Where were you last night, Dr. Vance?
I? Why, I was making some calls.
In the evening?
Certainly, I had some special cases to see.
Oh, yeah, of course. One more thing.
Yes?
Well, in all 3 cases, suppose they were all meant to be quite obvious attempts. Not to kill Mr. Sage, but to give him a terrific fright.
Well?
Well, with his heart condition, could such a fright cause death?
It's possible, yes, if the fright were great enough.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks for the appointment. Oh, I'll just take that gun along with me. Goodbye, Doctor.
So, what have you got, George? 4 suspects, period.
Yeah, I know, Brooksy.
Any one of them could be guilty.
Or any 2.
Well, I hope you get somewhere before they try it again. Oh, by the way, you have an appointment with Dr. Jennings this afternoon.
Dr. Jennings, a dentist?
Yes, I made it for you. He said you're overdue for your 6-month checkup.
Hey, you better cancel it. I can't leave this thing now.
You'll have to pay for the appointment anyway. It's less than 24 hours. I could call you there.
I'll get it, Brooksy. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Valentine?
Yes?
Mr. Valentine, this is Elsie Sage.
Oh, yes.
I knew you'd want me to call you. My husband is dead.
Dead? How did it happen, Mrs. Sage?
It was a heart attack. He was alone.
Heart attack, huh? Okay, I'll be right out there.
I'm afraid, Mr. Valentine, your services won't be needed anymore. I'll see that your fee is taken care of.
Well, I'm not so much interested in that right now, Mrs. Sage. Where did it happen?
In there, in his study. He didn't go to the office this morning. Stayed home to work on some papers.
He was alone, you said, on the phone.
Yes, I went in to tell him I was going out and found him there, on the floor.
Mm-hmm. May we go in?
If you want to. The doctor's still there.
Dr. Vance?
Yes. Oh, Elliot. Mr. Valentine is here.
What's that, Elsie? What did you... Oh, Valentine. What do you want?
Not much. That's the way you found him, huh?
Yes. You see, he's still clutching the oxygen mask.
Yes, apparently he didn't get to it in time, that's all. If it's any of your business.
Oh, I suppose it isn't now, Doctor. He hadn't turned on the oxygen, Mrs. Sage, huh?
Oh, yes. It was on when I came in. I tried his pulse, and there was no heartbeat at all. I turned off the oxygen after I called Dr. Vance.
He was definitely dead then, you're sure?
Of course she's sure. I examined him. Death due to lack of oxygen. And now, if you've seen enough, Valentine.
Oh, yes, we'll be going. Sorry, Mrs. Sage.
Thank you.
Come on, Brooksy. We'll find our way out all right. Don't bother.
Well, that's one way to lose a client, George.
Yeah.
It's too bad. I'm glad you're not on the case any longer. Somebody might have tried to kill you.
I doubt it, Angel. If I'd had a few days more, I think I could have got somewhere.
Well, you didn't. You're off the case. And you'll have plenty of time to get to your dentist appointment.
Yeah, okay. But I'd still like to know who was trying to kill my client.
Certainly I'm glad all my patients aren't like you, Valentine.
All right.
Wait a minute. What'd you say?
I said, why? I'm not hard to get along with.
Oh, no, not that. Just no cavities so far. But your lower's all clean. Can't even find one. If all my patients were like you, I'd go broke. Wait a minute. Pardon me, I didn't get you.
How'd you expect to with your fist in my mouth? I just said you'll probably drill a couple of cavities if you can't find some.
Oh, no. That's not a kind thing to say. All right, Valentine, turn your head that way, will you? Just to the left a little. Yeah, that's good. We'll get these over here. Yeah. Afraid I'm not going to find any up here either. Of course, I might be lucky, but I don't... Take it easy. This won't last very long. All right. No, if you want to talk all the time, I can't get my
Doc,
work.
Look, wait a minute.
What?
Those 2 tanks you've got over there in the corner.
Yeah? What about them? They're standing there every time you come in the office.
Sure, I know, but what are they for?
Tap you up or put you to sleep. Take your choice. Now, let's get back to work.
No, wait a minute. The one on the left, what's in it?
All right. You want a short course in medical science? It's oxygen. You feel faint, your heart slows down. I give you oxygen, you feel better.
Right.
Now
I mean, the tank on the right. What's in it?
Nitrous oxide.
Well, what's it for?
Well, you have a tooth that has to come out. You don't want it to hurt. I give you nitrous oxide. You go to sleep. Then when you wake up, the tooth is gone. Simple as that, huh?
Wouldn't be good to take for a heart attack, huh?
Oh, I should say not.
Hey, quick,
All
come
right.
on, get this bib off, Doc. Let me out of here.
No. Are you crazy? What's the idea?
Let me out, I said. I think I just solved a murder.
Yeah, but I haven't cleaned your uppers yet.
I know, that'll wait. This won't. Thanks for helping me, Doc.
I helped you how?
Tell you when I come back. So long. Hello, Jackson Hospital Service? Well, I'm calling for Mr. Warren Sage. I'm his accountant, and I just wanted to check on his last order. Oh, you got it right there. Good. Yeah. Well, what did the order consist of? Mm-hmm. Oh, and who phoned in the order? Oh, yes. Yes, that's fine. Well, thank you. Goodbye. Hey, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
They all in the living room?
All of them not very happy, though. What's it all about?
Drag along. You'll see. Come on. Well, thank you all for coming.
Oh, Valentine, what's the meaning of this?
Sage, Frederick, Mrs. Hastings, and you, Dr. Vance. Yes, you're all here.
Oh, don't you think you've interfered enough, Mr. Valentine? My husband is dead.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Sage. I'll try to make this as brief as possible. You see, I got you all together here to tell you something that one of you already knows. Mr. Sage didn't die a natural death.
Didn't die a natural death.
No, Mrs. Hastings. He was murdered.
Murdered? What do you mean? We all saw
I know,
him.
Frederick. He'd been alone. Was dead when you discovered him, Mrs. Sage. But regardless of all that, he was murdered.
I think you'd better make yourself clear, Valentine. This is no time for false accusations.
Of course, Dr. Vance. I wouldn't have got you all together here if I'd known which one of you was the murderer.
Which one of us?
Yeah. I had to keep you all here until I got what I wanted. Now I have it.
Well, Mr. Valentine?
Not very well for you, Frederick. People go to chairs and gas chambers for what you've done.
Why, you stupid meddling fool. You've got nothing on me. I'm not going to stay here.
Oh,
here
yes, you
anymore.
are, Frederick. Stop right where you are, because I got a gun on you.
You'll never get me.
There are still bullets in this gun, Buster. Even after the one that was fired last night. You, recognize this gun, Mrs. Sage?
Yes, it's mine. It was stolen some time ago.
Yeah, that's right. By Frederick. He thought it would be a good way to plant a murder on you.
George, how do you know?
That Mr. Sage was murdered? Because when he had a heart attack this morning, he didn't take oxygen. He took an anesthetic, nitrous oxide. Enough of it to kill anyone with a bad heart. Frederick here ordered it and set up the tank in his study.
I should have guessed. Ever since Warren refused to release Frederick from his parole.
Brooksy, call Lieutenant Johnson, will you? We'll hold Frederick until he gets here.
All right, but are you sure, George? How did you know what was in that tank?
Found out from my dentist, Angel. Tell you about it later. Now go on. Call Johnson and we'll get out of here.
Perhaps you've noticed how many automobile manufacturers are now recommending a heavy-duty motor oil for top protection under all driving conditions. To keep modern automobile engines running better, our scientists subjected hundreds of motor oils to grueling laboratory and road tests. Even atomic energy was used in this search. Treated piston rings in test cars helped to unlock new secrets of motor wear as it occurred. The result was heavy-duty RPM, which exceeds all manufacturers' requirements for a heavy-duty motor oil. RPM actually doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. So, buy what's best for your car. Get heavy-duty RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
George,
Yeah, Angel.
you think Frederick tried to kill Mr. Sage all three of the other times, too?
Sure, Johnson got a complete confession out of him.
Oh. But you still haven't told me how you knew that tank had nitrous oxide in it.
Easy. Happened to see the two tanks in Doc Jennings' office. Noticed that an oxygen tank has green on it and nitrous oxide blue. So I just had a hunch.
But why didn't anybody else notice that?
Well, don't you remember Sage told us he always left his tanks wrapped in the paper they came in? Never took it off? I ripped it down to find out.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about Mrs. Sage and Dr. Vance, George? Were they really in love?
No. Just a figment of Mrs. Hastings' imagination.
I wish somebody around here would have a figment of the imagination. Like, for instance.
For instance, I imagine I'd better get back to Doc Jennings' office and have him finish cleaning my teeth.
Sure.
See you later, Angel.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Larry Dobkin was heard as Sage, Lee Patrick as Mrs. Sage, Tony Barrett as Frederick, Don Randolph as Dr. Vance, and Florence Ravenel as Mrs. Hastings. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Sometimes you drive in the country, sometimes in town. Shift to the gas with all 8 for top all-around performance wherever you drive. Yes, Chevron Supreme Gasoline gives you all 8 high-performance qualities in correct balance. Mileage, acceleration, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and area blending. So for top all-around performance, fill up with Chevron Supreme Gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, A School of Sharks, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dinner for you now. Dad? Oh, it's funny. Well, at least he was here. If he went out to play pinochle again tonight, I'll... Oh. Dearest Mary, a man can be foolish and a man can be weak. You know I've been both in my time. But a man can only be a coward up to a certain point. Mary, darling, I'm trapped. Trapped by many things. Maybe mostly by myself. Maybe you can never find it in your heart to forgive me. But remember, I loved you. Don't go into the bedroom, darling. But call the police. Dad? Dad? Dad! Oh, no! Yes, the funeral was yesterday, Mr. Valentine. And the boys who worked with Dad on the newspaper sent him a nice wreath. The case is very much closed.
Yeah. Well, after I got your letter, Miss Haggerty, I checked with the police. There's no question about your father's death being a suicide.
No. No question at all.
Well, there doesn't seem to be very much Mr. Valentine can do, does there, dear?
Loan sharks. Did you ever hear of loan sharks, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, I heard your father was in a little financial trouble.
But why did he have to borrow so much money? Money wasn't too much of a problem with us.
No?
Father's worked on the Clarion for years, in the composing room. He made a nice salary. And when I got out of high school, I went to work there, too. I'm now secretary to the managing editor.
Mr. Wells?
You know him?
Well, just slightly.
But don't you see? We had friends. We had people he could turn to.
Well, he might have owed a sum he felt he couldn't raise.
Well, he liked to gamble. That was his one weakness. But he never gambled for large amounts, and he played cards mostly with his friends.
Gambled, huh? Well, that could be one darn good reason why he had to borrow money. And from people who are easy about lending it and tough about getting it back. Yeah, that might have started the ball rolling downhill for him.
I don't know any specific facts, Mr. Valentine, but I have an idea Dad wasn't the only one in the paper who was mixed up with loan sharks.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, there are hundreds of people working for the Clarion. I heard Oscar Strike, he's the foreman of the composing room, talk to Mr. Wells about that. But, of course, there wasn't very much they knew. People just don't talk about things like that. So there wasn't very much they could do.
Which is pretty much my position, too, Mary. It's a job for the police to try to get evidence on these tough boys, break up that racket.
But that's what I'm driving at. In a way, my father was killed by them.
Mary, please.
I know Dad pulled the trigger. But who made him do it? Maybe there's no murder in the strict legal sense. There is a murderer who must be punished. Mr. Valentine, I know the police will try and break up the loan shark racket. But I want you to help. I want you to find my father's murderer.
I'll do what I can, Mary.
Got a little cubbyhole over there where we can talk better.
Oh, that'll be fine, Mr. Strike.
They sure turn out a lot of papers.
When we print the big Sunday edition, that's when this place really hums.
I can imagine. About the boys here, Mr. Strike.
Oh, they're human. Some of them get into a mess and then they grab at anything. Borrow money from anybody to get out of it.
Well, they get good pay. Any reason this loan shark business should be more of a problem here than any place else?
Maybe.
Why?
I keep my eyes open. I sort of have an idea somebody makes things easier for the boys to get into trouble.
In what way?
Easier to get involved in gambling in the back room of some saloon around here. You lose a good chunk of dough, mister, and you can't take it out of your paycheck. Your wife expects that to keep the family going. So you grab at a chance to borrow some.
No matter what interest you have to pay.
No matter. You figure maybe you can win next time, and then maybe you don't. And in any case, there's a gorilla boy to make sure you don't fall behind in your payments.
Well, you think something like that happened to Mr. Haggerty?
Joe was a friend of mine, a good man to work with. You find out who got him on the road to where he killed himself, and you'll have lots of friends down here.
You know who some of the boys are who got themselves in trouble with these loans?
Oh, I could make a few guesses, but that wouldn't do anybody any good. They'd be too scared to talk. Everybody's always too scared to talk. In fact, I just as soon you forgot that I shut my mouth off, Mr. Valentine.
Jake Pagano and Stan Ringler. They're the sharks the boys in the racket squad suspect.
Then why aren't they behind bars, Lieutenant?
Because I said suspect, Valentine.
But there should be some proof by now.
Not with those two. Oh, plenty of small fish have been caught. But Pagano and Ringler can't be tied in with them. Too many people
are afraid to talk, I know.
You wouldn't be so cynical, my friend, if you saw the artistic job of mayhem those thugs are capable of.
So we just let things go on their merry way. That's great.
The police are checking every lead they get.
Well, that'll be a lot of comfort to Mary Haggerty, I'm sure.
And they will welcome any inspired, sensational ideas anybody will come up with.
And furthermore, they could use some ideas.
Okay. Round's over.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Johnson.
Yeah. Valentine, guys like Pagano and Ringler make any honest cop see red. So we have them tailed, and we look in their bank accounts. And when we catch one of their strong-arm boys, we try to persuade them to put the finger on their bosses. No dice on any count.
Yeah, I know. Johnson, do you personally have any ideas on the subject?
I had one, but I doubt if it'd work.
What kind of an idea?
Well, we have enough on both of them to be able to pick them up and keep them in jail for a while, away from each other. Then we could tell either one of them that the other finally cracked up and confessed.
Yeah, so to protect himself, our boy would sing. Sometimes that does work.
Not with those two. They'd spot the whole deal for a phony, and we'd get exactly no place.
Now, wait a minute. Unless the stunt were pulled not by the police, but by somebody they'd never suspect.
What?
What are you talking about, George?
I've got an idea about what to do with your idea, Johnson. Come on. Mr. Wells, the Clarion's got to help.
But, Mr. Valentine, you don't realize what you're asking us to do.
Dad always called it his paper, with pride in his voice. He'd do anything for it. The Clarion owes him this.
Do you think such a stunt would even work, Lieutenant Johnson?
It might. It's cockeyed enough.
It isn't cockeyed at all. It makes perfect sense.
Now, look, just a couple of special issues of the Clarion with a front-page story about something that never happened.
Well...
Fine, good. I knew you'd do it. Now, I don't know how long it's been since you personally wrote a story, Mr. Wells, but you're going to write one now. Get your boss a typewriter and plenty of paper, Mary.
Yes, sir.
You have a lot of work to do, Johnson, and very little time.
You bet your sweet
And
life.
you, Brooksy.
Yeah.
I need the shabbiest-looking suit you can find. Yep, everybody get to work, except me. I'll be very busy keeping my fingers crossed.
Well, here it is, complete with headline.
Good.
Ringler confesses part in loan shark racket. Implicates Pagano as real boss.
Oh, wait till Pagano sees it. He won't have a reason in a million to suspect that this isn't anything but absolute truth. He'll think it's splashed all over every paper in town.
And do some fancy singing on his own against Ringler, I know. Well, I'm still worried about the Clarion's part in all this.
Is Oscar Strike down in the composing room waiting for this?
Yes, we'll run it in a couple of hours as part of the afternoon edition. Strike knows about a hot story coming through, and he's to handle it himself. And we've run off a couple of copies. I'll personally give him the order to stop the presses and destroy the type.
I've located a couple of pictures of Pagano and Ringler.
I'll take them. I just hope everything works out, Valentine.
He's a nice guy, Wells.
Dad always used to say he was tough but a square shooter. Mr. Valentine, you would have liked Dad. He wasn't really weak or cowardly.
Oh, there. You want to bet Johnson has rounded up Pagano and Ringler already?
Mr. Wells' office.
Miss Haggerty.
What? Will you speak a little louder?
Straighten your ears a little, sister. What I got to say is important to you.
Who are you?
Stop playing around with the cops and guys like Valentine. They'll be picking you up in an alley. If you're lucky, you'll just have your legs and arms busted.
Are you sure you have the right party?
What's the matter, Mary?
Don't stall for time, sister. That's all the message I got. Better remember every word of it.
Hello? Hello, wait. He hung up.
Who was it?
Nobody.
Oh, somebody from our friends, the Easy Lenders?
No.
Now, look, kid, this is no time to play coy. They told you what they'd do if you kept hollering copper, didn't they? And we know they're not kidding. Okay, I vote we forget all the fancy plays.
What?
Why, those characters will trip up some other time, and the police will nail them then, but you'll be out of it.
Mr. Valentine, please. Please listen to me. I want to go right ahead with what you've planned. I'm afraid, but I want you to go on.
But Mary, listen, there's
I'll
danger.
never stop looking for Dad's murder. This way I'll have someone to help me. The other way I'll be all alone. Am I all alone, Mr. Valentine?
Let's get going, Mary. We're going to be very busy.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You know the old saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Well, one of the best friends you can have is a set of tough, rugged Atlas tires on your car. For Atlas tires are really dependable. They're made to last and last, to give you safety and security on the highways. In winter weather especially, you need the kind of protection you get from Atlas tires. You'll find wide, flat treads on Atlas tires. Treads that put more rubber on the road, give you better traction. They're thick treads with good, deep grooves and hundreds of tough anti-skid edges for greater safety. And here's another important point. When you buy Atlas tires, you get a written warranty, 12 months protection against tire damage from any road hazard, a warranty that is honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast in the United States and in Canada, too. Convenient monthly budget terms are available. Whenever and wherever you're driving, remember that you get top performance from Atlas tires. No wonder folks say you're money ahead and miles ahead when you buy Atlas. Stop in tomorrow and get the facts about safe, sure Atlas tires at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean we take better care of your car. If your name is George Valentine, you get a bright idea how to trap the two leading suspects in a vicious loan racket. You carefully make all the preparations, but then you find yourself squarely on the spot. Mary Haggerty has just been warned that if she doesn't drop you like a hot potato, she will be found dead. But she insists that you go right ahead as planned.
You sure you have the girl under protection, Johnson?
Yeah, Valentine, I told you I have. She doesn't know it, but Davis and Malloy are down at the Clarion, and they won't even let her out of their sight.
Good.
You sure are a thing of beauty, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
What the well-dressed man won't be found dead in.
Well, if I'm going to be thrown into Pagano's cell as a common drunk, I should look as though I've slept in at least a couple of gutters. Everything work out okay so far?
Like a charm, we picked up Pagano and Ringler separately, booked them separately, and put them in different cells.
Oh, what a horrible fate for the Bobbsey twins.
We also made sure that Pagano took a good look at Ringler being marched out of his cell later.
With a couple of photographers snapping his picture?
With all the trimmings. Pagano's eyes nearly bugged out. He tried to find out from the guard what was going on, but of course nobody told our friend anything.
Well, I shall now try to satisfy Mr. Pagano's curiosity.
Huh. It's quite a story Wells wrote about Ringler's confession.
Yeah.
Too bad it never
The
happened.
first copy off the press. And it'll be the smallest circulation any newspaper in the world ever had.
Here you are.
Okay. I'll just tuck it carelessly in my pocket like this. And any time you get one of our politest guards, he can show me to Mr. Pagano's cell.
Good luck, Valentine. I hope it works.
Okay, thanks, Johnson. With any luck, he'll be bellowing for you like an outraged bull.
Guard! Come in here, guard!
And if he bellows like that, it won't be bad either.
And don't make too much noise in there. Happy, boy?
Oh, thanks for the hospitality, officer. Every officer in our penal institute, jail is a perfect gentleman. And every guest in our penal jail is a perfect gentleman. In fact, the whole world is a perfect gentleman. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful... Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I wasn't alone, sir. I do hope I have not disturbed you.
Just shut up, Mac, and everybody will be happy.
Happy? You're happy too, huh? Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. It's like I always tell an old woman, if I ever take a teeny-weeny drop to celebrate my being the happiest man in the world. I'm happy when you're happy.
I said pass out quietly, Mac, or I'll do the passing for you.
Yeah, but I was just... Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll just fix the cot so I don't dirty it with my shoes, and I'll be as quiet as old mouse.
Wait a minute. Give me that.
Hey, no, wait, that's my paper. Hey.
Shut up. Let me see something here. Well, what do you know?
Hey, now, look, monsieur, I just bought that paper, and I haven't read it. I really think...
So that's what happened.
Sure, that's exactly what happened.
Nobody's talking to you, lunkhead. I'm talking about a friend of mine. A friend of mine who got out of here because he's smart. A very smart boy.
Smarter than me? Smarter than you?
No, pal, not smarter than me. Oh, guard! Guard! Come here with you. I want to talk to you.
Oh, that's it, baby. Tell him you want out so you can talk to the district attorney, too.
All right. What's on your mind, Pagano?
Nothing. Just throw this screwball out of my cell, will you? I want to take a nap.
Oh, that worked out fine. Just fine, Valentine.
Yeah, great.
Not a peep out of Pagano. He apparently doesn't want to talk to anybody. Doesn't want to deny what Ringler is supposed to have said.
Johnson, something's phony about all this.
Why? He couldn't suspect the newspaper story. And I know as sure as I'm alive that he and Ringler are mixed up in that smelly racket.
Hey, Johnson, wait.
Huh?
Did Pagano speak to anyone at all before I was thrown in there? Did he have any visitors?
No, he didn't. He had a phone call from his lawyer.
His lawyer? How do you know?
Well, that's what the man said.
Oh, of course, sure, of course, that's it.
That's what?
That must be the answer. Come on, he was tipped off.
Mr. Wells!
Hey, Mary, where are you? Mr. Wells.
All right.
We called the doctor, Mr. Valentine. He should be here any minute.
George, they found Mr. Wells down on the back stairway. He was slugged from behind.
Who found him and when?
I did. About 10 minutes ago.
Anybody know how long he was laying there?
I was going to the composing room.
To the composing room?
Yes.
To make sure that the type for the phony front page was destroyed?
That's right. Mr. Valentine, that means the newspaper's on the street by now.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid it's so, yes. I only hope we're not too late. Mr. Strike! Mr. Strike!
There he is, George, out on the loading platform.
I see a couple of trucks pulling away now.
Mr. Strike, wait! Stop those trucks! The paper. Let me see the paper that's going out.
Oh, sure. Oh, here's a broken bundle.
Quick.
Ringler confesses.
All these papers, all the same.
Sure, they're all the same. What's this? Some sort of joke?
How many trucks left already?
Oh, half a dozen.
Headed for where?
All over town.
Well, don't let another paper get out of here no matter what you have to do.
Yeah,
It's an order from the police.
The police? Say, look, what is this? Mr. Wells told me he'd be downstairs about something, but he never showed up.
Never mind. George, those other trucks, the ones that already left, how can we stop them?
We've got to stop them before a single copy of the paper gets into a customer's hands.
I'll get the police cars after them.
Tell them to stop at nothing to get every copy off the streets.
Good work, Sergeant. Okay, boys. Turn the truck around and get back. But don't be like me. You drive 25 miles an hour and no more.
Don't cut open that bundle of clarions.
What's the matter with you, old lady? You crazy?
Yes, crazy as a loon, but you'll sell those papers over my dead body.
Pretty good hunting, eh, Oscar?
You can say that again, young fella.
Does that account for all the trucks that went out to this side of town?
Yeah, all of them. What? Aren't we going back to the Clarion?
No, I remembered something. I'm not a newspaper man, but doesn't the truck that delivers the papers to the railroad station leave as soon as it's ready?
Sure, that's right.
Well, the station's down this way. We better keep going as fast as we can. Oh, brother, that's great. Now we're in the midst of traffic.
We'll never catch that truck, never.
Ride a couple of 100 feet and stop. Oh, this is fine.
It's Sandy Krause on that truck, a good man.
Can you still see it?
Yeah, way up ahead there, but it might as well be miles away. When Sandy gets the truck to the station, they'll have papers selling over the counters in a matter of seconds.
Oh, sure. And the Clarion will really be in a mess.
Yeah, one of Pagano and Ringler's boys must have knocked Mr. Wells out to keep him from stopping the phony paper, huh?
Sure. It'd be worth a lot to the loan sharks to get the Clarion way behind the 8-ball. And, brother, they're so near to it with that truck just out of our reach.
Yeah.
Of course, there's one chance I could still take.
What's that?
Up there, where the other street joins this one. I could turn off, go back half a mile, then pick up Dempster Street to the station.
Oh, you'd never make it in time.
I think I could, just in time, just by a matter of minutes.
No.
Oh, wouldn't it really be something if the racket boys missed out, so near and yet so far? Hold on, Oscar. Here's where we turn off.
No. I said no.
What? Oh, nice heavy wrench. Is that the one you slugged Mr. Wells with, Oscar? I'll bet the police could prove that it is.
Keep driving, Valentine, and straight ahead.
Sorry, I can't. I had an idea you were in on this, Oscar, when you conveniently forgot about this truck still being out. But I had to have some proof.
Those papers are going to be sold. You're not going to spoil it.
What are you going to do, Oscar?
If you drive anywhere near that truck, I'll kill you. Be smart and don't stop.
All right. Don't wave that thing. You asked for it, Oscar. Give me that wrench. What's the matter? Dashboard hurt your face? Sorry I'm such a bad driver, Oscar, but I got to catch that truck. Okay, Oscar. Tell the nice lieutenant you're ready to dictate a confession.
Hey, that's right. I'll tell everything. But you've got to get the court to give me a break. I'll turn state's evidence.
Now, that's real decent of you.
And you'll protect me from Pagano and Ringler, won't you?
Yeah. They'll be kind of busy protecting themselves. Come on, get started.
Yeah, sure. I got involved the same way most of the men.
They put the last batch of those Clarions into the furnace a few minutes ago.
Beautiful sight, beautiful.
Not a single copy got out on the street. And Mr. Wells is downstairs personally destroying the type.
George, I understand about Oscar Strike being a sort of inside man here for Pagano or Ringler or whichever one.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe. He had to be. He was on the hook just like Mary's father. Only he wasn't quite so honest.
Well, was he the one who tipped off Pagano so he wouldn't do any talking?
Sure, why not? With the papers out on the street, Ringler would have a perfect case of libel against the Clarion. He didn't really confess, of course, so he'd claim his reputation was damaged beyond repair.
Yeah, and the crazy part of it is he could have collected. Almost at any amount he wanted.
That's right. I guess poor Strike figured in return he'd be let off the hook. His own debts would be canceled.
But what did he say? What did he tell the police?
Pagano? Well, the loan racket was his.
But Ringler.
Angel, there's a funny thing about singing. When one person starts, everybody joins the chorus. Now, Pagano was so sore, he's telling everything he knows about Ringler's racket.
But if you hadn't done what you did, the racket would still be going right on, destroying more and more lives, like my father's.
But it is over, dear, all of it.
No. No, it's not. Come on, I got a surprise for Mary.
What?
Something to show you where you're wrong.
Many car manufacturers now recommend a heavy-duty motor oil to give modern engines maximum protection under all driving conditions. New RPM motor oil exceeds the requirements of all manufacturers for this type of oil. Whichever weight you use, 10, 20, 30, or 40, remember that new RPM doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Be sure you get new RPM motor oil for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
There go the trucks again, to every part of the city.
Nobody has to stop them now.
Printing shop foreman exposes loan shark racket. Here it is. And isn't it beautiful?
Yeah. There's something else on the front page, a little box at the bottom there.
The editorial?
Uh-huh.
As long as there are vicious, greedy men, there will be rackets of all sorts. And these rackets will thrive and grow fat as long as they have for their ally the fear of its victims. Mary Haggerty is a soft-spoken young girl, as anxious to stay away from violence as you and I. But she knew that sometimes fear can be a crime as bad as any racket. And Mary Haggerty conquered fear. The news columns carry the story of what she accomplished. Here is an example to men of goodwill, a sure weapon against men of evil. Signed, G.V.
There isn't anyone on our editorial staff with those initials.
No, but there was. For one day only. And he meant every word of what he wrote.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Virginia Eiler as Mary, Griff Barnett as Strike, Joe Vitale as Pagano, Stephen Chase as Wells, and James Nusser as the guard. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Say, did you forget a Christmas present for your car? One of the nicest gifts I know is a complete changeover to new RPM motor oil, the oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Don't forget to replace the filter element, too. You'll be giving yourself a gift of smoother driving and top engine protection all year round by getting new RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, The Last Payoff, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hey, who did this? What in the... the whole room is torn apart. Why? Who? What are they trying to do to me? What's that guy's name again? Veda Valdez... Valentine. That's it. George Valentine.
Okay, Bartell. Stop shaking. So somebody ransacked your place here.
And yet you say nothing was taken.
Yeah, that's right, Miss Brooks.
Well?
Well, don't you understand? It's why did anybody take this place apart? What are they trying to do to me?
What do you mean, do to you?
I can't afford any trouble. I'm an ex-con.
Oh, a little matter you forgot to mention when you wrote to me, eh, Buster?
Yeah, I forgot. Isn't that terrible? I figured I'm entitled to get a little help like any other human being. Wasn't that a lot of nerve for me to think that?
Okay. Skip the dramatics. What were you in jail for?
I stole a car. Got drunk and stole a car. It was my second offense. Spent 18 months in the pen. So I figured I'd find me a small town somewhere and make a new start.
Why this particular small town, Linfield?
Because I knew someone here. Someone I thought might give me a hand.
Clear that up, will you?
Man, my wife and I met in Chicago. That's where I come from. Big fat guy. Nice. Good connections. John Logan. We hit it off fine. Said if I ever needed help, I should look him up.
I suppose your wife is here with you.
You suppose wrong, lady. She left me flat while I was in jail. She's someplace in Europe, in the chorus line of a girlie show. Ruthie is the loyal kind.
Why make a big mystery of all this? A sneak thief got in here, you surprised him, he knocked you out and ran.
No, that's not the answer, Valentine. Somebody was looking for something special. Looked in every little place. Even went through my pockets when I was dead to the world. Ripped open the lining of my jacket. Look. See?
Uh-huh.
The only thing I own that's worth anything is this wristwatch. It's a good one. But the guy didn't take it, did he? No, it was no sneak thief. But who else could it be? And why?
I don't suppose your landlady noticed any strange men prowling around here.
No. As I figure it, whoever it was climbed in through the window.
Hey, tell me, how long has it been raining hard like this?
Oh, a couple of days now. This time of the year, it always rains in this place, they tell me.
What are you driving at, George?
Those footprints near the window. You're pretty small, Bartell.
That's what I meant. Those aren't my footprints. Must be the man who ransacked my room.
Yeah, some kind of red clay. Must have been somewhere where there's red clay.
It's not too much to go on.
No. Say, Bartell, suppose you tell me about this Mr. Logan, the good Samaritan turned sour.
Well, it isn't really like that. I just haven't been able to get a hold of him yet. I spoke to Mrs. Logan a couple of times. She said she'd give him a message.
Do you think he has anything to do with any of this? He seems to be the only one you know here in Linfield.
That's what's driving me batty. I don't know why anybody should be interested in anything I might have.
Tell me, do you think Mr. Logan might be home now?
I don't know. I saw him this morning.
You did?
Yeah, I was on a bus, and it passes the back of his house. I noticed Mr. Logan burning something in the incinerator in his backyard. So I thought, here's my chance to talk to him.
Yeah, go on.
Well, by the time I got off the bus, Mr. Logan was gone. I asked his wife where he went, and she said downtown. I went to his office, figuring I'd just barge in and get to see him once and for all. But he wasn't there. And the girl said she didn't know where he might be.
The elusive Mr. Logan.
I know all this sounds mixed up and not too important, Valentine, but it's important to me. I've got to know what's going on. I want to go straight. I don't want any trouble. I don't have much money, but I'll pay what I can for you to help me.
All right, Bartell, you got me curious. You stay here. Maybe I can find out something.
No, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Reese and I are quite through talking.
Well, Mrs. Logan, I could wait in the next room.
Oh, no, it's all right, young man. Mrs. Logan is right. Talking doesn't do much good. You will convey my message to Mr. Logan, won't you?
Of course. Although, frankly, I don't understand it.
He'll understand. That's the important thing. And I know he'll listen to you very carefully.
Really?
Oh, you might also tell him I'm a patient man. Very patient. But my patience is wearing thin.
I'll tell him.
I know he'll understand that. Good day. No. I'll let myself out.
Now, where were we before we were interrupted by Mr. Reese?
You assured me you didn't know a thing about that client of mine, Mr. Bartell.
And that's right. And I certainly didn't know a thing about his wife, his young, pretty wife, as I gather now.
Mm-hmm. So, that's that, I guess.
Surely, Mr. Valentine, if you really want to know about Mr. Bartell, our local police will help you. Our sheriff is a very efficient man.
Well, as a matter of fact, my assistant, Miss Brooks, is checking that angle. I asked her to call me back here, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
You have no idea where Mr. Logan might be right now?
Oh, yes.
Hmm?
He's out buying a raincoat.
A raincoat?
Well, he was simply soaked when he got to the office this morning, so I told him I wasn't going to have him come down with a cold or worse. So he's out buying a raincoat.
I see.
Would you like a cup of tea, Mr. Valentine? If you're going to wait.
No, thanks. Don't bother.
I'm afraid I'm a very poor hostess, but I have been rather upset.
Really?
I know it can't possibly matter to you, but Mr. Logan has been so, well, not himself lately, so nervous. I know it's ridiculous because money is no problem with us. But now he seems to be worried about owing people money. People like Mr. Reese. And this is one time he won't listen to me, talk to me about it. Perhaps I could help. I'm sorry.
Tell you what. Maybe we will have that cup of tea. It might cheer up both of us. And this constant rain might be good to have a cup of...
Excuse me. Hello.
Hello. May I speak to Mr. Valentine, please? This is Claire Brooks.
Of course. Just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Brooksy, did you find anything about our friend Bartell?
No, George. I'm afraid the police are in too much of a dither to be much help.
Dither? What are you talking about?
Most of them are down at the only place in town where there's clay.
What?
That's right, red clay. And, George, there's been a murder there. The car's parked right over there, George.
I didn't want to talk in front of Mrs. Logan, but tell me more about the murder. Who was the victim?
Police don't know yet. A weasel-faced little man who was seen coming here to Linfield every month or so for almost a year.
Yeah?
Very interesting thing, George. There were some footprints leading away from the clay pits. Large footprints.
Oh, a ransacking friend, maybe, huh?
It could be. Oh, there was something else.
Oh, what?
Some woman walking in the street a couple of 100 yards away from the clay pits was scared by a man hurrying away from there. A big fat man in a dark blue raincoat, she said. Or at least that's what a boy who runs a service station not far from there reported.
Uh-huh. Come on.
Come on where?
This way.
But that goes to the Logan's backyard. George, what?
I'm playing a long shot, Angel.
Ooh.
Careful of the puddles. Bartell told us he saw Mr. Logan burning something in the incinerator this morning, didn't he?
Well, yes.
And Logan is a big man, and his wife told me he's buying a new raincoat this morning. Well, what happened to his old one?
Oh, there's the incinerator over there.
Yeah, now wait. Here's some kind of a poker. Yeah, this'll do.
You see anything, George?
Everything pretty well burned to ashes. Everything seemed...
What is it?
Oh, it's a piece of metal. Belt buckle. Still covered with some cloth. Blue cloth. That's it, all right. Logan burned his dark blue raincoat.
George, I thought you wanted to go to the police station. I told you before it's down the other block.
I know, but I'm still playing that long shot.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Just be patient, please, Angel. That clothing store down there, Wilson's. That looks like the largest one in town.
All right, I agree. But what does that
Let's
have to
pass it just once again, and then we'll...
Oh. All right, so you can stop on a dime. Now what?
That big fat man just coming out in a brand new yellow raincoat.
Mr. Logan?
I wouldn't be surprised. Stay here, Angel. I still have a client, remember? I want to talk to Logan before we stick the police on him.
Now, George, be careful with him.
Sure, okay. Mr. Logan? Mr. Logan, wait a minute. Hey, please, wait.
What do you want? I don't know you.
Well, the name's George Valentine.
Never heard of you. Please, I'm in a hurry. I'm very busy.
I came to Linfield because a man named Bartell wrote to me.
What? I'll kill you. I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Now, take it easy, friend. You're out of your class.
What else do you want from me? Haven't you done enough?
Huh?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I just want some straight answers to a few questions, that's all. We can talk right there in that car.
Oh.
Look at your shoes, Mr. Logan.
What?
There are still traces of red clay on them, see?
No.
I want to talk to you about a clay pit and murder, Mr. Logan. Now will you come along?
Yes. Yes, I'll go with you. I must talk to somebody. Anybody. Please talk to me. Help me. Please help me.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Over the hills and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. That's a well-known saying that has always been appropriate during the holiday season. This year, perhaps you'll be one of the many thousands of Western motorists who'll be driving home for Christmas and New Year's, driving over the hills and through the woods. That's why I think this is an especially good time to remind you that for top performance under all driving conditions, for the kind of driving you do, where you do it, your car needs a gasoline with many different performance qualities. Any gasoline can be made to stress one performance feature at the expense of others, but Chevron Supreme is designed to give you not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities in correct balance. Power, warm-up, starting, mileage, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. You'll feel the difference from the very first tankful of Chevron Supreme. For smoother, all-around top performance, be sure to get the gas that gives you all 8. Just drive in and say, fill her up with Chevron Supreme at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. An ex-convict, Ray Bartell, pleads that he's trying to go straight and hires you to find out who ransacked his room and why. Only the case is complicated by the murder of a man the police haven't been able to identify and the fact that the leading suspect is one of the town's leading citizens, John Logan. And as you sit with him in your car on a rain-swept street, you know he's close to the breaking point. That is, if your name is George Valentine.
If you're sort of a private detective, Mr. Valentine, then you're just what I may need. And you, Miss Brooks, you seem so understanding. It's been so long since I could really talk to anybody.
Please, Mr. Logan, you must calm
Now,
down.
Mrs. Logan is a fine woman. Fine and good, but I couldn't talk to her, not after what I've done to her.
Now, look, we're not going to get anywhere until you get hold of yourself and tell us what happened in some sort of order.
Things happen in life in any order. Do they make any sense?
Mr. Logan, you were seen leaving the clay pits. Your footprints there were photographed by the police.
Don't you understand? I didn't kill Joe. When I got there, Joe was already dead.
Oh, so that was the name of the murdered man. The police were unable to identify
Joe,
him.
that was the only name he ever gave me. You'd think for all the money he got from me, he'd at least give me his full name. Joe the collector, Joe the tormentor, Joe.
Cut that out, Mr. Logan.
Joe. Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, then. When did you first meet this Joe, whoever he is?
And I first made such a fool of myself over Ruthie.
Ruthie Bartell?
I have no excuse for being a fool, but I also have suffered enough so I don't have to be kicked around anymore.
Well, where does Joe fit in?
Well, you see, back in those days, I saw Joe following me around, and I realized that somebody had snapped a picture of Ruthie and me. I was sure that Joe was a detective hired by my wife. Of course, I stopped seeing Ruthie. I died 1,000 deaths waiting for the showdown.
But it never came, huh? Not from Mrs. Logan, is that it?
Yes, I was wrong about who he worked for, you see, because then I got a blackmail note presented to me by Joe. I was to pay and go on paying each month.
And you paid and paid.
What else could I do? I was already a failure as far as my wife is concerned. I didn't tell her, but I made bad, stupid deals, and I gambled money away with that Carl Reese.
Reese?
Yeah. Best I could only pay back half my debts, but if Mrs. Logan, Martha, found out about Ruthie, she'd never forgive me. I couldn't let her know that, don't you see?
Well, didn't you suspect Bartell, Ruthie's husband?
I did, but by then he was in prison. I didn't know what to think. And I decided Joe was the only blackmailer. I can't let Martha find out about Ruthie. The police mustn't tie me to any of this. They mustn't.
I'm afraid that's sort of wishful thinking, Mr. Logan.
What?
They'll find out that you just bought this new raincoat, that you burned your old one, and they'll be curious, to say the least. You went right from the clay pits to Bartell's, ransacked his room looking for the blackmail evidence, whatever that was. Isn't that right?
Yes. You see, Joe got in touch with me yesterday afternoon. I thought I was all through paying him. He promised me I was, but you're never through, are you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Logan.
Told me to come out to that little shack in the clay pits. That's where the payoff always took place out there. And when I got there, he was dead. Shot to death.
What did you do?
Well, I suddenly realized just what an awful spot I was in. Bartell was trying to contact me. Perhaps he was the blackmailer after all. So I had to find the evidence before the police found it.
And did you find it at Bartell's place?
No, not a trace of it. It wasn't on him either. Mr. Valentine, what can I do? How can I get out of this terrible mess?
I'm afraid there's only one thing you can do. Turn yourself over to the police and have the whole thing brought out into the open.
I can't. Martha will never believe me. She'll never forgive me.
George, look. There's a policeman coming over this way.
What's that? Now, they'll never get me.
Be reasonable, Logan.
They won't.
Hey,
Don't
stop that.
try
Wait.
to stop me. Don't.
I'll get him.
No, George, the police will catch him.
Hey, wait.
Sorry, officer, I can't.
Hey, stop, I said.
You don't understand. That man will get away.
Yeah, but you're not getting away. You think that sign is just there for amusement?
Huh?
You're overparked here 10 minutes, Mac. Have a ticket.
Don't worry, Valentine. The pickup order is out on Logan. He seems to be our man, all right.
Was there any additional information about this man, Joe, Sheriff?
Not much. Typical blackmailer, shifty, covered his tracks.
Anything on the gun?
We'll know when we find it. 38. 2 bullets fired.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Where are you going, George?
The sheriff's got his murder, but we still have a client, remember?
Gone.
Yeah.
Bartell's gone.
If he beat it, it was just a minute ago.
What?
Yeah, the light bulb was still warm. It must have been just turned off.
But where would...
Okay, Bartell, slow down.
No! Let go of me. I'm not sticking around, Valentine. This place is too hot.
For a blackmailer, you mean?
What?
Never heard the naughty word before, huh? Okay, it has to do with Ruthie and Logan.
Ruthie? You mean that little... And Logan? Well, I don't know anything about it. You're not going to get me in the middle of it. Nobody will.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Try again. But still. And you're going to the Logan home with me, friend, after we pick up one more passenger.
Yes, I'm a gambler. Is there anything wrong with being a gambler?
Well, let's leave that to the Kefauver Committee, Reese. But Mr. Logan owed you a large gambling debt, didn't he?
As a matter of fact, he did.
He didn't pay it, huh?
Not yet.
Uh-huh. I think we'd better take a little trip to the Logans, Mr. Reese. This whole thing needs some clear light thrown on it.
He's gone. He's running from the police. But where is he running?
Here, Mrs. Logan. Please drink some of this coffee. Bartell and Reese are in the living room with one of the sheriff's men.
All right, Angel. We'll wait for the sheriff before we talk any more to them.
Thank you, my dear. I wish I could cry like other women. Cry for John and cry for me. Cry because I must have failed him so awfully. He couldn't come to me and talk to me.
You have no idea where he might have gone, Mrs. Logan?
No.
In the state of mind he was in, it would be better if the police knew where he was.
He came in and he told me all he's done about that Mrs. Bartell and all the money he'd paid in blackmail and all the money he owes, as though money were the most important thing in the world. He told me all that and he cried. Mr. Valentine, John isn't a murderer. That much I know.
I hope you're right.
I told him not to run, but he wouldn't listen to me. He packed his bag and he kissed me and he ran out. If they catch up with him and he tries to get away from them, they'll...
All right, Mrs. Logan. The evidence against your husband is quite strong, but maybe we can still help him. Maybe...
Help? Do you think we can? Really?
Joe was a blackmailer. Mr. Logan was being blackmailed. The obvious conclusion was that there was a fight and Mr. Logan killed him.
Well then, George?
But suppose Mr. Logan was right, and Joe was only the go-between, and Joe proved difficult to his employer, the real blackmailer.
But who could that be? How could we ever find that out?
Well, it could be Bartell. Even though he was in prison, he could have kept in contact with Joe.
And all this business about coming here to get a job and going straight is so many lies.
Maybe you're right, Mr. Valentine.
Well, perhaps it was even somebody like Mr. Reese who's the real blackmailer.
Mr. Reese?
Aren't you reaching a little now, George?
Well, why? Mr. Logan had quite a bit of money, all right, but not enough to pay all his legal debts and his gambling debt, which, by the way, couldn't be collected legally. So Mr. Reese could take a rather unorthodox but effective way of collecting his debt by blackmailing the money out of your husband, Mrs. Logan.
And there could be others then who might possibly be the blackmailers. John wouldn't be the only one with the motive for killing Joe.
Uh-huh, that's exactly what I meant.
Why bring me here, Sheriff?
Never mind.
John.
They've caught up with him, George.
Well, this is it, Brooksy.
All right, Logan. Just sit here.
John, are you all right?
I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. No one will believe me.
He already told me about his being blackmailed, and he was running. And that makes him as good a suspect as we need, Valentine.
At this point, I don't know myself what to think.
John, you mustn't say that.
You can leave that valise here, Logan. You won't need it anymore. No. Now, wait.
What?
You were holding on to that valise for dear life. There was no money on the dead blackmailer. Here, let me see what's in it. Ties, rose shirts, underwear, pajamas, socks, extra suit. All nice and neat. And under it, bedroom slippers and...
And what?
And a gun.
What?
Gun?
A .38, 2 bullets missing.
No. John, there must be some awful mistake.
I have an idea we'll find the gun is the one that killed Joe. And then...
And then it'll put the final coffin nail in the case against you, Mrs. Logan.
George! What did you say, Mr. Valentine?
Yes, you, Mrs. Logan. Your husband was so afraid you might find out about him and Mrs. Bartell, and still it was you who blackmailed him.
How can you say anything like that, George? Why would she do it?
Well, now, that's 2 questions, Angel, and I think I have some pretty definite answers to both.
Well, come on, let's have them.
What's all this?
Well, strangely enough, Sheriff, it's what you said about the valise when you opened it that intrigued me even more than the presence of the gun.
What's that?
Will you make sense?
All right, Mr. Logan is a man. More than that, a very upset and distraught man.
Yeah.
Would he stop to pack the valise so carefully? No, he'd just throw some things together. Yeah, a woman packed that bag. She wanted you to run, Mr. Logan.
You're insane.
Think back, Mr. Logan. You didn't really pack that bag, now did you?
Well, I don't know. I guess maybe I didn't.
And since Mrs. Logan had the gun to put in, she's the one who used it on Joe, the man she hired as the go-between.
Any more proof, Valentine?
A woman identified the fat man running away from the clay pits as wearing a dark blue raincoat.
So what? Logan himself admitted he was there.
How could you tell the color in the dark?
That's right. And it was raining. It would just look black.
Only one woman could say what she did. The wife who knew the color of the raincoat her husband wore. And the reason you were out there, Mrs. Logan, is because you had that argument with Joe and you killed him.
Make him stop saying that, John, please.
No, let him go on.
I was wondering why you were so careful to point attention to your husband having to buy a new raincoat.
But what would be the motive, Valentine? A wife blackmailing her own husband?
Oh, we've discussed some unusual causes for blackmail before, haven't we, Mrs. Logan? And you understood very well. A little matter of revenge. Your husband failed you, squandered your money, played around. And you had to get your revenge. And you did. Made his life a hell.
Martha, you didn't. Tell him you didn't.
And you got most of the money, too, didn't you? But you killed Joe. And in desperation tried to blame your husband for his murder, and you almost succeeded.
Martha, don't let him go on saying...
And now that we know what to look for, we'll find the money, Mrs. Logan,
Stop
and then...
Stop it!
Martha.
Stop looking at me like that. You cheat. You silly fool. I'm glad. Whatever torture I brought you, I'm glad you understand. I hate you. Hate
you. George, there isn't any reason to stay here any longer. A house can be so cold when hate has lived in it.
Yeah, Brooksy, we're going. I still have to straighten out something with my client.
Holiday time is Jingle Bell time, and a good time to remind you that new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication, and more than meets the heavy-duty motor oil requirements of every car manufacturer. New RPM helps cut unnecessary repair bills and puts the jingle back in your pocket where it belongs. Get new RPM motor oil for your car at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
An apology?
Yeah. Frankly, Bartell, I didn't buy that I want to go straight, but somebody won't let me routine.
But then why did you go to work for me?
Mr. Valentine just has a deep aversion to being led down the garden path.
Yep. Life is full of surprises, all right. You did come to Linfield just to see a kindly friend of the family.
Yeah. Ruthie was a doll, a real doll. But then look at Mrs. Logan, what she did to her husband. I tell you, I learned one thing.
Huh?
Stay away from women, friend. All women. Far away.
You don't say.
Have nothing to do with them, especially those that look cute and smile sweet.
Are you coming, George?
What's the matter, Angel? He doesn't mean you.
No, of course not.
Well, that's different. Hey, wait a minute. What's the matter with my smile?
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Lee Patrick was heard as Mrs. Logan, Kenny Ross as Logan, Byron Kane as Bartell, Hal K. Dawson as Reese, and Joe Forte as the sheriff. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If you're a regular listener, you know that new RPM motor oil doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Now, actual case histories prove this fact. Even a cab company operating in the tough grind all cabs go through found new RPM reduced engine wear 71%. So for top protection, get new RPM motor oil for your car at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, Surprise, Surprise, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, surprise, surprise. Come to me and you're in for a lovely surprise. If you receive this note from a member of your family, your uncle, you'd probably look forward to the surprise. To me, these words are frightening. They make me shudder. And yet I have to find out what's behind them. So you must help me. You must come along with me. Please, please do not fail me. Sincerely, Lenore Matson.
So your uncle's a bad boy and a practical joker from way back. There are many like him.
That's right, Lenore. You may want to strangle some of them, but they're usually pretty harmless.
Uncle Glenn's always been vicious, cruel. The family hasn't seen him in years.
Family?
Yes, my mother, before she died. She was his only sister. But I think Uncle Glenn's always hated her. And I understand he hasn't seen his brother, Uncle Jason, for years either.
He's a nice, friendly chap.
Uncle Glenn's made a lot of money. But he's never offered any of us a cent. We needed it when Dad was killed in an accident. Now he has a lovely surprise for me. I can imagine.
Well, he might feel sorry for what he's done, and being older and maybe a little wiser, he might want to make up.
The age of miracles is over, Mr. Valentine.
How long ago did you get this message?
Oh, a week. I don't even know where he got my address. I couldn't make up my mind what to do.
Oh, did you get in touch with your other uncle, Uncle Jason?
I don't even know where he's been for the last few years. Oh, we're a fine, close family, we are.
Uh-huh. Well, just what did you have in mind for me to do, Lenore?
Well, I thought you and Miss Brooks might come with me as my friends. It's not too far from here. Point Summit, a few hours away.
Well, it seems a little silly.
I assure you of one thing, Mr. Valentine. Nothing Uncle Glenn has ever done has been trivial or silly. Mean and vicious, yes, but nothing small. Miss Brooks, you can understand how one can feel things without any real reason.
No, I've overworked my feminine intuition many a time. Usually not too successfully. Still, George, we might try.
Okay. I'll let you in on a little secret. I haven't been able to resist a surprise ever since I was 5.
What?
Yeah. And you know, the first jack in the box I ever saw, it hit me square in the nose.
Mr. Jester sure has an impressive-looking house.
Brooksy, anything this size has earned the name mansion. Whatever your Uncle Glenn has made his money in, Lenore, he's made lots of it.
I don't see any lights.
George?
Yeah, he's in the garden there somewhere.
Oh, it's such a sad sound.
Wonder if anybody's at home.
Down the street, see? There's a man out on the porch. You might know.
Oh, yeah. Dog probably just can't get out because of the high fence.
Uncle Glenn wrote that he's always home. I should come any time for my lovely surprise. Well, we'll find out.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Huh? What's that?
Oh, Mr. Juster over there. Do you happen to know if he's away for any length of time? Dog is howling, and we thought
That's
that...
Biff. With Juster all the time. Real love.
Well, there are no lights, so...
The lights in the back. Gotta be. In the bedrooms.
What do you mean, gotta be?
Mr. Juster's just got to be home, young man. He had an awful accident 2 days ago.
What?
Got his car smacked up. He's expected to pass away any hour.
Oh, no. Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
That dog. And a casket in the library.
Mr. Juster had us order it yesterday. He said it was a dying man's whim. I realize how you feel, Miss Matson, but you and your friend simply can't see Mr. Juster right now.
But I must see him.
Dr. Hammer is with him. Mr. Juster regains consciousness once in a while, and when he does, Dr. Hammer will let you go in.
Tell me, Miss Schlegel, this unfortunate accident, just what was it?
It's a miracle of sorts that Mr. Juster's still holding on. There was a lot of fog on Thursday night, a bad turn. The car turned over and over several times.
Oh, how awful.
He was driving all alone, so there was nobody to help him until motorists passed by and saw him. Wait, I'll shut the door to the garden. The poor animal seems to feel that something is wrong with its master.
Well, isn't anybody else here at the house? Doesn't Mr. Juster have any other friends?
I hate to say this, but I'm not a hypocrite, and I...
Yes?
Mr. Juster is, well, a rather difficult man. I've been his secretary and sort of housekeeper for several years. Frankly, I wouldn't have stayed a week if he didn't pay me very well, and if I didn't need the money.
Doesn't the doctor hold out any hope for Uncle Glenn?
I'm afraid not. And Dr. Hammer is as close to a friend as Mr. Juster has made here in Point Summit.
Lenore, I guess all we can do is wait.
As you can see, this is a big house. I'll show you all to your rooms. This may take hours.
Before we go in there, Miss Matson, I just want to warn you that your uncle is very weak.
Yes, Dr. Hammer.
Oh, Miss Brooks and I will wait for you out here.
No, Mr. Valentine. You and your friend, please come in, too.
What?
It would be a favor to a dying man.
What do you mean?
Miss Slager's in there already. It seems Mr. Juster has... Well, he's never made out a will, and he would like to dictate one.
Oh, but we
Quite
ought to...
a sizable fortune is involved. I think it would be best to have as many disinterested witnesses as we can.
Oh, I see.
Frankly, Miss Matson, I wasn't aware of the fact that Mr. Juster had any family at all. He never mentioned a brother or a niece, and I was with Mr. Juster a great deal of the time. I'm not a practicing physician now.
But you say he was glad now? When you mentioned to him that I was here?
Yes, he was. And it's a great blessing that you've come now, while you can still bring him a little comfort. We go right through here.
He's closed his eyes again, Doctor.
Uncle Glenn?
Come here, my dear, where he can see you when he opens his eyes.
Oh, he looks so tired. I remember him when I was a young girl.
He asked me to get my notebook, Doctor.
Yes, I know. Glenn? Glenn, she's here. Your niece.
Oh, hello, Lenore.
Oh, Uncle.
Let's have no fake emotions. I mean nothing to you.
But...
I don't know how you happen to be here.
But you wrote to me and...
What? What did I...
Doctor.
That's the way it is.
Will. The will.
Yes, Glenn, we're ready.
Been mean. And not sorry. But want to make up a little. Julia.
Yes, Mr. Juster.
These people.
George Valentine.
I'm Claire Brooks.
Friends of your niece's, Glenn.
Oh. I can't.
No, don't try to sit up. Just tell us what you want.
To you, Lenore, I want to leave $5,000. I never knew you, really. But I've hurt you less than the others. So you get the smallest share.
I didn't expect anything, Uncle.
Have you got that, Julia?
Yes, Mr. Juster.
The rest of my estate I want to divide between the people I have hurt. You, Fred. I want to leave you $25,000.
That's very generous of you, Glenn.
The same amount to you, Julia.
Yes, Mr. Juster.
And my brother, Jason, whom I hurt most of all. Have him located, and let him have the rest of my money, and this house with all that's in it, and everything in my safe deposit box.
What?
Any objections, Doctor?
But...
Am I going too fast for you, Julia?
No, sir.
I'll buy my way into heaven. Sign. I want to sign.
Mr. Valentine, please help me with him.
Sure.
Heaven.
Ken, here.
Can't.
Just lay down, Glenn. It's all right. These people will sign as witnesses, and it'll be all right. Just as good.
That's right, Mr. Juster.
Just let him alone. Please. Please.
Heaven, let them sign. And then when I go, don't prolong the farce, Fred.
Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, certainly.
There.
Thank you. Tired. So very tired.
I think all of you would better wait outside.
Yes,
I think you're right.
Would be the best.
Casket. My beautiful casket. Joke. Life is a big joke. Big joke. With me.
Poor lonely man.
The biggest laugh in it.
That's about all we can do. Well, I'll fix some coffee.
Thanks. Good idea.
I suppose you'll want to stay till the end, Miss Madsen.
Oh, yes, of course. You will stay, too. Please, Mr. Valentine. Please.
Yeah. Yeah, Lenore. We'll stay. Brooksy, you aren't asleep yet, are you?
No, George, wait a minute. What's the matter, darling?
Everybody seems to have retired.
Well?
Even Dr. Hammer. I saw him walk down the hall into his room.
Well, he can leave Mr. Juster for a while, I guess.
Maybe. But something bothers me about this whole setup.
What are you talking about?
I'll be darned if I really know.
You know, it's a shame, but Lenore should get to know her uncle when it's too late.
Come on.
Where?
I want you to be sort of lookout.
Lookout?
Outside Mr. Juster's room. I'd like to talk to him for a moment if I have the chance.
Oh, stop being so mysterious.
Well, it's just a hunch. But I can't help feeling that Juster didn't know about any note to Lenore. Any note that asked her to come out for a surprise.
George, he's a dying man. He just didn't remember.
Maybe.
Besides, what can be wrong?
I told you, I don't know.
Ooh, that dog gives me the willies.
Man's best friend. There's something very touching about such loyalty.
It's that door over there, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll wait for you out here. I don't know what you're going to say to Mr. Juster, even if he's able to hear you.
I'll think of something.
If I hear anybody, even starting down the stairs, I'll cough. Nice and loud.
Yeah, good. What the?
What's the matter, George?
You don't have to whisper, Angel. There's nobody in Mr. Juster's room. The dying man has disappeared.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. At a party the other evening, someone asked a friend of mine why he bought a particular brand of gasoline. My friend didn't have any real reasons to offer, and it started me thinking that maybe there are other motorists like him. The facts are, there are plenty of good reasons for buying Chevron Supreme gasoline. To begin with, it's a balanced gasoline that combines all 8 high-performance qualities. After all, a gasoline can be made to stress one performance feature at the expense of others. However, Chevron Supreme gives you not 1, not 2, but all 8 qualities in the correct balance for all-around top performance. Power, mileage, starting, warm-up, acceleration, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, and area blending. And for the kind of driving you do, your engine needs each and every one of these qualities. You'll feel the difference from the very first tankful of Chevron Supreme. So shift to the gas with all 8 for top performance all around. Drive in soon and fill your tank with all 8 qualities you get in every gallon of Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Surprise, a lovely surprise. That's what a badly upset young girl keeps babbling to you because that's what her uncle has promised her. An uncle who has never done anything good for her in his entire life. Well, you go with her to the uncle, Glenn Juster, only to find him, surprise, on his deathbed. And, surprise, a changed man of goodwill who has made out a very generous will. And surprise again, missing from his deathbed right after that. Even if your name is George Valentine, you find that a few surprises too many.
I want to talk to the good doctor.
You bet.
No time for ceremony.
Not here. Julia Slager's room is down here.
Yeah.
Wait. No need to bother opening that door. It's open.
And she's gone.
Lenore's among the absent, too.
Uh-huh.
Somehow I expected that. I guess even Surprise is coming through.
Hey, wait.
Yeah, what is it?
Down there, the other wing. I see lights.
That's right. The living room and library, they're this way.
Yeah.
George, listen.
Hey, come on. Well, surprise. No, I won't see it.
All who are missing shall be found.
Come in, please.
Oh, the coffin.
Yeah.
Mr. Juster has passed away.
Oh, we're sorry.
Dr. Hammer just called me.
As you may have gathered, Mr. Juster always wanted things carried out in a certain way, even things like this.
So?
So, why not? I've called the funeral parlor in the city. They'll be here in the morning.
The mystery's been solved.
Did you say something, Miss Brooks?
Oh, nothing important.
Well, I don't suppose there's anything else any of us can do until the morning.
I don't mind staying up with you all night, George, but I don't even know what you're trying to think through.
Any more cigarettes, Angel?
Here, take mine. That's the last.
Uh-oh.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll be glad to get out of here in the morning.
Yeah. Lenore can come down here for the funeral later.
Yes.
I don't know what smells phony about this whole case, but something sure does.
Maybe you're just being stubborn, darling.
Maybe. Oh, good. Here it is. Hello? Yeah. Sheriff's office, yeah. Yeah, I've been waiting. Uh-huh. I see. No question about the accident. Nothing wrong with the car mechanically.
Bad turn. No, nothing particular, mind. Yeah, thanks a lot.
I told you were grabbing at straws, darling, checking up on the accident.
I guess you're right. But something else bothered me about that call.
What do you mean?
Somebody was very sure not to miss a word of the conversation. I heard a click.
Eavesdropper.
It's no longer a secret that I'm more than just a casual friend of Miss Matson's.
All right, so what? There's still nothing you can look for, George. There's nothing to hang the slightest suspicion on.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll turn in and let you get a few hours' rest. Maybe this comes under the head of snooping, but I'm sure the late Mr. Juster wouldn't mind. What do we hear? Active Investigations Incorporated. Dear Mr. Juster, we are happy to report that our operatives have been successful in completing your assignment by locating your niece, Miss Lenore Matson. Her residence is 2463 Ridgeway Avenue.
Get away from me! Get away from me!
Something is breaking at last. Dead. The dog is dead.
He jumped at me. Like a mad dog, he jumped at me. I had to do it.
All right, Dr. Hammer, please calm down.
Uncle Glenn and the only living thing he really loved. Yes, it's been quite a night.
I'm sorry, so sorry. I only meant to drive him off. I grabbed the nearest thing to me, the shovel.
Tell me, Doctor, what were you doing out in the garden at this hour of the night?
What? Oh, I reminded myself that I left something in my car, the blanks for death certificates. I wanted to have it ready where I could fill it out. I couldn't sleep very well anyway.
I make a motion we all go inside. We'll catch our deaths of cold.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Take Lenore in, will you, Angel? And make a pot of coffee for everybody, too, huh?
Sure will. Come on, Leonard.
Tomorrow I'll bury the poor creature somewhere here in the garden. Glenn would want it that way.
Glenn. The man left us some money, all right. I'm grateful. And I know we should speak kindly of the dead, but I can't be that two-faced.
Why, Julia.
Oh, look, Dr. Hammer. There's some scratches on your hand. Yeah. You better go inside, put something on it.
Yes, Julie. Maybe I should. Coming in, Valentine?
In a few minutes. I'd like to have a few words with Julia, if I may.
Why, certainly.
Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah. Julia, you seem to be a sensible, practical gal, and I need help.
Help? What kind of help?
Oh, well, I'm afraid I've been masquerading in this house under, well, let's say, slightly false pretenses.
What?
I'm not just a friend of Lenore Matson's. She hired me as a sort of private investigator because she feared what her uncle might consider a surprise.
I knew as much.
You did?
Yes, I listened in on your conversation with the sheriff's office.
You did?
I'm a snoop at heart, Mr. Valentine. Still, for the life of me, I can't imagine why you think there's anything wrong about what happened here tonight.
Well, a few questions in my mind don't seem to have answers.
You think I have them?
Maybe.
All right.
All right. I realize that Mr. Juster was pretty far gone tonight. But still, I can't quite make myself believe he couldn't summon enough strength to sign his signature to that will.
Well, he tried. I saw him try, really try. But what difference does anything like that make anyway? The will is just as valid without his signature, as long as we had two reliable witnesses like you and Miss Brooks.
Well, I told you I just had some questions. The answers aren't anywhere as clear.
I think you're trying a little too hard, Mr. Valentine. I honestly do.
The dog. The poor murdered dog.
Well, surely the doctor had the right to defend himself.
The snoopy neighbor down the road said the dog was always with Mr. Juster. Always.
Well...
The door to the house was open. The dog wasn't chained. Why wasn't Biff with Mr. Juster? Why didn't Mr. Juster ask for it?
The thought never occurred to me.
And more interesting, why did the devoted dog stay in the garden all the time? Never moved out of the garden.
Mr. Valentine, your flashlight, my eyes, it bothers me.
Oh, sorry. You like the darkness better?
Much better.
Uh-huh. Could it be that the dog was already near its master because he was buried somewhere here in the garden? Dead for a day or two as a result of a perfectly legitimate automobile accident?
You're crazy.
Could it be that the man upstairs wasn't Glenn Juster at all, but an imposter?
No, I know you're crazy.
The only man who could look enough like him to his niece who hasn't seen him in years? His brother, Jason?
Mr. Valentine,
People tell me I'm an attractive woman. I'm going to be a very rich woman. I could be very grateful. Very.
You could?
I could make a deal. Any kind of a deal.
Like the deal you made with Jason? He's in that nice, expensive coffin now, remember? No, I'm afraid I'm not interested, Julia.
You fool! Fool!
We don't need any more partners, Julia.
What?
I wouldn't move an inch if I were you, young man. I wouldn't like to use this gun, but I will if I have to.
Fred, he knows.
So I heard.
I really did have only a bunch of questions with no answers until you killed that dog, Doctor. Killed it deliberately in cold blood.
Keep your voice down and stand still.
After Julia eavesdropped on the phone, you knew I'd be snooping around. And you had to have a legitimate excuse for some newly dug earth in the garden.
Make him stop talking, Fred.
There's where Glenn Juster is buried now, isn't it?
Please make him stop, Fred.
That's where you'll put his brother Jason's body instead when you're ready to send the coffin to the mortuary with Glenn Juster in it.
Shut up. When Glenn died, we found out he didn't leave us a cent. Not me and not Julie. After all, we had to take from him, too. He loved his ironic joke, so we got in touch with his brother. A detective agency had already located him for Glenn.
Stop it. Why are you telling him all this? Stop it.
Why? He has to die anyway. Let him have some of those precious answers.
But Jason saw the wonderful opportunity. And he really made the most of it, didn't he? Took the lion's share for himself in the will. So you killed him.
With him never found, we'll strip the house and the deposit box and everything.
The perfect crime. Because the body in the coffin will be that of Glenn Juster, who died a perfectly innocent death.
And we have a perfectly legal will.
While Jason's body will lie under that of the dog in the garden.
There'll be 2 bodies in that grave, Valentine. Start walking.
Now, you listen, Hammer.
I said start walking.
But first I need some light, don't I? Full in your eyes, Buster.
Julie, where is he? I can't see.
Here I am, Buster. This gun is safer with me.
I'll kill you.
You're going to help me find another surprise for my client.
Comes the weekend, and many motorists will pack their cars and head for fun in the snow country. But believe me, it's no fun when roads are slippery and cold weather freezes up your radiator. For safety's sake, be sure you get cold weather protection, antifreeze in your radiator, and tire change, too, before you take a trip into the snow. Get cold weather protective service at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
So Uncle Glenn did have a surprise for me. The lovely surprise.
Yep, the real will of Glenn Juster, leaving practically all of his money to the only innocent victim of his foul nature.
What did that business of the signature mean, George? The act Jason put on about not being able to sign his name.
Well, that was the last piece of protection they gave themselves, Angel. Nobody would question the will because we could all testify that we saw Glenn Juster dictate it. But a signature, well, that's something they couldn't duplicate. With us as witnesses, they didn't need it.
It's funny. I always thought of Uncle Jason as the poor, imposed upon man. And Uncle Glenn is the greatest villain that was ever born.
And now, strangely enough, they've almost reversed themselves.
Yes.
Glenn Juster promised you a surprise. He didn't realize how much of a surprise it was going to be.
George?
Easy, Brooksy. It's just some neighbor's dog. Let's get out of here.
Tonight's adventure, George Valentine, has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Virginia Eiler was heard as Lenore, Griff Barnett as Hammer, Lee Patrick as Julia, Fred Howard as Juster, and Earl Keane as Biff. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine, here's an important safety reminder. Driving in wet, rainy weather can be dangerous if your windshield wipers aren't doing their job right. So don't wait until the rains. Play safe now. Car Savers will inspect your windshield wiper blades and arms and make replacements if necessary. Drive in now and ask Car Savers for a windshield wiper checkup at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, A Matter of Honor, another adventure of George Valentine.
Mr. Medford, please calm down. I can't even make out what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say that I need help right away. Please.
Well, that much I got, but listen on the extension, will you, Brooksy?
Yes, George.
My head, it's so painful. Somebody hit me from behind, and my room, it's practically torn apart.
Well, it's a matter for the police, I'd say.
No, it isn't only that. There's more to it than robbery. There's something mysterious going on, sinister.
Such as?
Something awful is going to happen, and on the last day, too.
Last day of what?
The annual convention of the Magicians Club at the Beach Plaza.
The Magicians Club? Well, look, Mr. Medford, I'm sure this looks very momentous to you,
At
but...
the banquet tonight, we're going to present a new illusion, Mr. Valentine. And at the last moment, Princess Elsa, who invented it, has asked us to change its name.
Well, women have been known to change their minds about more important things.
Change it from the usual way these things are known, the Elsa illusion, to the Deadly Avenger. Thanks for getting here so quickly, Mr. Valentine.
I'm afraid I'm a sucker for mystery and magicians.
This is Mrs. Medford.
Hello.
Oh, hello. This is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
Hi.
I see your room really was going over with a right good will.
Well, I keep telling Robert it must have been just a hotel prowler.
Arlene, please. Mr. Valentine, I'm chairman of the entertainment committee. Third year straight, it's a great honor. I'm one of the few amateur magicians in the club.
If you folks will excuse me, I've heard this before.
But Arlene...
See you later, everybody.
You have a very lovely wife, Mr. Medford.
Yes, I'm a very lucky man. In everything. I'm in the wholesale grocery business, you know. Quite successful. But magic is my real love. And this affair tonight must come off without a hitch.
Or you'll never be asked to be chairman of the entertainment committee again.
That's right.
Well, tell me, just what happened here in this room?
Well, about an hour ago, I guess it was, I came up here. You see, it's a two-room suite. Most of us have two-room suites. That's one of the reasons we chose the Beach Plaza, you know.
Yes, go on.
Yes, well, I saw what happened to all the things here on the desk in the closet, but before I could do anything, someone sneaked up behind me. He must have been in the bedroom and hit me hard. See?
Done by somebody who obviously loved his work.
But really, Mr. Medford, just because the name of a new magic illusion has changed and this could be the work of a petty thief,
but nothing was stolen. Not a thing of value. I do have some pretty valuable things around, and they weren't touched. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes, of course, this is Medford. Now, Geach, I ask you to behave yourself. You what? Oh. No, you stay where you are. I'll be right there. That was Charlie Geach, another member of the club. He's just found his room torn apart, too.
No, nothing of value has been taken. That's not what they were looking for. No, sir.
Have you any idea what they were looking for, Mr. Geach?
That's not going to help them. No, sir. You'll see tonight. You'll see.
Now, Charlie, please, don't make things any more difficult for us than they are. And I ask you to go easy at the bar.
I always go easy, but I also get it steady, too, old boy. I've got things to forget. I'm still a pretty good magician. Nothing in my hands. Right, my dear young lady?
Right.
With my sincere admiration for your loveliness, a bouquet of roses.
Why, thank you.
That's very good, Mr. Geach. But to come back again to the mysterious they you're talking about.
Talking? Talk too much. I won't talk anymore.
Mr. Geach,
Hmm?
I looked for you.
Oh, what has happened here?
Come in, Princess. We have company. Charming company. This is Princess Elsa. Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, very good friends of mine.
Hello.
Well, everything ready for the big moment tonight, Princess? The deadly Avenger?
Yes, and I'm very nervous, too. But this room, all the things on the floor.
I'm just a very untidy person, Princess. And a very tired one.
You will take care of yourself, won't you, Mr. Geach?
Yes, I will.
I think perhaps we must better leave. I want you to come and help me, Mr. Geach.
Well, it'll be my pleasure and an honor. Excuse us, everybody.
Goodbye.
A whole hotel full of magicians, and she picks one who can hardly stand up straight. Why is he babbling of honor, and why does she insist on changing that confounded name for the night, the Deadly Avenger? I tell you, Valentine,
Medford! Mr. Medford, where are you?
Oh, no. Mr. Plimmer. That's Langford Plimmer, our president.
Langford Plimmer. Sounds like something out of Dickens.
We're in here, Mr. Plimmer.
Mr. Medford, what is going on in this hotel?
Well, Mr. Plimmer,
I just walked into my room, and you'll never guess what I saw.
The room was turned upside down, but nothing was taken.
Why, George, darling, you're wonderful.
Well, Brooksy, we're rid of Medford for a while anyway.
He was beginning to give me the jitters with his fluttering around.
Let me see that list. Suite 618, Dennis the Amazing.
Joe the Great. Mo the Incomparable. Oh, so many modest people.
Just in the great tradition, Angel.
Anyway, that seemed to be as far as the mysterious prowler went. All the other rooms were undisturbed.
The rum pot of the convention, the chairman of the entertainment committee, and the president of this whole mystic crew. Now, why were those particular rooms gone over with a fine-tooth comb?
Room 624 around the corner. That's the one Princess Elsa has. Shall I check there?
Yeah, fine. I'll take Dennis the Amazing, and then we'll be through.
Check. I'll see you.
Okay.
Yes?
Mr. Dennis?
Yes, I'm Dennis.
Well, my name is George Valentine. I'm gathering some material for an article on the Magicians Club. And I was wondering if I couldn't go inside with you and we might be able to discuss some...
Stick Oliver, I'll bash your head in.
Look, friend, all I wanted to do
I
was...
told you to beat it, didn't I?
So you're looking for a game of ping pong, eh, Jungle Jim?
That's right.
Okay, I serve first.
I'll kill you.
What do I have to do to make you sit down? Well, now I know. Well, what was all that fireworks about? Just let me move you away from the door, Buster. No one here. Not a thing touched. I'd swear he was trying to tip off someone in here. So that's it. A cigarette, and still burning. A cigarette with lipstick on it.
So our friend Dennis the Bachelor had a visitor.
Yeah, and I have some sore knuckles to prove it. What about Princess Elsa?
Not in. But her door wasn't locked. I took the liberty of peeking.
Why, Brooksy.
The room apparently wasn't touched. George, I don't want you to think I'm one of those girls who doesn't catch on quick. But I don't catch on at all.
Oh, you and me both. I guess we'll just have to be a couple of curious guests at the banquet tonight. Cream turkey, peas, chocolate parfait.
I guess even magicians can't do anything to change a banquet menu.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
Here, the president.
I thank you. Fellow magicians, I want to welcome you to the final session of this highly successful convention. And I want to welcome you in the name of our honored profession, which is as old as man itself. And in the names of those immortal masters who, during their lives, have mystified and beguiled millions upon millions of people all over the world. Comus and Torini, Robert Houdin and Alexander Herman, Harry Keller, the Great Thurston. This is a proud moment.
And the right moment for me to address the club.
Please, Mr. Geach.
On a matter of honor. We're all interested in honor.
Now, Mr. Geach. Charlie, just sit down, like a good fellow.
Aren't we interested in honor?
There's a good fellow, Geach. You just sit
You should
right
listen to
down
me.
there.
Now we can go right on, everybody.
Now, as I was saying, this is a proud moment, ladies and gentlemen, because one of our members, a charming and talented young lady, is going to introduce a new illusion. And an illusion, my friends, is the proudest achievement of our craft, a triumph of perseverance and genius. Thurston sawing a girl in half. Keller's The Vanishing Horse.
Timmer's Fantasia.
Oh, thank you. Yes, and my own Fantasia, which has been the cornerstone of my career during the last 8 years. Well, anyway, here is Princess Elsa.
My dear colleagues, in a few seconds, this room will be darkened to allow me to make the final preparations. I shall then endeavor to make vanish from a platform 10 feet in the air a giant statue more than 8 feet tall. A statue which represents the conscience that is within all of us. The conscience that I have decided will give title to my illusion, the Deadly Avenger.
Well, that sounds like a
So, out with the lights.
Lights, please.
Thank you. And if I may have your complete silence, music, please.
The Deadly Avenger.
The princess must be all right to try and stump the experts.
The Deadly Avenger. A matter of honor.
Darling, please stop mumbling.
Oh, George! George!
Lights! Turn on the lights!
Geach. Charlie Geach.
He slumped from his chair right at my feet.
Now, please, everybody, don't crowd around.
I thought he just passed out. But then, the blood.
George.
Oh.
I'm beginning to feel slightly feminine.
Yeah, Brooksy. Whoever decided he had to shut up Charlie Geach with that letter opener took no chances. No chances at all. Charlie is dead.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Did you know that the gasoline in your car performs differently depending on the temperature, the humidity, and the altitude? Did you also know that you can buy a gasoline that is designed for winter driving? One of Chevron Supreme's all 8 high-performance qualities is area blending, which means that Chevron Supreme is specially blended for every climate and area. The Chevron Supreme you buy in Los Angeles, for instance, is refined differently from that which you buy in the Salt Lake area or the San Francisco Bay region. For Chevron Supreme gasoline is always right for the kind of driving you do where you do it. And that's just one of the all 8 necessary high-performance qualities in every gallon. In addition, you get mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. So for top all-round driving pleasure wherever you drive in the West, just remember to fill her up with the gasoline that gives you all 8 Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. A convention of famous magicians and a thrilling climax to top it off. Yes, you're invited to the promised debut of a new illusion to be called the Deadly Avenger. But then, in the darkness, a woman screams in horror, and Charlie Geach, a little man who kept mumbling about a manner of honor, is found dead, murdered. If your name is George Valentine, you call Lieutenant Johnson of homicide, but you go to work even before he arrives.
Tell me something, Medford.
Yeah?
What do you know about Geach's background? He seems to be a kind of big question mark as far as everyone's concerned.
Well, he dropped out of the club for many years. As I remember, when the war broke out, he was working in Europe someplace. Wasn't that it, Plimmer, around the same time you were?
Oh, yes, I believe so.
Yes, well, he came back only recently, a completely changed man. I'm afraid he's been drinking pretty heavily all through the last few days, so I don't suppose anyone has been able to find out too much about him.
Princess Elsa seems to have been pretty friendly with him. She's out there now, just sitting and staring into space with the deadest, most frightened look in her eyes. George, is there anything we can do now?
No. Just keep adding a matter of honor plus how did the killer work in split seconds in complete darkness? And see if it equals the Deadly Avenger.
Valentine, I envy you. On the color of a sham.
Okay, Johnson, hurry up. Let's have the punchline.
All I ever get to do is walk in on murders, cut people down from chandeliers, hang around the morgue. Dull, routine stuff.
Oh, Johnson, you know you love every minute of it.
No one ever asked me to come down and see a whole slew of magicians do all sorts of things, including homicide.
Now, Johnson, will you stop being cute and tell me what kind of tattoo the doc found on Geach's arm?
That makes about as little sense as anything in this cockeyed case. 81-42-W.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all, Miss Brooks.
Uh-huh.
Now, about these rooms being broken into.
I must...
Sergeant, I told you I didn't want to be disturbed. Oh, it's you, Medford. Be with you in a minute.
I must see you, Lieutenant.
In a minute. As I was saying, Valentine, those ramsacked rooms.
But that's why I'm here. I know what was stolen.
You know?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say so?
What are you talking about, Medford?
Well, Valentine, it's what you said before. How could the killer work so quickly in the dark in a matter of seconds?
Well?
He could if he knew the seating plan. Memorized in advance where Geach would be sitting.
You mean someone stole such a seating plan?
From you?
Not the original. But I remembered I left the carbon up in my room, and that's where I was now, and it's missing. Must have been missing ever since this afternoon.
Oh, now you tell us about a seating plan.
Well, it never occurred to
Oh,
me.
this is a great help. Now we know that someone in this whole mob of magicians stole the seating plans. But who?
My name is Elsa, Princess Elsa. I was born in Austria, but I am an American citizen.
You said that before.
I don't know who killed Mr. Geach. I never met him until a few days ago. That's all I know.
But after
That's all I know. Please, please believe me.
Mr. Medford isn't here, Mr. Valentine?
I know. That's why I came up.
Really? Well, I hope you'll pardon the negligee. I wasn't expecting company.
Oh, it's nothing at all. I mean, practically. Well, you made quite an impression on me, Mrs. Medford.
Arlene.
Arlene? Oh, your cigarette.
Oh, the ashtray's right there.
Oh, here we are. Uh-huh. Thank you very much. Same cigarette, same lipstick.
What are you doing?
Comparing it with a cigarette I found in Dennis's room.
Give it back to me, you...
But I'll make you a little promise. I'll keep this a secret just between us as long as I can. Yeah, Brooksy, any luck?
I think real luck.
Where's Dennis?
He should be up in his room by now. I think he'll just about make it.
You didn't have to encourage him to drink up the whole bar?
He kept telling me how beautiful I was and punctuating it with old fashions. But he kept talking about a matter of honor, too.
Yeah? What'd he say?
That Charlie Geach was his oldest friend and he wasn't going to fail him.
Uh-huh.
That Charlie Geach gave him all the proof he needs. And he has it right on him, and tomorrow he would attend to it himself.
You don't know what it is? You didn't get a look at it, huh?
He said he would discuss the matter with me if I went in for a nightcap.
Uh-huh.
I thought it would be better if we joined him for a nightcap. Don't you, darling?
Dennis. Dennis is dead.
Another letter opener, just like before.
With all his pockets turned inside out like that, there's no use looking for any proof he might have had. Oh, let's get out of here, Brooksy. There's somebody else I want to have see this. We hated to do this, Elsa, but you left us no choice. We had to show you what we're up against.
Yes, Princess.
I was afraid to say anything, Lieutenant Johnson. I saw how Mr. Geach was killed, and I was afraid.
When did you meet this Mr. Geach?
Only a few days ago, that's the truth. He told me that he was a good friend of my father, studied with him in Europe.
Was your father also a magician, Elsa?
One of the finest. He called himself Professor Heinrich. He died in a Nazi concentration camp almost 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
When Mr. Geach saw me, he kept asking me all sorts of questions about my work, my lack of fame and fortune. He seemed puzzled and angry. He talked to Dennis, who was his only friend at a convention here, and then he asked me to change the name of my illusion to the Deadly Avenger.
Mr. Geach was the one who asked you to do that?
Yes, but I knew he was a friend. I felt it. He wanted to do something for me. And he was murdered. And now Dennis wanted to help me, and he's dead, too.
Elsa, your father was mostly a teacher, a magician's magician.
Yes.
An inventor of illusions, huh?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk some more about your father. I hate to bother you at this time of the night, Mr. Plimmer, but I have to clear up a point.
Oh, it's quite all right. Excuse my shaving. I always do it at night, Habit of years. Then you get a good early start in the morning.
Yeah, that's right. The convention is over, isn't it?
Yes.
And all the magicians go back to their jobs of mystifying and beguiling people. Isn't that the way you put it?
Well, I'm afraid I am a little pompous when it comes to magic, young man.
Nothing wrong with being enthusiastic about your work.
Oh.
Oh, here, you're getting your fancy bathrobe wet.
Oh, clumsy.
Mr. Plimmer, what do you know about a magician named Professor Heinrich?
Oh, he's a fine man. Fine magician. Austrian, I believe.
No, not a showman, I understand, as much as an inventor. Almost a genius.
Yes. Oh, yes, he is.
He was. He died in a German concentration camp years ago.
Professor Heinrich? Dead? Are you sure, Valentine? Of course, I lost track of him, but I never thought...
He was famous for creating those things you call illusions, wasn't he?
Well,
and many people in the
yes.
magic business studied with him before the war, including you.
Well, yes, but a long, long time ago, long before the war.
Mr. Plimmer, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me the truth, no matter whom it hurts. Stealing an illusion from another magician would certainly be considered a breach of honor, wouldn't it?
Stealing?
I've done some checking around, Mr. Plimmer. You've never invented anything before Plimmer's Fantasia or since, have you?
Well, no.
Professor Heinrich worked with many young men. He loved to encourage them. Now, one of those young men stole his greatest illusion, and after the professor died, he kept it for himself, instead of giving it to the professor's daughter, Elsa.
Now, please, Mr. Valentine, you don't understand.
That's the matter of honor that Charlie Geach was talking about. That he was going to expose before he was killed.
I didn't steal the illusion.
That would be kind of difficult to prove with Professor Heinrich
But
dead.
I bought it from the real thief.
From whom? Remember, there have been 2 murders.
Oh, but you can't understand why I did it. With it, Valentine, I could have power, fame.
When I got it, I felt like a kid with a chemistry set who suddenly found out he discovered the atom bomb.
Who sold you Professor Heinrich's illusion?
Yes. Medford, Robert Medford. And I don't know how he got hold of it. I think in his youth he was in Europe, too. But you see, he had to kill Geach. And then he was glad to kill Dennis because he found out that Mrs.
Nice
Medford
try,
was...
Plymouth. Nice try, but it won't work. You're the thief and the murderer.
What? What's
I had to play on your fear to get a confession that you didn't invent Plymouth's Fantasia. But it never could be Medford. He'd rather sell his right arm than miss a chance of being a magician. Even being chairman of the entertainment committee is a big deal for him.
Man, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Besides, Medford already had the seating plan, so he wouldn't have to search for one. But you needed it and couldn't just ask for it.
But proof? You had no proof.
Your room was ransacked. Why? There's only one possible reason. You had to try and cover up your tracks. You thought Geach would keep whatever evidence he had in his room. But he'd already given it to Dennis, so you had to kill Dennis, too.
You'll never even connect me with Professor Heinrich.
I was wondering why you're getting your fancy satin robe all wet. You, a methodical, careful little man. Why don't you take it off while you're shaving?
Stay away from me.
Yes. Because you were studying with Professor Heinrich and Geach just before the war. And you ended up in the same concentration camp, see? 8142W.
You'll never live to tell that to anybody else.
Now, wait a minute, you put that razor down.
Cut my way right through you. You never could shave like this before.
You never got anything like this before. And I'll take this before you hurt yourself. No use lying in the bathtub without water. Okay, Plymouth, keep cool while I polish off the rough edges of this matter of honor.
Over a year ago, on this same program, we announced new RPM motor oil, the oil for which we promised doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Now, users confirm that fact. One cab company, operating in the tough grind all cabs go through, found new RPM added 100% to engine life. Get new RPM motor oil at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
I'll never be able to get poor Mr. Geach and Dennis out of my nightmares.
You will, Elsa. Time is the greatest magician of all. Look at the changes it can make in all of us.
See you later.
Goodbye, Elsa.
Goodbye.
I hope she never does forget what those two men did for her. I know she won't, and I'm glad.
Brooksy, you're a dyed-in-the-wool sentimentalist. I bet you still have your first doll and your first dance program stashed away somewhere.
Yes, along with some other sentimental relics I've collected since I met you.
Oh? For instance?
Oh, for instance, a blackjack, an old faded poison pen letter, and one sawed-off shotgun.
Touche, Angel, touche.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Ted Osborne as Medford, Larry Dobkin as Plimmer, George Neese as Geach, Gladys Holland as the Princess, and Lee Patrick as Arlene. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure, here's a performance report on heavy-duty RPM motor oil. As you know, scientists tested hundreds of motor oils in laboratories and in crankcases before discovering heavy-duty RPM. Only after these scientists were sure did they claim heavy-duty RPM doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. And now additional proof is being furnished by users themselves. One taxicab company, for example, operating in the tough grind all cabs go through, found that heavy-duty RPM actually reduced engine wear 71%, more than doubling engine life. So for top performance from your car, get heavy-duty RPM motor oil at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, The Deadly Pines, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm sure you've heard people talk romantically about towering pines, majestic pines, pines that fling their branches like banners against the sky. Well, I come from a lumbering family. I love trees, love them, and now I fear them with all my heart. And I'm not the only one. Everybody in this little town of High Timber is afraid, because in the last few weeks, no less than 4 forest fires have been deliberately set by someone in our midst. So far, we've been able to put them out. But there's always the next time. And the pines all around us, the deadly pines, can become a flaming coffin. I need help, Mr. Valentine, and right away. Sincerely, Dave Heron.
No, thanks. No more coffee, Mr. Heron.
How about you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I think I've had enough, thank you.
Okay. Just fill mine up again, will you, Waddy?
Yes, Dave. Sure thing. With the whole town having the jitters, I might as well close up this place. High Timber Diner. High Timber Morgue is more like it.
Yeah, Waddy, yeah, I know.
Now, Mr. Heron, as I'm beginning to get it, you have a personal reason for wanting me to find out who sets those forest fires. I mean, in addition to your concern as a citizen of High Timber.
Yeah, the Sheriff Stebbins, doesn't seem to be able to find out anything about these fires, and I can't take any more chances. If the fire crowns in the big timber up there, I'll be ruined.
You in particular, Mr. Heron? I mean, more so than the others around here?
That's right. The others who have holdings here may have other property, other investments. I don't. I just got out of school of forestry a couple of years ago, took over this place my father left me, and, well, if this thing's destroyed, I'll have nothing.
I see. Well, tell me, these fires, how come that they were always gotten under control?
Well, that's the crazy part of it, Valentine. Whoever sets these fires first makes sure it's in a place that has a natural fire line, a road, a ledge of rock, maybe. That's been the only thing that saved us.
The forest and the trees. Yes, they're jealous of us human beings who come in and take their glory away from them. I know. So they fight back. Oh, yes, how they fight back.
Whitey, people don't believe in superstitions anymore, and besides...
I was a good logger, as good as they come. But the trees got even with me. For no reason anybody could give, a tree crashed on me. Now I can't walk like a man no more. The trees fight back.
Oh, this is so much nonsense. Somebody, some man sets those fires. This isn't any spirit of the forest.
Yeah, the trees fight back in many ways. They make lumbermen fight between themselves. Hatred and greed and bitterness. They make pretty good weapons for the trees.
What these sort of indirect weapons, huh?
But the trees are smart. They've been here a long time before we came here, and they're going to be standing a long time after we're gone.
Valentine, please, listen to me. These fires are senseless. First, picking the spots with the natural fire lines. And second, they've taken place in the holdings of different people around here. Mine, C.J. Murdoch's, Frank Redmond's, the sheriff.
The sheriff is a lumberman, too?
Sure, this is a small town. Stebbins is sheriff because there was nobody running against him.
The sheriff won't be able to do anything against the trees.
When was the last fire, Mr. Heron? How long ago?
4 days ago in the Murdoch holdings.
Well, maybe that was the last of them. Since there's no reason for these fires, maybe they'll stop just as suddenly as they started.
Gee, I'd sure like to share your optimism, Miss Brooks, but I don't think I can.
No. The fires won't stop.
Well, Heron, I don't know how much use I can be, but might as well begin to look around.
You still can't get over that I'm C.J. Murdoch, huh, my dear?
Well, that is, lumbering is a man's game,
And a dainty creature like me is in it? Well, I can boss a crew of loggers and can swing an axe right alongside the best of them.
That I don't doubt.
Oh, it is a tough game, and I don't ask for any favors because I'm the only woman in it, but about those fires...
Yes?
I'm just as scared of them as our young friend, Dave Heron.
Well, tell me, how much damage did the fire cause to your property?
Well, an acre or two burned out, but it looked as if it all was going. We only have a volunteer fire department. We all work like dogs to try and stop the fire from spreading.
Uh-huh. Now, you're a practical, realistic woman, Mrs. Murdoch.
Miss Murdoch.
Oh. Well, anyway, there must be a good, solid reason for these fires. And I'd like you to think back and see if you can give us any sort of lead. Well, have you had any trouble with the other lumber owners?
No. Oh, I did have some trouble with Stan a couple of weeks ago.
Stan?
Stan Kibrick. Big, blonde giant of a man. One of the best toppers you'll find anywhere. But a troublemaker. Especially when he gets a couple of drinks in him. I fired him.
Oh, now, that sounds interesting. Stan's still around High Timber?
Yeah. He's not working for anybody as far as I can see.
Well, isn't that kind of unusual? If he's as good as he is?
Well, Frank Redmond had him for a while, but had a fight with him. So did Dave Heron. I guess Stan's just no good for here.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Murdoch. At least it's a beginning. Stebbins Lumber. It's the little building over there, Angel.
George, I don't like this whole situation. It's so easy for anyone to start a fire, strike a match.
And there's no sense to it. No one gains anything.
Mister, I want to talk to you.
What?
And you'd better listen. Good.
Oh, yeah. You Stan Kibrick, friend?
Yeah. And get this straight, stranger. You must have come here for only one reason. You try to frame me for those fires, and I'll kill you.
Well, now, that's a nice, friendly welcome to town, Stan.
One of them hired you to snoop around, huh? I don't care which one. I'm not getting framed, and I'm not leaving High Timber till I find out who the firebug is.
Well, then we can work together, Mr. Kibrick. Just one happy little family.
You stay out of this, miss. And, mister, if you're going to see that fat-faced sheriff, you can give him my message, too.
Well, Stan, you must agree that you do seem to have a nice motive.
Yeah.
And you've got nothing to lose by burning down the property of people you have no love for.
I hate them, thinking they're better than me. But this sort of thing catches up with them by itself. I don't have to do anything about it.
Oh, the trees get back at him, huh? That's the second time I heard that kind of thing, Stan.
All I'm going to see is that I don't get to be a fall guy, and that I'm in on the finish. You or nobody else is going to stop that. I'd remember that if I were you, stranger.
The trees fight back with hatred and greed and violence.
And we're still on our way to see the sheriff, remember? Here's Stebbins' place, Brooksy.
Don't you call me a pirate, Redmond.
Pirate. That's what you are, Stebbins.
I'll beat your head in.
Well, more sweetness than light in there.
Wait a minute, Angel. Let the
Do
chips
nothing
fall
to
some
me.
more.
All you can do is hijack my best men. Offer them bonuses they never get. But they're afraid to squawk because you're the sheriff.
Yep, sheriff. And you and Heron better not forget it. That Valentine guy that come here is going to get out now. I don't need any help.
Everybody's friendly.
Yeah, we'll stop them fires without any help from outsiders.
Well, things simmered down.
Yeah.
Come on.
Some crackpots starting them fires for no reason at all. And Yeah? What can I do for you folks?
Hello?
My name's Valentine, Sheriff Stebbins.
Oh. Now look here, Valentine.
You don't need any meddlers here in High Timber.
What?
Well, the door was open and you weren't exactly whispering.
Oh. Well, that's the way it's going to be. Now, we don't need any help
Young
here.
man,
And we're...
I'll give you my personal check for $500 if you catch the firebug before I'm forced to sell out.
Now, look here, Redmond. I told you...
Wait.
Oh, no.
What's that? What's that bell?
Another fire.
Sheriff! Redmond, fire! The biggest fire so far! Hurry up! Hurry up!
Hey, a couple of you guys, get over there. Down the hill.
Yeah, it's starting to catch on fire.
Give me one of those pumps, Aaron.
Yeah, let's go, Valentine.
If the wind ever shifts now, it's goodbye.
George, I was looking for you.
Foxy, I thought I told you to stay away from here.
Oh, I'm here with Terry. Every man's up to his neck, so we're going to turn the cars around. Then we won't get caught if we have to make a run for it. George, it was such a close call. It was so close.
Yeah, Brooksy. But it's under control now.
Oh, it almost had us licked. Even though that rock slide over there made a darn good fire line. Oh, if I could only get my hands on the lowdown.
That's the way everybody feels. But that doesn't do much good.
Is it all really under control now?
Yeah, just about, Angel. The men are just spreading around to keep watch a while, just in case the fire should break out again anywhere.
The deadly pines.
What do you mean by that?
No, the dead pines. Just a little while ago, they were alive, and now...
Here, folks, I brought some coffee for you. Good, hot coffee.
Oh, you're a beautiful sight, Whitey. Real beautiful.
Yeah, not much more a crippled ex-lumberjack can do, is there? Here you are, young lady.
Oh, thanks.
This is the sheriff's property, ain't it? That's the second time for the sheriff.
That's right, Whitey.
Yes, a big man. Stebbins is so sure he's a big man. Important. Yes, but the trees are bigger. And after a while, new trees will grow here with green leaves. And the leaves will rustle. And it'll sound like the trees laughing at us.
Whitey, stop it.
Nobody will ever find out who's setting them fires. And maybe nobody will ever stop them
Cut it out with you, Whitey. I'm a big boy now, and I don't believe in wood spirits or goblins or deadly pines.
And still, here we are. Exactly no place.
Yeah. But there has to be some sense behind all this, a pattern. And I'm just beginning to make it out.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Maybe you're a driver who's managed to get through the winter on smooth tires. Well, summer's a different story. Heat is your tire's worst enemy. Heat saps the mileage out of tires, weakens them, and causes blowouts. So if your tires are on their last miles, now's the time to switch over to brand new Atlas tires. Independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations feature these famous Atlas tires, and they'll be glad to install them for you. With tough, rugged Atlas tires on your car, you know you're safe and secure. You'll find wide, flat treads on Atlas tires, treads that put more rubber on the road, give you better traction. And they're thick treads with good, deep grooves and hundreds of tough anti-skid edges for greater safety. And furthermore, Atlas tires are backed by a written warranty that gives you 12 months protection against tire damage from any road hazard. A warranty that's honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast in the United States and in Canada, too. Convenient monthly budget terms are also available. All in all, your best tire deal is Atlas, so plan now to stop in soon, get a tire checkup, and ask about new Atlas tires at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. You come to the small lumbering community of High Timber because there have been a number of senseless, horrible forest fires. You find the town seething with all sorts of violent emotions, and you quickly get together a substantial list of suspects, ranging from a bitter, crippled ex-logger to a sheriff who refuses your help as if it were poison. Yes, many, many things happen in a short time. But even if your name is George Valentine, you're nowhere near any solution when the latest fire has finally burned itself out and you're ready to go back to town.
Oh, Valentine, may I see you a minute? Them others still have to get all the equipment back in the car.
Yes, Sheriff, what is it?
Well, I hope you didn't misunderstand what I said to you back in the office.
Misunderstand? Why, Sheriff, how could I?
Well, I mean, I was upset. Everybody riled me about these fires, and in front of Redmond, well, anyway, I want you to go ahead and see if you can find out anything about this firebug. I'll give you all the help I can.
Hey, this change of heart, Sheriff. It isn't due to the fact that this fire is on your holdings, that it was only a toss-up whether we'd ever get it under control?
Well, of course, that's part of it, of course. But it's also that this is a case I don't think I can ever solve. How do you go about looking for anybody? Nothing to start on, nothing to go on. Oh, well, I'll probably have to sell out.
Sheriff, I've got to see you.
What? Oh, look, Kimbrick. I'm busy right now.
But you don't understand. I've been looking for you. I was way down the other side, fighting a fire. Just got through.
Okay, big boy, take it easy, will you?
Oh, Valentine, I'm glad to see you're here. Maybe you can help.
Well, how things have changed, not you, too.
I was out here earlier this afternoon.
On my property? Why?
I told you, Valentine, I was going to find out who set the fire.
Yeah?
Well, just before I noticed the fire broke out, somebody took a shot at me with a rifle.
What's that?
Yeah, I couldn't see who it was, but I guess he must have thought that I saw him and wasn't taking any chances. I tried to chase him, but then the fire started.
You know exactly where you were when you were shot at?
Well, not exactly, but pretty much.
What's on your mind, Valentine?
It's getting dark, but it's worth a chance while we still have all these people here. It'd be very interesting if we found that empty cartridge.
George, this is even more hopeless than looking for the proverbial needle.
Hey, wait a minute, Angel. Something's going on over there.
You'll be all right. Come on. Here.
Hey, what's happening?
Here now, take a sip of this.
Yeah, thanks.
Feel better?
How's that?
Hey, Whitey, what's happened?
Well, I found a cartridge right there near the tree.
Yeah, we heard you call out.
I found that cartridge, but then somebody must have sneaked up behind me. I didn't see who it was, and he smashed me on the head.
Yeah, the cartridge is gone. Well, this time for good.
Yeah, for good. Well, nothing we can do now but go on back to town.
The firebug is taking no chances. No chances at all.
George, there was a note left for you here at the hotel.
All left by home.
Well, the clerk doesn't know. Says somebody must have watched him, and when he went in the back, left it right there near the cash register. Here it is.
Let's see. Valentine, if you want to know who set the fires and why, be at Lookout Point tonight at 10, alone. If you are not alone, I will know it and will not be there. Uh-huh. Well, this is very interesting.
There's no return address on the back. George, it's just a trick to get you out there.
Maybe. But there isn't another lead in this whole crazy thing, not even the beginning of one.
I want to go along with you, George.
Yeah, I know you do, Angel. And you know that's why I can never let you.
Oh, darling.
Now, come on. I got to make some inquiries about the location of Lookout Point. Quarter after. Punctuality is certainly not one of our friend's virtues. Unless somebody found out about that note and made sure he'd never talked to you. Huh? Hey, who's that? Wait, no! Oh, no. Oh, it's hot. It's hot. It's so hot. Hey, what was that? Where am I? What? Fire. The whole place is on fire. way. There's got to be some way out. Oh, which way shall I go? That's it. Come on. Come on, Valentine. Don't lose your head. If the animals head in this direction, this must be it. Oh, come on now. You must just keep going. Keep going. As long as you can. You just keep going.
George, where are you?
Roxy. Roxy! Bruce. Oh. Oh, no. Oh.
George, oh, darling. Your hair and your eyebrows.
No, easy, Brooksy. I'm okay.
Valentine, we couldn't believe it when we saw you stumble out of those flames toward us. We didn't think you'd ever be anywhere near us.
We didn't know where to look.
That was a close one, all right. Yeah, looks like this fire was checked, too.
Yeah, but it took every bit of luck all of us had.
There wouldn't be much explaining to do if I never get out of it. People would just say I was looking for evidence and got trapped in the fire. Never had a chance.
I just couldn't sit in that hotel and do nothing, so I finally went out to Lookout Point, and you weren't there. And then I saw the fire, and I had the most terrible feeling.
Good for me that you did, Angel.
Better let me take you to the car and get you back into town. You need a good night's rest.
That I do.
Everybody came over to see how you were. Carrie, Dave Herron, Sheriff Stebbins, Mr. Redmond, even Whitey. They were also worried about you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Everybody in High Timber is worried about me. Especially the one who paid me that courtesy visit on Lookout Point. But tomorrow morning will be time enough to go into that.
Valentine, I asked you to come down here to Sheriff Stebbins' office because even though I hired you, you've become involved with all of us here in High Timber.
Yeah, and since we've reached a decision about what we're going to do, we thought we'd all get together this morning.
A decision? This sounds momentous.
We're selling out. All four of us.
Oh, I see.
Yes, after all the violence yesterday, what happened to Stan and Whitey, and finally you, Mr. Valentine, we agree with Mr. Murdoch that we can't take any more chances.
But wouldn't you be taking a terrific loss, all of you?
We sure will, my dear. Getting out with a piece of the pie is better than losing the whole darn shebang.
Miss Murdoch has already contacted some people in Portland who are willing to gamble. There's no way we can fight it, Valentine. There's a madman loose somewhere, and it's only a question of time until he ruins all of us.
That last fire was on my property, you know. When I took a long look at what was left of those 5 acres, I said to myself, let them call you a quitter, Carrie, but you're getting out.
Uh-huh. Of course, all of you should know that there's no madman or screwball involved in this case at all. That all the fires were set for a very sound financial reason.
George, how do you figure that?
Young man, that's nonsense. Every one of the four of us has had at least one fire on his property, suffered loss of money.
Okay. Let me give you one way this thing could work. Someone, an unknown X, wants to scare the neighbors and competitors into selling out for practically nothing.
Now, look here, Valentine. Are you accusing one of us?
Let me go on, will you, Sheriff Stebbins? So this X begins to set the fires, always making sure that there's a natural fire line around them. Doesn't want to destroy the timber that X is eventually going to get.
But, George, there were fires on all the
Yeah, I know, of course, Brooks. He had to be to avoid suspicion. But the blackmail by fire didn't work as quickly as X expected, and people, including us, began to snoop around. So X didn't even stop at attempted murder. And this morning, X's plan has succeeded.
The whole thing still doesn't make any business sense. We're all selling out to people outside of High Timber.
Oh, X is smart, yeah, very smart. Stooges will buy up this doomed, ill-starred timberland. X will operate the holdings through these stooges. The profits will be just as great, even though they're one step removed.
Yeah, but to do all of this for a business reason.
A couple of $100,000 will make some people do all sorts of incredible things.
But still, where are we now? Valentine, do you know who Mr. X is?
Sheriff, you'll notice I never said it was Mr. X. Because it's Miss X, isn't it, Carrie?
What?
Have you gone clear out of your head, Valentine?
No, not at all. There's such a thing as reverse psychology, Carrie.
What?
And that's what made me think of you in the first place. Dave Herron, Sheriff Stebbins, Frank Redmond, all of them talked about the possibility of having to sell out if the fires continued. They were sore and they yelled real loud. But they did the natural thing and talked about the practical matter of selling out.
Yeah, we did. But so what?
You never did, Carrie. The only woman in the crowd, the only woman in a tough, rough, all-man game, And you never talked of selling out. Not until now. Not until you've won.
Why,
You didn't talk about it because that was your real plan. And you were conscious of it. And were so careful to stay away from the subject.
Just talk. Talk. What proof have you got?
The only woman in a man's game. It double-crossed you, Carrie. That note which was left for me at the hotel.
You can never tell who wrote it.
How do you know that, Miss Murdoch?
Well, it just stands to reason.
Don't
that's
squirm,
all.
Carrie. When you got through printing the note so carefully, you licked the envelope to seal it. And you didn't even stop to think that it would have some lipstick on the back flap.
I didn't. I couldn't
The
have.
notes and the envelope are in my hotel room, Carrie. Any good police laboratory can prove it was your lipstick.
All right. I did it. I'd have gotten away with it,
The
too.
only woman. She's all yours, Sheriff.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
This case isn't really closed, you know. I have a surprise for you. Back at the hotel.
Sometimes you drive in the country, sometimes you drive in town. Shift to the gas with all 8 for top performance all around. Yes, Chevron Supreme gasoline gives you all 8 high-performance qualities in correct balance. Economy mileage, full power, fast warm-up, smooth acceleration, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, quick starting, and area blending. So for top all-around performance, fill up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
Hey, the note is here, but the envelope is gone.
That's the surprise.
Well, now, wait a
I
minute.
didn't think the envelope had any importance, so when I got through chewing a piece of gum this morning, I put it in that and threw it away.
Oh, no. And there I was, talking about proof, boasting about having definite proof. Oh, it's lucky Carrie confessed.
I told you I had a surprise.
Yeah, a miracle of understatement.
And you know, George, there's a lot of truth to this business of reverse psychology.
Uh-huh.
Staying away from the subject which is really very much in your mind. I often wondered why you stay away from ever mentioning our future. Now I know. You have wonderful, deep-seated plans, and you're afraid of letting them slip. Oh, darling.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Roland Morris was heard as Dave, Jeanette Nolan as Carrie, Victor Rodman as the sheriff, Clayton Post as Stan, and Forrest Lewis as Redmond. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. As a motorist, you know that the job of a motor oil is to lubricate and protect your car's engine, so you'll be interested in this. New RPM doubles engine life. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. More than meets heavy-duty requirements of all car manufacturers. Get new RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Destination Danger, another adventure of George Valentine.
Senor Valentine, you ask for danger, I have it for you. If you succeed in my assignment, you will be doing a service to many people. If you do not, it is quite possible that your services will be at an end permanently. In the briefcase that was delivered with this note, you will find sufficient cash to cover your fee and expenses, tickets for yourself and your assistant on a Pan American clipper leaving for Panama at 11 o'clock tonight, and some unimportant papers.
When you arrive in Panama, you will find that rooms have been reserved for you at the Hotel Tivoli in Ancon. And, George, we're going to Panama.
Wait a minute, Brooksy. Wait a minute. This sounds like a gag. Let's see what's in this briefcase.
I suppose you didn't notice your initials are on it, in gold. GV.
Yeah, sure, I noticed that. It's a practical joke. Huh?
Well, darling, what is it?
Oh, with all this cash, it'd be an expensive practical joke. Ought to take care of Ali Khan's traveling expenses for a week.
And here are the tickets. To Cuman Airport, Panama, via Mexico City.
Yeah.
A letter of introduction to a Captain Santos Silvera. No address.
Wait a minute, another note. Senor Valentine. The papers you will carry in this case mean nothing. They are only to make you appear as a traveling businessman from the States. Please destroy both this note and the first. A young man at the Tivoli will give you complete instructions. Hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista. Until we meet again.
Yeah, bad choice of words. Up to now, my so-called client and I haven't met.
George, you mean you're not going to do it?
Well, now, did I say that? Sure I am. We got to find some way to spend all this moolah. Yeah, you better run home and get packed, Angel. I'll pick you up on the way to the airport.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
You don't even know what we're supposed to do in Panama, do you?
Just relax. We need a vacation anyway.
Where'd you put the briefcase?
The fancy prop? Under the seat. A letter of introduction is in my pocket here.
Oh. Darling, when the man wrote about danger...
Senorita.
Yes?
Pardon for the intrusion, but do you play canasta?
Canasta? Well, of course.
Well, then, would you care to join two others and me in a game? Unless, of course, you wish to rest.
Well, no, I'm not sleepy, but I think...
Go ahead, Angel. Have some fun. She's quite a canasta player, young lady. You better watch it.
Oh, that is fine. Come, it is a few seats ahead.
All right. I'll be back in a little while, George.
Okay. I'll read the paper and get a fresh cup of coffee from the stewardess. Good luck.
Thanks.
Senor?
Oh, hello.
I hear you say you like another cup of coffee. The stewardess brings some to me. I do not wish it. May I offer it to you?
Oh, sure. Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Here you are.
Okay, thanks. Oh, won't you sit down over here?
Gracias. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Manuel Perez. And you?
Valentine, George Valentine.
This is your first trip in the Clipper, senor, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
You're bound for South America?
No, just Panama.
Traveling for pleasure, sir?
Yeah. Well, no, not exactly. Pleasure and business, you might say.
Oh, that is nice. Together, business and pleasure. You are not drinking your coffee, senor?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they serve good coffee on these planes, don't they?
Muy bueno. I've traveled this line many times. I always have found the food excellent. Oh, but perhaps you wish to read your paper, senor.
No. Rather chat. Good coffee. You're going to South America?
No. I too am going to Panama.
Oh? But when the stewardess took the information, I thought you said that...
South America eventually. But I'm making a short stop in Panama also. Like yourself, I am a businessman. I have many interests.
Yeah, I see. That's funny. I didn't think I was sleepy.
It is the steady drone of the plane, senor.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, take a little sleep. We continue our talk later, eh?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's right. Thanks for the coffee. Thanks for that.
George, wake up.
What? Oh, it's you, Roxy.
We're almost in Mexico City, darling. That's where we make connections for Panama.
Oh, yeah, I guess I fell asleep.
And you weren't sleepy.
I was, but... Hey, wait a minute.
George, what's the matter?
That letter of introduction I had in my pocket, it's gone.
Oh, how could it be?
Hey, the briefcase still down there under the seat?
Well, wait a minute now, look. Yes, George, it's right where you put it.
Hey, I didn't just fall asleep. I was drugged. Yeah, it was in the coffee, that guy across the aisle. Hey, where is he?
George, you're not even awake yet.
Oh, yes, I am. Somebody took that letter out of my pocket while I was asleep.
You must have put it somewhere else, darling. Why would anybody want
It was in this pocket, and it's gone. It was that character across the aisle. I'll call the stewardess and have her report it before we land in Mexico City.
Well, she's up ahead. I'll call her, George.
Senor Valentine, you are awake now, eh? You had a long sleep.
Oh, there you are, Perez. Yeah, I did. And maybe it was somebody else's idea.
What? What do you mean, senor? Something is wrong?
Something is missing. Stewardess?
Well, perhaps I may help you to find it. What is lost?
In case you didn't know, a letter from the inside pocket of my jacket.
Oh, senor, it must have fallen out of the pocket while you were sleeping, you know. Would you mind to stand up?
Well, no, but that won't do any good. You see?
There, you see? Is this the letter, senor?
George, that's it.
Yeah, that's it, all right. But how did it get stuffed down beside the cushion?
Strange things happen when one is asleep, senor. You must have done it in a dream. Well, I'm so glad you have lost nothing. We will meet again, no doubt, in Panama.
Yes. Thank you, senor.
Thank you for nothing. I think he took that letter out of my pocket, looked at it while I was out, and stuffed it down there.
But, George, he's so nice, so polite.
Yeah, sure. So's Joe Stalin, probably. Now, listen, Angel. Somebody knows more about why we're going to Panama than we do. And when we get there, we'd better have eyes in the back of our heads.
Fasten your seatbelts, please. Everybody fasten your seatbelts.
Oh, Brooksy, I don't get it.
Don't get what, George?
Well, looks like a typical mañana routine. Our plane got in at 9 last night.
That's right.
The letter from our unknown client seemed urgent enough. We've been hanging around this hotel all day and still no young man to give us instructions.
Por favor, Senor Valentine.
Yeah?
I hear what you're saying, and I do not blame you for being impatient. But the time is not yet ready.
Oh, who are you?
I am the young man who is to direct you. My name is Carlos, senor.
Well, it's about time you showed up, Carlos. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
I'm so sorry, senor. At this moment, I cannot tell you. But soon you will know everything.
But, Carlos, can't you tell us what we're supposed to do? We've been here almost 24 hours.
As I said, senorita, the time is just not yet. Tomorrow, I think I can take you to the man.
Man? Would his name happen to be Captain Santos Silvera?
Senor, again you ask a question which I cannot answer. Believe me, I will have word to you as soon as possible.
And we're to stay around the Tivoli here until you have it, huh?
Oh, no, senor, no. Tonight you are free. You may do just as you like. You would perhaps like to see the nightlife in Panama City?
Oh, well, that'd be fun.
Well, then I would suggest the Ritz. There is entertainment, music, fine tropical...
Yeah, sure. Okay, Carlos.
Tomorrow I will see you again.
You mean here in the lobby?
No, senor. I will know where you are. Your rooms are 212 and 213.
Wow. You just know everything, don't you, Buster?
It was I who made the reservation. Please, senor, to be patient. Eh? Tomorrow I think your job can be done, and then you may go back to the States as soon as you wish. Hasta mañana.
Well, we're still in the dark.
Yeah. But we know our services aren't needed tonight, at least. So, let's go to our rooms and change, and then see a little of Panama. $212. There's your room, Brooksy. Don't be too long putting on your face.
No, I won't. Knock when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Angel. I've been in a lot of rat races, but... Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, senor.
Also, what are you doing with my briefcase? I don't quite remember inviting you to my room.
It is all a mistake, senor. I can explain to you everything.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the girl who asked Miss Brooks to play canasta on the plane last night?
Si, senor Valentine.
Looks like I'm getting famous. Everybody knows my name.
But Senorita Brooks has told it to me last night.
Oh, I see. Well, that explains one thing. But not why you're here in my room.
Well, I've told you, senor, it is a mistake. I think I'm coming to my own room, but when I come in, I find the man's clothes. I think maybe they make a mistake.
Uh-huh. Well, they didn't. Just what is the number of your room?
Why, it is 214, this room.
214. You got a near miss, sister. This is 213. That would make you my next-door neighbor, that way.
I am so sorry.
Yeah, sure. And would you mind handing over that briefcase before you go?
See, I was only trying to find out who they had put in my room.
Yeah, I understand.
I am sorry, senor. Please forgive me.
Yeah, sure. That character dreams up a good story. I better get Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Yeah, Angel.
Come on in. I'm almost ready.
Hey, look, Brooksy, I'm going to take this briefcase down and leave it at the desk for safekeeping while we're out. Meet you in the lobby.
That briefcase? Why? George, there's nothing in it but those silly catalogs. They don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's what the man wrote, all right. But I wonder if he was telling the truth.
But we looked at the stuff. Just brochures.
Angel, on this trip, I've decided that anything can mean something, and I'm just going to play it safe. Come on down when you're ready, and we'll have a look at this place called the Ritz.
Oh, gee, I think this place is cute, George.
Yeah, it is, Angel.
Darling,
Yeah, Brooksy.
you're not even here. You're still thinking about that girl in your briefcase.
Ah, you're so right.
But why? She made a perfectly understandable mistake getting in the wrong room. I'd have picked up the briefcase myself just to see
Sure, I know. What bothers me is that it all fits into a pattern.
Oh, what kind of a pattern?
Well, don't you get it, Angel? On the plane, this gal asks you to play canasta, gets you out of the way. The guy across the aisle gives me some doped coffee, picks my pocket for a letter.
Oh, don't you think you're dreaming a little, darling?
I'm afraid I don't.
But it could have been just a coincidence. I don't think the girl and the man had anything to do with each other. And that letter could have dropped out of your pocket, and the girl of your...
No shot!
Take it easy, Angel. There's one of those Panama policemen over there in the door. It's all over now, I guess.
Who were they shooting at, George?
I can't say for sure, but look at my drink.
Your glass, darling, it's broken.
Yeah, somebody was a pretty good shot, but not good enough.
Somebody was trying to shoot you.
Looks that way.
Senor Valentine. Senor, I saw what happened to your glass. That was very close.
Wow, Senor Perez. Coincidence that you're here, huh? Came in to offer me another cup of coffee, I suppose.
Those shots, they must have been aimed at you.
I got that idea myself.
Well, if there is anything I can do, perhaps see you to your hotel.
Oh, no, thanks just the same. You see, my friend, I've been doing a little adding up. And I can't seem to get you out of the total.
George, let's go back to the hotel.
Sure. Only I think we'll get that cop over there for an escort. Somebody's looking for my hide, Brooksy. And I'd like to know who it is.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Last Saturday afternoon, my neighbor Whitey and I were driving home from a football game. Whitey'd been rooting for one team, and I was sort of cheering for the other. So as we drove along, we were arguing the game and the talents of some of the players. But you know, the thing that impressed me most was the teamwork. It reminded me of the way that car savers work as a team to take better care of your car. For instance, when it comes to lubrication service, car savers are a smoothly balanced combination. Car savers know where and how much to lubricate. They have factory-approved specifications to guide them, and they have a complete line of the very best petroleum products with which to do the job. And when they're through, car savers sweep out your car and shine up the windows till they sparkle like an all-American. Even Whitey had to agree with me that a team like Car Saver Service and Standard Oil Products is a tough one to beat. No matter where you drive in the West, you'll find the Car Saver team ready and waiting to serve you. Once you get a sample of real Car Saver service, you'll know why so many Western motorists root for the folks at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're sent off to Panama on a mysterious errand by an equally mysterious client who indicates that the job may have its dangers. Now, after being apparently drugged on the plane and definitely shot at in a nightclub, you're inclined to believe he was right. And still you've had no further instructions. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you decide to play it safe by staying close to your room until someone makes the next move. So, back at the Tivoli.
Well, Angel, try and get some sleep, huh? See you in the morning.
I'll try. George, let me take the briefcase tonight.
This? Why?
Because somebody apparently wants it. And they'd naturally expect you to have it.
Well, so?
It may be more important than we think, darling. So if you don't have it in your room, they can't get it, can they?
Well, no.
All right, then. Give it to me. I'll hide it in my room until we know what to do with it.
Yeah, okay. But be sure and lock your door tonight, huh, Angel? I don't want you in any danger. Here we are.
I'll be careful. Lock your door, too.
Sure. Night, Brooksy. Well,
Oh, Senor Valentine.
I see I'm holding open house again.
Oh, I'm glad that you come back.
Yeah? What are you doing here in my room at this time of night, Carlos?
Well, you see, I had to see you quickly, Senor. The plans are changed. I told you the man could not see you until tomorrow.
Sure, I know.
But now he wished to see you right away, tonight.
Uh-huh. Well, have him come up to my room.
Oh, no, Senor. He cannot be seen on the streets of Panama. You must go to him. Now, do you know the waterfront?
No, but I guess I can find it with your help.
Oh, but I cannot go with you. You are to be alone, so there will be no suspicion.
Yeah? Sounds fascinating. Where do I go?
Now, look, Senor. There is a freight ship, the Cortez. It's docked at the foot of Calle Ruiz. Now, you are to go aboard and meet the captain.
Calle Ruiz, huh? And that would be Captain Silvera.
Si, Senor. Be sure that you take the credentials that you have brought with you. That is all you need to know.
Uh-huh. All right, Carlos. I'll get right down there.
See, I will be down in the lobby to see you when you come back, eh? I hope that you have no trouble on the way there, Senor Valentine.
Yeah, I hope so myself. I've had enough for one night.
Sí. Adios, Senor.
I'd rather say hasta la vista. SS Cortez. Here she is. Well, it's dark aboard. I wonder if...
Where is it?
Huh? Where are you? I can't see in the dark.
Call out your name.
The name's Valentine. Are you Captain Silvera?
Well, Senor Valentine, we meet again.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute. You're that guy from the plane. You're Perez.
That is right, Senor.
Now, what are you doing here?
You asked for Captain Silvera. I am his friend. Very old friend. I came aboard to stay with him tonight.
Oh, yeah?
See, the Captain is not feeling well. He asked me to get from you some peppers he is expecting.
Uh-huh. Now, look, Perez, I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. On the plane, you tried to pick my pocket after you drug my coffee.
Now, Senor, please, that is all in your imagination. I put nothing in your coffee. I did not search your pocket. I am your friend and the friend of the Captain.
You make it sound all very simple.
But it is. Now, where is the briefcase?
I didn't bring it.
Oh, you didn't bring it?
No, I left it at the hotel for safekeeping. All I brought was a letter of introduction to the captain.
That was quite unnecessary. But he will be very upset if he knows you did not bring the case.
Well, now, that's just too bad. Look, Perez, I'll talk this over with Captain Silvera myself. Where's his cabin?
I have told you he is ill. He does not wish to see you. So you will do as I say.
I will, huh?
See. You will return to your hotel and get the case and bring it back here immediately.
Uh-huh.
If you do not, you're quite apt to cause trouble. It must be here tonight.
Yeah, I see. Okay, Perez. I'll have the briefcase back here in half an hour. Brooksy. Hey, Brooksy. Brooksy, wake up. Come on, put on a robe. Get up.
George, you're all right. You're safe.
Oh, sure, I'm all right, but... Hey, you're all dressed. What's the idea?
I had a visitor, Maria, the girl in the room next to yours.
The one I found snooping in my room? What'd she want?
Well, she was worried about you. She knocked on your door, and when there wasn't any answer, she came to mine.
Oh, I'm sure she was worried about me.
Oh, we had her figured wrong, darling. She's our friend.
Oh, yeah? She didn't happen to get out with that briefcase, did she?
Of course not. It's under my other pillow.
Good. All right, let's see it. There's something darned important about that case, and it isn't just the brochures and catalogs that are in it.
Well, what else could there be? Here.
Good, thanks. Have a look. Maybe we can find out.
You've looked through it before, George, and you couldn't find anything then.
Well, maybe I didn't look very well. Nothing on that side. Nothing at the bottom. Yeah.
What?
Hidden flap down here at the bottom of this section, Brooksy.
Darling, there's some papers in there.
Yeah, I'll say. Now maybe we'll find out what all those...
Oh, George, what is it?
Wow. No wonder a lot of people wanted to get their hands on this thing.
You still haven't told me.
Angel, right here is a very neat blueprint for a revolution, complete with details.
You mean we've been mixed up with somebody who's trying to overthrow the government?
Not here in Panama, Brooksy, a little South American country that... Hey, here, look at that.
Hadn't we better just destroy it, George?
These are plans for revolution, all right. But we're delivering them for the other side. Our mysterious client found out what they were up to in detail, and he wants...
All this is to warn the government of his country.
Yeah, sure. Captain Silvera is to take this plan back to South America and nip a revolution in the bud.
Well, then we better find him right away.
Well, it's going to take a little doing. But I think I know how to manage it. Might put you in a little danger for a few minutes, but it's the only way.
Well, that's all right. What are you going to do, George?
Well, we're going to go down to the lobby and pick up Carlos. He said he'd be waiting there. Then he's going to drive us down to the waterfront, and you can get to work. Tell you how on the way down.
This is as far as we should go, Senor Valentine.
All right. All right, now there's the Cortez, Brooksy, right over there.
Yes, I see it, George.
You know exactly what you're to do?
Go aboard and meet this Perez character. Tell him that your life has been threatened and you don't dare leave the hotel.
That I have the briefcase in your room, and you'll bring him to me. You got it?
I've got it.
Good. Good luck, Angel. See you back at the hotel in just a few minutes.
Right, but don't waste any time.
Caray, the senorita is brave, senor.
Oh, brother, she's scared stiff, and I don't blame her. But I couldn't figure any other way to get Perez off that ship.
She's gone up the gangway now.
Yeah, things ought to start happening.
Valentine? Is that you?
Senor Perez?
Huh?
Is Senor Perez there?
Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, Senor Perez.
See?
Mr. Valentine sent me. He's a
Cross your fingers, Carlos.
Cross my... What's that?
Oh, nothing. Let's just hope Miss Brooks makes her story stick.
You see. It's very quiet up there in the day.
Yeah, I know. Oh, come on, Brooksy, come on. Sell him a bill of goods. Get him to get off.
Senor, there they are now. They're coming down the gangway, both of them.
Yeah. Hey, it worked all right. Yeah, they're heading for that car parked over there.
See, it's probably the car of this Perez.
Yeah, it's his car, all right. Hey, there, they're in. Now get ready to run on that ship with me as soon as they're out of sight.
See.
Now, Carlos, run for it.
Senor, what do we do when we get on the ship?
Find Captain Silvera if he's still alive.
You think maybe they have killed him?
I hope not, but I don't think he's just plain sick. Hey, here we are. Sign on the door, El Capitan. Captain Silvera.
There's no answer, senor.
No, we'd better get in there.
There he is. They have tied him up.
I'll say they have, gag and all. All right, Carlos, start untying those ropes while I get the gag.
Si, senor.
Hurry. Here we are. Captain Silvera.
See, who are you? What you are going to do with me?
Nothing, except get you out of here. My name is Valentine.
Valentine, you are the man from the States. You are to bring...
Some papers in a briefcase, yeah. But I'll have to turn them over to you without the case. Here, this is what you want.
Gracias. I was afraid you might not get through with it.
So was I for a while.
There we are. The ropes are all loose now.
Okay, good. Come on, quickly now. And you better go with us, Captain. It'll be safer that way.
Where we are going, Senor Valentine?
I gotta catch up with a goon by the name of Perez before he starts to get rough.
It is quite plain, Miss Brooks, that you and your friend have attempted to play a trick on me.
But I can't see why. George isn't here, but the briefcase you wanted is. You have it.
I have it, see. But without everything it contained when you brought it to Panama.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. The flap in this secret compartment was not tucked in again after the papers were removed. Where are they?
Papers? What papers?
Oh, you do not wish to tell me, huh? Very well. There are other ways. When the young man returns and finds that you are gone, he will no doubt wish that he...
George!
Easy, Brooksy. Take it easy. All right, Perez, now it's my turn.
What? What do you mean? Why do you...
You put me to sleep once, I'll return the favor. Yeah, like this.
Darling, you didn't have to...
Oh, yes, I did. I aim to keep this guy out of Silvera's way until his ship has sailed. Hello, front desk. I want you to call the police and send them up to room 212. I just caught a man up here trying to kidnap one of the guests. Yeah, that ought to do it.
George, what happened to you after I came back here?
Tell you later, Angel. Right now, I want to make plane reservations back to the good old USA.
If you happen to know a motorist who wants to get better performance out of his car, tell him to fill the tank with Chevron Supreme gasoline, the gas that gives all 8 necessary high-performance qualities: power, mileage, starting, warm-up, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. You'll be doing that motorist a favor, especially if that motorist is you, by recommending Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Well, Angel, that's the story. All wrapped up. And a nice piece of cash left over for the fee.
You were wonderful, darling. Figuring out that Perez wasn't the captain's friend at all.
Well, the way he talked to me on the ship did that. If he'd been on the right side of the fence, he would have taken me to Silvera.
Well, it was exciting. Oh, Senor Valentine.
Well, our friend Maria.
Senor, before we left Panama, I have talked to my employer on the telephone. He is very happy that you have completed your assignment so well.
Your employer? Who's he?
The senor who sent you on this case. You see, I came along, too, just for the trip.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, I take back all my bad thoughts about you, Maria.
Gracias. Miss Brooks, would you care to play a little game of canasta?
Well, I don't
go ahead, Brooksy. Have fun. Me? I want to catch up on a little sleep.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Gene Bates was heard as Maria, Larry Dobkin as Manuel, Tony Barrett as Carlos, and Ted DeCorsia as the captain. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine, here's a reminder about motor oil. Compared with premium type oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. And it doubles protection against gum, acid, and corrosion. For longer and better engine performance, change over to new RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Framed for Hanging, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is A.W. Ankers. The card I'm enclosing will introduce you as my representative.
Ankers. Surely you realize the importance of that name. Of course, the initial A is for Andrews and all the money of his mother's family.
Never heard of him.
Well, let me read the rest of this.
He's from Detroit. And when he asked me this afternoon to deliver this message...
Oh, hold it, will you, please?
Well, I only...
You're just delivering this note, check, Mr. Whatever your name is?
Frame. Gerald Frame.
Yeah.
But of course, everyone calls me Jerry. You see, I'm in the downtown office of Mr. Ankers' local administrative branch. He's only in town once every 6 months or so. And naturally...
Okay, Frame. I get the picture.
Everyone makes his little joke.
Yeah. So, Mr. Frame, tell me what's in this note from this big-shot boss of yours, Ankers.
Well, of course, I don't know exactly what...
Well, if you don't know, tell me why you should know. You delivered it like the man said. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
No, he asked. I don't mind, though. Certainly, if Mr. Ankers needs assistance, we should all do what we can.
Curiosity killed a cat. Doesn't that worry an office boy?
What? I beg your pardon. I'll have you know I'm in a position of some trust in the organization.
Take your frame out of here.
Now, see here, Mr. Valentine.
Eager beaver.
Yeah, go on with the letter, Brooksy.
Oh, dear Mr. Valentine, my name is A.W. Ankers. The card I'm enclosing will introduce you as my representative. I expect you to meet me at the office of the Dewey Company, one of my local holdings, promptly at 5:30.
Uh-huh. As Nibs has spoken. Well, it's almost 5:30 now. Think I'm supposed to tremble?
George, listen. My local inspection tour suggests that I have one problem of personnel to clean up.
Oh, personnel. So that's it. Name of Frame, you want to bet?
Yeah.
The office nuisance. Big case.
Yeah, he's certain.
What's the matter?
Well, maybe this isn't quite as routine as it looks, George.
Huh?
Mr. Ankers says, I normally don't interfere in these matters of local personnel, but I need your advice, since I certainly don't want to be the employer of anyone who might commit murder. Only a few minutes late, George.
Don't see anybody waiting in the reception room.
I'm dreadfully sorry, but we're closed now.
Well, this is the office of the Dewey Company, isn't it?
Administrative section, but I'm dreadfully sorry. I'm just locking up.
We were supposed to meet someone here.
Please leave your name on the pad. Besides, I have a date myself. I'm sure you understand.
Supposed to meet Mr. Ankers. Dreadfully sorry.
Who?
A.W. Ankers. I have a card he wrote to introduce me.
Oh, no, that's not necessary. I'm so sorry. Yes, of course, you're his personal representative. I mean, I had no idea. It's just that I had a date and I was trying to get away. Oh, please excuse me.
Oh, sure, but where is he?
Well, he was in and left. I don't know, but he'll be back if he said he'd meet you. Why don't you just sit down and wait? I mean, here, you take the keys. That's it. And for heaven's sakes, don't tell him I treated you like a salesman.
Oh, hey, wait a minute.
I've got to get my coat. You just lock up when you leave. Leave the keys here tomorrow.
Well, the little card seems to work wonders. Imagine knowing a man who knows A.W. Ankers.
Oh, sure. Big man except in words. If he'd only told me what it was he wants me to do, I'd probably...
Your name isn't George Valentine, is it?
Oh, back again. That's right. What's yours?
Angela Barclay. There's an envelope out there on the table. It's in Mr. Anker's handwriting.
For me? Yeah, let me see it.
Well, he must have left it when he was here.
Yeah, thanks. Well, what are you waiting for?
Mr. Valentine, what exactly are you doing for Mr. Ankers?
You expect me to answer that?
Well, I don't want to be personal quite so quickly.
No, of course you don't, darling. Mr. Valentine is nothing but a personnel man.
Oh, well, I might be personnel, mightn't I?
Yeah, I guess you could be a problem.
Oh, why, thank you. But that wasn't
George,
quite what I...
Miss Barclay seems to have a date with Jerry Frame tonight.
Oh.
I'm sure she's in a hurry.
What? Well, how did you know?
Guessed. He's a man we met once.
Oh.
I noticed Mr. Frame's picture on your desk, that's all. He looks much better without his glasses.
Oh, well, he doesn't mean anything. He's just the pursuing type. You know how it is. And when your job throws you together with someone who's ambitious...
Sure. You're curious and
What? Oh, but I'll stay here if you like. I meant I could break the date or...
I know. That's what I mean. You and Frame have one thing in common. You'd like to know what's in this letter.
Well, good night, Mr. Valentine.
Well, if looks could kill George, he might be the type any employer would worry about.
Brother. You know, this case is crazy. More orders than the big man.
Oh, what does Mr. Ankers say?
Sorry, but I see no reason for waiting. Besides, the person I want you to meet and give me your opinion on is right there anyway.
What? Well, then it is her. Wait, I'll call her.
His name is Joseph Portland.
Huh?
Oh, that does it. Somebody we haven't even met yet.
Joseph Portland.
Yeah.
He's right here. In the woodwork, I suppose.
All the silly, crazy things.
George, where are you going?
To give Ankers the benefit of the doubt for about one quick look, then we go home.
But that's the wrong door.
Oh, where are the lights back here anyway?
This might lead to another office, but from the street it just looked like warehouses in the back.
I know.
Oh, ouch. Oh.
He's right here. Sure, investigate the little man who wasn't there. Huh. Yeah. Only that's no employee. Somebody snooping around. Stand still, Angel. There's a side window here. I can see the street light. I'm going to take a look at it.
Oh, George!
Stop. I'm all right.
Hold still there. I see you.
It's crazy.
There he comes.
Don't move, I said. I got the drop on you.
The heck with him, trigger-happy
George, now be
fool.
careful.
Thought you'd get me, did you? Well, this'll... Hey, where did you...
Give me that gun, go stay.
Okay. Think you're smart, do you? Creeping in here like...
George, where are you? George, what happened?
Oh. Relax, Brooksy. I can't even see where I am.
No, you don't. I'll get those lights. Well, two of you. Guess I better get the police.
Night watchman.
Oh, brother.
Nobody's going to creep up on me, I'm telling you.
Watchman. And I suppose your name is Joseph Portland.
Stand there, you. You bet it is. I'm no Hank Wales. I'm no sucker.
Stop waving that thing.
You stand over there, too, sister.
Now, Portland, wait. I didn't know who you were, that's all.
And now you're educated. Operator, give me the police.
Now, listen,
Yeah,
I don't
right.
blame you for jumping us, Portland. Hey, Portland, look. I work for your boss for Ankers.
Huh?
Yeah, sure. Here, look. I got a card. Says I do.
Careful there. This is the Dewey Company, Mac. Dewey's my boss.
But Mr. Ankers owns the company, doesn't he?
Yeah, I take my orders from Dewey, see?
Sure. I understand that. But you're a sick man. You've got palsy of the trigger finger.
Hey!
There. Now shoot somebody.
George, he can reach the gun.
No, he can't. Come on, Brooksy. Let's get out of here fast. I don't have to dislike this case anymore because now it's all over.
But what business has Ankers got meddling with my personnel problem?
Mr. Dewey, I don't know and I don't care.
No, I'm not blaming you, you understand.
Well, we are. It took too long to find you.
But it'd take a lot more than 2 hours to find the mighty Ankers. So I'm telling you to get a new watchman down there and fast. Thanks and good night.
Portland's all right. Ankers is crazy. I'll phone his hotel. Just because he buys me out is no reason for...
Mr. Dewey, whom do I sue for being shot at?
What?
Yeah.
But Joe is a watchman, and you
He didn't even
trespass...
call out to us or ask what we were doing.
Oh, you don't understand. His relief has been
I understand you got a nervous Nellie down there who's got to be replaced. That's all I care about.
Mr. Valentine, I know what Joe Portland's like. He's been with me for a long time. So had Hank Wales.
Who? George, that's the same name the watchman mentioned.
Yeah. And Ankers ought to understand. He was in town when it happened. What kind of a bloodless machine is he? Maybe Portland hasn't gotten over it. Maybe he does need another vacation.
Now, wait a minute. Who's Hank Wales? What happened?
Well, I thought you knew. Hank was a buddy of Portland's before he was killed.
Killed?
Sure, last year. Oh, hello. Give me room 1610, please. Yes, Portland got shot in the leg, but Hank let them get the drop on him. Just from being such a polite watchman.
Who got the drop on Wales? Who killed him?
The same whoever it was who got away with the payroll and the rest of it. Didn't you ever hear of the amalgamated robbery? That was us. $250,000.
Oh, I see.
No wonder Portland's still a bit nervous. Oh, hello, Mr. Ankers.
Here, give me that. Hello?
Hello? Who is this? Hello?
Mr. Ankers, this is that sucker named George Valentine you sent down to get shot at.
What's that? What are you talking
I'm
about?
sorry to wake you up like this in the middle of the night, but I wanted to give you a report. That's more than you gave me before I started.
What? No. I gave you his name, Joseph Portland. I wanted your opinion, having such a nervous watchman, but you didn't wake me up. The police did. They're standing here right now.
What?
I just hired you too late, that's all. Joe has murdered a man, just as I was afraid he might.
Joe has...
Yes. Killed a prowler not over half an hour ago. Prowler. I knew that man should be fired.
Okay, Buster, let's have it.
Fine watchman. Portland shot one of my own men, that's what he did. Some worthless young eager beaver from the office uptown. He killed a fellow named Gerald Frame.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You don't have to be a musician to know that you can't play a melody with just one note. And trying to make your car give all-around performance with just one gasoline quality is equally impractical. Refinery engineers can make a gasoline that will stress one performance quality above all others. A gasoline can be produced that gives you quick starting but very little mileage. Another may give you lots of power but lack other necessary performance qualities. The makers of Chevron Supreme take into account the fact that a gasoline must have many different qualities in order to give all-around performance. Chevron Supreme gasoline gives you not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities in correct balance. They are power, mileage, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, acceleration, and area blending, qualities that are right for the kind of driving you do where you do it. Be sure your tank is filled with not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities. Qualities you get in every gallon of Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The mighty Mr. Ankers has hired you. A nervous night watchman at the plant of one of his local companies needed to be replaced. The only trouble is he wasn't replaced soon enough. He's killed a man, the eager beaver named Jerry Frame. Well, if your name is George Valentine, it's a little hard for you to believe that this is anything but murder.
He was crawling along there, I tell you. I thought he was trying to get in where the files are kept.
But couldn't you recognize him? Worked for the same outfit that you do?
I'm a night watchman. I never seen him before.
It's true Frame had no business coming down here, Lieutenant Johnson, except in the daytime.
Just a minute, Mr. Ankers, please. Joe, didn't you challenge him or anything?
You think I'm doing guard duty?
So you shot first and asked questions afterwards.
Oh, leave me alone.
You should have been fired months ago.
Yeah, you can say that again.
I'm not going to end up dead like Hank Wales. You cops ought to know what it's like to be all alone and responsible when people are snooping around.
Yeah, he's right about one thing. This Frame guy was snooping, all right. Came in through a side door to the plant entrance.
Well, I'll grant you the young man was apparently the type who nosed into everything he could.
What was worth snooping for? I understand you don't keep oversized payrolls around anymore, Mr. Ankers.
Of course not. Not since the robbery last year. Insurance company won't allow it.
Oh. You're insured now.
Why? Wasn't he before?
Not completely. That robbery where the other watchman was killed and Joe here wounded cost me the tidy sum of $75,000. So if you think this was none of my business, if you think I can sit around and be kind-hearted like Dewey has been doing...
Okay. I get the idea. Thanks very much.
Of course. Whatever you wish.
He's sure the high and mighty, ain't he?
Hey, Joe, what did you mean people had been snooping around? Huh? What you said a minute ago. I don't mean Jerry Frame because I'll believe it about him.
I don't know. Sure, there's been something going on, but I don't know what. Past week or two since my relief's been sick, 2 or 3 times somebody's broken in, but I couldn't catch him.
Better be more specific than that, Portland.
Nobody's going to get the drop on me like they did on Wales. I got a gun, I use it. This plant was robbed once, mister. Sure, Wales, he yelled to see what the noise was, like a sucker. They slugged him, then they killed him with his own gun. Same one got me in the leg. Sure, me, I come running like a sucker too, but not anymore, I'm telling you.
Joe,
I'm
stop
the
it,
watchman
Joe.
Here. I know. Jitters. That's what's wrong with me, ain't it? Maybe Ankers is right. Maybe I ain't got no business working here. Sorry I shot that man tonight.
Okay. Come on, Portland. We got some records to fill out.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Hello, Sergeant.
Listen, we got the gun.
Huh? What gun? You're way behind times. Portland here is going to sign a statement he killed a man. What are you talking about?
No, here, look.
Let me see that. Property of J.F. Dewey Company, police special.
Hank Wales' gun.
What?
I worked on the other case last year, Lieutenant. So did one of the ballistics men. He thinks it'll check out.
The gun that killed Hank Wales a year ago. The one that was taken away from him at the time of the payroll robbery.
That's it, sir.
Holy smoke.
Might explain why that Gerald Frame was snooping again. We found this gun in the top drawer of the desk in Frame's apartment.
First lead we've had in a year.
I know, but wait, Johnson. All I want to know is whether that old robbery and murder was committed by one man or by a gang.
One man, and I bet it was an inside job. Maybe it was Frame himself. He was snooping again tonight, wasn't he? He had the gun, didn't he? Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Your figuring's a little wrong, Johnson, but straighten it out for yourself. Meantime, I'm going to see a girl about a date.
You already knew I had a date with Jerry Frame.
Sure, Miss Barkley, and you probably kept it, too.
No, I didn't. Honestly.
You saw him tonight before he was shot, didn't you?
No. After I left you at the office, after I went home, I was dressing. He phoned.
Where from?
Well, how should I know? He just said something awfully important came up. Something he'd been working on, and he'd be delayed, that's all. Except...
All right, except what?
Well, he did say he was going to buy me a mink coat.
Ah.
I thought he'd been drinking or was trying to be funny or
Miss
something.
Barkley, do you think Jerry Frame killed that watchman and stole that payroll last year?
What? Oh, of course not.
I agree with you. A man who's committed a perfect crime doesn't keep the murder gun around for a year in practically plain sight for people to find.
Well, then what are you driving at?
But a guy who's nosy and ambitious and tripping onto old evidence might have such a gun in his desk.
You mean Jerry knew who the robber was?
Well, how else can you explain it? Who do you know that calls at this time of night?
Well, nobody.
Yeah. You want me to be your last caller? Come on, get in there.
What? Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Go on. Where's a piece of paper and a pencil? Never mind, I see something. Just stay in there and be quiet, will you?
Miss Barkley?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear... Oh, hello, Mr. Dewey.
Valentine.
Yeah, me. Your receptionist doesn't seem to be here.
Well, I thought she might be upset, that's all. She knew this boy who got killed.
Yeah, I know.
What are you doing here?
Same thing you are.
You knew she had a date with him tonight?
No, I just thought she might be able to help tell us what Frame was up to. But if she was actually planning to be with him, was actually in on whatever he was...
I don't really know that. I just thought... there's a note here.
Oh, I didn't pay any attention. Just sitting here waiting for her to show up.
Lane 62, 1:15 a.m.
Well, yeah, but it's not her handwriting.
It might be his, mightn't it? See here, Valentine, she's not mixed up in any of this.
I'm waiting to find out.
Well, it's Anker's company now. He's the one responsible. But I know my personnel. This is all up to the police, not us anyway.
Sure. Run along if you want.
Yes, I guess I might as well.
Sure, you do that.
Mr. Valentine. Valentine, what do you think you're doing in there?
Be quiet, lady. I'm thinking.
Let me out of here. I heard those things you said. There isn't any note in there.
Be quiet, I said. You're running away. You've already left for the airport.
What? You're crazy. Get that key and let me out of here.
Have a nice time in the waiting room. Happy landing. See you later.
Mr. Valentine, how could I recognize anybody? When that stick-up happened last year, I didn't see anybody to shoot at. Wasn't even a shadow like there was tonight. Just gun flashes and noise.
Joe, I got you out of jail, didn't I? So trust me. Brooksy, you sure Mr. Ranker's got that message all right?
He's convinced that Angela's running away, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. Well, here we are. Here's the airport.
Big, dumb, trigger-happy. That's what those cops call me.
Joe, don't.
Hey, Valentine.
Yeah, you got men watching outside, Johnson?
Sure. I'll play ball with
Angela's
anybody.
supposed to be running away on the 115 plane. It's still half hour or so.
From what, may I ask, Miss Brooks?
For you to figure out the obvious, Lieutenant. Joe here is nervous. He's trigger-happy.
You should hear what the police doctor had to say about him.
Come on. Let's move out of the light.
Sure. Call me anything you
Wait,
like.
Joe. I meant that somebody took advantage of you. Don't you understand?
Sure. I can figure that
If
far,
last
but...
year's robbery was an inside job, then whoever did it must have been scared to death of what Gerald Frame was finding out.
And what nicer way to handle Frame than to trick him into going down to the plant at night? Like throwing him in a buzzsaw. Only how was he tricked into getting killed as a prowler?
What difference does that make?
The important thing is that everyone knew that Jerry Frame was going around with Angela Barkley. The one who committed last year's crime and who sent Jerry to be killed tonight must think that Angela knows who he is. Well, now that's the trap. That's what we're doing.
I hope for your sake it pays off.
But you know yourself, Frame was the kind of nosy, ingratiating man who could have been tricked into using his nose once too often. Anybody, Mr. Ankers or Mr. Dewey.
Mr. Dewey's an awful nice man. He couldn't have had anything to do with robbing his own plant.
Sure. Skip it, Joe. Come on, we better stay out of sight. Let's go over there by that hangar and wait.
George, the plane's leaving. The police didn't do a thing. They didn't stop anybody. The plane's leaving.
Yeah, sure. Good bear trap. It just didn't work.
Not a smell of anybody. Ankers is still at his hotel.
But didn't anybody try to send Miss Barkley a message or a telegram to the plane?
25 men checked every taxi, every family waving goodbye, everything.
So she really could have left on that plane, and no one would have tried to stop her.
Yeah, we're right back where we were a year ago, trying to solve that original robbery.
Okay, Johnson. So if you haven't got evidence, you make up some.
Huh? Oh, there's a bright idea.
I just did. Don't you get it?
What are you talking about, George?
Well, if it was either Ankers or Dewey, this stunt tonight would have scared the daylights out of them. Okay? So it's not either one of them.
Oh, that's just peachy.
Now, I was hired to solve a personnel problem. Okay, here I go. If you've been so trigger-happy, Joe, ever since last year, Dewey would have had to fire you no matter how nice a guy he is.
What do you mean?
So, all right, you haven't been. You just got nervous recently.
I don't get you, Valentine.
Wild man with a gun. It's an easy enough act to put on.
What?
Sure. Joe, who could get Gerald Frame down to the plant easier than yourself? Just phone up and ask him to come down for a talk. And who else knew that I'd already tangled with you? That you'd be jerked off that job fast, that there wouldn't be any more golden opportunity to get rid of nosy Frame.
You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you pulled the original crime, when you shot the other night watchman last year, and even shot yourself in the leg to make it look good, you slipped up, didn't you? You lost the gun or it disappeared. So you had to stay on, had to keep your job. It was the best cover anyway. And then finally you discovered who had the gun. It was Frame. And he was breathing close to figuring it all out, so you got rid of him. Well?
I'll kill you for saying that.
Yeah, sure. Shoot first, ask questions afterwards. But who else could have staged both jobs so they looked right? Oh, never mind. I know we had to prove the other guy's innocent to make you guilty. Only you did it yourself, too, you know. The gun.
What's that?
Yeah.
What about what gun?
In the original holdup, you said you didn't see anybody. And they slugged the other watchman and took his gun and shot him with it. And shot you in the leg with it.
Well, so what?
Well, in the dark, all those flashes you chatter about that makes you so nervous. How could you tell which gun did the shooting? Unless you were pulling the trigger.
Why, you...
That's all, Buster. Sorry, but sometimes it is better to shoot first and ask questions afterwards. He's all yours, Johnson.
George, aren't you even going to wait to see what he says?
Not me, Brooksy. I've still got a girl locked up in a closet, remember?
You know, every evening it gets dark a little earlier, and you're probably doing more driving during the twilight hours, the time when most accidents occur. So don't take chances with a dirty windshield. Clear visibility means extra safety. Next time you're out driving, stop in and let our car savers clean your windshield quickly and expertly. It's just one of the many extra services at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
George, you mean Angela didn't have anything to do with it?
That's right, Angel. Joe Portland ran strictly a one-man crime. That was all there was to it.
I wonder if Mr. Anker's guessed. Wonder if that's why he hired you.
I doubt it. Here, this is the street she lives on. No, Brooksy, Ankers might be a little high-handed, but I got over being sore at him a long time ago. Just like Dewey. Perfectly nice guy who hates to fire people, that's all.
It was a pretty neat stunt of Joe's, wasn't it? Pretending to be nervous. He could shoot anybody, and it'd be called justifiable manslaughter.
Sure, he even built up the legend by trying it out on me. Wait a minute, here we are.
Oh, George, it's so late. Why don't you just give that key to the doorman there and ask him to go up and unlock the door?
Oh, I don't know. Personnel problem. For Ankers, of course, Angel.
Her name's Angela, isn't it?
Yeah, but she can scarcely fly out. No wings that I noticed.
You call me Angel sometime. You did just now.
Sure did. What's the matter? She's not that good looking.
George, I don't have any wings either.
Hey, you doorman, catch. Go upstairs and open the door, will you? I'm busy here. I got a little personnel problem.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Louise Arthur as Angela, Clayton Post as Joe, Pat McGeehan as Dewey, Byron Kane as Ankers, and George Neese as Frame. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. At this very moment, in another part of the world, people are listening to their radios. But these people must first draw the blinds and keep the volume turned low. They are the people who live in Soviet-dominated countries, and they are listening to Radio Free Europe as it keeps alive their hope for freedom. Now, Radio Free Europe needs your dollars to help truth fight communism. Send your contribution to Crusade for Freedom, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine, consider this important fact about gasoline. Any gasoline can be refined in such a way as to stress one feature at the expense of others. But Chevron Supreme gasoline is designed to give you all 8 necessary high-performance qualities, starting, warm-up, acceleration, area blending, vapor lock prevention, anti-knock, and power. For top performance under all driving conditions, shift to the gas with all 8 Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Starlight Pier, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, looks like I'm about to lose everything I got because of a string of circumstances I can't control. I own the amusement zone on Starlight Pier. You've never heard of me, but you've probably read in the papers about the accidents that have been happening down here the last couple of weeks. Somebody's out to get me, Mr. Valentine, out to ruin my business. Maybe you can find out and stop it. If you want to try, please take a boat onto the Tunnel of Love this Friday afternoon at exactly 1 o'clock. Sounds like a lot of folderol, but I'll explain when I see you. Signed, Tex Manners.
George,
Yeah, Brooksy?
I don't like this.
Too dark in here for you? Oh, don't worry. I'm a very exemplary character, Angel.
Oh,
I was
look.
in, huh? Oh, the goon boy with the eerie green light on him, huh? Ah, you've seen him before. Never used to scare you.
I know it. Guess I'm just silly. Why the owner of an amusement park should want to meet you in this Tunnel of Love place instead of his office.
Well, maybe just another way of drumming up trade. Business does seem pretty slim today out there.
There isn't another boat going through here, darling. Maybe it's some kind of a plot.
Valentine.
George.
Yeah, I'm Valentine. You Tex Manners?
That's right. Waiting for your boat. I can't see it, but I can stop it when it... yeah, I got it. Hey, you in the front seat?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I'll get in the back. If I can find it in the dark. There. Say, I thought I heard a woman's voice.
You did. Miss Brooks, my assistant.
Oh. Well, okay. Wait, I'll let the boat drift along again.
Mr. Manners, why did you want us to meet you here?
Didn't want anybody to know I've hired Mr. Valentine. Figure you can work better if nobody knows who you are.
Yeah. Well, just what do you want me to do?
Find out who's trying to sabotage my business, like I told you in my letter. You've read about what's been going on.
Well, yeah, I saw where your Ferris wheel broke down.
Car came off when it was up high, mighty close to killing somebody.
And didn't something happen to your roller coaster?
Sure did. Train was almost at the top of the pull. Broke loose, raced all the way back down. One lady broke her arm.
What makes you think it's sabotage, Mr. Manners? Those things do happen, don't they?
Not with my equipment. Never have any accidents. And they both happened on a Friday. Last 2 weeks.
Well, still, it might be a coincidence.
Couldn't be. I examined the gear both times myself. It had been tampered with by somebody who knows carnival machinery.
Well, I'll have to take your word for that. You think it's somebody right here on your own pier, huh?
Looks that way. Except I can't understand it. All the people who run my concessions are all right.
No enemies among them, huh?
Not that I know of.
Both of these accidents have happened on Friday?
Yes, ma'am. Not that I'm superstitious about Fridays, you understand, but nobody wants to ride the wheel or the rolly anymore. Another one or two of these things, and nobody will come to the pier.
Uh-huh. Got any idea where I ought to start on this job, Mr. Manners?
Valentine, I haven't got a thing to help.
George, there's another one of those horrible things.
Oh, now, look, watch your nerves, Brooksy, just because it's Friday. Where are you, Brooksy?
Right here.
Take it easy. The water's shallow. You can stand in it.
Yeah, I got you, Angel. Come on, now, stand up. That's right.
I am.
All right.
That big monstrosity fell right over on our boat. It almost hit us.
All right, I know now. Easy. Hey, how do we get out of here, Manners?
Wait over this way. There's the lid.
Yeah, it better be. I'll help you, Angel.
Keep coming. This way. Follow my voice.
Okay. Okay, we're with you.
Feel the ledge?
Yeah, got it. All right, up with you, Brooksy.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, there you are. Well, nice experience you're giving us, Manners.
Friday again. But I didn't think they'd do anything to the Tunnel of Love.
Yeah, well, they did, all right. Now, where do we go from here? That thing's wrecked the boat.
Hello! Pull out, I'm coming.
That's Ned Parker. He runs the tunnel. He'll get you out back. Wait for him.
Well, what about you?
There's a trap door just down here. I'm getting out. Don't tell Ned you saw me in here.
Oh, you think he's mixed up in this?
I don't know. That's for you to find out, Valentine. Make some excuse to come to the office when you want to see me, but stick with it. I'll see you later.
Where are you people? Call out.
We're here, all right, and we ought to sue you.
What do you mean you ought to sue me? I waited for your boat to come out of the tunnel and... Where did I turn on my flashlight? Well,
Is that all you have to say?
what are you doing sitting up there on the ledge, dripping wet?
Maybe you can tell us. Look at our boat.
What? Why, what happened?
One of your big dummies fell over on us. Darn near killed us. I think we will sue you.
Oh, no, don't sue me. I don't own this concession. Just run it. If you're going to sue anybody, it's the owner, Tex Manners.
Oh?
Tex Manners. He might settle with you if he can afford it. Now, I'll get you out of here.
Take a ride in the sky, finest roller coaster in the entire West. Thrills, thrills, thrills. Come on in and take a ride.
Hello.
Huh? Oh, hello, my friend.
You Wheels McKay?
Huh? How did you know?
Well, figured you must be. Says right there on the sign. Manager, Wheels McKay.
Oh, yeah, sure. You going to take a ride?
Well, no, not right now. Maybe later. Say, you don't seem to be doing much of any business today.
No, yesterday or for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to the guy that runs the Ferris wheel. What's his name?
Joe Park?
Yeah, that's it. He tells me the same thing. Guess it's because of these accidents, huh?
Of course it is. People staying away like we had the plague.
Oh, that's too bad. Guess that thing in the Tunnel of Love yesterday won't help any either, will it?
No. There's another. Say, ain't you the one that was on that ride when it happened?
That's right.
Yeah. Saw you come out all dripping wet. How come you're back again so soon?
Oh, I don't know. I sort of like these places. Besides, I don't have to worry today. It isn't Friday.
No, you're right. Look, you're up to something around here. What is it? Insurance company?
Oh, no. Just curiosity. Well, might come back and take a ride later, Wheels.
Yeah. Do that.
The secrets of the future. Madame Zelda knows all, tells all. Your future is an open book. You, sir. Tell your fortune.
Oh, well, sure. That's a good idea. How much?
For you, 25 cents.
That's a deal. There you are. Let's hear the worst.
Ah, yes. You said the worst.
Well, that's just a figure of speech.
Perhaps not.
No? What do you mean by that?
I see for you danger. Danger in the near future in this place, on Starlight Pier.
Yeah?
But you may avoid the danger. Do not come here again, or evil will befall you.
Uh-huh. Does it have anything to do with these accidents out here?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Look, Madam Zelda, if you can read the future so well, why can't you predict what's going to happen next and tell the boss?
It is not given to me to tell this yet. My warning is to you. Do not come here again.
Yeah, come in.
Hi, thanks. Just wanted to see you for... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy.
Valentine, what are you doing here? I thought I said... Oh, never mind. This is Sandy, my night watchman, Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
How are you, Mr. Valentine?
That's all for now, Sandy. Just remember what I said. No sleeping on the job, especially on Thursday night.
I got it, Mr. Manners. You can bank on me. Well, pleased to know you, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, sure.
Say, what'd you come down for today?
I just wanted to talk to the people who run your concessions.
Oh, who'd you see?
Ned Parker, Tunnel of Love, Joe Parks, the Ferris wheel. Then I saw Wheels McKay.
Yeah?
Best bet so far.
Why do you say that?
Oh, acted pretty suspicious. Tried to find out what I was doing around here.
Well, sure, that makes sense. I told Wheels I was getting somebody in to work on this thing. Naturally, he's going to suspect anybody who asks questions.
Oh, and also the fortune teller. She warned me to stay away.
Well, you know that accent's a phony. She happens to be Wheels McKay's wife. She was just afraid you'd stick your neck out too far, I guess.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe that is it.
Hey, by the way, how come you just talked to the people who had accidents on their rides? Why not try the others?
Oh, now look, Tex, if this is an inside job and one of your concession managers is doing it, wouldn't he have something happen to his own ride so he wouldn't be suspected?
Well, could be. I see what you mean. But I just don't happen to go along with you on that.
Oh, you may be right. We'll soon find out.
Yeah? How so?
I'm going to meet you here Thursday night after the pier's closed. Maybe your night watchman doesn't keep his eyes open, but I'm going to.
Afraid you're off on a wild goose chase, Valentine.
Maybe. By the way, did you tell anybody at all that I'd be here tonight?
Nope. Nobody.
Good. Hey, where's the watchman? What's his name? Sandy?
Yeah, he's probably making his rounds somewhere. I haven't seen him since we started down the pier.
No. Or anybody else, for that matter.
Well, I told you, probably they're not going to
Wait a minute. Hold it, will you? Listen to that.
Hey, comes from over there by the diving bell.
Yeah. Hey, duck back in the shadow.
Okay.
Sure. I can see a figure over there now.
Somebody tinkering with a power plant for the bell. Come on, let's get over there.
No, wait a minute. We won't. I will. Two of us will be spotted too easily. You go back to your office. Stay in the shadow so they won't see you.
How about you?
I'm going around the other side of the bell and surprise them. I'll get back to you in a few minutes.
Okay, but be careful, son. Can't tell.
Sure. Okay, Buster, what's the idea? That's better, friend. Just stay where you are. This is one Thursday night party that didn't come off, huh? Now stand up. Oh, wait a minute now. You look out.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Which is the most important tire on your car? Right. The oldest and smoothest tire is the most important because that's the one that will probably cause trouble first. And that's one reason why it pays to have your tires checked regularly by car savers at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Car savers are experts at making tires last longer. For instance, they recommend a scientific pattern of tire switching every 3,000 to 5,000 miles. And that includes the spare, too, for it needs regular service to keep the rubber flexed and lively. Car savers also check your tires for cuts and bruises to be sure that they're safe and road-ready. And car savers don't overlook the importance of keeping your tires properly inflated. They inspect them regularly to be sure that the correct pressure is maintained. So if you want to be sure that all your tires are in good shape, drive in soon for free tire inspection by the car savers at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. For tire switching at regular intervals, for new tires, for any kind of tire service, you can depend on car savers. They'll help you get more and more miles out of your present tires. And it's just one of the many services available to Western motorists at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're hired by Tex Manners, the owner of an amusement zone called Starlight Pier, to try and discover the reason behind accidents that have been happening on his concessions. As a matter of fact, you've been involved in one of them yourself, as usual on a Friday. But on Thursday night, when you think you've finally caught up with the saboteur, you find yourself not thinking at all. If your name is George Valentine, you suddenly come back to consciousness, flat on your back beside the diving bell machinery, with a voice coming closer and closer.
Hello. I say hello. What's going on?
Yeah, better not try any funny business. I've got you. Oh, you're that young fella that was in Mr. Manner's office the other day.
I am.
Aye, name of Valentine.
Yeah, and you'd be a night watchman, name of Sandy.
Aye, that's right. But say, what are you doing around here this time of night, lad? That takes a bit of explaining.
Yeah. By the way, where were you a few minutes ago? That takes a bit of explaining, too.
Look here, lad, what kind of talk is that? I was down the pier on my rounds. I heard a noise back here.
Sure you weren't right close by here at the time?
What are you trying to say by that? I'd better turn you over to Mr. Manners.
Or the other way around. Give me that flashlight.
I will not.
Oh, yes, you will. Something I want to look at.
Now, look here.
That's better. Yeah, just what I thought I saw.
What?
Knuckles on your right hand there. They seem to be bleeding.
Aye, I know. I hurt my hand on a gate.
Or on somebody's face.
Somebody's face? What are you talking about?
Mine, maybe.
Look, lad, you're out of your head or something. I'll take you back to Mr. Manners' office.
Wait a minute, will you? Thought I saw something.
All right, lad. No tricks now. What are you looking for?
Nothing. I just thought whoever hit me left a calling card. I was wrong.
You picked up something.
No. I thought I saw a piece of paper on the ground over there. It was just this wrench.
Now, lad, don't try anything.
Naturally not. You've got the gun. I've only got a flashlight.
And a wrench.
Well, here, take it if you're worried. Now, come on, let's get back to Tex Manner's office so you can turn me in.
So that's the way it was, Mr. Manners. I found this lad flat on his back beside the diving bell, and he even tried to accuse me.
All right, Sandy, all right. Mr. Valentine's okay. You don't have to worry about it. That's all.
Aye, sir. Very well. But if you need any help, just call out, sir.
Yeah, all right, Sandy. But I won't. Well, Valentine, whoever it was saw you tinkering with the diving bell got to you first, huh?
Quite neatly, yes. Left me for a little nap.
Couldn't see who it was?
No, it was too dark.
He must have heard the voice. Didn't he say anything?
Not a word. Jumped me, laid in one good sock to the button, and I was out.
Yeah, that's too bad.
That's an understatement. Incidentally, do you know a cafe up the street called the Tropicana?
Tropicana?
Yeah.
No, can't say I do.
Just might help us to clean up this case.
How?
That's what I got to find out. By the way, a week from tomorrow morning, in case we haven't got to the bottom of this thing, watch out for the shoot-the-shoots. Might be bad.
Hey, son, how do you know all this?
Well, maybe I had a vision while I was knocked out. Take it easy, Tex. See you tomorrow.
George.
Yeah, Angel?
I'm not trying to butt in, but you said we're going to a cafe called the Tropicana.
That is right.
Well, would you mind telling me what that has to do with Mr. Manners and the Starlight Pier?
Not at all. Matter of fact, I'll show you. Here.
What, this paper?
That's right.
But it's only a list. George.
What's that?
This is a list of the rides at Starlight Pier.
Sure. In the order of their fate. I picked that up beside the diving bell after I came to last.
Roller coaster, Ferris wheel, tunnel of love, diving bell, shoot the chute. Darling.
Well?
But those are the rides that have had accidents.
Sure.
Oh, but the shoot the chute's in Virginia Reel.
Turn it over, Brooksy.
What? Oh. Well, it's torn off the top of a menu.
Menu from the Tropicana Cafe. Right, and here we are.
You think they'd know who made that list?
No, probably not. But they know who comes here from Starlight Pier. Come on, let's go.
You going to come right out and ask them, George?
No, indeed. Some people are cagey. I'm going to buy the cafe.
You what?
That's right. But first I have to know what kind of trade they have.
But supposing they're not willing to sell it.
Always wanted to own a cafe. Let's go in.
Okay.
Hello? Anybody here?
Yes, I'm in.
Okay.
Sorry, folks, we're not open yet. We open at 11.
Oh, that's all right. I just wanted to see the owner.
Well, I'm the owner.
Good. How do you do? My name is Valentine, and this is my friend, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
And you're...
Fowler, Matt Fowler.
Matt
what
Fowler.
can I do for you?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Fowler, I'm in the market to buy a cafe just like this one. You interested in selling?
I don't know. Maybe if the price is right.
Uh-huh. How's business?
Pretty fair. Not great, but pretty fair.
Well, you ought to get a pretty good play from Starlight. You're so close.
Those people? They eat hot dogs and hamburgers on the pier.
Oh, no. I mean the people who work there. Some of them must eat here, don't they?
Can't say. All I know about my customers is they eat and pay for it. Don't know who they are.
You haven't owned the place very long yourself, have you, Mr. Fowler?
What do you mean?
Well, I just noticed the car outside. It's yours, isn't it?
Yes, that's...
With Arkansas license plate, so I thought naturally...
Yeah, that's right. I came from Arkansas just a few months ago.
Oh, figure the restaurant business is better here?
I wasn't running a cafe there. I had a carny.
Carnival, huh? Say, that's interesting.
It wasn't. Business dropped off and I lost it. Had to start all over again.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
Well, I'm not interested in carnivals anyway. I got a little Frank stand in town called the Barking Dog, but I want to branch out.
See.
Drove up here last night. Was going to stop in, but it was after midnight. Didn't think the owner'd be in.
I was right here all night until 2 in the morning.
Oh. Well, think you'd be interested in selling?
Well, in a month or so I might.
Oh, say, that's great. Of course, I couldn't swing the thing alone. I got a backer. He'd have to see it first.
Yeah, I understand.
But I'm sure he'd like this location as much as I do. Say, where's that door in the back go to?
That's my office.
Oh, I see. Hey, look, I got an idea.
What is it, George?
Well, while we're here, I'd like to take a picture of the place to show Larry. That's my backer.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, you don't mind, Mr. Fowler?
No, go right ahead.
Good, okay. I got a flash camera out in the car. You and Miss Brooks sit over there at that table. Kind of dress up the picture a little, huh?
All right, yeah.
Well, now you two get all set and I'll bring in the camera. Believe me, this ought to sell a bill of goods.
All right, Valentine, Miss Brooks, have seats.
Thanks, Mr. Manners.
Hey, you act as though you got something, Valentine.
Well, I think I have. Tell me, Tex, did you ever have a business in Arkansas?
Why, sure. Just before I came here, I had a carnival in Pine Bluff.
Oh, well, that's great. Now we're getting somewhere. Did you ever know a man by the name of Matt Fowler?
Matt Fowler?
Uh-huh.
No, can't say as I did. Name isn't familiar.
Well, here's a picture of him I took at the Tropicana yesterday. You take a look at it. Know the man?
No. No, never set eyes on that man, son.
Oh. Well, it was a good try anyway. You and this character both had carnivals in Arkansas. You have businesses a few blocks from each other. It sort of added up.
I'm sorry it didn't work, Valentine. At least you're on the job. Try again, will you?
I'd better try again, and fast. They might just try switching the order of these accidents, and you'd have a mess of broken arms and heads.
A few more, Valentine. I'll be out of business.
I know. Brooksy?
Yes, George?
Let's get back to the office. I want to sit down and do some thinking.
George, you're not getting anywhere, and you know it. Let's close up the office for the day.
It's gonna add up. 2 and 2 about
Are you sure you're all right, darling?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I'm getting better and better.
You are? How?
Hey, look, Brooksy, it's a long shot, but long shots do come in and pay off.
Riddles again.
Tell you when I get it worked out. Hey, first call Tex Matthews.
Yes, master.
Tell him to meet us behind the Tropicana Cafe at exactly 7:45 tomorrow night.
Uh-huh. Suppose he wants to know why.
Well, he doesn't have to yet. Tell him to bring along a cop, plainclothes man if he can get one, and be sure they're not seen.
I suppose detectives play long shots, too.
Now, you go on home. Tonight I got to pay a short visit to Starlight Pier after the lights are out.
George, somebody's coming. It must be Tex.
Yeah, about time.
Valentine?
Yeah. That's you, Tex?
Sure. Where are you?
Over this way, right back of the building.
Okay. I don't know what kind of tomfoolishness you're up to, Valentine. Oh, this is Sergeant Laird.
Hello, Valentine. What's up?
Well, you'll see for yourself in just a minute, Sarge. And if I am right, you better be ready to make a quick pinch. Just one thing to do first.
Yeah, what, George?
You gotta pry up the window to this office so we can hear what goes on inside.
I told you I don't know the man that owns this place.
That's right. But maybe he knows you. There. That ought to be enough. Hey, you got any idea what time it is?
Must be just about 8. We were delayed.
Doesn't matter, Sarge. You didn't miss anything. Well, now we'll just have to wait.
You're sure you know how to play detective, Valentine?
If that was a nasty crack, I'll disregard it, Sergeant.
George, somebody's coming in the door.
Oh, yeah. Okay, get your ears close to the window and listen. Don't make any noise.
Come on in. I'll shut the door.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, now, what's on your mind, Wheels? Don't like you coming here, you know.
Ah?
Well, what do you mean, Matt? You sent for me.
I sent for you?
Sure. I got the note you slipped under the box office door when I opened up this
Now,
morning.
wait a minute. I didn't
I figured
send...
it was something about wrecking the chutes tomorrow night. I've got it all set up, Matt, just like you wanted. Ought to be...
Wheels.
Yeah?
I'm trying to tell you I didn't leave no note for you.
What? And who did?
How do I know? One thing for sure, there's Valentine's catching on, and we got to play it fast and safe from now on. Switch the days you wreck the chutes and the reels.
Yeah, sure, Matt.
And don't get caught. 2 more accidents on the pier, and we'll have Tex Manners out of business.
I still get half interest when you take over.
Sure, I don't, Welch. Now, they're playing games, only we got to play it smart. Now, come on outside.
Guess that explains it, Tex.
Well, I'll be. Sure does, Valentine.
You got enough on him to make the arrest, Sergeant?
Yeah. Come on, Tex. We'll go around and take him at the front door.
We sure will. Come on around, Valentine.
Yeah, be right with you.
George, you left that note for Wheels McKay yourself.
That's right.
But how did you know he was the one?
I didn't. Tell you about it when we get those boys in custody, Brooksy.
Here's a reminder for new car owners. New RPM motor oil exceeds all the requirements of car manufacturers who now recommend a heavy-duty motor oil. A new RPM doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Yes, even a cab company operating in the tough grind all cabs go through found new RPM reduced engine wear 71%. So for top protection for your engine, get new RPM motor oil at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
But, George, if you didn't know it was Wheels McKay who was wrecking the rides, what made you so sure he'd show up?
I didn't know who'd show up. I didn't take a chance.
What do you mean?
I left the same note at every concession. Yeah, I just added up Arkansas and Arkansas and an accomplice on the pier. Then all I had to do was wait for someone to show his hand. It just happened to be Wheels.
Then this Matt Fowler just wanted to put Tex out of business so he could take over the pier?
Well, it was a little more than that. Tex didn't know it, but he'd put Fowler's carnival out of business when he set up back in Arkansas. Wheels told the sergeant.
Oh, well. Anyway, they're both off for jail, and we've still got a whole evening ahead of us.
Now, that's right, Angel. I sort of figured we'd go back to Starlight Pier.
Oh, that would be fun. And ride in the tunnel of love?
The Ferris wheel.
Oh, George.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Harry Bartell was heard as Tex, Frank Gerstle as Wheels, Jerome Sheldon as Ned, Hal Gerard as Matt, and Eric Snowden as Sandy. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, for Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's a tip for car owners. You may be wasting 1 out of every 10 gallons of gasoline you buy due to worn spark plugs. They can also rob your engine of power and pickup. To avoid this waste, let Car Savers check your spark plugs soon. They'll clean them and reset the gap, or if necessary, they'll be glad to install new plugs. It takes just a few minutes to check the condition of the spark plugs in your car. So stop in tomorrow for a Car Saver spark plug checkup at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now for tonight's story, The Meddler, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hey, Angel, how do you spell inaccessible?
Inaccessible, I think.
What? Who would...
There was no one in the outer office, and I saw the door open, so I walked in.
Oh. Well, you might as well put those suitcases down. They must be heavy.
Thank you. I wish a person could put other burdens down as easily, don't you, Mr. Valentine?
Coffee coming up, Master. Oh, maybe I should have brought another container.
Mr. Valentine, my name is Sally Riker, and I'm supposed to be on a bus going back to college. I'm a freshman at Laurentine. But I just had to see you.
Why?
Because I feel as though I'm living under a dark, heavy cloud just before the storm breaks.
Oh, did you have breakfast, Sally?
No, I could hardly think about food under the circumstances.
Okay, well, here.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, this is Claire Brooks, my assistant.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, now, Sally, what's this about living under a storm cloud?
Well, last night I heard a shot. There was no mistaking it. But when I asked about it, everyone in the house just simply clammed up, said I'd imagined things. Even after I saw the broken glass in the French doors where the bullet hit.
You mean this happened in your parents' home?
Oh, no, my father's been dead ever since I was a little girl. My mother works for Mr. Mayhew. She's his secretary. And since it's such a great big house on Fairway Terrace, we all live there, too. Except now that I've grown up, Mother doesn't like me to be around there, and so she sent me to college out of town.
Mayhew on Fairway Terrace. You don't mean Henry Mayhew.
Of course.
No wonder your mother isn't too anxious to have you live there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're wrong about Mr. Mayhew. I know he has a rather romantic reputation, but after all, an actor...
Romantic reputation? He's a middle-aged chaser. As I get it, even his wife is finally fed up with him, going to divorce him.
He's a sensitive man, and people don't understand him, not even Mother. All she thinks of is business. And Mrs. Mayhew...
Yeah, well, never mind, please. What happened last night? Why did you come to me?
Well, I couldn't go to the police. The publicity and all.
Why don't you start at the beginning?
Well, I heard a shot. It sounded as though it came from Mr. Mayhew's study. I ran there, and he was just coming out. He was pale and shaken. But he said there wasn't any shot.
And the broken glass?
His study faces the garden. They're big French doors. One of the panes was broken.
Didn't you talk to your mother?
Well, that's just it. She was very upset, too, but she bawled me out for making such a fuss and said I was to go back to college immediately.
So was Mrs. Mayhew there?
Well, she was somewhere in the house, but I didn't speak to her. And another thing. Earlier in the evening, I saw a man sneak away from the garden. I couldn't see him clearly, but he was a very tall man. Mr. Valentine, something, sinister's going on. And you must find out what it is.
Hey, Sally, you're not worried about your mother being mixed up in all this, are you?
Oh, no, of course not. She's wonderful. She couldn't do anything wrong in her life. But she was so happy to see me when I came home for the weekend. Happier than she's ever been. And she laughed and said maybe next summer we'd go to South America. And then after that shot, she wasn't the same person somehow.
Well, now, look, apparently no one was hurt. And it's not a good idea to go meddling into other people's lives.
But I won't go back to school until I know I can't. Mr. Valentine, you don't have to let them know who you are.
George, maybe you could.
Okay. You stay here with Sally, Angel. You say there's a pane of broken glass in Mr. Mayhew's study, huh?
Yes.
Well, I fixed a broken window once. Maybe I could fix another one. Look out below, Mr. Mayhew.
What? Oh, yes.
Yeah. Sure funny how high up this glass was broken. Good 9, 10 feet. Kids broke it with a baseball, maybe, huh?
That's right. Kids.
Oh, sure. Do it every time. Now, I'll go down and tackle this thing from the terrace side again. My. Sure a beautiful place you have here.
Beautiful place. A home where love dwells.
Yeah. Well, I'd better sweep some of the glass away. Don't want to hurt this rug.
Yes, of course.
Gee, I hate to see nice things spoiled. Like this chair near the desk, Mr. Mayhew. That burn along the back. Must have been a little careless with the cigarette, eh, Mr. Mayhew?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, that's what it must have been, a cigarette.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, wait till I tell people where I've been today. I know a girl says you're the most romantic man on the stage.
Oh, I am a great lover. I understand women perfectly.
Wish I could.
Here you are, Mr. Mayhew. I'm sorry, but I had to wait a few minutes for the druggist to make them up.
Thank you, Mrs. Riker.
Henry,
Oh, that's all right, my dear. The man to fix the broken glass.
I see.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am.
I'll just put these in the bathroom. Don't want to risk having a sleepless night.
Gosh, lady, you don't know what it means for me to be in Mr. Mayhew's house. You work for him, huh? Secretary? Say, is it true that his missus is going to divorce him? Guess she found out something she shouldn't have, huh?
She's not so pure herself. But suppose you do a little more work and a little less talking.
Oh, well, I'm not butting in now, lady. Just curious, you understand. And, say, when I was out in the garden, right there on the terrace, I found this little gold thing.
Phi Beta Kappa key.
Belong to somebody in this house?
Honorary Scholastic Society? Hardly.
Oh. Well, I'll find out who it belongs to and see if I can return it.
Mrs. Riker?
Yes, sir?
If Mrs. Mayhew condescends to leave her room, tell her I want to talk to her about her favorite subject, honor. Honor is like that glossy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble, whose least part cracked, the whole doth fly, and wits are cracked to find out why.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Lillian, wait!
Who understands women?
I told you before, I do. That's why I'm the happiest man in the world.
My, sure drove off in a temper.
Young man, how did you know about the broken glass here? Who called you? Not that it makes any difference.
Well, if it doesn't make any difference, why answer? Who knows about men, either?
That was very nice of you, Mr. Valentine, to go to all the trouble to return this key to me.
Oh, I knew it must have meant a great deal to you, Mr. Dwight. People say someday soon you'll be giving up your law practice and running for Congress. I'll finally have a friend in high places.
Well, thanks again.
Yeah. That's funny the way I found this thing. I just happened to be visiting the Henry Mayhew home, and the key was in their garden.
Who? Oh, you must be mistaken where you found it, Mr. Valentine.
No. That's where it was, Mr. Dwight.
I tell you, it's impossible. I don't know the Mayhews and never met them.
Besides, someone saw a tall man, as tall as you, out there only last night.
Get out of my office.
Okay, friend. Take it easy.
You're not just someone who happened to find this. How did you trace this key to me anyway?
Saw your name on it? Check with the Alumni Association?
No, spoken like a detective. Well, go back to whoever hired you.
Hired me?
Tell him you were as unsuccessful as the others have been. Because there's nothing to find out. Now, I said get out.
Oh, easy. I said relax.
Why?
I know. You're a lawyer. You'll sue me. So long, Buster.
Mr. Valentine, I told you I don't know this Mr. Dwight. And as long as no one was hurt by what you say happened here last night, I see no reason for you to go on meddling.
No, neither do I, Mrs. Mayhew, but I think it's your business to listen to what I have to say first.
Really? Well, I'm sorry Sally Riker went to you. She's too imaginative. She romanticizes things.
Maybe. But if you want to hear my opinion, I think your husband tried to kill himself last night.
Oh.
I say the most comical
Yes.
things.
You don't know how comical. You forget I've been married to Henry for a long, long time.
And?
And I know he would never hurt a hair on his head. He loves himself too much. He's too vain. He's too selfish.
Uh-huh. Well, he seems to be taking your leaving him very hard.
Mr. Valentine, I know he has a fatal charm for women, but not for me any longer. There. Simple enough?
In other words, you don't care.
Come on, he's in his study. Let's ask him.
Oh, I don't think putting it to him as bluntly as this.
My husband is a very strong person, really. Henry?
Yes? What are you doing back here, young man?
He's sort of a private detective, Henry.
What?
You've had dealings with private detectives before. Don't be shocked.
But why would a private detective...
His name is George Valentine. And he thinks you tried to kill yourself last night.
Now, that's silly. It's not true at all.
Mr. Valentine says he has some proof for his statement. What is that proof, Mr. Valentine?
Well, where the bullet hit, so high up. If anyone shot at you or if you shot at anyone else, it would never be that high. Not even an amateur would have such bad aim.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
Well, there's that chair. You were sitting in it. The bullet from the gun you held left that burn. You lost your nerve at the last minute. I even think I could find the gun somewhere in this house.
Of course there's a gun. I was cleaning it last night and held it just the way you described. And accidentally it went off.
Uh-huh.
That explanation seems logical, Mr. Valentine. The whole matter can be considered quite closed now, can't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I'm a meddler and I'll get out. But if you don't mind, I'm going to check with Mrs. Riker on who to believe and what to believe in this thing.
Excuse me. Yes, hello. Yes, this is Mr. Mayhew. State police? What? No. Oh, no. All right.
Oh, what is it, Henry? What happened?
Lillian Riker. She's had an accident. A car swerved off the road and crashed into a ravine. She's dead.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. With colder weather here, you've probably already taken steps to protect your car during the frosty days ahead. But did you know that you can buy a gasoline that is also designed for winter driving? One of Chevron Supreme's all 8 high-performance qualities is area blending, which means that Chevron Supreme is specially blended for every climate and area. The Chevron Supreme you buy in Los Angeles, for instance, is refined differently from that which you buy in the Rocky Mountain area or the San Francisco Bay region. For Chevron Supreme, gasoline is always right for the kind of driving you do where you do it. And that's just one of the all 8 necessary high-performance qualities in every gallon. In addition, you get mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. So for top, all-round driving pleasure, wherever you drive in the West, just remember to fill her up with the gasoline that gives you all 8 Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A highly excited 17-year-old girl bursts into your office.
I feel as though I'm living under a dark, heavy cloud just before the storm breaks. I know my mother isn't mixed up in any of this because she's wonderful. She couldn't do anything wrong in her life. But you must help me.
Well, you've just about convinced yourself that all there is behind the storm cloud is the attempted suicide of a man who also likes to dramatize himself. The aging matinee idol Henry Mayhew, whose cynical wife is finally leaving him. Of course, the girl's mother could help to explain all this, but now she's been killed in an automobile accident. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you know there's need for more meddling in this case.
I went down to identify her. It was Lillian, all right. And she's gone.
Well, what sent her out of here like a bolt anyway, Mr. Mayhew?
She was my strong right arm. Took care of me all these years. Helped me out of scrapes so my wife wouldn't know.
You didn't answer my question.
Huh? Oh, I don't know. I suppose she was upset over the way I've been acting. She told me to snap out of it, that I had to snap out of it. I guess she was impatient with me. But I never
I
thought...
see. What do you intend to do now, Mr. Mayhew?
What can I do? Maybe it's some sort of poetic justice. I haven't been exactly a model man or husband, Mr. Valentine. Besides, a man can only fight up to a certain point.
You don't still have any fancy ideas left, do you, Mr. Mayhew?
I don't know what you're talking about. By the by, I've invited Philip Dwight to come over here this afternoon.
Dwight? Do you know him?
Not exactly, but I think I should. Yes, I think I should meet him once.
You know, there's something that's been bothering me, Mr. Mayhew.
Yes?
Both Philip Dwight and Mrs. Mayhew have made some cracks about private detectives. Now, what were they driving at?
I don't know. Anyway, all that is unimportant now. That's all in the past. Oh, stay where you are, Mr. Valentine. I'll see who it is.
Honor is like that glossy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble.
Oh, George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
I came out as fast as I could.
Where's Sally? The poor kid must be half crazy after she learned about her mother.
She's a pretty, wonderful girl and brave. I left her with the state police lieutenant.
Well, what about that accident?
Not a single thing to show that it wasn't just that. Apparently, Mrs. Riker was driving too fast and lost control of her car.
She sure took off here in a great big hurry.
Hey, what's going on out here? I came in with a tall, distinguished-looking gentleman.
You did? That'd be Mr. Dwight. Come on, Brooksy. Let's find him before Mr. Mayhew gets cute again.
There, in there. That's Mr. Dwight. And that's Mrs. Mayhew, isn't it?
Yeah, just the two of them. I thought there might have been some bloodshed.
Well, they're doing some pretty fast talking for two people who are not supposed to know each other.
Watch this. See what I mean? Come on. Well, we meet again, Mr. Dwight.
Yeah.
Mrs. Mayhew, this is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
Mrs. Mayhew?
I had the slight feeling that this was supposed to be some sort of showdown or noble renunciation or something. Where's Mr. Mayhew?
I don't know.
He told me to come in here, that he'd be back in a few minutes. Why?
I think we'd better find him.
Henry? I don't know where he could have gone. And I certainly don't see the need for all the excitement.
It's a big house, Mrs. Mayhew. We'd better keep looking.
Look, George, on the night table, a note.
Let me have it, please. Dear Rhoda, forgive me for all the heartache I have caused you in the past. But I still can't let you go unless I go first. This time, I won't miss. Love, Henry.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, he'd never kill himself, I tell you. He wouldn't.
Come on. Hey, this box almost empty. What is this? You take medicine or something?
Sleeping pills. Take only as directed.
What's beyond this bathroom?
Oh, just a little dressing room. It leads nowhere. Henry!
Don't come nearer, any of you.
Don't be a fool, May. You put that gun down.
And Phil. Yes, this is the gun you were looking for, Mr. Valentine. I didn't have the courage to shoot myself last night at the last minute. But this way is simpler.
I'll phone for a doctor, George.
Stay where you are. I don't want to be rescued. It'll all be over in a minute. There were 10 pills in that package.
Henry, please.
No, it's too late. Better this way.
You must listen to me. I want to explain something to you.
Better this way.
Oh, Philip. Philip.
Rhoda, darling, please.
Brooksy, get that doctor. Hurry.
Yes, doctor. Sleeping tablets. Please, as soon as you can.
Oh, that's a fine thing.
Oh, I can't help crying, Philip. I know we shouldn't have met the way we did, secretly and stealthily.
Now, don't blame yourself, Rhoda, please.
But I knew what he would have done with his love for scandal. And I didn't want you to get hurt. Your career.
No, we didn't do anything wrong.
I've had enough of that. So you finally succeeded, you poor sap. The stupid way out. Big romance. Only this was a pretty fancy death, even for a character like you. Too fancy. And why you did it before me, a stranger. Unless you wanted a witness. Do you hear me, Mayhew?
Of course I hear you. But let them go on. Listen, let them dig their own graves. Let them keep talking. Detectives could never find out anything like that.
Get up off that bed, you
no,
low-driving phony.
Threw them out.
Get up here.
What's going on in this?
What's the matter?
Mr. May. Welcome, mourners. Come in, join the party.
Yeah, it's him, all right. Back from the dead.
Even the devil won't take me. You were always so right, Rhoda. It took quite a build-up to make you believe in my death, didn't it?
What is this?
George, what's going on?
That suicide note, those pills.
Harmless, bad-tasting imitations, Counselor. I'm afraid they only look like my regular sleeping tablets. The druggist did a good job, didn't he? Now, shall we talk about the divorce?
Divorce? You mean all this was just
But you two have been so discreet, my dear. Oh. And with my reputation, it isn't easy for me to plead injury, for me to be the aggrieved party.
I'll show you what a plea
Watch
of injury
it, Mr.
is.
Now let him go. Give the witnesses even more to testify about. You two just don't seem to understand yet, that's all. Rhoda, I'm going to divorce you. And, of course, if the word alimony is mentioned even once...
George, if you don't kill that man, I'm going to.
You staged all this just to save yourself some money.
I'll see. A ticket to South America. And a delightful blonde showgirl waiting for me there who would be much too expensive for me to afford otherwise, don't you think?
Oh, Buster.
You don't think I would use my talent as an actor just for love, do you? Do you?
What's the matter? You want an answer to that?
No. I mean, of course it's money, to save money. To get my grounds for divorce on that ridiculous wife. Money.
George?
Now, leave me alone, all of you. What more do you... What more... Mr. Valentine, come here. I said leave me... Dead? Of course he's dead.
Casey, that's not what I asked you.
Well, poison, what do you think?
But he said those pills of his were harmless. They wouldn't hurt a fly.
Look, Valentine, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a magician. I don't know who switched his medicine around. I don't know who took advantage of a silly suicide to make a perfect murder.
But, George, then the secretary's death must have been murder, too.
Skipper, will you? I'm calling from the office, and I got some visitors coming in.
But what did Lieutenant Johnson say? If somebody switched Mayhew's pills on him so he took real ones...
Brooksy, please, wait. We've already got all the facts we need.
Yeah.
Now, just do what I say and take Sally back to your place fast. And don't let her talk to anybody either. See you later, Angel.
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, we got your message. We got here as soon as we could.
Yeah, hello. Well, sit down. Make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Valentine, please. You told me on the phone you knew who killed my husband.
Don't you?
Well, I don't...
Mr. Dwight, you're an attorney. You have a clear, logical mind. Examine the evidence.
Well, I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Well, the date on that box he took the pills from was today.
Well?
We checked up and found that nobody else had delivered any packages to the house.
I don't understand.
Well, I was out there when his secretary, Mrs. Riker, brought in a package for him. From the drugstore, too. That must have been the pills.
You mean she was in on it with him?
I mean more than that. I mean she murdered him.
What?
Yes. It's quite a mess, isn't it? Oh, the police checked up on the drugstore. They confirmed it, too. And nobody ever bought any phony pills.
She always did everything he told her to.
Yeah, and there's her fingerprints on them and everything else. It ties in with what both of them said. He sent her to get some phonies for his little act. And then she brought him real ones instead. Not that I blame her.
But why? Why would
Sally
she...
told me her mother was so businesslike, so calm and reserved.
Oh.
Yeah. In love with him, wasn't she? Just like every other woman he ever met.
He treated her miserably.
Did he? When Sally even told me her mother thought she was going to South America, and the police said she told several other people, too?
She thought Mayhew was going to take her with him?
Well, she agreed to help your husband with this lousy act of his, just so he could marry her.
And then she found he had only one ticket to South America. I remember she was all upset last night.
But do you really think her accident was an accident?
All I know is she just left the house after handing the man the stuff to really kill himself with. Her perfect way of getting even.
And so, that's it.
Oh, no, it's not. Sit down, please.
What?
Well, I just finished a selling job on Lieutenant Johnson. Now I'm going to do one on you. I don't think it'll be too difficult. But this time, I'm really going to meddle for good.
If you aren't already using new RPM, the motor oil that was developed through atomic energy, then you're not using the oil that doubles engine life. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication, more than meets the heavy-duty requirements of all car manufacturers. Get new RPM for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
It's horrible, isn't it? My mother's accident. But it's one of those things you can't help, can you?
No, well, that's right, Sally.
I can only hope that I can go on and someday make her as proud of me as I've been proud of her.
Your dinner's ready, Sally. Don't you want to run downstairs?
All right, yes, thanks. You've both been so nice to me. Mr. Mayhew used to be very nice to me, too. I told you he was a fine, sensitive man. But he just couldn't stand living alone and unwanted, could he?
Well, Mayhew was just weak, I guess. That's why he killed himself.
Are you coming down, Miss Brooks?
In just a minute, dear. Accident. Suicide. So that's what you've been up to.
Well, why not? He left a note, didn't he? Now, does that kid have to know her mother was...
No. Of course, I understand.
Everybody else bought it. They're all with us.
With Sally, you mean? Oh, George. Sometimes I wish you could know how I really feel about you.
Oh, now take it easy, Angel. I don't want to meddle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Larry Dobkin was heard as Mayhew, Frank Hale as Mrs. Mayhew, Stephen Chase as Dwight, and Gene Bates as Sally. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's something to remember when you buy gasoline. Any gasoline can be made to stress one performance quality at the expense of others, but Chevron Supreme is balance blended to give you all 8 necessary high-performance qualities: power, mileage, starting, warm-up, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. For the kind of driving you do, where you do it, your engine needs Chevron Supreme gasoline. Get a tank full tomorrow at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, The Woman in Black, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I need your help. And coming from little Gladys, that's quite an admission. I suppose you've heard about Pygmalion, who barked his shins on his own statue. Well, I seem to be the same thing, girl type. You see, Mr. Valentine, in my vast wisdom and vaster love of money, I have created a monster. And since the monster is a good foot taller than I am, I'm sure you'll appreciate how much I mean it when I say, get here quick. The monster is slipping out of my control. Sincerely, Gladys Jenkins.
Well, this is the address, all right, George.
Yeah, but nobody's lived here for years.
Well, they can't have. All those weeds and the paint coming off. It looks like a castle.
It was. Yeah, that's right. Been deserted since about 1932, as I recall.
How do you know?
Ever since the Bunko Squad or some jealous movie queen took care of him, whatever it was.
George, what are you talking about?
Angel, didn't you ever hear about Gregory?
Oh!
Yeah, sure. Gregory the Great. Gregory the Mighty Soothsayer. Gregory the Widow's Wailing Wall.
Yes, of course. The greatest crystal ball man.
Yeah, that's the one. Gregory the...
What's the matter? George, I don't...
Gregory the Ghost.
What? You mean that old man with the white hair that
Not
just...
so old, I guess. Dyed his hair white when he was 20, they claimed. Increased his powers over women.
Well, he was certainly attractive, if that was really the...
No, it can't be. It can't be. I thought he was dead. Burned himself out. He drank too much.
Well, who do you think it was, Julius Caesar? Now, go on. Get out of here. This is private property.
Well, not the sidewalk.
Yes, I know. Forgive me, lady. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. But this is no tourist center. I get sick and tired of people standing there saying the same thing, that's all.
Well, now, that's really too bad.
And no smart cracks out of you, either. This is my property here, all of it. J.J. Cleary, Realtors. If you don't believe me, my house is just down the block.
No, of course we believe you, Mr. Cleary. But you mean you own his house, too, Mr. Gregory?
Where do you get that Mr. stuff? Don't insult the mighty G. No, I got an option on it, though. It'll be mine soon enough, don't you worry. And when it is, you can bet your bottom dollar there's nobody like that coming back to this neighborhood.
Okay. But when did he come back?
A couple of weeks ago. Visions of opening up his old temple. The master will once more comfort a long line of rich women.
You sound a little bitter.
Well, why not? He's a fraud. He always was. Ought to be locked up. Between you and me, I've just had a few words with Gregory. He clearly understands that when I get back from meeting with my lawyer tonight, I'll have the legal ammunition to do it.
You mean you've got a big real estate deal on, and a crackpot in the middle of it doesn't help the desirability of property around here very much?
Well, all right. I'm not ashamed of trying to clean this city up, and I'm going to. You can remember that.
Sure. Come on, Brooksy.
And when you see him, you can tell him I said so. Tell him I'll sing at his funeral.
Be a good place for a funeral, all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if... excuse me, lady. Could you tell me where...
Oh, I didn't see you.
Well, it's a little dark in here, even without a veil. I was only going to ask if you could...
Who are you? What do you want with him? Are you a believer? Gregory never sees callers and... Excuse me.
Well, now, look, you... Well, how do you like that, for the love of...
George, there's somebody else behind you.
Huh?
Look at him jump. It's got him already. What good are you going to be, Mr. Valentine? Come on in and relax, suckers. Just me.
Who's the woman in black, Miss Jenkins?
How should I know? Sit down, sit down. This is the boss's old stomping ground, not mine. Ask Joe Brady. He's up on his ectoplasm, if he's out of the hospital.
Who? Now, look, start at the beginning, will you?
Yes, we didn't even know that Gregory was still alive.
Neither did anybody else until I resurrected him. Hit me with the tombstone, will you? Oh, yes, he's back in business, all right. Been making a fortune with his comeback in the East. Want a drink?
No, thanks. Things are muddy enough now as it is.
Look, I'm a press agent who should have stayed with her typewriter, that's all.
Oh, I understand. You mean this comeback of the great Gregory was your idea?
It was my mistake. Oh, I've made a lot of money. Quite all that I want, in fact. And you've got to understand there isn't anything to all those mutterings and predictions and things of his. There isn't. There can't be. It's just a lot of hokum. Dribble.
Well?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I found him. Just a burned-out bum last year. I built him up. Did the whole thing. Little Gladys pulled a genie out of the bottle.
Well, go on.
Well, don't you see? Now I can't get him back in.
Which way do you mean that?
I mean, I don't want to go to prison.
Oh, I see. Party to a fraud, huh? Debunking his sentimental old clients of their dead husband's estates.
No. He never does anything like that. Oh, I don't think he does. I just don't know anymore. That's the trouble. I don't even know why we came running out to this city.
Oh, come on, lady. Try again. What is it you're afraid of?
Him. I don't scare very easy, Mr. Valentine. But he used to take everything lying down. Now he just smiles to himself.
Well, that still doesn't explain...
He had a cook, and she talked back to him, and he just smiled. He started laughing, and she had a heart attack right then and there.
What?
I know. You think I'm stupid. Oh, he's feeling his oats. He's beginning to make plans. He says nobody's going to stop him. Well, I don't know what sort of thing he really used to do in the old days. Maybe he does have some sort of power.
Oh, now, look,
he has
lady,
disciples that come to him. Like that woman in black out there. You saw her. She sneaked in here to see him 5 times since he's been back. I don't know what he does to people, but they get a funny, fanatic gleam in their eyes. Oh, all right, wise man. Joe Brady's a skeptic, too. He writes bifocal articles exposing psychic frauds.
The man in the hospital?
Yes, he threatened to make Gregory look silly in a magazine article, to expose him.
And the master laughed, I suppose.
He said a man should never act like a cat. That night, Joe Brady, out walking across the lawn here, heard this awful screech. And that's all he remembers. When he came to, his face had been clawed.
Okay, Gladys. I begin to get the idea.
Mr. Valentine, I want to quit my job. But when I speak of it, he says, no, I'll never leave him. Well, what do you expect me to do? Spit in his eye?
And life goes on like a spinning top.
Yeah, sure, you said that before. Now let's clear some things up, huh?
No, young man. No, don't turn on the lights.
For what I have to say, Mr. Gregory, we don't need dim lights, nor incense, so we'll open the windows, too.
No, many people before thought I was a fraud. And they were experts in expressing themselves.
Now, look, I want to talk to you about Miss Jenkins.
Life goes on like a spinning top.
She seems to be afraid of you.
No beginning. No end.
Hey, just what are you up to?
I see what the future holds. I tell it to him who listens.
Uh-huh. What have you been doing lately that has brought you so much money?
Truth.
The cook who died of a heart attack.
Truth.
Now, don't go into a trance. I want to talk to you.
Truth.
The writer, Joe Brady, he had an accident.
I don't know anything about that.
What about the woman in black, your disciple? What kind of nonsense did you fill her with?
Like a spinning top. No beginning, no end.
Oh, come on. Snap out of it, will you?
No beginning, no end.
Okay. Now get this. Miss Jenkins is going to leave here, Gregory, and I wouldn't try to stop her.
No beginning. Gladys? Leave me? Oh, no.
You heard me, Buster.
Oh, she mustn't. I won't let her. Never.
You have nothing to say about it.
I would not meddle in things that don't concern me.
Why not?
Sometimes we're stricken down for meddling in things we don't understand.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Truth.
I was talking to you, Buster, about...
Truth. I see it. I tell it.
No, Gladys, I didn't get very far with him either. Gregory the Vague.
Just as I expected.
He's made a lot of money in the last few years, George. Couldn't you find out how?
No, Brooksy, I couldn't. And frankly, I think a lot of this is just so much malarkey.
You're an optimist, my friend. All right, so you're no use.
A temple like something out of India. A woman in black. Life is a spinning top. All the trimmings. Enough to make anybody imagine things.
But I know that, and I still don't know what to do.
Well, now, did I say I wouldn't take your case? All I want is a fresh air viewpoint on this whole thing. Now, Gladys, the woman in black, you say you don't know who she is?
No one does.
All right. Maybe I'll find out. And there's this Joe Brady to see, and a side trip to police headquarters to find out what they have on our boy. Yeah, I got work to do, ladies.
Oh, George,
no,
I'll
you
go
stay here with Gladys. Now, even though I have a hunch there isn't much to worry about, someone just might get hurt. Life is like a spinning top. A temple overgrown with weeds. No moon. Oh, this is just fine. What? Who's that?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. But right now, I'd like to remind you about something you may have forgotten. Something that is mighty important to your safety on the highway. Something that can save you money. I mean the tire switching service that is available at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Nowadays, it's important that you take care of your tires. Proper switching can mean longer life and more mileage. Car savers know how to take care of your tires. They know that rear wheels work harder than front wheels and right harder than left. So they recommend a scientific pattern of switching the tires, all four and the spare, at regular intervals. This distributes the wear evenly and keeps the rubber in the spare flexed and lively. Car savers will check your tires for cuts and bruises when they switch them, and they'll keep them properly inflated, too. So the next time you're at your favorite standard station or independent Chevron gas station, ask the car saver about tire switching. It's just one of the many services available to Western motorists at the stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Gregory the Enigma, a fabulous crystal ball man who, after 20 years of oblivion, is back in his weird temple, resurrected by a hard-boiled publicity gal. But now Gladys is afraid of him, doesn't understand what he's up to, and so she hires you. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you don't believe in all the trappings you find. except for one real, very real fact.
It's all right, darling. Please don't move.
I never thought I'd say it, but where am I?
Right out on the lawn. I thought I heard you cry out.
Did you see anybody, Brooksy?
No, just a vague shadow disappearing behind those trees.
Yeah, well, there's nothing very vague about this lump on top of my head.
Oh, George, let's get out of here. Let me get you to a doctor.
Whoever had this grudge against me sure used his strength with the right goodwill. To paraphrase our good friend Lieutenant Johnson, this was done with a blunt instrument with intent of mayhem.
Gladys is scared to death. I told her to lock herself in her room.
God, she'd only... Sometimes we're stricken down.
What are you talking about, George?
Nothing. Come on, Brooksy.
Come on, where?
Back to the house. I want to have some very definite words with the vague Mr. Gregory.
This looks more like a museum than a library, George.
Wait, I'll find the light. Hey, the window's...
George, look, out there, the lady in black.
Huh? Hey, you, wait!
She was peering in on us.
Yeah. Maybe she was looking for Gregory the elusive, too.
She found him.
Huh? Yeah, in the chair.
Is he? I mean, just sitting there.
Wait a minute now. Hey, Gregory. Gregory!
George!
Wait a minute. Gregory!
Oh, he's alive.
You mean dead to the world.
He's been drinking, that's all.
Uh-huh. The genie is back in his bottle.
So that was the reason for his vagueness before.
Oh, brother, he must have been working on this bun for hours.
Then he didn't do it.
Hey, maybe there is something more than we know going on. Brooksy, you can tell Gladys, the Pygmalion, that her statue is ossified.
Aren't you staying here?
No, I'm off again on my rudely interrupted journey. I want to talk to Brady.
It was very nice to inquire about me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, Mr. Brady, I was under the impression you'd be in the hospital. I'm surprised to find you here at home.
People underestimate the strength of little men. Gregory always did.
Oh. I suppose you can't wait to get even with our mysterious friend.
Oh, no, on the contrary, I have nothing against him. I wish him the best.
Huh?
Don't you see? His is the most interesting case I've ever run up against. I'm not going to stop until I understand it and explain it away. I don't want anything to interfere with that.
Well, tell me, Mr. Brady, just what do you know about Gregory's recent activities?
Frankly, Mr. Valentine, I thought Gregory was quite through before his retirement 20 years ago.
Oh, you knew him even then?
Oh, yes, indeed. And he was very excellent in his field. Quite good, really.
Well, what does he do now?
I'm sure I don't know. But it has come to me that he's made a lot of money. Yes, a lot of money since his, shall we say, rebirth. The ladies still find Gregory quite irresistible.
Yes, I saw one of the ladies back there at the temple.
A lady dressed in black.
Yeah. You know who she is?
A very interesting phenomenon. A true disciple, I believe. Even when Gregory wasn't there, she would come to the temple and walk through the empty rooms, a sort of one-woman pilgrimage.
Yeah. She'd do anything for him, I suppose.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if she already did.
What was that supposed to mean?
My accident, Mr. Valentine. The doctor who took a few stitches on my face was quite a joker. He made a number of facetious remarks about my wife scratching my face and already fancying herself a widow.
A widow?
Yes, wearing black. There was some black lint in one of the scratches.
So that's the way it is.
Of course, I hold no grudges. Each of us fights any way he can. I am Gregory's worst enemy, and I shall solve his mystery. Oh, yes, indeed. In 2 or 3 weeks of investigation, Mr. Valentine...
Sorry to walk out on your friend, but you're not Gregory's worst enemy.
What?
And it's just occurred to me you don't have 2 or 3 weeks. Neither do I. And what's most important, neither does Gregory.
George! George, where were you? Where have you been?
What are you doing out here, Brooks?
I phoned you at Brady's from a phone booth.
Huh? Why?
Gregory, I'm afraid your diagnosis wasn't quite right. I mean about him being out for hours.
What?
Well, I was upstairs for a minute, and I looked out of the window, and I saw him talking to the lady in black.
Where was that?
Out on the lawn, where we found you knocked out.
Come on.
They separated. I wanted to try to talk to the woman, so I called out to her from the balcony, but she pulled a gun on me.
Say that again.
A gun from her pocketbook. She waved it at me and then ran out across the back lawn.
Well, did you see what happened to Gregory?
Oh, he's somewhere in the house. But Gladys was in the kitchen. She saw her, too. George, aren't you going inside?
No, that real estate man, that Cleary, he lives out across the back, doesn't he?
Well, yes. I was going to phone from there, but his house was dark, so I ran down to the drugstore.
Oh, come on, Angel, step on it. Don't you realize? Maybe Cleary is what this is all about. He's the one who said he was out to get Gregory if it's the last thing he ever did.
Well, I told you I didn't see any lights in his house.
Well, I may be wrong. I hope so.
Oh, no. We're too late.
The woman in black.
Dead? You're sure she's dead? She can't be. I could barely see her.
But who are you?
Yeah, your concern is a thing of beauty, Buster, whoever you are.
Look. Her gun is still in her hand.
Who do you think I am? I'm the one who shot her.
What?
There was somebody at the door, her. She didn't say anything. She was like in a sort of trance, and the minute I opened the door, she started shooting. What would you do?
Well, what are you doing in Mr. Cleary's house? What are you doing with a gun?
I got a license. I work for him. Private investigator.
Oh.
Sure. To see what I could get on a Gregory guy. That's what Cleary hired me for.
Oh, poor crazy woman. She came here to kill Mr. Cleary, didn't she?
Thought I was him, I guess.
Well, that's it. Where's the phone here, Buster?
Dan Ritchie. It's over there in the corner.
Thanks, Mr. Cleary. That clears up matters fine for the police.
Yeah, I guess so, Sergeant. You have any more questions, Valentine?
No, Cleary. Since you hired Ritchie, and he very obviously shot our mysterious lady in black in self-defense, there isn't very much left to do.
Yeah, it's all pretty clear. I did a fine job, all right.
No doubt about that gun, is there, Sergeant?
None whatsoever, Miss Brooks. As a matter of fact, I think we'll find it was the gun that was used to slug Mr. Valentine, too.
I knew that Gregory guy was no good. I said so all along, you remember? Using a half-crazy woman to do his dirty work.
We found out who she is. Laura Terrell. Used to be Gregory's secretary before he retired.
First she assaulted Brady, and then you, George, when she thought you were crossing Gregory. And then she was going to eliminate the biggest enemy Gregory had.
With her dead, it's not going to be easy to prove enough against this Gregory character to put him where he belongs.
Gregory's still in the house, Sergeant?
Yes. And I have some men around, so he'll stay there.
Good. While you straighten things out here, Sergeant, I think that if I can get Mr. Cleary to help me, I can straighten out Cleary.
Doubt now about Gregory being no use to anybody until morning.
The sleep of the innocent.
He must be insane to do anything like that. He must be. And he'll get away with it. You want to bet?
No, Gladys. Because he should get away with it.
What?
George.
Is supposed to be a joke, Valentine?
A very grim joke. Everything that happened here tonight would work just as well if someone wanted to get rid of the little lady in black instead of you. Maybe because she knew too much.
Why, what could she know, George?
Well, surely she couldn't know anything so important that she'd be killed for it.
All right. Let's take a look at a couple of things that don't seem to jibe. Mr. Cleary, Gregory knew that you wouldn't be home tonight. You told us yourself that you warned him you were going to your attorney's house.
Yes, that's right. I remember.
Well, would Gregory then send his disciple to kill you tonight when he knew you weren't home?
Say, he wouldn't at that, would he?
All right. Suppose then that the lady in black was sent to your house by someone who didn't know that. Suppose that was the one fatal mistake you made in an airtight case, Miss Jenkins.
Oh, you're crazy.
Am I? I'm pretty tall for a boy my age, and I was hit on the top of my head. So it was not by a woman, but by a man.
A man?
Yeah, a tall man. Not you, Clary, because you were at your lawyer's. And not Gregory, who was out on his feet. No, a tall, husky man like Ritchie.
But
What could Richie
Yeah, Miss Jenkins' partner, who made sure you hired him, Clary. He came to you and sold himself on the job, I'll bet, didn't he?
Well, yeah.
It's a lie. I don't know it.
But if he was the one who sapped me, how did the gun get into Miss Terrell's hand? Only one way. Richie put it there, after firing a shot or two from it. And you, Gladys, played the part of the woman in black, not only when Brady got scratched, but tonight to make sure Miss Brooks saw you carrying the gun and headed for Cleary's.
That's right. Gladys wasn't with me at the time. She could have done it.
It's a lie. You'll never prove it.
Sure of that? The only reason I can see for killing Gregory's former secretary is that she knew he wasn't in any shape to do anything, let alone anything crooked. That if he made money on this last year's comeback of his, Gladys, it was because you're a fraud.
No, stop it.
He only did what you told him to do, said what you told him to say, as long as you kept the genie and his bottle together. Yeah, there's your Gregory the Great. Look at him. Miss Terrell was going to expose you, Gladys, and you had her killed, presumably in self-defense. Probably held a prisoner over there by Richie until the act was all set up, with me as witness number one. Well, the police will find all that money you made out of Gregory somewhere, Gladys. Trace it to you, and then...
I'll kill you. I'll scratch your eyes out.
No, sister. You'll just come quietly and see the sergeant.
George, it was such a silly, dangerous thing for Gladys to do.
She thought she was smart enough, and she and her strong boy almost got away with it. Pygmalion. I only wonder what the statue will have to say once he comes back to life again.
Several leading automobile manufacturers now recommend a heavy-duty motor oil to give top protection and lubrication for today's engines. New RPM motor oil is the answer. It not only exceeds the requirements of those manufacturers, but compared with premium-type motor oils, new RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. For better protection for your engine, get new RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
I'm sorry. Ashamed and sorry.
Yeah, well, it's lucky for you that the police did find enough proof to clear you. Richie worked for Gladys, all right.
You didn't know any of those things you told the susceptible rich ladies. Gladys was smart enough to hire a private detective to dig up facts.
I don't remember a thing. All these months. They mean nothing. Oh, but I lived well. She kept me living well.
Oh, well, now look, Gregory, maybe this time you should sort of retire for good, huh?
Life is like a spinning top. No beginning, no end.
And cut that out.
I'll need some money, though. I have an idea.
Huh?
I can still use my occult powers to sell a story to Mr. Brady. How could I never tell the future? By Gregory, the fraud.
Oh, brother, that does it. Let's get out of here, Angel.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Lee Patrick was heard as Gladys, Theodore Von Eltz as Gregory, Forrest Lewis as Cleary, Ted Osborne as Brady, and Herb Vigran as Richie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. 4 out of every 10 families directly benefit from community chest hospitals, clinics, orphanages, and youth services. It's your community chest. Support it. Pledge a minute, only 1 minute out of every working day for a full year. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. For the kind of driving you do, where you do it, your engine needs a gasoline with many different performance qualities. That's why Chevron Supreme gasoline was designed to give you not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities. Starting, warm-up, acceleration, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, mileage, power, and area blending. They're all yours in every gallon of Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. No Way Out, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I guess I need your help as much as anybody ever did. I'm scared. I'm in something up to my neck and I want to get out of it. But if I do, I'll be killed. And if I don't, I'll probably be arrested. I live at 1003 Ransom Place, but don't come there. Please meet me in Morgan Park tomorrow noon. I'll be sitting on the 3rd bench inside the Rand Street entrance. And please don't act as though you knew me, or something bad might happen to both of us. Yours truly, Larry Baker.
Third bench. Oh, there he is, George.
Yeah, must be our boy, all right, Brooksy. Let's park on the other end of the bench.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Mind if we sit down here?
Oh, help yourself.
Thanks. Larry.
That's all right. Oh. You're George Valentine?
Yeah, that's right. This is Miss Brooks.
Don't look like you're talking to me. Act like you're talking to her.
Brother, you are scared. Okay. Brooksy, I'd just like to know what this is all about.
I think Larry's going to tell us, George.
Yeah, but I got to make it fast.
All right, make it fast, but start from the beginning.
I will. I was working in a lunchroom, short order cook, making $42.50 a week.
Yeah, go on.
A man who'd been coming in once in a while talked to me one day. Said he was opening up a dry cleaning place. And how would I like to manage it?
That sounds like a good break, doesn't it, George?
At $200 a week.
Wow, I'll say it's a good break.
Keep looking at your girl. I don't know who's watching. If they knew I told anybody, they'd kill me.
Okay. Brooksy, I wonder why they'd want to kill Larry.
I'll tell you. A couple of weeks after I took the job, a fella came in and said that every few days a man would leave a package at the shop. I was to hide it overnight. And the next day, another man would be in to pick it up.
George, that store must be a front of some kind.
That's what I mean. And the man told me if I said anything to anybody about it, the boss would see to it that I'd be bumped off so fast I wouldn't know what... Wait a minute.
What's the trouble?
That guy walking up this way. Hold it. Make love to your girl. Act like you're engaged or something.
Well, this is an opportunity I didn't expect. Put your arms around me, George, darling.
Okay. Look, Angel, what's wrong with Santa Barbara for our honeymoon? I know a nice little place.
All right, Bunny. I'll go anywhere you want to go. Because any place would be wonderful for a honeymoon as long as I'm with you, Bunny.
Gosh, that's swell of you, Angel. You're wonderful. Bunny yet. Couldn't you think of any other name to call
We'll
me?
talk about the honeymoon later. He's gone, Larry.
Yeah, I know.
All right, then. Let's have the rest of it. Have you been getting these packages?
Not yet, Mr. Valentine. Another man came in yesterday. and said the first one would be delivered to me this afternoon at 4 o'clock. That's why I wrote to you.
Uh-huh. Well, we'd better be there to see what your man looks like. What's the address of your shop, Larry?
It's 119 Murray Street. But look, you can't be in the shop. They'd suspect something.
We won't come in. We'll look on from across the street.
Mr. Valentine, I know this is something crooked. And if the police get onto it, I'll be arrested. I tried to quit, but they wouldn't let me. There's no way out. This man said I'd have to do what they tell me to, or...
Just take it easy, Larry. We'll try and find your way out.
Larry, I'm sorry I'm late for your sandwiches, darling.
That's all right, baby. I got another half hour before I have to go back and open up the shop. Sit down.
Okay, darling. Oh, Larry, what's the matter?
Don't look now, baby. But the people on the other end of the bench are Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
Oh, you've told them?
Yeah. I guess they're going to try to help us.
Oh.
Don't you look either, Mr. Valentine. This is my wife, Sally.
I saw her coming up the path, George. She's sweet.
He's okay himself, Angel. Yeah, I think we'd better be across the street from Larry's shop at 4 o'clock.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
Just how long do you think we can sit here in your car in a loading zone without getting a ticket?
Just where do you think is a better place to watch what goes on over there in Larry's cleaning shop? Besides, if I get a ticket, Johnson will fix it.
What's Lieutenant Johnson got to do with this case?
Nothing yet. But I've got a notion that if we can't find some way to help Larry out of his mess, Johnson will have something to do with it.
Oh, Larry seems like such a nice boy. I hope
Wait a minute,
nothing...
Brooksy.
What?
That big black sedan that just pulled up in front of the shop.
Oh. Man getting out with some suits to be cleaned. Oh, but that wouldn't be a package. Larry's...
Angel, does anyone have to carry a package in plain sight to prove he's got one?
Oh, I see what you mean. He's gone in.
Yeah, what time is it?
It's, 5 after 4.
Uh-huh.
George, what are you writing?
License number of that car. I suspect anyone who goes in there.
But, darling, it's a big car. The man's wearing a chauffeur's uniform. Probably someone just sent him in
with some suits to be cleaned, yeah. That could be a good cover-up if this is a hot racket.
What could it be? Narcotics?
Narcotics, smuggled stuff, plain payoff, who knows?
He's coming out again, George.
Yeah, that didn't take long.
Well, he was certainly in a hurry.
That's right. Come on, let's get across the shop.
George, the suit you brought.
Oh, yeah. We've got our cover-up, too, haven't we? Let's go.
There's Larry behind the counter.
Looking just as if he'd seen a ghost. That must have been our man, all right. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Got a suit here to be cleaned. Was that it, Larry?
Yeah.
Did he bring the package?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's see it.
No. Look, Mr. Valentine, I know you're trying to help me, but I got to think about Sally. If anything goes wrong...
All right. What kind of a package was it?
A big envelope. I don't know what's in it. I'm going to do just like they said, because if anything happens...
I know what you mean. So we'll try it the hard way. What about this man who hired you to run the place?
I don't know anything about him.
Well, he must come in and give you your salary, doesn't he?
No. He sends it to me in the mail.
Uh-huh. What's his name, Larry?
It's Hilton. Sam Hilton. That's what he told me.
Where does he live?
Haven't you got one of the envelopes your pay came in?
Yeah. I got one in my pocket.
Well, come on, let's see it.
Oh, I hope nobody catches me showing it to you.
Nobody will. Let's have it.
Well, okay. Here.
There's a return address, George. Number 6, Berwick Towers.
Uh-huh. Swanky address, all right. Put that down someplace, Angel.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do?
Drop in at Berwick Towers?
But don't tell him I said anything.
All right, Larry. Go ahead and do just what you were told to do, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tonight, I'm going to pay a little visit to your boss.
George, Mr. Hilton isn't home, and I'm glad.
Yeah, Angel? Why?
Because I don't know what you could say to him if he were in. Anyway, why did we have to come tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Just a social call.
George!
Yeah. A man who doesn't lock his door deserves visitors. And with my curiosity...
George, we're not going in there.
No, we're not. You're going to stay out here in the hall and stand watch for me.
Darling, sometimes I think your curiosity...
Call out if the enemy approaches, sentry.
Please be careful.
Now, where's the light switch? Right there. Here we are. Wow. Nice room. And a nice big desk. Might be just full of information. Memo. The boss says to stay out of sight until... Hey, Brooksy. Why'd you turn off that light? I can't see...
I didn't turn it off, George. I'm out here in the hall the way you told me.
George, darling, it's me.
Oh, that sounds just like the girl that called me Bunny this afternoon.
Oh, stop. That was because...
And according to the grammar I studied, you don't say it's me, you say it's I.
George, at a time like this. Oh, are you all right, darling?
Oh, sure, Dandy, just fine. Both of my heads are just fine. What happened?
I don't know. I heard you ask me if I turned the lights off, and I said I didn't. Then I heard a kind of a hollow thud.
Yeah, that was on the one head I had then, Angel. Didn't you see anybody?
No, but I heard somebody. It was dark when I came in the room, but I heard somebody running, and a window slammed,
Window?
and then
Yeah, window. That one. Probably leads out to the fire escape.
You think Hilton was here all the time, George?
I don't think your hootie hit me. And I also think the man who hired Larry Baker isn't just playing kid stuff.
So?
So? I'm going to get back to Larry and Sally. Tell them what they're up against.
Of course, that's a good idea. Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
Yes, darling. Or rather, this morning. It's after 1 o'clock now, and the Bakers would be asleep. And besides, I'm a little tired of holding this handkerchief on your head. It'll only need about 4 stitches.
Okay, you win, Angel. But first thing in the morning, I've got to see the Bakers. Because whoever Larry's mixed up with is playing for keeps.
Yes, just a minute. What do you... Oh, Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks.
Hello, Sally. May we come in?
Wait, yes, but I...
Don't mind the bandage on Mr. Valentine's head, Sally. Last night he got into a little accident.
Oh.
Has Larry left for work yet?
Sally, what's the matter? What's happened?
Larry's in jail.
In jail? Why?
The police just called me a few minutes ago. A man was shot in the store, and they say Larry did it. Oh, please, Mr. Valentine, can't you help us? I don't know what to do.
All right, Sally, all right. At this point, I don't quite know what to do either. But I told you both yesterday that I'd help you, and I will. Come on, Brooksy. We got to get down to police headquarters.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When you're driving out on the highways this month, you're likely to see an outdoor poster that says, "Battery down? We charge 'em up." And that's Car Saver's way of reminding you during the month of October that for fast, efficient battery service, your independent Chevron gas station or standard station is the place to go. If your battery needs a boost, Car Savers are the people to see. Or if your battery has seen better days and just won't take a charge anymore, then Car Savers are the people to see about a brand new Atlas battery. Atlas is the battery that's packed with power to give you good, fast starting and also supply power for your radio, heater, or other accessories. Atlas batteries are backed by a written warranty that's honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast. And if you're budget-minded, like most of us, you'll be glad to know that you can take several months to pay. So next time you're out on the highways, enjoying a ride in the country, or just taking a short trip in your own neighborhood, look for the Car Saver sign that says, "Battery down? We charge 'em up." That's your reminder that for all types of battery service, whether your battery needs a drink of water, a speedy recharge, or even if you need a brand new Atlas battery, the place to go is your independent Chevron gas station or standard station. The people you'll see are Car Savers, the folks who say and mean, "We take better care of your car." now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A very frightened young man sends for you because he suddenly found himself right in the middle of some kind of racket. With almost nothing to go on, you set out to help him. And just when you found out that the people he's mixed up with are really playing a rough game, the young man himself is taken to jail for shooting. But if your name is George Valentine, you'd like to talk to your client and find out just what he has to say about it.
I didn't shoot him, Mr. Valentine. You got to believe that.
I didn't say you did, Larry. But if I'm going to help you, I've got to know what you know. Now, who did shoot him?
How can I tell you that? I wasn't there.
All right, now just calm down and tell me what happened, will you?
I went in to open up the shop at 8 o'clock like I was supposed to. When I opened the door, there he was, lying on the floor, groaning and mumbling something about getting a doctor.
What did you do?
I knew he must be hurt bad. And I knew the fastest way to get an ambulance was to call the police, so that's what I did.
I see. Did you know who this man was, Larry?
No. Well, I don't even know what he looked like. He was lying face down on the floor. There was blood all around him. And I don't think you're supposed to touch anybody like that until the police come.
The police will find out who he is anyway. Oh, by the way, what about the package you got from that chauffeur yesterday? Was that gone when you got to the shop?
I had it.
You... What?
I was so scared. I thought if I left it in the shop, it might be stolen. I'd be blamed. So I took it home last night and kept it under my pillow. I had it with me when I went in this morning.
Yeah? Where is it now?
Well, it's...
Look, Larry, I know you're frightened about everything. You thought the police might tie you up with that, too. But you'd better tell me.
Well, before the police came, I hid the envelope under the rug in the shop near the big chair.
Okay, good. First thing I'll do is try to get you out of here. Just take it easy.
I don't want to get out now, Mr. Valentine.
Why not?
Well, I'm pretty safe here. But if I get out, they'll be after me. I know they will, and
Valentine.
Lieutenant Johnson.
You've had time enough for the kid. Come on out. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Take it easy, Larry. I'll be back.
Thanks, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Valentine, come on. The kid confess?
Confess? To what?
Oh, look, Valentine, I've got a job to do.
So have I. Did you locate the Sam Hilton that Baker was working for?
No, disappeared. No trace of him.
Find the gun that shot was fired from?
No, but we will. This Baker had plenty of time to hide it someplace before our men got there.
This Baker didn't hide it any place, Johnson, because he didn't do the shooting.
Oh, no?
Oh, no. Got an ident on the guy who was shot yet?
Sure, from his fingerprints. Joe McMath, small-town hood around town. Couple of arrests.
Yeah, that makes sense. You don't mind if we stop in the receiving hospital and have a look at him, do you?
For what? Look, Valentine, you know something you're not telling.
Sure I do, Johnson. I know a kid is being framed, and you're helping to do it. Now wait till I pick up Brooksy, and then we'll get over to the hospital and have a look at your victim.
Nurse.
Yes? Oh, Lieutenant Johnson.
This is the room you've got McMath in?
Yes, that's right.
He conscious yet?
Not yet, sir. He's had a sedative.
What'd the doc say? Will he live?
Oh, yes, he's going to be all right. Bad wound in the shoulder, but he's out of danger.
Thanks. Well, you two wanted to see the victim step in. Though I can't for the life of me see why.
Thanks, Lieutenant. You're so obliging. Come on in, Brooksy.
But, George, I don't...
I don't care for hospitals either, Angel.
Just wanted to prove the man your client shot's still alive, I suppose. Valentine,
Brooksy.
Yes. I know what you mean, George.
Hey, wait a minute. What?
That hospital 90 isn't quite like a chauffeur's uniform, but you couldn't mistake that face. Hey, Johnson.
Look, what are you getting at?
Oh, somehow we connect that face with a big black sedan. Wait a minute. Here it is. Would you mind finding out the registration on this license number?
Huh? No, look, I'm not the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
No, but you might possibly get to be an inspector before you retire for having a wonderful brain. Just check with me at the office when you get the information.
I'll get it, George.
Okay, Angel.
Hello, George Valentine's office. If the job's too tough for you to handle...
Oh, Miss Brooks, will you stop that foolish chatter?
Lieutenant Johnson.
Yeah, let me talk to Valentine.
He's busy right now. May I take the message?
All right, that license number your boss wanted traced.
Yes?
The car's registered to Mike Lazzetti.
Mike Lazzetti?
Big Mike Lazzetti? Hey, Angel, give me that phone. Hello, Johnson.
Yeah? I thought you were busy.
I'm going to be in just a few minutes. And, Lieutenant, maybe you will get to be an inspector.
George, Mike Lazzetti, the big gangster, he owns the car that brought the package to Larry's shop.
That's right, Angel.
So it is a racket.
Right, a big racket. And you can cross off the narcotics and smuggling. That character is strictly a numbers racket, man.
George, where are you going?
Brooksy, I got an idea. I've just discovered that Larry's boss isn't this Sam Hilton at all. So, I'm going to a little office back of a large pool room and see his real boss, Big Mike Lazzetti.
Yeah, come in.
Thanks.
Yeah? Who are you?
What
do you want?
Well, you see, I'm new in town, Mike. I just come in from Detroit a couple of weeks ago. Name's Gray.
So?
Well, just trying to make a few connections out here, Mike. All of a sudden, I find I'm in a position to do you a little favor. I hope you'll remember me for it.
Anybody does Big Mike a favor gets remembered. What is it?
Well, I guess you heard about a friend of yours getting plugged this morning, Mike. Guy named Joe McMahon.
Yeah, I heard about it. Too bad. Good guy.
Don't know, never met him. But I guess you know the cops are holding a young guy named Larry Baker for the shooting.
Yeah? What's it got to do with me? Say, who are you, anyway?
I happen to know one of your boys, Sam Hilton.
Yeah?
Yeah. I figured I'd tell Sam about this first, but I couldn't locate him. So I thought I'd better get to you fast.
Well, come on, what is it?
I still get that favor?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The Baker kid says he didn't shoot McMath, and the cops can't prove that he did. But he claims something was dropped in the store this morning that'll prove who did.
Huh? Look, friend, you say you want a favor from Big Mike, but you tell me nothing. What you say is nothing.
Yeah? Suppose this Baker punk says one of your boys did it.
Then he's crazy.
Sure. He's crazy as long as he's in jail. But suppose he wasn't in jail.
Wasn't he? You mean he's out?
Not yet, Mike, not yet. But the cops can't get anything on him. They're letting him go. I listen around, I hear stuff, see? I understand he told the cops he'll bring them something that'll pin the rap on somebody.
Yeah? He's not out yet, huh?
Not yet. The way I get it, they're springing him at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I kind of got an idea he might go back to the shop to get that evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, he might do that.
Yeah. Well, I just thought you might like to know, Mike. I'll come back later for that favor. And don't forget, boss, the name's Gray.
Yeah, fella. Come back in a couple of days. I'll do you a favor.
Thanks.
George, you're all right.
Step on it, Brooksy. Get down to headquarters as fast as you can. I've got to make a deal with Lieutenant Johnson.
Valentine, you're mad, and I'm mad to even consider it.
All right, Johnson, all right. Now, let me ask you this. Have you got any evidence that Larry Baker shot McMahon?
Well, no, not yet. But we will. We can hold him for 72 hours on suspicion.
Of assault with intent to... Yeah, I know. But how'd you like to get the guy who really did the shooting, Johnson, and clean out a big racket at the same time?
Well, sure, How? You think it'll work?
I don't know, Inspector.
Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. Just looking in my crystal ball, old boy. You see, I'm going on the theory that a big crook can't afford to leave himself in a bad spot. How about it, huh?
Oh, I suppose so. Here's Baker's cell.
Good. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Mr. Valentine.
Come on, they're letting you out of here.
That's right. Come on, son.
But look, Mr. Valentine, I don't want to get out now. I told you.
I know what you told me, Larry. But you're getting out anyway. You're going to leave here at just 2 o'clock. And at 2:15, you're going to be back in your shop.
I don't want to go out. Please, can't you understand? I know what they'll do to me.
Just a minute. Valentine, you've been hiding something. Who are they?
I didn't have any idea until a few minutes ago, Johnson, but I think I do now. And you can't play it any other way. Now, look, Larry, you asked me to help you out of a spot.
Yes, sure I did, but I...
You won't get hurt. Nothing will happen to you. Just go back to your shop.
Okay, Mr. Valentine. I'll go back to the shop if you say so. But I'm just hoping I'll be around to tell about it tomorrow. Hello? Yeah, that's right. Well, no, I'm sorry. We're not open today. No, I don't know if we'll be open tomorrow either. No. I'm sorry.
Who are you talking to? Hang up that phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Give it to me.
Give you what? I don't know what you mean. We're not open. There isn't any money.
I don't mean money. You know what I mean. Listen, punk. You came back here to get something you were going to turn over to the cops. I want it. And don't forget you're talking to the boss.
Boss? I don't understand.
Look, don't play dumb because you ain't. Hilton said you was a smart kid. You know what happened to McMath, don't you?
Yeah, but...
Sure you do. I took care of him because he was holding out on me. I brought him in here this morning before you opened the shop so as I could get the payoff, though, but it wasn't here. He didn't leave it like he said he did. He double-crossed me. You see what happens to people that cross Big Mike?
You mean you're the...
Shut up. Now, what did I drop in here this morning? What did you find? Give it to me.
But I haven't got anything, I tell you.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe this'll convince you. Now, come on, hand it over.
Suppose you hand over that gun, Mike.
Huh?
No tricks, you're covered.
What? This is a trap.
You're right, Mike. It is a trap. And you've already done me that little favor. I'll take the gun.
What? You said you was from Detroit.
Yeah, I know. Little white lie. And the name's Valentine, not Gray. Here you are, Johnson. One shot fired from his gun. And I think the boys in ballistics can tie it up with a bullet that came out of McMath, don't you?
All right. So a guy attacked me and I winged him. Self-defense. They can't send me up for that.
Oh, yes, they can, Mike, when McMath talks. Thing called assault with intent to commit murder.
Oh, and that payoff envelope you thought McMath stole, Mike. Young Larry here hid it under a rug. It's full of names, including yours.
So you see, Busty, you don't have to do me a favor. You're going to do everybody a favor by going out for a good long stretch.
Mr. Valentine, you mean I'm out of this?
That's right, Larry.
Oh, that's great. Except I'm also out of a job. I don't know how to tell Sally.
Well, don't tell her yet. I've got an idea kicking around in the back of my head that, Well, look, Larry, meet me tomorrow noon on that same bench in Morgan Park, huh?
Oh, sure. Okay, Mr. Valentine. I'll be there.
Compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Your car needs that kind of protection, for new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Get new RPM for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Mr. Valentine, you mean I'm going to get to be a cop?
That's right, Larry. At least Lieutenant Johnson has made arrangements for you to go to police school, start out as a rookie. The rest is up to you.
Oh, boy, you don't have to worry about the rest, Mr. Valentine.
I know I don't. Now, suppose you go on home and tell Sally.
I sure will. Thanks for everything. Bye, Miss Brooks.
Bye, Larry. Good luck. George,
Yeah, Angel.
do you realize this is the same park bench we were sitting on when we first talked to Larry Baker?
Oh, yeah, sure.
George,
What?
here comes that same man.
Where? Oh, no. Look, that's not the same
It is
guy.
too, George. Quick, put your arms around me.
Oh, all right, but this is so silly.
Oh, Bunny. I thought we'd have to wait until next year to go on our honeymoon. But I think this is wonderful. Yes, Bunny. I will marry you tomorrow.
Oh, brother, how crafty can you get? Come on, Angel. Let's go get some lunch.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Don Clark and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson. Jonathan Holt as Larry, Louise Arthur as Sally, and Ted DeCorsia as Mike. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Prairie Dog, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Come on, give me my change. I'm trying to get the 5:15. Thanks. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me, lady. Excuse me, that's my... All right, so it's not the 5:15. Well, look who wants to read the newspaper. Who's following who, friend, you or me? Come on, loosen up. What are you... Hey, look out! Let go of my... Ah!
It's Jerry Mace.
Yeah, that's who it is, all right. Or was.
One of my boys who went out to get the body said he thought he recognized him. Thought he was a friend of yours, Valentine. That's why I got you down here to my office so fast.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant Johnson. Didn't he have any identification?
Pockets were practically empty, Miss Brooks. Wallet, stuff in his side pocket gone.
So he must have been slugged first, robbed, and then shoved in front of the train, huh?
That's right, Miss Brooks. Otherwise, it might have looked like he'd just fallen or maybe even jumped off that station platform to kill himself.
Sure, he was a nice guy. But you don't have to beat around the barn to prove it was murder.
What do you mean?
He just got a new job a couple of months ago. Private investigator for the Independent Insurance Company.
For what?
Yeah, you heard me. Was anything at all left in his pockets?
Handkerchief, couple of theater stubs. Things are over there.
He used to carry a blue notebook, George, remember? That he'd write up his cases and...
Jefferson theft case.
Ah.
I remember now. Insurance bulletin. Independent Insurance Company. Yeah. Yeah, that's the insurance company in the case, all right.
What are you talking about?
Swedish match killing. 50,000 taken, and before that, the Prairie Bank job. All one man. Prairie Dog, the boys call him.
Clear it up, Lieutenant.
The one man I've wanted to get more than anyone else in the world. 6 unsolved crimes in the past 2 years. One of them a murder. Each time to the same guy. Dumb crimes. Clues all over the place. But we've never been able to catch him.
What's that got to do with the Independent?
He's sloppy. Leaves cigarettes on the floor when he cracks a safe. Uses a funny black kind of Swedish safety match. Wears a pair of greasy gloves. Oh, we know lots of things, but we can't catch up.
Lieutenant, I asked you what
His
had
last crime was another robbery-murder. That insurance company a friend here worked for got hooked.
Oh, so that might have been the case Jerry was working on.
Prairie Pawn Shop.
What, George?
Hock your shirt, we'll loan you another. It's a pawn ticket. Slipped down through a hole in his pocket, I guess, into the lining of his coat. No date on it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to find out for sure what Jerry Mace was working on. From the Independent Insurance Company.
It's after 6 o'clock, Lieutenant.
I know their office will be closed, but in a little while I ought to be able to find somebody.
What's the Prairie? What is it?
Didn't you ever hear it called that? Commercial Street, lower end, from front to third.
You mean it's a district right here in town?
Sure. In the daytime, it's industrial. Night's another matter. Shadows don't even trust the street lamps. Every man for himself, and the devil has to pay admission.
Yeah, nice place.
That's where this prairie dog killer of yours comes from?
Maybe, I don't know. That's why I want to check what Mace was doing.
Okay. Come on, Angel. We're leaving, too.
Where are you going, Valentine?
To hock my shirt and see what I get in exchange.
Closed. George, the shop's closed.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't understand why you're so interested
Angel, why would Jerry hock anything? He's always had all the dough he needs.
Oh, well...
Unless he was interested in the place. Or unless it was somebody else's ticket he picked up for some reason. Or unless this place had some connection with the mission.
$60 a month.
What in the...
You want it or don't you? Utilities paid until the 5th. 60 in advance, and I won't take a check. If you don't want it, loiter somewhere else. I'm nervous about the plate glass.
Want what, for heaven's sake?
I own the building. What do you think? I'm out walking for my constitution?
Hold it, brother. The hock shop here is for rent?
Yeah, tenant just closed up today. Name was Felix. Very substantial citizen. Always paid in advance. Can't you read the sign? Here.
Yeah, George. Out of business. Store to let.
Yeah, we didn't notice.
All right, now you do. Think you want it? Let me know. Choice location.
Yeah, sure.
Well, George, at least this is one lead you can cross off your... What's the matter? I read you the sign.
I'm reading between the cracks.
What?
Yeah, there's a light between the cracks. Premises aren't quite empty yet. Let's try one of the side street doors. Hello? Anybody here?
You said the man's name was Felix, didn't he, George?
Hello, is anybody...
Now, what are you doing here?
So here, I guess. We're just...
Shh. Come on, stop blowing your nose.
I'm talking to somebody else.
Yeah.
Take it easy, take it easy. Just wanted to see you, that's all, Felix.
Can't you read signs? Now go away, stranger. I'm busy. Try more the next block.
I don't want to hock anything. Oh, here, like a smoke? Smoking's cheaper than heating, you know. Keeps the stomach quiet.
Beat it, I said. You want a handout, stick to soup kitchens. I've got an inventory to take.
Please, Felix, listen. Hey, tell me, somebody says you loan money on things.
What do you think a hock shop does? Bake donuts?
Yeah, but I mean...
Stranger, for the love... Oh. What have you got?
Wristwatch.
Yeah, let me see it.
Yeah, my grandfather gave it to me. Wonderful man. Pretty valuable, don't you think?
George.
Here, Brooksy, watch this.
Your grandfather, huh? Only, of course, it's a lady's wristwatch.
I know. Guess he must have bought it for my grandmother, don't you think?
Piece of junk. But all right, come out back here a second.
Oh.
Pieces of junk are worth something sometimes, though, don't you think? You see,
your name Felix?
Yes, that's right. What is this, open house?
Well, we want to see you, that's all.
I know, everybody does. I'm out of business at the side door, too.
If you gentlemen wish to discuss something, I'm...
No. Give me that thing. And you stick around, tall boy. Sit down, sister. I'll only be a minute.
Really, I could come back on...
Give it to me, I said.
Yeah.
Get it here in the lights. Uh-huh. Look at that. Rhinestones aren't even real. Your grandfather got taken. Ah, shut up. Hello, Prairie Pawn Shop. Oh, hello, Sergeant. Well, the same to you. But look, Sergeant, I'm locking up my place, and I... Yeah, oh, okay, let me have the description. Brown hair, skinny, short. Look, I've got other things to do than watch for a stolen wristwatch, huh? Wait a minute, you say the guy sniffles? Hey, you! Stop him! Stop him! Stop that guy! Officer, grab him! Let somebody else wear himself down. Well, you were a great help, tall boy.
Let him go.
All right, so who cares? Great neighborhood, huh? Classy type of people. Sister, what do you think of having a shop where guys like that come in? What's the matter?
Want to use this phone, that's all.
Well, if it's all the same to you,
Just looking, that's all.
What's the idea?
Well, the phone's dead, isn't it?
Kind of a convenient call from his friend the sergeant, wouldn't you say, Brooksy? I wondered why you brought that guy back in here. Where's the button? Oh, yeah, here we are. Sure. Step on the button, it rings. Not bad, not bad. Bum walks in, obviously trying to peddle a stolen watch.
So you step on the bell and pretend to get a call from a police
And then the
sergeant.
bum runs away, leaving you the watch. Nice clear profit. How to steal from a thief.
Great neighborhood. Classy type people.
All right. It's no skin off of your neck, is it?
No.
The prairie. Gotta watch yourself in the clinchers in these parts, tourist.
George, what did Lieutenant Johnson mean about Swedish matches?
What?
Look. And it's black, too. It was a safety match.
Let me see that. Yeah. Now sit down, Buster. You and I are going to have a little
No,
talk.
no, George. It was the other man, the sniffy one who dropped it. It was when he lit his cigarette coming in here. I remember.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Come on.
Headed up the alley, Valentine, but I cut him off. Chased him 3 blocks since Felix gave his yell, but I lost him.
Hey, listen, there's another cop's whistle. They must have got him on the next street.
Oh, no, they haven't. He cut down this side, then ducked in someplace just a second ago before... Through here, back at the barber shop.
Yeah.
You like to shave, huh? Well, I'll give you a shave. Close to the skin from Tony, yeah? I'll show you coming into my shop.
There he is.
Like
He's got him.
All right, Tony, you can get off his chest now.
A lady I have under the machine. He come running into my shop. She could pull her hair out by the root.
He was just trying to find a way through the alley, I guess.
So I catch him. Mr. Tony catch him. I chase him. First he tried to fight me.
Stop waving that razor
I
around.
could have sliced his ear.
All right, we said. Come on. On your feet, Snippy.
Thanks. Yeah, much obliged.
Obliged, he says.
Oh, hey, look, mister. I didn't steal no watch. I didn't do nothing.
Oh, assault, battery, trespassing, scaring to death a woman under the machine.
Keep your shirt on, Tony. There's probably a reward for catching prairie dogs.
What? What are you talking about? I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, Snippy. We'll forget the watch. You're under arrest for what's called suspicion of murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication. Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. 6 unsolved crimes in the past 2 years, all done by a man they call the Prairie Dog. Why? Well, because of the district they've occurred in, but also because of the robber-killer's strange ability to remain uncaught. That is, until now. Because if your name is George Valentine, you've just delivered a suspect to Lieutenant Johnson, and the lieutenant is liking him more and more.
There, you see that? File we've drawn up on all the prairie dog cases.
Let's see.
That same kind of match has been found in every single one of them.
Why, I wonder?
Because the guy's dumb, Miss Brooks. Also, because he smokes.
Big logic.
No, look there. Each one was a robbery that took some time. Makes sense.
Yeah. In one, a safe was blown, and another, a combination was worked out.
Well, is Sniffy a clever enough man to...
Guy gets nervous. He smokes while he works. Grinds his cigarettes out into the floor. Here. Like that. Always the same way.
Oh, the janitor will love you.
You can't buy those matches in stores. Try it sometime. Sniffy's cigarette was the same brand, too. Cheap, but not too popular.
I didn't see any greasy gloves on him.
That friend of yours, Jerry Mace, who got killed, was definitely working on finding the prairie dog. His office said he was working on a hot lead today, but they didn't know what it was.
You'll have to say more than that, Lieutenant.
Before you'll buy that it was probably the guy he was after who killed him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sniffy can't offer a single explanation as to where he was at the time of any one of the prairie dog crimes. Also, we've already turned up a witness who says he saw Sniffy on that station platform this evening when Mace was killed.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
How good a witness?
That's why I didn't. For skeptics like Valentine, I'm waiting to get some more witnesses so I can...
Come on, let's get down and see Sniffy, huh?
All right. If you don't believe me, watch him hammer the nails in his own coffin.
Now, you understand, I want to cooperate all I can, gentlemen. Just a simple misunderstanding. Oh, I don't blame you. I know how these things can happen.
Why'd you steal that wristwatch you tried to sell to Felix, Sniffy?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me, because I've been trying to explain to this other gentleman.
Can it? Valentine, we can't find any record of it being stolen.
Well, of course you can. See, my grandfather...
Can it, I said.
Yeah, well, I just want you to understand. Now, I have stolen things before. I've even been to jail for it. I certainly wouldn't do a thing like that again.
Ah, so you've got a record, too, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'll find it out sooner or later. I might as well be honest, don't you think? Just like that business of the station platform, it's suddenly occurred to me that I was there this evening.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, it was just hard for me to remember. Oh, not that I was there when any murder took place, but, well, I find the inner urban's a very cheap place to sleep, and there are always plenty of newspapers to read, and so you see, I generally am at almost every station in town every day.
Speaking of coffin nails, Johnson.
Oh, would you like a cigarette? Excuse me. Of course.
Oh, thanks. New brand, huh? New matches, too.
I only want to be helpful, that's all.
Hold it. Where'd you get these? Didn't they take his stuff away from him, Johnson, when they dressed him in the faded suit?
Oh, I suppose one of the
Yeah,
guards...
let's see.
Yeah, get away from me. Those are mine. You can't...
What sort of full pockets you wear, Buster?
Cut it out, Snippy.
Candy bar, package of gum.
Well, none of that stuff is worth more than a few cents. Not any of it. The man's got to be comfortable, doesn't he?
Where'd you get it? Yeah, even a cigar.
A what? Hey, that's mine. That's one of my cigars.
A very good cigar, Lieutenant. I meant to thank you.
But how in the love of...
Our friend here's a pickpocket, Johnson. Simple as that. The big suspect.
Oh, for...
Of course, none of it's worth more than a few cents. You see, I've mended my ways. I wouldn't touch anything valuable.
Telephone for you, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Kill this guy for me, Valentine.
Is it wrong for a man to like his little comfort?
You took this stuff from the guards, huh? From anybody who's been near you, right?
Well, perhaps.
Just like the Swedish matches and special cigarettes you might have taken from anybody.
Well, it's an embarrassing thing.
But who? Come on, remember. Where'd you get those matches?
I wish I knew. Might have been anybody, I guess. Anybody I bumped against.
Oh, brother.
Oh, Felix himself, I suppose. Come to think of it, a man like Felix is much more the criminal type.
Shut up.
What?
Go on. We're letting you out of here. You've given me enough bad ideas for one night. Felix isn't the prairie dog. I can tell you that right now.
Well, I was only...
Because Felix happens to be dead. Murdered. That's Felix, all right. How about it, Sergeant?
Another prairie dog, sir. Fits all the patterns.
Been hit over the head.
Blown instrument, grease stains on the paperweight there, same as on the briefcases.
Motive robbery, huh?
Sure. A pirate like this guy, Felix, must have made a pretty penny in
Oh,
his
look
time.
out. Don't stand there, sir.
Huh?
A couple of marks on the floor, that's all.
Hey, where's this landlord? Did you find him?
Yeah. Come in here, will you?
Sure. Say, ain't this a tragedy, though? It shows you never can tell.
His name's Calgary, George. I've been talking to him in the other room.
But I didn't say much. How could I? Left Felix here before you people came. You people saw me.
Never mind the alibi, friend.
Says he was here helping Felix pack before, George.
Pack?
Yeah, going to Florida. Fly to Nassau. He made his pile.
What do you mean?
Gonna retire. That's why he closed out his shop. Cashing all the stuff he owned. Had a briefcase full of securities and stuff, and a roll of green goods in his suitcase that would have choked a horse.
Who knew that Felix would be ripe for robbery right now?
Jerry Mace, for one, George. Maybe that's why he was interested in Felix's place today.
Yeah, I thought of that, but who else?
Well, I guess most everybody in the neighborhood, friend, must have had some idea what was going on. Felix was a pirate. Wouldn't take much to figure he was worth knocking over. But knowing his exact schedule, the fact he'd be late in the shop tonight, be leaving from here and so on, well, maybe not so many.
Uh-huh.
Bit more than just you, I suppose.
Don't think I'd fall into that one, do you? I wasn't born yesterday, tourist.
Lieutenant, come here.
Take a look. Tennis shoes.
Huh?
Marks from them, I mean. The killer was wearing them. On the floor, you see? Same as in the last prairie dog case. Same type shoe.
What are you trying to do, rub it in? Every time we learn more and more about less and less.
Clues.
I just thought you'd want to know. The pattern is so...
Cigarettes, matches, greasy gloves.
Did we get any fingerprints? No. I tell you, this prairie dog is one guy who wanted...
Take it easy, Lieutenant.
Valentine, he could be practically anybody in this entire city. He's killed 2 people today. And we haven't moved 1 inch closer toward catching him.
Yeah, I get the general idea. Only then I changed it.
Huh?
I decided I've heard enough. And if I'm right about what I've heard, then it's all over but the shouting.
Now, look, Mastermind.
Suppose you and Caligari here just sit tight, and I'll be back later.
Come on, Angel. Let's go to work on a prairie dog while he's still out in the open.
I don't see him, George. I hope we made it in time.
Yeah, well, he had to change his clothes again.
If he's not here, I don't know where we'd ever find him.
Yeah, coming down the other steps.
Hello, Sniffy.
Evening, miss.
Well, welcome to the fresh air. No, wait, I need your help.
Oh, sure. Yeah, some things I'm pretty handy at.
Well, it's just helping my memory, that's all.
Wish I had one.
You know, I walked into this case because a friend of mine was killed by the prairie dog. He was getting too close, I guess. In fact, from the location of that railroad platform, he was probably on his way to see Felix. He'd nosed around there before, so I guess Jerry had practically figured what the next crime was going to be.
That so?
Or maybe he'd figured how simple all of these prairie dog cases really are. Figured the clues. Figured why the clues were always the same.
I don't get any of this, mister.
What I didn't figure until now was what it was I walked into myself this evening. When I walked into Felix's place. That's where the memory comes in.
Yes, we walked in by the side door, and then we heard Felix moving around, and he spoke, and we thought he was speaking to us.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I know. I was there. You see, I had this watch of my grandfather's.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm trying to remember what it sounded like when you and Felix walked into the back room. Remember?
I do. I remember.
Your grandfather, huh? Only, of course, it's a lady's wristwatch.
Yeah, I know. I guess he must have bought it from my grandmother.
Yeah, a piece of junk. But all right, come on out back here for a second.
Pieces of junk are worth something sometimes, though. Don't you think?
Yeah. 2 of you coming into the back room, but only 1 pair of footsteps. His.
I don't get it.
And I remember the same thing when he pretended to get that phone call and you ran. You didn't make any noise.
I don't get it.
I suppose you dragged that watch in just so he'd invite you to the back room, where people would be less likely to see when you robbed and killed him.
I don't get it.
Why don't you say something different? What we walked in on was murder. That's the real reason you ran.
Look, you're worse than that lieutenant. I didn't kill Felix. Remember? I was in jail.
You weren't in jail when Jerry Mace was killed.
Huh?
You don't understand why the same clues were always left by the prairie dog? Of course not. You're dumb like everybody else, so it never occurs to you those clues, the cigarettes ground out, the special matches, the greasy glove marks, the tennis shoes, were only to make people think in terms of one man. But suppose the prairie dog is 2 men, working together.
And how to fool people. Not bad. Each would have an alibi one time or another. All sorts of neat ramifications.
Huh. That's a pretty word. And you're trying to make something against me just because you think I was wearing tennis shoes. Well, you don't make sense. Look. That's leather. Best pair in the city don't. And don't the rest of your memory work? Felix gave a yell. The cops started after me. I've been in jail ever since. This is the same pair I got dragged in with. No spares in my pocket, see?
That's why I'm so sure it's you. You've changed shoes.
When could I change my shoes? What
You had to change them. Your murder of Felix was interrupted by us, and there you were with all the evidence ready for planting. Well, you could save yourself on the matches and cigarettes by that little pickpocket exhibition in jail. But if you'd been caught with the shoes on, they would have hung you.
So, I wished a pair of hard ones out of the air, mister. When could I have?
So simple it hurts, Buster. Because there's only one person who could be your partner. Only one person you could have given the evidence to, so he could go ahead and kill Felix and get you off the hook as well as collect the loot. Only one person you could have run to when you knew the cops had you surrounded and would nab you any second. The guy who caught you. That barber, Tony.
Yeah? Is that so?
It's the only way it could work, Buster. Just like the only way Jerry Mace could have had his pockets emptied before he was shoved in front of that train. He couldn't have been slugged in public and then rolled and then pushed, could he?
George, that's right.
Yeah, Angel, we missed that before. His outside pockets were empty. In the crowd, the only way that could have happened was if a pickpocket did it before Jerry even knew he was there. So you hung yourself on that one, Buster, showing off your ability. Now, come on. We're going to go see the barber about a two-headed haircut.
Look out, Georgie!
Thanks for giving me an excuse, Buster.
And it was the barber. George, no one would ever have guessed if he'd been given time to get rid of the things he stole from Felix.
Yeah, a couple of pretty sharp boys, Angel. Like Sniffy's act of being a bum. Just a nuisance trying to resist the urge to pick pockets.
And the barber pretended to catch him.
Last two guys anybody'd possibly suspect.
Well, except you.
Only way it could work. Well, that's the end of the prairie dog. Both of them.
I thought the prairie might be a real place. I mean, when Lieutenant Johnson first told us about it.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought for once we might be lucky. Because there's some nice places out in the desert. Real fancy places where there's sun and moonlight and things.
Mm-hmm. You like those places?
Well, it's a little nicer setting. I mean, for... Oh, well, anyway.
Yeah, I know, Angel. You and I might get out there sometime. But who knows what might happen? A bomb might go off.
With warm weather coming on, it's wise to get your car all ready for spring driving. Motoring that's not only safe, but economical. There's one check you can make right now which may save you a good-sized repair bill later on. That's to drive into any independent Chevron gas station or standard station and have them check your front wheel bearings. These vital bearings should be repacked with fresh protective lubricant regularly. Badly adjusted or damaged bearings can cause excessive tire wear, pound out bushings and kingpins, make steering hard and dangerous, a real hazard to safe driving. So for your own economy and safety, take a look at your mileage since you last had your bearings checked, and if they're due for a repack, let the Car Savers lubricate them with RPM wheel bearing grease. Ask for this Car Saver service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Bob Jellison as Snippy, Bill Conrad as Felix, Joe Forte as Caligari, Frank Gerstle as Mace, and Don Diamond as Tony. This music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. First, a suggestion about your car. Your car will be better longer with new RPM motor oil. Scientific tests with Geiger counters and atomically treated piston rings have proved this fact. New RPM actually doubles the life of auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication. So to save money on expensive overhauls, use the oil that cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Ask for new RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, for tonight's story. The 8-Ball, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, there's no finer, no more exclusive little town on the map than Summer Springs.
You're not selling them real estate, Nielsen.
I'm writing this letter, Vic. Be quiet. Shut the door, will you, Emmett?
Sure, Nielsen. Boys are a little noisy. Guess the luncheon's broke up.
Civic League. Just a lot of talk. None of them will ever do anything but the three of us. Always away, isn't it?
I don't know. You've only written one sentence.
Shut up, Vic. And Summer Spring. Perhaps you visited the hotel here yourself, Mr. Valentine, but at least it's a sure thing you've seen the outrageous charges the federal grand jury and city newspapers have been making about it.
Now, wait a minute, Nielsen. I'm still not so sure this is the right way to go at this.
Here, the mayor speaks.
Well, now, Vic, you're a lawyer. Would you hire a man you've never seen to investigate your own backyard? Now, there's a man I know, a fine detective, who would be only too glad to come down here.
Fine detective like that police force of yours, I suppose. Can't see what's under their own noses.
Well, I'm the responsible one, and it seems to me that I should be...
Wall, his back's to the wall, and his head is all full of surmises.
Now, see
You've
here,
got
Vic,
to stop being cautious sometime, Emmett. In my bank, I make decisions, and I make them fast.
Yes, but
I agree with Nielsen, Emmett. If we don't get an outside investigator quick, the grand jury will do it. I say let's us find out first. Clean up our own town.
Objections overruled. Now we're getting someplace. Mr. Valentine, I'm enclosing railroad tickets. A public-spirited group, of which I am the head.
Three of us. Don't we sound fancy, though?
Expects your immediate presence. It has been alleged that Summer Springs is being used as the center of payoffs for the big city collection rackets. That our fair town has a jackal in its midst. And it's your job to find him. There. I do it?
That's all right.
Now we'll get some action. I'll mail this right now. Only, see here, both of you. Nobody knows about this but the three of us. Remember, nobody else knows about Valentine.
They made a reservation for me at the Summer Springs Hotel, Brooks, so you can phone me up there.
George, why can't I go with you? Just because they don't expect me
Look,
to
it's
come...
a 5-alarm fire all set to go off, and you know it. Summer Springs is going to be hotter than
But
the 4th
nobody knows about you, just the men who rode.
Angel, I'm looking for a guy who poses as respectable, a big-timer who hasn't been identified. And if you were there, I wouldn't be able to duck as fast.
But there's nothing dangerous if nobody knows.
Hey, wait, Mr. Valentine.
Huh? Yeah?
The baggage man pointed you out.
Yeah?
I need your help. I need you a lot. I got a case for you.
Sorry, I'm tied up on one.
My grandmother's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
My grandfather killed her. Used an axe.
What?
I'm not interested.
George.
You see, my aunt's insane, and what
I
happened
doubt
was
if you ever had a grandmother, Gorilla Boy, or even a mother. Now say it in English and fast, because I'm not going to miss that train.
I got $1,000 here for you to take my case. I could think of one.
Uh-huh. You mean if I don't take the train?
I don't mind. I could tell it to you on the way to Summer Springs.
That's where you think I'm going, huh?
No, just where you think you're going.
So somebody else does know.
Hey, Buster, get out of my way before I miss
Stay
that.
away, I'm telling you.
Oh, no, you
George,
don't.
look out!
now. Yeah, easy. We're attracting attention.
A corpse would attract more.
Who hired you?
$1,000. Trip ain't necessary. Stay home.
Okay, maybe you're right, mister. Too late now anyway. There she goes.
It's a sooty kind of a trip. You wouldn't have enjoyed it.
Uh-huh. Shall we go count the money?
Sure. My name's Lemuel. You're a smart guy. I thought you'd see the light.
Yeah. I hope you do. So you get to go after all, Angel. Yeah, you get to drop me off in Summer Springs yourself. From the car.
Not much of a hotel, is it?
For a fancy town like this, no more potted palms than usual.
Do I get to come in with you?
Sure. Lemuel kept me off the train, didn't he? Okay, then the more casual, the better.
You mean whoever hired him won't be expecting you to show up now?
I mean, Lemuel isn't in condition to
My dear
report for
fellow,
a
I do
while.
not care what the union says about chambermaids. I have an opinion, too, you know. Have you been a clerk for 12 years? Well, have you? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Be just a moment.
Oh, no. Finish the phone call.
Oh, now, listen. I don't care how many chambermaids you've known. But do you run a laundry service or a... Oh, hold on, will you? I'm so sorry. Now, what was it?
George Valentine. I've got a reservation.
No, I won't call the manager. He doesn't live here. What was the name, sir?
George Valentine.
Ah, let me see. Yes, he's in his room.
What?
At $350, I told you, not $340. Oh, for heaven's sake, hang on, will you? What's the matter?
Well, I asked if...
Oh, yes. It was George Valentine you asked for, wasn't it? Well, he just checked in a few moments ago. Yes, he's in his room. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's room 419. It's elevated to the right.
But...
Oh, thanks a lot, Buster. Come on, Angel.
You see, my dear fellow, if the chambermaids don't count the towels every day...
But who is it, George? If somebody took your room...
I don't know, Brooksy. Looks like they're still one step ahead of us, whoever they are. It's a cinch Lemuel couldn't have revived in time.
Well, whoever the impersonator is in there, he doesn't seem to answer very fast.
Come on. Yeah, sure. Of course he's dead. Hey, shut that door.
There's no gun. I don't see
Shut
a
the
gun.
door, will you? He's shot, all right.
George, he's about your same build.
Huh?
Around the same age.
Yeah. There's a briefcase over here under the bed.
It's a sample case, isn't it? The kind salesmen carry?
Neckties. Nothing but neckties.
Look, George, there's a key on the floor next to it.
Here, let me see. Yeah, to another room, 631. Hey, wait a minute. Here. Card in his wallet. Sure, of course. Harold Stark, Sure Silk Tie Company from Salt Lake City.
Necktie salesman. Only suppose he came in on the train tonight, George.
Yeah, sure. Single guy, looking generally my type. You mean suppose he got picked up by somebody watching the hotel here, somebody expecting me?
So they kill him and put him in your
Wait a
room?
minute. Let it ring.
We ought to talk to the clerk, to the
Now
bellboys.
listen, whoever shot this guy did it and ran. Okay, then so will we.
George, that's crazy.
Is it? I was hired to find out who a big-time collection man is in this town, right? Only whoever it is got one jump ahead of us. I can't even start working until I get out from behind the 8-ball, can I?
Oh, George, that phone, it keeps ringing. Somebody's going to hear it. What are you doing?
I'm putting my own wallet on the body. What do you think?
No.
You take this, guys. Go back to that drive-in on the edge of town. Run a fast telephone check on him. Harold Stark, Salt Lake City.
The clerk knows we're here. He'll keep ringing.
Wait till I grab the neckties. We'll dump them in the alley. Well, I'll be out from behind the 8-ball if I'm dead, won't I?
George.
I'll be free to find out those guys who hired me. So come on, give the police a chance to find the body of George Valentine.
Yes, come in, Mr.
Valentine, I told you. Your name is Nielsen, isn't it? You sent for me, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, don't look like a ghost, like you're scared.
What do you want with me?
What's that?
Why do you keep your hand in your pocket?
Because I want a cigarette. Look, see? Now all I want is a little talk, Mr. Nielsen. With you and Mr. Vickery and Emmett Wall, the mayor.
You know all of our names.
Well, sure, of course. Here's the letter you wrote me. Oh, hey, I'm beginning to get this. Have you just had a phone call or something?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact, from Vickery. He happened to be at police court. For once, they work fast in this town. A patrolman has reported the murder of George Valentine.
Okay, sit down. I'll explain if you will.
I have nothing to...
Buster, I'll use your phone. Prove it to you. The police here in the city. I know you've never seen my face, but they can identify my voice for you.
Here, let me have it.
No. Hello?
George?
Oh, yeah. What'd you find out, Brooksy?
I found out that you're crazy, absolutely crazy.
What?
Darling, I tried to contact those people in Salt Lake, but I can't. I mean, I got the company all right, but nothing about Harold Stark.
Why not?
They've never even heard of him. Nobody by that name has ever sold neckties. Don't you see what you've done? Throw away that wallet, George. The man who was killed was a phony. You can't be somebody that doesn't exist.
All right. I believe you. I agree you're Valentine.
Then you realize how fast I gotta work, Nielsen. I told you what Miss Brooks said. The body was a plant of some kind. This thing gets deeper every minute.
And you haven't even started your investigation.
Whoever the man is I'm after is calling the shots in advance. And you claimed only 3 of you knew about me.
Yes, I understand. You think it's one of us. But I'm afraid it doesn't make much difference if I do help you now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I'm not a cowardly man, but I'll admit, when you knocked on the door...
Yeah, sure, you were scared to death. But what's that got to do with...
Valentine, I don't think you realize yet just how far behind that 8 ball you are. That same patrolman who found the body also saw a man and woman throw away a briefcase in an alley.
Huh?
You and Miss Brooks. There was identification with the neckties. At the door just now, I thought you were the man every policeman in town is looking for. Harold Stark. He doesn't exist, you say? His description is yours. And you know who you are?
Never mind. I get it. I dug my own grave, didn't I? Yeah. I killed George Valentine.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Here's a true story about a man from Arizona and the trip he was about to make across the Mojave Desert at midnight. He was in Phoenix, bags packed, ready to go, half a tank of gasoline. Glancing at his watch, then at the fuel gauge, he thought, well, I probably could get across that desert, but maybe I'd better play it safe. So he drove into a service station and told the man on duty, just fill the tank with your premium gas, but don't take time to check under the hood. Yes, sir, replied the attendant, just fill the tank with Chevron Supreme. But when he noticed all the luggage, he asked, you sure you don't want me to make sure the water and oil are at the safe level, just in case? All right, but hurry, please. In less than a minute, the attendant was back. Water's fine, sir, but it looks like you have an oil leak, and we better find out what's causing it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll run out of oil in the middle of the desert, and that would mean a burned-out engine. A few weeks later, the motorist from Arizona wrote us about this experience, then added, many thanks for keeping me from getting stalled out there in no man's land. You fellows certainly pay attention to details, unquote. Well, car savers like to pay attention to details, for they know it's just plain good business for them to keep your car in top shape and to stop trouble before it starts. They know that customers appreciate the little things, like keeping the battery water at the proper level so you won't have to worry about a feeble battery or a dead one. Car savers also give your battery the hydrometer test, take cell readings, and above all, watch for corrosion, which keeps any battery from delivering its full power. For these extra services and a friendly welcome, drive into any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's quite simple. 3 men want you to find out who's been using the little town of Summer Springs as collection headquarters for the city rackets. They want you to do this before the federal grand jury moves in. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you think this might be an interesting case, if you could ever get to work on it. Yes, the trouble so far is in getting out from behind the 8 ball, because as matters now stand, you're wanted by the police for murdering yourself.
Well, Valentine, for once it seems the police wasted no time discovering a mistake, that George Valentine was not killed.
Well, that's nice to know. You mean they re-identified that body I found?
Clarence Prell, up-and-coming accountant. His name's been mixed up in this thing already. He's been making a tremendous amount of money the past few years. It's just possible our big shot is already dead.
Well, why would this man, this accountant, have the identification of Harold Stark on him? Who killed him? Who put it there? Who put him there in my hotel room?
Now, listen to me, Valentine. You can get to work now. You're off the hook. They know it's not your body.
Now, look, I've been in trouble because it wasn't kept secret that you 3 were hiring me. Is that right?
Oh, there you go again. We're honest. Stupid? Yes, but honest. None of us are mixed up in any rackets.
Okay, skip it. But even if the big shot isn't one of you, you're now in the way, aren't you?
What?
Well, maybe I'm wanted by the police, but if the killer with Strong Boys knows about me, he also then knows about you. Yeah. Lock your doors tonight.
Shh. Turn out those lights.
Huh?
A car just stopped out there. I could see the lights blinking.
Take it easy, Nielsen. It's only Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Oh, George, sometimes I think you're the 8 ball.
Angel, the heat's on the big shot, whoever he is, a lot more than it's on me. Come on, we're going in here.
Where, the drugstore?
Yeah. Got a nickel in your purse?
Yeah. Why don't you go straight to the mayor himself?
Brooksy, I need a little more time to work alone. You're going to give it to me.
What?
The mayor's got his own ideas. I've got mine. But if I don't work fast, a lot of people are liable to get hurt. Hello, operator. I want a policeman. This Mr. Rex will do anything to cover his tracks before a full investigation.
George, what on earth are you doing?
Hey, police, look. I just heard that thing on the radio. I mean that description of that guy and that girl, that Harold Stark with the girl who was dressed... Well, slow down. How can I? I just seen her, the girl, having a soda. Hey, what's her name here? Oh, yeah, Kleshimer's drugstore. She's wearing
You
a
rat.
brown
You
coat. Hey, you
low
better
down-
come and get her quick.
George Valentine, of
At
all
least
the
you
dirty
won't
tricks.
get hurt, Angel. Tell him to look for me any place but the Summer Springs Hotel, room 631. Now, you play 8 ball for a while. .631. Key fits all right. Ouch. Where are the lights in this plane? Oh, no. How long have you been dead, Baldy? Huh. Just about as long as the other guy, I guess, huh? Only what's your name? You the real Harold Stark? Are you the... Hey! Oh, what in the... Hey, where am I? Hey, who in the name of...
Shut up. People in the next room.
Hey, Lemuel.
Yeah. It's a lousy hotel. They let anybody in.
I thought I knocked you out of the picture before once.
We're even. I didn't hit you hard enough either.
Yeah, you're out of condition, Buster. That's bad. You kill that guy?
I was with you and another Tom. Don't talk so loud.
All right. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to... Hey, get out of my pocket. What's the idea?
There's a gun in your stomach. Don't argue.
Well, why put a gun in my pocket, too?
It's empty. Don't get your hopes up. Be quiet.
Another wallet, too. If you think you can frame me for killing this guy, whoever he is, you're crazy.
I'm not. Cops don't kill cops.
What?
Can't you tell Flatfeet when you see him? His name's Harold Stark. An eye that got shut. Like you're gonna be.
Oh, so that's it. Yeah, sure, there is a Stark, a detective. Came to town acting like a necktie salesman, huh? Ouch. Just let me get in that chair, will you?
Sure. You're fixed. You got everything.
Wait a minute. 2 guns. 2 guns I got in my pockets.
Not so loud. There's 2 men dead, aren't there? You're a bright boy, a real up-and-coming eye. Dead eye.
Yeah, sure. The real Stark dead in this room. That accountant named Prell dead in my room.
So come on, bright boy. Get on your feet.
Yeah, sure.
Look out. Get away from that
Hello, anybody?
Yeah, that's better. Here now, talk to the wire. Dead like you are. Now on your feet, like I said.
Hey, listen. The people next door, they've stopped talking. Yeah, they heard me. Look, Strong Brain, you're a sucker. Who do you work for?
I didn't hear nothing.
2 guys have been murdered. First the detective here, then Prell. Somebody's going to swing for it.
Now shut up, like I said.
Hey, what's going on there? Can people have no privacy? You're listening. That's what you're doing.
Oh, for the love of... Walk, will you? Go on the door.
All right. Plenty of standing room. Don't shove.
Well, what are you listening to? You think you hear something of all the nerves?
Now out the door.
Okay. Just thought you might not want the guy who's coming down the hall to see you.
What?
Oh, it's only the desk clerk. Get back in there.
What's going on here? What in heaven's...
Valentine!
What do you think you're doing?
Come on, get out of the way, fast.
Let go of me, really.
Down here, will you? Okay, he's not going to shoot.
Shoot? What kind of a disturbance is this? This is not the sort of hotel you could... Wait a minute. I've seen you before.
Yeah, you're the guy who gave out my description, I guess.
What? No, I didn't give any description. Oh, you're the laundry man. Oh, no, that's what I was talking about. I remember. You're the... Oh. Well, see here, there was a mix-up
Come on,
room.
skip it. Just show me the fastest way out.
Get that gun away from me.
That big man in there, was there anybody with him when he came into the hotel?
What? Well, no. Yes, I mean, yes. There are several men down the lobby. I don't know who they are. You're wanted by the police. That's all I know.
The back stairs, then. Where are they? Come on.
I won't help a criminal.
Come on, don't argue, friend.
Well, all right. Here, duck in here. There are several policemen in the hotel, too. There are cars at the alley entrance.
You're going to find me a way out, so stop shaking. I didn't kill anybody. The police don't think I did.
Why not?
Now, look, you. I'm just a guy behind the 8 ball, see? There's a big crook in your town, Clarence Prell. You know him?
No.
An accountant. Man in a nice spot to take payoffs coming in from the city. But Prell is dead, so he's not the crook.
What? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Find me a way out of here, or people will be wrong. They'll think he was the crook. They'll say he killed a detective named Harold Stark who was on his trail.
Let them say what they want.
They'll say I killed Prell, maybe in self-defense. But I was real smart and collected all the evidence, including the guns. Then poor Valentine, he was on his way to get himself out of trouble with the police when something happened to him.
You're mad. You're worse than the laundry people.
Now, look, Buster, I'm telling you all this so you'll help. It's a frame-up, see? To get rid of 2 private detectives and take the heat off by making Prell look like the big shot. A triple play.
Here we are. Here, give me a hand with the window.
Okay. Only 6 stories up. I forgot my umbrella. I can't jump, Buster.
No. Look, out there, you see? To the side. It's an old fire escape. It hasn't been used since we built the new wing, but it comes down in the service yard. This is the side street.
Yeah?
Well, go on. How much help do you need? Oh, there's no one down there. Here, you see?
Yeah, sure, I see. Little rusty, though, isn't it?
Well, what do you expect, a red carpet?
I expect you to go first. Lead the way.
What?
It just occurred to me it's not so bad being behind an 8 ball. If you've got the cue in your hand.
Mr. Valentine, for the love...
Remember the gun, Buster. Lead the way. Now, tell me, why do you call me Valentine? Why not Prell or Stark? Or any of the other names thrown around tonight?
Well, back there, Lemuel called you Valentine.
How do you know his name?
Well, I'm a hotel clerk. I see lots of people.
And that switchover of rooms today. I don't see how anybody could have done it but the hotel clerk himself.
Well, but what on earth are you talking about?
Human nature. How you and your boy Lemuel found out about my coming here.
How I?
An accountant sees lots of people, sure. But a hotel clerk sees a lot more. Now, who's in a better spot to receive payoff deliveries on the QT than the man behind the desk?
I'm going back.
You're going nowhere. Now, listen, Buster. It had to either be one of my 3 clients or you.
What?
Yeah, so take human nature again. It couldn't be one of them, or why get me in it? But they did write the letter right after a Civic League luncheon.
What do you mean, human nature?
I mean how people mail letters in hotels. In a hotel, you just hand the letter to the clerk to mail, don't you?
Get out of my
way.
way.
No, you don't.
I'm going back.
What's the matter? Don't these rusty stairs go on down there? Do they just fall off in the dark someplace?
That's you who's going to fall off in the dark.
Not even afraid of the gun, are you? You already know it's not loaded. Just evidence to be found on the patsy.
Look out. Don't.
This is where you get racked up, 8-ball.
Back to George Valentine in just a moment. Here's a tip for every Western motorist who enjoys going for a pleasure drive. For real motoring fun, use Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's balanced to give your car all the important qualities it needs. Wherever you drive throughout the West, you can count on Chevron Supreme for smooth power and for fast starts and quick warm-up, too. Try Chevron Supreme gasoline at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
But, George, how did you get off that fire escape? It was rusty. You would have fallen through. That's why he led you out there. What he expected you to do.
Hey, slow down, will you? How'd you get out of jail, Angel?
Oh, George, please, I want to understand.
Oh, he was a guy, all right, the hotel clerk. Yeah, he kept the job so nobody'd ever guess, as well as because it was such a perfect spot for payoffs. He knew the heat was on when he heard I was coming, and Lemuel couldn't stop me. He had me all set for a double fancy frame.
But that other detective.
Well, the mayor said he wanted to handle things himself, didn't he? That he knew a man he wanted to hire.
Harold Stark, posing as a necktie salesman.
Yeah, and that accountant had been working with the clerk on the rackets, so he figured he'd make him fall guy. Strictly from desperation, Angel. But it all might have worked.
But you would have died accidentally, fallen and been killed, and that would have been the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Only how on earth, after you knocked him out, how did you get him off the fire escape?
How did you get out of jail?
Well, you saw him. That big, good-looking policeman.
So what? You said you didn't tell him anything.
No.
Well?
He was very sweet. Well, after a while, there was no reason to hold me. In jail, I mean.
Oh, why, Brooksy.
And, well, why should I tell you if you won't tell me? Good night, Georgie.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Bill Conrad was heard as Lemuel, Bob Jellison as the clerk, Herb Butterfield as Nielsen, Will Wright as Vickery, and Stanley Farrar as Wall. Music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Let George do it. The 8-Ball, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, There's no finer, no more exclusive little town on the map than Summer Springs.
You're not selling them real estate, Nielsen.
I'm writing this letter, Vic. Be quiet. Shut the door, will you, Emmett?
Sure, Nielsen. Boys are a little noisy. Guess the luncheon's broke up.
Civic League. Just a lot of talk. None of them will ever do anything, but the three of us. Always away, isn't it?
I don't know. You've only written one sentence.
Shut up, Vic. And Summer Springs. Perhaps you visited the hotel here yourself, Mr. Valentine, but at least it's a sure thing you've seen the outrageous charges the federal grand jury and city newspapers have been making about us.
Now, wait a minute, Nielsen. I'm still not so sure this is the right way to go at this.
Here, the mayor speaks.
Well, now, Vic, you're a lawyer. Would you hire a man you'd never seen to investigate your own backyard? Now, there's a man I know, a fine detective, who would be only too glad to come down here.
Fine detective like that police force of yours, I suppose. Can't see what's under their own noses.
Well, I'm the responsible one, and it seems to me that I should...
Wall, his back's to the wall, and his head is all full of surmises.
Now, see
You've
here,
got
Vic,
to stop being cautious sometime, Emmett. In my bank, I make decisions, and I make them fast.
Yes, but
I agree with Nielsen, Emmett. If we don't get an outside investigator quick, the grand jury will do it. I say let's us find out first. Clean up our own town.
Objections overruled. Now we're getting someplace. Mr. Valentine, I'm enclosing railroad tickets. A public-spirited group, of which I am the head.
Three of us. Don't we sound fancy, though?
Expects your immediate presence. It has been alleged that Summer Springs is being used as the center of payoffs for the big city collection rackets. That our fair town has a jackal in its midst. And it's your job to find him. There. I do it?
That's all right.
Now we'll get some action. I'll mail this right now. Only, see here, both of you. Nobody knows about this but the three of us. Remember, nobody else knows about Valentine.
They made a reservation for me at the Summer Springs Hotel, Brooks, so you can phone me up there.
George, why can't I go with you? Just because they don't expect me
Look,
to
it's
come...
a five-alarm fire all set to go off, and you know it. Summer Springs is going to be hotter than
But
the 4th.
nobody knows about you, just the men who rode.
Angel, I'm looking for a guy who poses as respectable, a big-timer who hasn't been identified. And if you were there, I wouldn't be able to duck as fast.
But there's nothing dangerous if nobody knows.
Hey, wait, Mr. Valentine.
Huh? Yeah?
The baggage man pointed you out.
Yeah?
I need your help. I need your lot. I got a case for you.
Sorry, I'm tied up on one.
My, grandmother's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
My grandfather killed her. Used an axe.
What?
I'm not interested.
George.
You see, my aunt's insane, and what happened
I doubt
was
if you ever had a grandmother, Gorilla Boy, or even a mother. Now say it in English and fast, because I'm not going to miss that train.
I got $1,000 here for you to take my case. I could think of one.
Uh-huh. You mean if I don't take the train?
I don't mind. I could tell it to you on the way to Summer Springs.
That's where you think I'm going, huh?
No, just where you think you're going.
So somebody else does know.
Hey, Buster, get out of my way before I miss
Stay
that.
away, I'm telling you.
Oh, no, you
George,
don't.
look out!
Now. Yeah, easy. We're attracting attention.
A corpse would attract more.
Who hired you?
$1,000. Trip ain't necessary. Stay home.
Okay, maybe you're right, mister. Too late now anyway. There she goes.
It's a sooty kind of a trip. You wouldn't have enjoyed it.
Uh-huh. Shall we go count the money?
Sure. My name's Lemuel. You're a smart guy. I thought you'd see the light.
Yeah. I hope you do. So you get to go after all, Angel. Yeah, you get to drop me off in Summer Springs yourself. From the car.
Not much of a hotel, is it?
For a fancy town like this, no more potted palms than usual.
Do I get to come in with you?
Sure. Lemuel kept me off the train, didn't he? Okay, then the more casual, the better.
You mean whoever hired him won't be expecting you to show up now?
I mean, Lemuel isn't in condition to report for a
I do
while.
not care what the union says about chambermaids. I have an opinion, too, you know. Have you been a clerk for 12 years? Well, have you? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Be just a moment.
Oh, no. Finish the phone call.
Now, listen. I don't care how many chambermaids you've known. But do you run a laundry service or a... Oh, hold on, will you? I'm so sorry. Now, what was it?
George Valentine. I've got a reservation.
No, I won't call the manager. He doesn't live here. What was the name, sir?
George Valentine.
Let me see. Yes, he's in his room.
What?
At 350 towels, I told you, not 340. Oh, for heaven's sake, hang on, will you? What's the matter?
Well, I asked...
Oh, yes, it was George Valentine you asked for, wasn't it? Well, he just checked in a few moments ago. Yes, he's in his room. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's room 419. It's the elevator to the right.
But...
Oh, thanks a lot, Buster. Come on, Angel.
You see, my dear fellow, if the chambermaids don't count the towels, they're right.
But who is it, George? If somebody took your room...
I don't know, Brooksy. Looks like they're still one step ahead of us, whoever they are. It's essential Lemuel couldn't have revived in time.
Well, whoever the impersonator is in there, he doesn't seem to answer very fast.
Come on. Sure. Of course he's dead. Hey, shut that door.
There's no gun. I don't see
Shut
a
the
gun.
door, will you? He's shot, all right.
George, he's about your same build.
Huh?
Around the same age.
Yeah. There's a briefcase over here under the bed.
It's a sample case, isn't it? The kind salesmen carry?
Neckties. Nothing but neckties.
Look, George, there's a key on the floor next to it.
Here, let me see. Yeah, to another room, 631. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. Card in his wallet. Sure, of course. Harold Stark, Sure Silk Tie Company from Salt Lake City.
Necktie salesman. Only suppose he came in on the train tonight, George.
Yeah, sure. Single guy, looking generally my type. You mean suppose he got picked up by somebody watching the hotel here, somebody expecting me?
So they kill him and put him in your room?
Wait a minute. Let it ring.
We ought to talk to the clerk, to the bellboys.
Now listen, whoever shot this guy did it and ran. Okay, then so will we.
George, that's crazy.
Is it? I was hired to find out who a big-time collection man is in this town, right? Only whoever it is got one jump ahead of us. I can't even start working until I get out from behind the 8 ball, can I?
Oh, George, that phone, it keeps ringing. Somebody's going to hear it. And... What are you doing?
I'm putting my own wallet, on the body. What do you think?
No.
You take this, guys. Go back to that drive-in on the edge of town. Run a fast telephone check on him. Harold Stark, Salt Lake City.
The clerk knows we're here. He'll keep ringing.
Wait till I grab the neckties. We'll dump them in the alley. And I'll be out from behind the 8 ball if I'm dead, won't I?
George.
I'll be free to find out those guys who hired me. So come on, give the police a chance to find the body of George Valentine.
Yes, come in, Mr.
Valentine, I told you. Your name is Nielsen, isn't it? You sent for me, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, don't look like a ghost, like you're scared.
What do you want with me?
What's that?
Why do you keep your hand in your pocket?
Because I want a cigarette.
What?
See? Oh. Now all I want is a little talk, Mr. Nielsen. With you and Mr. Vickery and Emmett Wall, the mayor.
You know all of our names.
Well, sure, of course. Here's the letter you wrote me. Oh, hey, I'm beginning to get this. Have you just had a phone call or something?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact, from Vickery. He happened to be at police court. For once, they work fast in this town. A patrolman has reported the murder of George Valentine.
Okay, sit down. I'll explain if you will.
I have nothing to...
Buster, I'll use your phone. Prove it to you. The police here in the city. I know you've never seen my face, but they can... What?
Darling, I tried to contact those people in Salt Lake, but I can't. I mean, I got the company all right, but nothing about Harold Stark.
Why not?
They've never even heard of him. Nobody by that name has ever sold neckties. Don't you see what you've done? Throw away that wallet, George. The man who was killed was a phony. You can't be somebody that doesn't exist.
All right. I believe you. I agree you're Valentine.
Then you realize how fast I got to work, Nielsen. I told you what Miss Brooks said. The body was a plant of some kind. This thing gets deeper every minute.
And you haven't even started your investigation.
Whoever the man is I'm after is calling the shots in advance. And you claimed only 3 of you knew about me.
Yes, I understand. You think it's one of us. But I'm afraid it doesn't make much difference if I do help you now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I'm not a cowardly man, but I'll admit, when you knocked on the door...
Yeah, sure, you were scared to death. But what's that got to do with...
Valentine, I don't think you realize yet just how far behind that 8 ball you are. That same patrolman who found the body also saw a man and woman throw away a briefcase in an alley.
Huh?
You and Miss Brooks. There was identification with the neckties. At the door just now, I thought you were the man every policeman in town is looking for. Harold Stark. He doesn't exist, you say? His description is yours. And you know who you are?
Never mind. I get it. I dug my own grave, didn't I? Yeah. I killed George Valentine.
Well, Valentine, for once it seems the police wasted no time discovering a mistake, that George Valentine was not killed.
Well, that's nice to know. You mean they re-identified that body I found?
Clarence Prell, up-and-coming accountant. His name's been mixed up in this thing already. He's been making a tremendous amount of money the past few years. It's just possible our big shot is already dead.
Well, why would this man, this accountant, have the identification of Harold Stark on him? Who killed him? Who put it there? Who put him there in my hotel room?
Now, listen to me, Valentine. You can get to work now. You're off the hook. They know it's not your body.
Now, look, I've been in trouble because it wasn't kept secret that you 3 were hiring me. Is that right?
Oh, there you go again. We're honest. Stupid. Yes, but honest. None of us are mixed up in any rackets.
Okay, skip it. But even if the big shot isn't one of you, you're now in the way, aren't you?
What?
Well, maybe I'm wanted by the police, but if the killer with Strong Boys knows about me, he also then knows about you. Yeah. Lock your doors tonight.
Shh. Turn out those lights.
Huh?
The car just stopped out there. I could see the lights blinking.
Take it easy, Nielsen. It's only Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Oh, George, sometimes I think you're the 8 ball.
Angel, the heat's on the big shot, whoever he is, a lot more than it's on me. Come on, we're going in here.
Where, the drugstore?
Yeah. Got a nickel in your purse?
Yeah. Why don't you go straight to the mayor himself?
Brooksy, I need a little more time to work alone. You're going to give it to me.
What?
The mayor's got his own ideas. I've got mine. But if I don't work fast, a lot of people are liable to get hurt. Hello, operator. I want a policeman. This Mr. Rex will do anything to cover his tracks before a full investigation.
George, what on earth are you doing?
Hey, police, look. I just heard that thing on the radio. I mean that description of that guy and that girl, that Harold Stark with the girl who was dressed... Well, slow down. How can I? I just seen her, the girl, having a soda. Hey, what's her name here? Oh, yeah, Kleshimer's drugstore. She's wearing a brown coat. Hey, you better come and get her quick.
George Valentine, of all the dirty tricks.
At least you won't get hurt, Angel. Tell him to look for me any place but the Summer Springs Hotel, room 631. Now, you play 8 ball for a while. $6.31. Key fits all right. Ouch! Where are the lights in this plane? Oh, no. How long have you been dead, Baldy? Huh. Just about as long as the other guy, I guess, huh? Only what's your name? You the real Harold Stark? Are you the... Hey! Oh!
I didn't go out with him. You said I went out with him. Who said that?
You did. I know you.
Who said that?
Oh. What in the...
You.
Hey, where am I?
Who? Come on, tell me.
Hey, who in the name of...
Shut up. People in the next room.
Hey. Lemuel.
Yeah. It's a lousy hotel. They let anybody in.
I thought I knocked you out of the picture before once.
We're even. I didn't hit you hard enough either.
Yeah, you're out of condition, Buster. That's bad. You kill that guy?
I was with you in another town. Don't talk so loud.
All right. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to... Hey, get out of my pocket. What's the idea?
There's a gun in your stomach. Don't argue.
Well, why put a gun in my pocket, too?
It's empty. Don't get your hopes up. Be quiet.
Another wallet, too. If you think you can frame me for killing this guy, whoever he is, you're crazy.
I'm not. Cops don't kill cops.
What?
Can't you tell Flatfeet when you see him? His name's Harold Stark. An eye that got shut. Like you're gonna be.
Oh, so that's it. Yeah, sure, there is a Stark, a detective. Came to town acting like a necktie salesman, huh? Ouch. Just let me get in that chair, will you?
Sure. You're fixed. You got everything.
Wait a minute. 2 guns. 2 guns I got in my pockets.
Not so loud. There's 2 men dead, aren't there? You're a bright boy, a real up-and-coming eye. Dead eye. Huh.
Yeah, sure. The real Stark dead in this room. That accountant named Prell dead in my room.
So come on, bright boy. Get on your feet.
Yeah, sure.
Look out. Get away from that phone.
Hello, anybody.
Yeah, that's better. Here now, talk to the wire. Dead like you are. Now on your feet, like I said.
Hey, listen. The people next door, they've stopped talking. Yeah, they heard me. Look, Strong Brain, you're a sucker. Who do you work for?
I didn't hear nothing.
2 guys have been murdered. First the detective here, then Prell. Somebody's going to swing for it.
Now shut up, like I said.
Hey, what's going on there? Can people have no privacy? You're listening. That's what you're doing.
Oh, for the love of it. Walk, will you? Go on the door.
All right. Plenty of standing room. Don't shove.
Well, what are you listening to? You think you hear something or something? Of all the nerves.
Now out the door.
Okay. Just thought you might not want the guy who's coming down the hall to see you.
What?
Oh, it's only the desk clerk. Get back in there.
What's going on here? What in the hell is
Valentine!
What do you think you're doing?
Come on, get out of the way, fast.
Let go of me, really.
Down here, will you? Okay, he's not going to shoot.
Shoot? What kind of a disturbance is this? This is not the sort of hotel you get... Wait a minute. I've seen you before.
Yeah, you're the guy who gave out my description, I guess.
What? No, I didn't give any description. Oh, you're the laundry man. Oh, no, that's what I was talking about. I remember. You're the... Oh. Well, see here, there was a mix-up
Come on, skip it. Just show me the fastest way out.
No, but get that gun away from
That
me.
big man in there, was there anybody with him when he came into the hotel?
What? Well, no. Yes, I mean, yes. There are several men down the lobby. I don't know who they are. You're wanted by the police. That's all I know.
The back stairs, then. Where are they? Come on.
I won't help a criminal.
Come on, don't argue, friend.
Well, all right. Here, duck in here. There are several policemen in the hotel, too. There are cars at the alley entrance.
You're going to find me a way out, so stop shaking. I didn't kill anybody. The police don't think I did.
Why not?
Now, look, you. I'm just the guy behind the 8-ball, see? There's a big crook in your town, Clarence Prell. You know him?
No.
An accountant. Man in a nice spot to take payoffs coming in from the city. But Prell is dead, so he's not the crook.
What? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Find me a way out of here, or people will be wrong. They'll think he was the crook. They'll say he killed a detective named Harold Stark who was on his trail.
Let them say what they want.
They'll say I killed Prell, maybe in self-defense. But I was real smart and collected all the evidence, including the guns. Then poor Valentine, he was on his way to get himself out of trouble with the police when something happened to him.
You're mad. You're worse than the laundry people.
Now, look, Buster, I'm telling you all this so you'll help. It's a frame-up, see? To get rid of 2 private detectives and take the heat off by making Prell look like the big shot. A triple play.
Here we are. Here, give me a hand with the window.
Okay. Only 6 stories up. I forgot my umbrella. I can't jump, Buster.
No. Look, out there, you see? To the side. It's an old fire escape. It hasn't been used since we built the new wing, but it comes down in the service yard. This is the side street.
Yeah?
Well, go on. How much help do you need? Oh, there's no one down there. Here, you see?
Yeah, sure, I see. Little rusty, though, isn't it?
Well, what do you expect? A red carpet?
I expect you to go first. Lead the way.
What?
It just occurred to me it's not so bad being behind an 8-ball. If you've got the cue in your hand.
Mr. Valentine, for the love...
Remember the gun, Buster. Lead the way. Now tell me, why do you call me Valentine? Why not Prell or Stark? Or any of the other names thrown around tonight?
Well, back there, Lemuel called you Valentine.
How do you know his name?
Well, I'm a hotel clerk. I see lots of people.
And that switchover of rooms today. I don't see how anybody could have done it but the hotel clerk himself.
Well, but what on earth are you talking about?
Human nature. How you and your boy Lemuel found out about my coming here.
How I?
An accountant sees lots of people, sure. But a hotel clerk sees a lot more. Now, who's in a better spot to receive payoff deliveries on the QT than the man behind the desk?
I'm going back.
You're going nowhere. Now, listen, Buster. It had to either be one of my 3 clients or you.
What?
Yeah, so take human nature again. It couldn't be one of them, or why get me in it? But they did write the letter right after a Civic League luncheon.
What do you mean, human nature?
I mean how people mail letters in hotels. In a hotel, you just hand the letter to the clerk to mail, don't you?
Get out of my
way.
way.
No, you don't.
I'm going back.
What's the matter? Don't these rusty stairs go on down there? Do they just fall off in the dark someplace?
That's you who's going to fall off in the dark.
Not even afraid of the gun, are you? You already know it's not loaded. Just evidence to be found on the patsy.
Look out. Don't.
This is where you get racked up, 8-ball.
Back to George Valentine in just a moment.
Do you remember a tune called One for My Baby? It ended with the line, so it's one for my baby and one more for the road. Well, you can feel sorry for a tenor on a record who drowns his sorrows with one more for the road. But when you're actually going to drive, one more for the road is something else. If you drive, don't drink. If you drink, don't drive. Not unless you want an ambulance for a chaser.
But, George, how did you get off that fire escape? It was rusty. You would have fallen through. That's why he led you out there. What he expected you to do.
Hey, slow down, will you? How'd you get out of jail, Angel?
Oh, George, please, I want to understand.
Oh, he was a guy, all right, the hotel clerk. Yeah, he kept the job so nobody'd ever guess, as well as because it was such a perfect spot for payoffs. He knew the heat was on when he heard I was coming, and Lemuel couldn't stop me. He had me all set for a double fancy frame.
But that other detective.
Well, the mayor said he wanted to handle things himself, didn't he? That he knew a man he wanted to hire.
Harold Stark, posing as a necktie salesman.
Yeah, and that accountant had been working with the clerk on the rackets, so he figured he'd make him fall guy. Strictly from desperation, Angel. But it all might have worked.
You would have died accidentally, fallen and been killed, and that would have been the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Only how on earth, after you knocked him out, how did you get him off the fire escape?
How did you get out of jail?
Well, you saw him. That big, good-looking policeman.
So what? You said you didn't tell him anything.
No.
Well?
He was very sweet. Well, I mean, after a while, there was no reason to hold me. In jail, I mean.
Oh, why, Brooksy.
And, well, why should I tell you if you won't tell me? Good night, Georgie.
Let George Do It is a weekly presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Personal notice. Changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Let George do it. Tonight's story, Christmas Letter, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
You know, darling, we're much better than we were last year.
Yep, someday we may actually become mediocre. Any more of those silver thingamajigs? This branch looks kind of gone.
Oh, wait a minute. Yes, here we are.
Ah, good. That's better.
Anytime you're ready for the big star, let me know.
Uh-huh. Hey, those letters you picked up in the office this afternoon.
Now, George.
Well, I was just wondering if there could have been anything important in them, that's
We
all.
decided not to open any mail until after Christmas, and so I'm
Well,
not...
I was just wondering.
Of course, I did wonder about the one from Japan.
What?
The return address reads Private First Class Dan Ferris, and his number was...
Oh, Angel, surely someone writing to me all the way from Japan can't possibly get me out of your apartment on Christmas Eve.
Well...
And a letter from a soldier.
All right. Here it is.
Let's see. Dear Mr. Valentine, I remember reading your ad in the paper when I was still back home and knowing you're an ex-GI. I think you might want to help me because I sure do have a job that's too tough to handle. In fact, from this distance, it's impossible. So here's something I would like you to do for me on Christmas Eve.
Oh, no. Don't read any farther, George.
Enclosed, fine $20. It's to cover the expenses of taking out the most beautiful girl in the world.
What's that?
Buying her an eggnog or two, listening to some Christmas carols. You get the idea. Anyway, her name is Lucy Rand, and she lives
Darling,
at
please don't read any farther.
the enclosed address. You'll be doing me a big favor if you'll be my proxy this Christmas Eve and write me all about it. Very truly yours, Dan Red Ferris. Well,
Proxy.
well, a boy who's obviously pretty lonely
Yes, but I thought we were going to
on
spend...
Christmas Eve.
Come on, stop talking so much.
Oh, no, hey, wait a minute. Not you, me. Red said I should take out his...
We're going. Christmas spirit is fine, up to a point. But that does not include a date with the most beautiful girl in the world.
The apartment house is down the block.
You know, George, about that letter, I have a notion our friend Red is really slightly suspicious about his girlfriend's, well, boyfriend.
Yeah, such an idea has been known to occur to guys who are 6,000 miles away from home.
Well, the girl is probably set to spend this evening with her family, and all we'll really do is dismiss...
Excuse me, folks.
Yeah?
I'm sorry to bother you, but well, that is, we, the missus and I, have had it pretty tough this year. And she's a wonderful cook. Like right here, miss.
What's that?
It's a Christmas pudding, miss. The missus makes the best in the world.
Oh, look, I'm afraid we're on a diet. But if this'll help...
Oh, no, sir. This is a very fine pudding, and for only $2.
George, I guess at dinner tomorrow we could.
Yeah, well, I suppose so. Just a minute. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Hey.
George, he's running away.
Pudding and all. Hey, wait, you! Okay, wise guy.
Let go of me.
All right, now hand me back that money.
No.
And this wonderful Christmas pudding your wife made. Give.
No.
I said give you.
That's a pudding?
Well, it's a brick, miss. A plain, ordinary brick wrapped in some Christmas paper.
Why, you crooked little...
I have no wife. I have nothing. And I don't care if you call the cops and they put me in jail. At least I get a good meal there. They give turkey and trimmings on Christmas.
Oh.
So put me in jail. But go ahead, I dare you to put me in jail.
Oh, never mind. Keep the money and keep the brick.
But you go on with this fancy shuffle, and you'll end up in jail, all right.
Oh, gee, thank you, mister. Thanks a lot. And Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, Brooksy, let's get going and play Cupid so we can get back to that tree.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Valentine, but I already have a date for this evening.
So you said.
This boy, Red, he has no hold on me, you know. Not at all, Miss Brooks.
Well, the only thing we know, Lucy, is what he wrote us in that letter.
Well, I don't even know why I started writing to him. One of those silly things. A friend of a friend of a friend of mine is engaged to a boy in Red's outfit, and she said boys need cheering up. So I wrote to him. He's nice and sounds like fun, but that's all.
Yeah, well, Red must have taken some things for granted, I guess.
Well, he'll just have to get over it. After all, I didn't make him think I cared.
I see.
And as for tonight, I'm perfectly all right. I'm in good hands. Walter Denning is a perfect gentleman.
Walter Denning?
You make it sound like a naughty word.
Do you know him, George?
Slightly. He's in the neighborhood. Tall, handsome boy, sharp with a buck.
Why, he's not.
Wolf by avocation and vocation and inclination.
Stop that.
Small-time impresario. How's his big girly act coming along? Denning's Delectables, isn't it, playing at the Blue Grotto?
He's doing very well, thank you. I've had a very busy day. Selling in a department store on the day before Christmas is wonderful for a girl's feet. So if you don't mind...
See this record here on the Victrola.
It's nothing.
The label says made at the YMCA Tokyo, Japan.
Something Red sent you?
But yes, it came today. A Christmas card, sort of. You can hear it if you want. There's nothing too personal in it.
I'll do it, George.
Hello, Lucy. I don't really know what to say into this thing. I guess pretty soon it's going to be Christmas. But here it isn't very much. So a fella gets to do a lot of thinking and hoping, remembering. When I do that, I keep thinking mostly of the things you wrote me in your letters. I really don't even know what you look like, but I can imagine. And what I imagine is, well, when you listen to some Christmas music or see a guy in a funny red suit ringing a little bell in the street, I hope you'll think of me. Well, I'm running out of time, and so...
I guess he overran his time.
Yeah. Well, come on, Angel. Lucy, I didn't mean to shoot my mouth off about this Denning guy.
I know. That's what people may think of him, but he's in love with me. He's sincerely in love with me.
Are you sure, Lucy?
Wait a minute. Here. Take a look at this.
Engagement ring.
Walter gave it to me a week ago.
I notice you're not wearing it.
Well, I told him I wasn't quite sure of how I felt. He wanted me to take the ring and wait, so I'm to give him my answer tonight.
And?
Well, he's waiting for a divorce, so he isn't free to marry me yet, but he will be in a month or so. He's taking his troupe on a road tour the day after tomorrow, and he wants to give me a job and let me go along. He says he can make a dancer out of me, and then we can be together in the meantime.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a beautiful diamond. Yes, isn't it? Walter really has been sweet to me, honest with me. Do you understand?
Sure.
Thanks a lot for taking the trouble to come here on Christmas Eve, but really I'm quite all right, and there's nothing to be done about Red. Good luck, Lucy. Thanks. And goodbye.
Hi there, Denning.
What? Oh.
Now watch this. Never would pass up a free drink. Say, how about having a drink with us?
Valentine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and this is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
Miss Brooks? Well, how charming.
I want you to join us at the bar.
Only if you'll be my guest. I never knew Valentine had such a beautiful associate.
Well, thank you.
Yourself.
Perhaps someday I might give you a call and we could have a talk.
Well, that would be nice.
Yeah. Say, how you doing with the horses lately, Walter?
Oh, I haven't been playing the horses. Gave them up.
I see.
A beautiful girl like you, Miss Brooks, should be able to wield a great power over the life of any man.
I should?
Any man who isn't absolutely blind.
Your line is still pretty smooth, friend.
Blind? Oh, no. It's just that I guess I'm sentimental. I'd like to play Cupid.
Cupid?
Yes, you see, I'm in love. Practically engaged to a lovely girl.
Oh, really?
Yes, you don't know her, but she's wonderful. Lucy. Isn't that a lovely name?
Yes, indeed.
So I want everyone to be in love and happy. Now, tell me, Miss Brooks, doesn't this guy Valentine ever notice you? All right, now what do we have to drink?
Well, I think we'll skip it if you don't mind, Miss Brooks.
No.
But I thought
Some other time, huh?
All right. As a matter of fact, I was leaving to see Lucy. Did you want to speak to me about anything?
No, I guess not. So long.
Goodbye, and Merry Christmas.
So you owe it to Red to prove to yourself Walter Denning is still no
Oh, well, guys like that don't change. Not even when they fall in love.
good. He's penny pinching. So he wants to buy us a drink.
I'm hard to convince.
He gambles and he's a wolf and no pretty girl is safe with him. So he wants to play Cupid for another
All
man.
right, okay, I heard him.
George, I know it's tough on Red and maybe you don't like the idea. But I think we just have to forget all this.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now, let's go back to my place and finish decorating the tree, huh?
Well, the lights are all set.
Wait a minute, I'll turn them on. Oh, aren't they beautiful?
Yeah. The whole room is so peaceful.
Darling.
Christmas Eve. Frankly, I'm glad all the excitement is over.
Ah, yes, so am I.
Did I speak too soon?
Let's just keep quiet and they'll go away.
Oh, no. We'd better do something about this. Oh. Yes, officer?
Valentine? Your name's George Valentine?
Yeah, that's right. Won't you come in?
What is it, George?
Just a minute, Brooks.
I hate to do this on Christmas Eve. The tree looks real pretty in there, too. But there's a warrant out for your arrest, Mr. Valentine.
Arrest?
There must be some mistake.
What for?
Now, take it easy. How should I know what for? There's a warrant, all right. Sworn out by somebody named Lucy Rand.
Sorry. Is that all you're going to keep on saying, Lucy?
Well, I feel so terrible about this. Well, that's a variation, at least.
Well, why on earth would I steal your engagement
But
ring?
don't you see? I didn't know who you were. Not really. I thought coming here with a letter from Red was just a trick, and I did show you the ring, and it was
Oh,
gone.
now, look.
Now that the police told me you're all right,
Look, Lucy, I realize that the ring must be an expensive one, and you were upset, but I still
No,
don't...
it's not that. But you see, I'm supposed to give my answer to Walter tonight, and I don't want to be influenced because I don't have his ring.
You mean you have some doubt about what you should say to Walter? Hooray for our side.
Well, I didn't say that.
Uh-huh.
Now, George, stop it. Walter Denning seems to be a perfectly charming man. He is. I know he is. But...
Hearing from Red, the record he sent you, that didn't make you doubt your decision a little, did it?
Oh, of all the silly... I can't face Walter and tell him his ring has been stolen. Now, dear Mr. Valentine will do whatever he can, but after all, it's nothing that can be accomplished in a minute.
You sure it isn't just mislaid, Lucy?
No, it isn't. After I showed you the ring, I put it down a minute, and then the phone rang. It's out in the hall, you know, and I went to answer it. Oh, the ironic part of it is it was a wrong number. And then when I came back, the ring was gone.
Uh-huh. From where you were at the phone, you couldn't see who went into your room.
No. So it might have been anyone here in the apartment house. Yes, but well, they're my neighbors. Good, respectable people, and it's Christmas Eve. And why?
Okay. I'll see what I can do. Take it easy.
Oh, dear. This is probably Walter.
Well, there's nothing you can do but let him in.
I suppose so. Will our friend Mr. Denning be surprised to see us here?
Lucy is not really sure of her feelings toward that guy. Maybe if he finds out about the ring and acts the way I think he will.
Now, George, playing Cupid for Red is one thing, but trying... Walter, these are some friends of mine. Miss Brooks and Mr. Valentine.
Why, hello again.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you knew each other. Say, let's all of us get dressed up and go out and celebrate Christmas in real style. A good idea?
Well, Walter...
that sounds fine, but I'm afraid I won't be able to join. After all, if I'm to look for that ring of yours,
Mr.
Lucy...
Valentine.
Ring?
What's he talking about, Lucy?
George, I could wring your neck.
Well, I'm sorry, Lucy, but I don't think you can keep that a secret from Walter anyway. After all, it'll take days, weeks, if the ring will ever be found.
Well, I'm so terribly sorry, Walter. The ring, that beautiful ring you gave me, it must have been stolen. I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, darling.
But the ring, I know how much it must have cost you, and I...
Do you think it's really important to either of us? Well, I don't want anything in the world to make you unhappy for 1 minute.
Oh, Walter.
You're more important to me than all the rings in the world. So, come on, snap out of it, honey.
You mean that, don't you?
Of course I do.
Oh, go home and dress up, darling, and pick me up later. We're going right out and celebrate our engagement, with or without a ring.
What?
Darling. I still wish you folks had joined the party.
No, thanks. Come on, Brooksy.
Coming, Cupid? But, George, the way he acted was so sweet. Not a peep out of him. Any girl would melt at such a sign of devotion.
Yeah. And I thought he'd yell like a stuck pig.
Let's get out of here. Go back to my apartment and finish decorating the tree.
You know, that's beginning to sound like a chorus of a song. Let's go back and decorate the tree. Well, I suppose that's all we can.
What is it?
Look, in that corner. The neatly wrapped Christmas pudding.
Somebody in this house must have bought it and then threw it away.
Could be, but it's still unwrapped. So maybe our little salesman came here to sell it, threw it away himself when he got something that would bring him more money than 1,000 puddings.
The ring. He must have stolen Lucy's ring.
Uh-huh. He was headed for jail. If he isn't in jail already, maybe we can get the ring back in a hurry. And maybe if we do, it might still keep Lucy from being too grateful for Walter's understanding.
George, he isn't in jail.
Are you sure, Angel?
I asked Lieutenant Johnson to help, and he checked.
So it looks more and more like Shorty, huh?
No luck with the neighborhood pawn shop?
Now they're closed. But a bartender tells me there's one on Vesey Street that's not only open all the time, but isn't careful of what it buys. See you later. South. That should be right down here. Gonna sell a Christmas pudding in that pawn shop, friend?
Yeah, but...
Remember me, Shorty?
Yes, I think so. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
You wouldn't want to be impolite and leave me, would you, Buster?
Let me go.
You want to turn something over to me, friend? Something that you don't want to weigh on your conscience?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I said wait. Now, let's get into the store.
No.
I said move. You. Come on now.
Well, my goodness. What kind of goings-on are these?
Oh, it's all right, madam. My friend here had an eggnog too many.
Disgraceful.
I don't have anything now. Just please let me go.
Hold still while I make sure for myself.
Give me that.
No, you don't. Well, no doubt Santa Claus gave you this ring because you've been a good boy all year.
What are you going to do with me, mister?
We're going to take a walk together.
Oh, no, please.
Come on.
Will you have it back now? You can just let me go, huh?
You wanted to go to jail. You're going to get your wish.
Yeah, but they'll throw the book at me with this. I just saw the door open and the ring was on the table. I'm no criminal, mister.
Uh-huh.
Oh, mister, it's the holiday season.
So I see.
People still out buying Christmas trees over there. Oh, you can be nice to a fellow. I can't move. I'm sorry.
Hey, you, stop! Oh, he would run in there. All those trees.
Evening, Mac. Like something in a silver tip?
No, Buster.
Half price, Mac. I got some of the nicest Douglas.
I said I'll see you later.
Hey, look out. You knocked down a tree.
Oh, this is great. Try and find him in here. It's a regular forest. Maybe through here. Or maybe... So there you are.
Hey, mister. Mister, please. Please.
Can't somebody turn that thing off?
Oh, gosh, Mac. I thought you'd never come out of it.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, that fella must have been hiding in the trees, and he stole my wrench.
Wrench?
Yeah, I was fixing my truck when all this started. Had a wrench laying on the top of the cab.
Let me sit up. There. Now, wait.
Huh?
All right. Guess I didn't really expect to find it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, a charmed circle, a lover's vow, a maiden's dream.
Hey, you ought to find yourself a dock right away.
Oh, no, thanks. I got to give the police a description of a pudding salesman.
But, Mr. Valentine, what makes you think that the police will catch up with him tonight?
Well, of course, I'm not sure they will, but I gave them a pretty good description.
Well, I'm sure the police don't need our help, Valentine. Besides, Lucy and I have a table waiting for us at the club.
Anyway, it doesn't matter now, just when we get the ring back. Now that I'm sure. But I am sure, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, you said that before.
I'll get the tickets tomorrow, Lucy. It'll be a wonderful tour. And you'll be wonderful in the show, darling.
Yeah. Everything will be wonderful. You won't forget to write to Red, eh, Lucy?
Oh, no. No, I won't forget, and he'll understand. I know he will.
Oh, George, Mr. Heller said he'd be here in a little while.
Mr. Heller?
Just a friend. Now sit down, all of you. We're going to wait for this.
Just get up and I'll stop arguing before I lose my temper. Christmas Eve or no Christmas Eve.
And I tell you, officer, I didn't slug that guy.
Shorty.
Well, it seems to me we're in luck.
Well. Look who's here.
This is wonderful, officer.
Come on, get in there, Shep. He says his name's Shep Gilson.
Now, welcome home, Shep.
I didn't hit you, Mr. Valentine. I just kept on running. Now I haven't got that ring. You searched the officer, didn't you?
Yeah. The ring wasn't on him, Mr. Valentine. But he had plenty of time to stash it away somewhere.
That's what probably happened.
Yeah, we'll have a little talk with him down at the station house. And we'll let you know, Miss Rand.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, in just a minute, officer.
Huh?
I'd like to talk to you and Mr. Denning a moment, if I could, out in the hall.
Oh, sure.
Oh, we'll leave the door open. The ladies will be all right with Shorty.
What's on your mind, Valentine?
A few things.
Yeah? Things like what?
Like, would Shep, who's small and kind of puny, really be the one who slugged me?
Well, it doesn't take much to swing a heavy wrench.
Yeah, but it was lying on top of the cab of that truck. Shep would be too short even to see it up there.
I don't understand.
And another thing. Shep knew he was facing a long prison term. Now, would he take a chance on knocking me down to get that ring again? It's kind of giving yourself mighty short odds.
What are you driving at?
The fact that I felt there was something very fishy when you didn't act human, Walter.
Human?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I told you about the ring being stolen. No matter how much in love a guy is, he'd still react normally. Be shocked or angry. Anything except the perfect gentleman with a noble speech.
Oh, now look
Unless
here,
there's a
my dear
reason.
fellow.
Wait a minute, Valentine. You mean...
Yeah, you followed me ever since I left Lucy, didn't you, Walter? This may be taking another long shot, but you don't mind if we look through your pockets, do you, handsome?
I certainly do, and I'd like to see you...
Oh, this is just my night for not taking care, Buster.
Now, wait a minute, Valentine. Wait a minute, or I'll run you in for assault and
You
battery.
keep out of this, will you? Okay, Walter, okay. Shall we play some more?
No, let go. Stop that.
The ring.
Yeah.
Walter, what's been going on out here?
I'm afraid you ladies are in time just for the finish. Are you leaving us, Walter?
What?
Or do you want to stick around?
Well, Valentine...
What does he mean?
You don't mind if I keep the ring, do you? Just as a souvenir?
Well, yes. Yes, of course.
Walter.
Will somebody tell me what this is all about?
That's what I want to know.
Walter, please. Where are you going?
I'm sorry, Lucy. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.
But Walter!
Okay, Lucy. Now, look, Mr. Heller is a jeweler, a friend of mine, an expert. I was hoping we'd have this ring to show him.
But why would Walter do all that just to get his ring back? Why was he so embarrassed? Why would he... Oh,
Get the idea?
phony. That's what it is, isn't it? The ring, the talk of engagement.
Walter just got caught with his real intentions showing, that's all. Phony diamond, phony proposal, phony character.
Yes, I was such a fool, Mr. Valentine.
Now, you'll be all right. Everything will be all right.
Yeah, you ought to call it a swell Christmas present, miss.
Yeah, but what about me? What am I going to do with a long rap staring me in the face?
Oh, why, Shep, I'm surprised at you. If this ring is worth only a few dollars, you didn't commit very much of a crime now, did you?
What? Oh, hey.
Yeah, sure. You might even get just what you wanted from the judge. Just long enough in jail to see you through the holidays. Free turkey, remember? Maybe it's not such a bad Christmas all around.
I never made one of those records before.
Oh, it's very simple. Here, you just go in one of those booths.
Then you draw the curtains, and you're alone with the one who's going to hear what you have to say.
No, I want you and Miss Brooks to hear this.
Well,
I really do.
Okay. Anytime you want to start.
Dear Red, I don't really know what to say into this thing, but, well, maybe this was kind of a sudden idea. It's almost midnight. Christmas is almost here. Anyway, what I mean is, I've always thought that Santa Claus was a pretty old fellow with white whiskers and a big stomach. He isn't at all. He's a much younger man, and he has no beard. Tomorrow, Red, I'm going to send you a long letter.
Come here, Angel.
Yes, George.
There's so much I want to say to you.
And here we go again. Back to decorate the tree.
Yes, sir. Hey, you know, back in that tree lot, I picked up the one thing we need. See?
Mistletoe. Why, George.
Merry Christmas, everybody. This is John Heaston, and right now I'd like to introduce a friend of yours, George Valentine, but by his real name, Bob Bailey.
Well, this is our 5th Christmas together with you. And once again this year, speaking for myself and for everyone in our cast, we'd like to wish you the nicest, happiest Christmas ever.
Yes, friends, and to that, I'd like to add this message, that this be a very Merry Christmas for you and yours, and that the true spirit of Christmas, peace on earth, will come to pass for all men all over the world.
Merry Christmas,
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. No Escape from the Jungle, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Peter Van Russell. I'm a research chemist for one of the rubber companies with offices in Rangoon.
I have devoted my life to my work, which I suppose to someone else would be about as dull as my own person. It has been years since I have even followed the American newspapers, let alone kept abreast of your customs. I have never been in your city before. Now, I say all this so you will understand how impossible it is for me to locate a certain man without your help. A man who, like myself, has just arrived from Burma. A man who is here, but is not here. It is a debt of honor, you understand, purely a personal matter. I must see him. I only have a few days before I return to the jungle.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Van Rossel. You said this man is here, but he isn't here.
No, I assure you, it is just as confusing to me as it is to you, Miss Brooks.
Well, to start at the beginning, what's this man's name?
Hollowell. Terence Hollowell. He's about 40 years old. Tall, quite distinguished.
Hollowell, Does he live here? Did you look him up in the phone book?
Oh, yes. He maintains a residence.
Well, then what...
Now, I telephoned, you see, from my hotel, and I was informed by a caretaker that Mr. Hollowell won't be arriving from Burma until tomorrow.
Well, okay. Then he just hasn't got here yet.
Now, yes, he has. I came by plane. I'm sure he was at least a day or so ahead of me. Here. No, it's a little torn.
Cablegram. Van Rossel, Pan Am, Honolulu.
Was waiting for me at the airlines office in Hawaii.
Let me see that. Waste of time you're trying to contact me. We'll write in detail, but assure you that under present circumstances, our meeting one another would be needlessly painful to you. A stroke of fate, that's all. Please understand, Terence Hollowell.
Now, here, this piece here, you see? That cablegram was sent from this city. He sent from here. So he is in town. Yet at his house, they insist he is not. He is here, and he isn't.
Mr. Van Rossel, apparently this man doesn't want to see you wherever he is.
What sort of person is this Hollowell, anyway?
Oh, a traveler, a lecturer. You know, most charming fellow. He stayed with me for a week or so at my plantation north of Rangoon. No, but so easygoing. Not the sort to be mixed up in anything troublesome, you know.
And you have no idea what he's talking about in that cablegram?
No. And I think I should find out, don't you? There is a pearl necklace, 10 black pearls in a necklace.
What's that?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. Hollowell is a man who admires beauty. I helped him to obtain a necklace, that's all. Oh, it's valuable. He paid nearly every penny he had, nearly $2,500 for it over there.
So it's worth a lot more here.
Oh, yeah. But what could be that...
Yeah, I understand you, Mr. Van Rossel. What could have happened to a perfectly nice guy that made him disappear and yet not disappear?
Yeah, precisely.
Only what do I do when and if I find him? What is it you wanted to see him about in the first place?
Oh, naturally, Mr. Valentine. I will explain anything you wish when the time comes. But right now, the urgent question seems to be, why is Terence Holloway trying to hide? And most important of all, where?
It's a nice-looking house. And a hammock to loaf in. Pretty good.
George, Mr. Van Rossel has already tried calling the house here. I can't see any reason for our
Always start with the obvious, Angel. Maybe this Hollowell just doesn't want to be bothered with our Dutch friend. You know, look me up sometime, and then the people take you up on it and you're stuck.
But he was his guest in Burma. He wouldn't be rude.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you from the house here? I mean...
It seems so unusual. All those wonderful little birds out at this time of morning. Don't you think?
Well...
They should be sleeping in the middle of the day. Yes. But it's not hot, is it? There's no reason for them to be sleeping here.
Well, we just wondered if you...
Oh, my, no, I'm not from the house. No, indeed. You see? I have my umbrella.
Yes, I see.
Yes, this is Mr. Hollowell's house, though.
I only carry my umbrella from habit, I suppose. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
You haven't rung the bell yet.
Yes, it's Mr. Hollowell's house. It's his. It's not like him, though, do you think?
We've never met him.
Oh, you've never heard him talk? You've never heard the beautiful words he uses. With such a sad expression. But so exciting. All the romantic places. The intimate, beautiful thought. What did you say? Oh, no, I haven't rung the bell, no. You may if you wish, but it won't do any good.
Why not?
She's at home. Perhaps she'll throw you out like she did me. What? His wife, Mrs. Hollowell. Yes, his wife. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just waiting. Just waiting.
Who hired that maid? I asked you, who hired that maid?
Lisa, for heaven's sakes,
Not a day over 18 and straight out of a model agency, if you ask me. You've seen her. How could any man help seeing her?
But I tell you,
George,
I
listen.
didn't.
Yeah, the maid said to wait in the hall.
I won't have her around the house.
I did not, Lisa. Now, please, why do you care? It's not your house anymore. You get your separation checks. That's all
That's
that
why
matters.
I'm here. I haven't had a check for 2 months. You've been holding out again.
There isn't any money, I tell you.
You're lying.
Oh, Lisa, darling, I couldn't lie to you if I tried. Don't you believe?
Hello. Is anybody... Oh, excuse me.
How do you do?
Excuse us. I'm Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Valentine. The maid said
Of
to come...
Of course. Visitors all over the place. Why not? I'm Mrs. Hollowell.
Oh, but then you must be Mr. Hollowell.
My name is Cy Kirby.
And you walked in and are offended because I make a lot of noise. All right, I don't mind. I'm a nasty woman. Mr. Kirby is my husband's business partner. He belongs here. I don't. He's the one you want to see.
What club do you represent, Mr. Valentine?
What club?
Don't tell me you're a process server. Which one of my husband's rich women friends do you...
Lisa. Isn't it about a lecture? Really, that's our only business, you know, travel talks. And I just assumed you were like the lady out there with the umbrella or the committee of women out in the hall.
No. Newspaper, that's all. Wanted an interview.
We understood Mr. Hollowell had just arrived from Burma.
He won't be back until tomorrow.
Yes, that's right. Tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Well, I understood he might have arrived already.
No, but I'm sure Mr. Kirby can tell you everything you want to know about my husband.
Of course. Every bit of publicity counts.
Uh-huh. Well, look, I wondered if we could get a picture of Mr. Hollowell.
Naturally. Delighted. I suppose even Burton Holmes needs a little press cooperation now and then. Come along. We'll find a photograph in his desk.
George, you'll never locate a man just by carrying his picture around.
I will by a telephone pad, Angel.
What?
Yeah, it was on his desk. There's the name of an employment agency scribbled on it. It may be just a cockeyed hunch, but come on. Flavin Home Service Employment Agency. No, Mr. Flavin, there's nothing wrong. I just phoned you to check, that's all. So Mr. Hollowell did hire the girl himself, huh? I see. And he phoned from the Benson Hotel. Okay, thanks a lot.
Now, the man in the photograph, why, yes. Oh, yes, he's staying here at the Benson.
His name is...
Could you just tell me what his room number is, please?
325. Oh, but his key is in. I think he's probably across the street. What's this all about, Mr. Valentine?
You mean that theater over there?
No, a little jewelry store. I've seen him go in there before.
Jewelry? Yeah. George, remember the pearl necklace?
Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know, friend. It's all too much for me. Suppose we just wait.
What's the matter?
Give me that photograph.
George.
That's him, isn't it?
Oh.
May I have my key, please? 325.
Mm-hmm. These people were just asking about you, Mr. Smith.
Oh, they were?
Mr. Smith?
Why, yes, young lady.
Mind if we step over here a second?
Well, no, not at all. But, what do you wish to see me about?
It's Hollowell, isn't it? Isn't that your name?
Oh, why, yes. But who are you? I don't understand.
Neither would the clerk over there if you told him. Neither would I.
No, I don't think there's any law against a man being incognito, is there? Who sent you? My wife? Her lawyer?
Well, that's the obvious explanation, isn't it? She has a little trouble collecting money from you, I understand.
Well, I suppose everyone has money troubles.
Never mind, I'm not interested.
But, what is it you want?
Every minute I want less and less, Buster. Come on, Brooksy. We've done our job. Nice to have met you, Mr. Hollowell.
But, Mr. Valentine...
I located him. That's all you hired me for, Mr. Van Rossel.
Yeah, the Benson Hotel. Now, you've done a very good job.
Oh, wait a minute. Not so fast, friend. You said you'd do a little explaining yourself. Why he sent a wire brushing you off is another matter, and I want to know...
Of course, yes. I said I would tell you. Well, a debt of honor, that's all. And I appreciate so much your finding him. I am really whatever his little problems are.
Well, then?
Because I am only here from Burma, you understand, to kill him. Thank you again, Mr. Valentine, for finding him for me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. To coax thousands of extra miles from your tires, here's a suggestion. Drive your car into any standard station or independent Chevron gas station and let the car savers give you tire service. Here's what they'll do. First, they will check and inflate to correct pressure. This should be done every week, for if your tires are just a few pounds too low, they can wear out twice as fast. Second, the car savers will watch for cuts and bruises, tacks, and glass before they cause trouble. Third, they will switch your tires for you. Almost any kind of driving, puts more wear on rear tires than front ones. On right tires more than left. Switching their position will equalize wear, make them run longer. The result? More mileage for your money and safer driving every mile. For expert tire care and for all car saver services, stop in at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The business of Terence Hollowell is travel talks. Only from what his partner says, they're not making much money at it these days. Hollowell has trouble with his wife, too. But most of all, he's likely to have trouble with your client. Because if your name is George Valentine, then you have a harmless-looking client, Mr. Van Rossel, who has just said, thanks for finding Hollowell, because now he can kill him.
Hey, wait a minute, you...
Van Rossel gone, George?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hung up and ran. But it'll take him at least 15 minutes to get over here to the hotel.
Well, he wouldn't just come and kill him. Why would he tell you? Why would he warn anybody and then do it?
Oh, lots of crazy people in the world, Angel. But this is no time to argue about it. Hollowell went upstairs to his room, didn't he?
That's right.
Okay, play it safe. Find the house detective. Tell him what it's all about.
As if I knew.
Tell him to keep Hollowell there until I meet you.
Where are you going?
To try and tie this together fast so it does make sense. The jeweler's across the street, Angel. That pearl necklace is the only thing I know about that ties a would-be murderer to his corpse.
Yeah, beautiful. Such pearls I have never seen.
You mean this is it? This one right here?
Yeah. Relic from the days when there was time to collect, when beauty was not rhinestone.
Uh-huh. Now, look, I asked you...
So even to buy something, you must be in a hurry. All right. $15,000. There, you see. Now you think it is too much. Such a hot day, you should take your time. You should sit down.
No, I was just surprised they were for sale.
Well, but Mr. Hollowell's pearls you asked about...
Now, look, he sold them to you. These are the ones he bought in Burma. I know the man who helped him get them.
Well, of course he sold them to me. Now I sell them.
But he's been spending a lot of time over here. His hotel clerk said he was over...
What do you do? Make puzzles for yourself? 2 days I spend making another necklace for Mr. Hollowell. That's all. Cheap, bad one. Culture stuff, junk.
Wait a minute. You mean he sold you this one for a nice profit, but got you to make an imitation?
Every time you turn around, it's got to be a mystery. No imitation, just a bad one, that's all. Pearls, yeah, black ones, but nothing illegal, nothing to fool anyone.
Nothing to fool a jeweler.
Only to fool a wife, perhaps.
Huh?
I know this man from before. Well, what's wrong with that? I fool my wife. You fool yours, don't you? So, all right, it's a hot day.
Yeah, Brooksy.
George, he's gone. Mr. Hollowell's gone.
You sure?
He piled some of his luggage into a cab the minute we left earlier.
Oh, brother, everybody disappears.
No, George. The starter remembered the address, or at least enough of it.
Well, where did Hollowell go?
His home. The big travel expert's gone home, that's all.
Such a strange thing to do, such goings on. Lady, this George, you should put in a mystery show.
Mr. Valentine, I'm so sorry I was rude this morning.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Hollowell.
Through here, please. He's unpacking now. The heat, I guess, or waiting for your husband to come home.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
What? Oh,
You said he was home.
of course. It's you. Still waiting. Aren't you patient?
I'm all right. Mr. Hollowell is home.
Yes, he came in the other way a little while ago. I'm sure he can see you soon. Don't worry.
Even nice to the clubwomen now, huh?
Oh, and I'm sorry I teased you about your umbrella before. He'll just be a minute.
I'm all right. I'm waiting.
Yes, why not? They're silly, but they pay to hear his lectures. It's a crazy business, his and Si's. And look here. He brought me this.
Pretty necklace.
Oh, you already noticed it. But see, it's real black pearl.
Nice husband.
He bought it with his last penny in Burma. I know it was, because Si keeps the books, and he told me. How could I stay angry at a husband like that? Oh, Terence! Terence, darling.
Yes, my dear?
I won't keep him long, Mrs. Hollowell.
And he wants to kill me, you say. Van Rossel. Imagine his even being here.
Sure. It's very amusing.
He's insane. Of course you know that. Lived in the jungle too long. Nothing but work.
I think it's very amusing the way your wife fell for the phony necklace, too, Buster.
What's that?
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to tell her. She'd start worrying again about that pretty maid you hired. How much does your partner, Si Kirby, know about that little profit you made on the necklace? Buying it for $2,500.
Buying?
Well, didn't you? In Burma, the real one? Or is that what Van Rossel is upset about? Something to do with that necklace?
Oh, get out of here. You've given me your little warning, and thanks very much. Goodbye.
Oh, no. My curiosity gets bigger and bigger the more I talk.
This is my house. I've done nothing criminal. I got out of here, I said.
I'll get it, George. Hello? Oh, George, it's Lieutenant Johnson.
Yeah, I asked him to call us here.
Yes, Lieutenant. Yes? Mm-hmm. George, they finally found Von Russell. They picked him up at 5 o'clock. He's been watching that hotel of Hollowell's all afternoon.
Oh, give me that phone. Hello, Johnson. Let me talk to that guy.
No thanks for picking him up. No thanks for anything.
All right. Thanks. Well, would you...
Besides, you're not going to talk to him. He just fainted. Besides, he's downtown, and I'm not.
What? He what?
Things got hotter after you left, I guess. I went at the Hollowells, and boy, do you get things turned around. That Van Rossel of yours is the only one who couldn't have murdered him.
Murdered?
You heard me. Hollowell, the big travel and charm boy, stopped 3 bullets. I don't know. I barely got here myself, Valentine.
Well, his wife was upset. First she was hating him, then she was...
Yeah, I got that. But after you left, she drove to the hotel to get some more of his baggage for him. Took the maid with her. They were the ones found the body when they came back.
Yeah, right here in this hammock.
That's right, in the hammock. Yeah, what a life.
Not if you did.
We got the place pretty well roped off and fast, but it's big, lots of space.
Si Kirby. Been this guy's partner for years.
Says he was upstairs and didn't hear a thing. We tried it out, and you can't hear from there.
Johnson, wait a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Look, Johnson, I could have stopped it. I could have added up all the little tips and stopped it.
Take it easy. The guy was a heel, big soft soap artist, big fake, romance for the buck.
But I could have figured out why a man would tell me he was going to kill in advance. Sure, a debt of honor.
Look, I told you Van Rossel wasn't within
He
miles.
hired me to find the guy. He showed me a wire. But suppose it wasn't his wire. Yeah, torn, that's right. First part of the name was torn.
Beat yourself with something I can recognize, will you?
Look, Johnson, every little thing adds up in one direction. So funny the bird should be awake in the middle of the day, she said. Said it wasn't hot on a very hot day.
Look,
I
friend.
know I'm crazy, but so's murder. We don't even scratch the edges of it, Johnson. But an umbrella does.
Huh?
Yeah, look. Suppose she came from Burma. Suppose Van Rossel was chasing after her, too, trying to protect her in advance, or trying to get Hollowell protected in advance to stop it. Well, the umbrella over there, can't you see it? Suppose it belongs to her. Suppose she's not a clubwoman, Johnson, but Van Rossel's wife.
George, there she is.
Yeah, I know. She's got a revolver.
She's watching us. Stay where you are.
All right, lady, sure. Now, don't worry. My name isn't Hollowell.
I killed him. Did you know that?
I know. But take it easy, please. It's all over.
No, it was all over a week ago. He told me that when he left Burma. But I wouldn't believe she was in love with him. Oh, George, the poor thing.
I know. Just waiting till he got here to shoot him.
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
You are Mrs. Van Rossel, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I was. I mean...
I know. Your husband told me about Hollowell visiting you for a week.
I followed him. What of it? So I'm a stupid, middle-aged fool.
I saw the cablegram that missed you in Honolulu.
Get away, please. Please get away.
I'm sorry, lady. I want that... All right, Brooksy, take it easy. She's shooting in the dirt. She doesn't want to hurt us. It's just Hollowell that she...
Stop it, I said. Get away.
Hey, that's 3 shots, Brooksy. And there's 3 in Hollowell. That makes 6. All right, it's all over now, lady. You've done all your shooting.
Get away, I said.
Oh, brother, have I been wrong?
George, she's pointing it at herself.
Hey, look out! Bring that. Yeah, sure, lady. Still another shell. All right, now let's see your purse. You've got your purse, haven't you?
There it is, George. She dropped it.
No shells there. Huh. Guess we did some good after all, Angel. Everybody else had a motive, too. Wonder which one shot him first.
What?
This revolver only holds 6 shells. Did Hollowell say anything to you when you found him out there in that hammock?
What? Oh, no. No, I've been waiting until I couldn't stand it anymore. And I went out and I found him there. And I did what I came from Burma for. I shot him.
Lady, you fired your gun 4 times just now. There are 3 bullets in Hollowell. 3 and 4 is 7. So who shot him first? Cy Kirby, Mr. Van Rossel. He was the only one it could have been. You see the others, his wife and the
I
maid.
understand, yeah.
Well, they got him fast enough. He didn't have any story cooked up. It wasn't premeditated or anything.
Of course.
I think they'll be able to prove that your wife only shot a dead body, Mr. Van Rossel.
Yeah, I see,
You don't really, do you? I mean, you still haven't told us about your wife and Hollowell and
Kirby, that was his partner, yeah. There was, some difficulty?
Well, he'd been holding out on him. Over $10,000 profit on a necklace. And the only reason Hollowell lied about his return to Kirby was to give him time to arrange for its sale without anyone knowing. It was going on for years, apparently. This time, Kirby caught up with him.
Oh, it wasn't really that, though. It was Mrs. Hollowell. No matter how mad she got at her husband for carrying on with other women, no matter how many times they separated, she always went back to him.
And Kirby couldn't stand it. He loved her, too.
It's always love, one way or another. The same as your coming after your wife, even after she'd left you.
I suppose there will be a trial. I suppose my wife...
Well, there certainly will be an investigation. Maybe about shooting somebody who's already dead, but... Why won't you talk about your wife? Why won't you tell me what I want to know, that silly business of the necklace that kept confusing us?
That was wedding present. I gave to her years ago. She gave to him. That's all.
Nice guy, Hollowell.
Yeah. But your wife, she knows that you came after her trying to help. She knows what you're really like, or she wouldn't have tried to kill Hollowell. Don't you understand that?
Yeah. Yeah, this a dull place we live in. And I have not much excitement myself, not glamorous like United States. No. We work it out somehow. Don't worry so much. Goodbye.
What was that line of yours, Brooksy? One way or another, it's always love.
Go on, darling. There's nothing I'd rather hear you talk about.
Look ahead to extra miles of trouble-free engine performance. Look to new RPM motor oil, the oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Friends, it's a fact that motor oil can make a big difference in how long your engine lasts. Recently, atomic research tools have been used to discover what kind of oil formula it takes to cut engine wear and oil consumption way down. Scientists have developed a revolutionary motor oil, new RPM. Listen to what it can do for you. Compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts in the kind of driving most people do. We call it stop-and-go driving, short trips around town, shopping, short commutes, when your engine never really warms up. Here's another point. New RPM doubles protection against gummy carbon, acid, and varnish. No matter what kind of driving you do, your car will be a better car longer with the motor oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. New RPM. Ask for it at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Brooksy was played tonight by Michael Ann Barrett. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Larry Dobkin as Van Rossel, Lorene Tuttle as Mrs. Van Rossel, Bill Boucher as Hollowell, Doris Singleton as Lisa, and John Daner as Cy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure. If you've tried several different motor oils in your car, remember this. We tried hundreds of oils in our laboratories and on the road before we developed heavy-duty RPM. The motor oil that, compared to premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Now, performance reports from RPM users confirm it.
One cab company, for example, found that heavy-duty RPM more than doubled engine life. Actually reduced engine wear 71%. Get heavy-duty RPM motor oil for your car at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, Operation Europa, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
George Valentine, Esquire. You were highly recommended by our American correspondents as man who can handle very important and confidential matter involving $250,000. Have airmail advance payment check and 2 plane tickets. Flight 286. Leaving International Airport, New York, Wednesday afternoon. See you and Miss Brooks.
In our Paris office, Rue de Fiel, Saint Thomas 5, Maurice Leblanc, Europa Insurance Company.
Hey, we're getting up in the world, Brooksy. Transatlantic cables, no less.
Paris in spring.
I don't want to sound stuffy, but we do have a business, obligations. And this cable doesn't ask, it takes this for granted.
Paris in the spring.
So I think we'll just crumble up this little Billy Doo, throw it in the wastepaper basket.
George! Paris in the spring.
And get started packing. Come on, Angel.
Paris is not for working, it is for romance, joie de vivre. The organ grinders are out in the street, and children are playing.
And, Mr. LeBlanc, we came thousands of miles in a matter of $250,000.
Among other things.
And you will not be disappointed, mademoiselle. But, yes, to business. Of course, the man who is about to cost Europa Insurance $250,000 is not here in Paris.
He isn't?
No. He's in Istanbul.
Istanbul, Turkey?
But that is only a few hours by airplane. Everything is only a few hours away these days. That is why we could afford to get you, Monsieur Valentine.
Thanks.
Our client's name is Henri Tour, a very respectable diamond dealer. I spoke to him a short while ago by telephone, and we make plans how you are to meet him.
Oh, what do you mean, how to meet him?
He wants to make sure that you are not seen talking to him because it might be important that the thief does not know that.
Thief? What thief?
The man who stole the Romani diamonds. Peter Eglescu, the Romanian.
Hey, wait a minute, hold on. You mean you know who the thief is? Well, then what's the problem? Why can't he be arrested?
He just cannot. Believe me. Monsieur Tour will explain. He wants to meet you on the Istanbul Bridge at 10 tonight. He will drive in his car and pick you up. Here's his picture. He will have a description of you.
Sounds like a full-blown intrigue.
Oh, it is that. Yes, indeed it is.
How jolly.
I have here a check for expenses and 2 airplane tickets on flight number...
1 ticket. I think I'll leave you here in Paris, Brooksy, and get in touch with you at the hotel when I find out what this is all about.
Well, but...
Paris in the spring, remember? Enjoy it, Angel.
And it will be my privilege to be your personal guide, mademoiselle. Ma blonde américain, je suis à votre service.
Oh, merci.
Yeah, I'll take that ticket, and, au revoir. Ah, 10:15. I wonder if Turkish cops pick you up for loitering. Come on, Mr. Tour. Come on. Europe at one end, Asia at another. Quite a bridge. And according to the guidebook, those lights over there should be the old Sultan's palace. Ah, good.
Monsieur Valentine?
Oh, hello. Mr. Tour?
Yes. Come in. Quickly, please. Sorry to act so mysterious, Monsieur Valentine, but believe me, it is necessary.
Whatever you say. Where are we going?
There is a little coffee shop in Galata. We can talk there.
I get this arrangement between you and this Peter Iglescu clear, Mr. Tour?
It was not a very unusual arrangement, not here in Europe.
Well, now, let's see. The Romany diamonds have been in the Iglescu family for 100 years or more. You took them on a sort of consignment to sell them, and you protected Mr. Iglescu by giving him your personal note for $250,000.
That's right. Of course, I am insured with Europa. That is where they come in.
And when did you find the diamonds gone?
Almost a week ago. Iglescu and I are both staying at the Hotel Metropole. I was ready to show the stones to a visiting prince from India, and they were gone. I would swear that only Iglescu knew where I kept them.
Did you accuse him?
No. In fact, I told him nothing about the theft.
Why?
He would only deny it. And where would you look for 4 small stones?
Oh, I see.
In 4 days, according to our agreement, I will either have to return the stones to Iglescu because I was unable to sell them, or pay him the money.
Uh-huh. Well, what did you think I'd be able to do for you, Mr. Tour?
I really do not know. I am just a desperate man. One thing I am sure about.
What's that?
Iglescu still has the diamonds. Here, somewhere in Istanbul.
Oh, it's a big place.
The Romany diamonds are too well known to the dealers. He could never sell the stones to them. And if he tries to, as you say, fence them, he would get practically nothing.
So our friend will sit tight until he gets the money from you, then later get rid of the stones somewhere else, in Paris, England, America maybe.
Yes, yes.
Well, I sure enough can't just appeal to his better nature.
He has none, believe me. He is charming and polished, but he is as hard as one of those diamonds he stole.
He doesn't know of the theft, and he, too, lives at the Metropole.
What is that?
Just thinking out loud, that's all. I may be brighter in the morning. That's right, LeBlanc. You heard me.
But Hotel Detective Valentine.
Hotel detective at the Metropole. And if your influence goes that far, let the manager act as though I've been a hotel detective there for quite some time.
Very well. I shall not ask any more questions. I shall do what you ask.
Fine. It's just a hunch. But there's nothing to lose, is there?
Yes, I can have some imitation Romany diamonds ready by tomorrow. Of course, they will not fool a real expert.
They don't have to. Let them look pretty close to the real thing, and I'll be satisfied, Mr. Tour.
I see. But then you also say I shall have to play a part?
Exactly.
Like an actor?
Like an actor. But don't worry, Mr. Tour. I'll coach you very thoroughly.
Speak a little louder, darling. I can hardly hear you.
I want you to come to Istanbul and register at the Hotel Metropole. You got that?
Metropole, yes.
All right. You can use your real name, but I'm afraid you'll have to do a little acting.
Acting?
Yeah, you're a flip, glib American show gal on the make.
Why, Mr. Valentine.
On the make, especially for a wealthy, fat little Frenchman named Henri Tour. Now, when you come to the lobby of the Metropole... The tall, dark gentleman over there is Peter Iglescu, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
Okay, let's start walking. And remember, I want him to see me in my job as hotel detective.
I know, and see me making a play for Mr. Tour.
Okay.
But I tell you, I must find Fifi. She's not just my dog. She's my good luck charm.
Oh, yes, indeed, Miss Brooks. And all of us here at the Metropole shall do our best to help you.
Fifi always liked men more than women. The other girls in the show always say she takes after me.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe this gentleman here saw Fifi.
Oh, well, let me ask him. I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Iglescu, I'm the house detective.
What?
This is Miss Brooks, one of our guests.
Hello.
Oh, Miss Brooks?
Yeah. Miss Brooks was wondering whether you'd seen her little black French poodle. The name is Fifi. It seems Fifi is lost.
No, I'm afraid I have not seen her. And it is a shame I cannot be of service to such a charming young lady.
Oh, say, that's sweet of you to say that.
Well, sorry to bother you, sir.
No, quite all right.
Oh, there's a distinguished-looking man. Maybe he can help me.
Oh, that's Mr. Tour, Miss Brooks. And if you'd like me to ask him...
Oh, never mind. I'll ask him myself. I've always been partial to the older, like I said, distinguished type man.
Ah, very attractive girl.
Showgirl, Mr. Gillespie.
Oh?
Didn't have much trouble getting to talk to Mr. Tour.
No, indeed.
I can't tell how they do it, but they can spot money in a man a mile away. Well, she might have lost Fifi, but she sure found Mr. Tour. Sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Gillespie. Just part of my job. That's right, Mr. Tour. Sleep soundly. Pleasant dreams. Now, where are those diamonds? Oh, yes. Here they are. Nice. Very nice. That will set the stage very nicely. Yep, that does it. Good night, Mr. Tour.
Good night, Monsieur Valentine, and good luck. Oh, this is terrible, Gillespie. Terrible.
I certainly think you have treated me very badly, too.
What difference does that make now?
Oh, now, gentlemen, please.
Yes, Monsieur Valentine, I am sorry. Look at my room. It has not been disturbed. I tell you, I was robbed by a professional jewel thief. The diamonds, the Romany diamonds are gone.
Yes, sir. I shall report that to the police.
No. I do not want that. I want no publicity. It will only make the thief hide. You are the detective here at the hotel. You can help me.
Well, you should have called on me last week.
You did not even tell me what happened. And the diamonds are really mine.
But I explained it. Those diamonds last week were imitations. Cheaper to carry around than to pay extra insurance premiums. That is why I did not worry. And you were protected by that note, Gillespie. So I did not have to tell you anything.
I still think you might at least...
Just what did you want me to do, Mr. Tour?
I understand you've been here in Istanbul a long time.
Well, yes.
And you have had dealings with all sorts of people. All sorts. I want those diamonds back. I will pay a reward. I will ask no questions.
Well, that's always easier said than done.
If someone stole the imitations, you should have been warned by that, Tour.
But I was sure no one knew that I still had the real diamonds. You must help me find them, Monsieur Valentine.
I'll certainly try.
How can you even start to go about something like this, Mr. Valentine? It is impossible.
No, not impossible, Mr. Gillespie. It's mostly a matter of baiting the trap. Then you sit back and wait.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Friends, if a sluggish, choked-up motor makes your driving a constant chore rather than a pleasure, now is the time to shift to the gas with all 8 Chevron Supreme. Balance blended for peak performance under all driving conditions, Chevron Supreme gasoline gives you not 1, not 2, but all 8 high-performance qualities. Fast warm-up, quick starting, vapor lock prevention, anti-knock, economy mileage, area blending, smooth acceleration, and full power. Your engine needs all 8 of these qualities to do its job right and make driving a pleasure for you. You'll notice the difference right away from your very first tankful of Chevron Supreme. Remember, any gasoline can be refined to stress one performance feature at the expense of others. But Chevron Supreme is designed and refined to give you all 8 high-performance qualities in correct balance. You go halfway across the world to Istanbul to try and recover a fortune in stolen diamonds. It's an unusual case because you're quite certain who the thief is. But how do you get him to give up the priceless loot? Well, if your name is George Valentine, you think the only chance is to set a trap with greed as the bait. So far, you've built only the first part of the trap. And even as sharp a gal as Brooksy can't quite figure out what the trap is supposed to be.
I'll meet you back at Paris as soon as I can make it, Angel.
Well, you'd better. Paris is no place for a single girl.
Not even with a charming guide like Monsieur Leblanc?
Especially not with a charming guide like Monsieur Leblanc.
Ah.
George, I still haven't the faintest notion of what you're trying to do here. I thought we weren't supposed to be seen together, and now you're right here in the open with me.
Now it's important that I be seen talking with you. It'd be very helpful if I were seen.
Okay. Maybe I'll find out what this is all about some other time.
Oh, Brooks, you did a fine job. If its purpose is a little vague, remember I'm fumbling around in the dark myself.
Yeah, I know, darling.
The only thing I have been able to accomplish, I hope, is to put the first shadow of a doubt into Iglescu's mind. If the real diamonds were stolen last night, he's going to wonder what he stole last week.
$30,000.
That's right, Mr. Iglescu. And you're getting the bargain of the century.
Now, of course, you know I can tell all of this to Mr. Tour. And the least that will happen to you then is that you will lose your job here.
But you're not going to Tour, are you? You see, it's an economically sound proposition. If I sell you these diamonds, you can have them and the money you'll get from Mr. Tour on that note of his.
No, but that girl, the American showgirl, you didn't have to pay anything to her.
Oh, no. No, she was very grateful that I let her get on that plane to Paris without calling the police. Yeah, I told her I even did that because she was a fellow American.
Oh, very decent of you.
I'm afraid Miss Brooks is not a professional criminal. She just succumbed to temptation that once. It was quite a hunch I had that she was our mysterious Miss Raffles.
Now, how do I know that you have the diamonds?
You'll have to take my word for it.
Not good enough.
All right. Here.
No, I did not mean to doubt you.
Uh-huh. Look, I'd probably get a reward from Tour, but it wouldn't be anywhere near $30,000. So I gain, and it's a good deal for you. $30,000 in American dollars. Is it a deal?
I will get the money. I will meet you at 6 near the Mosque Carré. That is the mosque with a large silver dome.
So you really think you have him, as you say, on the hook, Monsieur Valentine?
At least there's a chance, Mr. Tour. Have you checked all the banks here in Istanbul?
There are only a few large ones. I have friends in most of them.
And no Iglescu account in them, huh?
No.
And certainly no $30,000 transactions of any sort today?
No.
Good, fine.
What? I do not understand.
I think Mr. Iglescu needs one final bit of convincing that what I have here are the real Romany diamonds. And I have an idea he's going to try and convince himself. I would gladly change places with you, brother. Way up there on that minaret. Safe. What this place needs is more electric lights. Of course, Iglescu could have chosen a meeting place in Galata or Ferrara. Or he could have... What the... Hey, you! Oh, you're not going to run away leaving a knife there, are you? Take another throw at me, Fez boy.
No.
It's a handy word to know, but it's not going to help you. Hey, stop you! Oh, that's great. I sure don't want to chase him. Run back to the man who hired you, Fez boy.
Metropole? Hotel Metropole. Me understand, no worry.
Okay, I won't worry. Just get this cab there quick.
You American, mister? Okay, kid. Yankee Doodle. Okay, kid, huh?
Sure, fine.
Me name Pukovitsky.
Yeah.
Puko, Italian. Vitz, Rost. Ski, Polish. Which all makes me Greek boy. Okay, kid?
Yeah, Ginger Peachy. Hey, what? Now what?
Don't know. Maybe engine go free. Me look.
Okay, but make it snappy, will you?
You help, Yankee boy. You.
Hey, cut it out, you.
Me knock your head.
You'll need more than that.
Okay, kid.
More than a monkey wrench.
Yankee Doodle.
Daddy. Oh, what do you know? Who would think Iglescu would plan a double chance to knock me off? You failed to keep your appointment at the Mascari, Mr. Iglescu.
A very bad feeling of mine, yes.
But a couple of your friends sort of pinch hit for you, didn't they?
And I do not know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh. Anyway, you should know that you can't get anything without paying for it.
You cannot blame me for trying to save myself some money.
Oh, it's done every day in the best of circles. I just came by to tell you that you've missed your chance, Buster. The deal for the diamonds is off. For good.
Oh, now let us not be too hasty,
Oh,
Valentine.
I'm not hasty at all. I'm just being prudent. I don't like the way you play. So I'm going to turn the diamonds over to Tour and settle for the reward.
You cannot do that.
You want to bet?
I'll pay you the money. No tricks.
Too late.
35,000.
Not interested.
You're being a fool,
A very bad feeling of mine.
All right. You can come with me while I get the money. There will be no more tricks.
I value my life too much, friend. Besides, I already told Mr. Tour I'd be up to his suite in an hour. That I had a wonderful surprise
Now,
for him.
listen, Mr.
But
Valentine.
you're welcome to be there for the finale.
Where did you get these, Monsieur Valentine? How did you get them back so quickly?
Remember the agreement, Mr. Tour. No questions. Let's just say I was very lucky.
I would look at those diamonds very carefully, Tour. I will certainly demand to know they are the real ones before I give you back that note for $250,000.
Oh, they are the real ones.
Oh, make sure by all means, Mr. Tour. After all, you yourself said there are some phony ones somewhere in Istanbul. The ones that were stolen a week ago.
Yes, I know.
I am not an expert. I do not know the fine points of the stones. But I am not a fool.
Well, I am almost sure. But, of course, I have an eyeglass in the other room.
Why don't you get it?
Yeah, let's get it by all means. These diamonds are safe here, and I wouldn't want any sort of reward for something I don't deserve.
Anything you say, Monsieur Valentine. We will be right back, Iglescu.
You cannot blame me, of course, for wanting to be sure.
Of course not.
Okay, that was fine, Tour, fine. Did you see him snap for the bait?
Do you think it might possibly work?
Well, we gave it a plenty elaborate build-up. You should have heard him actually beg me to take his money for the diamonds.
Here, I have the eyeglass.
Well, you better give him enough time. Not too long, not too short. Just the right amount of time.
You say when we should go in.
Yeah, okay.
Do you hear anything in there?
No. Okay, I think that's it.
Yes, Monsieur Valentine.
Easy, Mr. Tour. Easy.
Yes, easy.
Did you get it, Tour?
Yes, here it is.
The big moment is at hand, huh?
For both of us, eh, Iglescu?
That is right.
Let me see now. Here, this first one.
Well?
It is good, all right.
Fine.
Oh, you'd better make very certain, Tour.
These others. Yes, all of them are the real Romany diamonds. No question at all.
Well, as I said before, I shall have to have other expert opinion with all due respect to your knowledge. You won't mind that, will you, Tour?
No, I will not mind at all.
And if I were you, I'd take that smug smirk off your face, Iglescu.
What?
It happens that he's right and you're wrong.
What?
Even though you think that the diamonds you switched on us make those on the table phony and the ones somewhere in your pockets are the good ones.
I do not know what you're talking
Maybe
about.
I can show you.
No, let go. Take your hands off me. What are you doing?
Just building up to something that'll make you kick yourself all over the place, friend.
You stop that?
No, you're struggling, Iglescu. Monsieur Valentine is a very determined young man.
Uh-huh. Yeah, here we are.
Oh, well, those are well, I mean...
These are the phony diamonds I was carrying. The ones you just took off the table when you put the good ones back on it.
Oh, no. No!
The ones I stole from Mr. Tour with his complete cooperation.
You are lying.
Oh, but he is not. He is telling nothing but the truth.
After all, since you had the real Romany diamonds all the time, we had to get them back somehow. And, Buster, you obliged us. Sort of cheating cheaters. Thanks a lot.
Oh, you're not going to get away with it. This is not the end.
You're so right, Rollo. I owe you something for all the cute tricks you tried to teach that Fez boy in the cabbie. And here it is.
Oh, splendid. Magnifique.
And now I have something else I must attend to. In Paris. That guy LeBlanc is too darn good looking. And maybe Paris in the spring is not overrated.
Check these advantages of buying with a Chevron National Credit Card. For tax and budget purposes, your receipt is an accurate, permanent record of your gas, oil, and other purchases, and it's not necessary to carry cash. A Chevron National Credit Card is honored in the West by standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations and by leading oil companies elsewhere in the United States and Canada. You'll enjoy new ease and convenience with a Chevron National Credit Card, your key to finer products and better service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
You know, darling, it's all true, all the things they say about Paris.
I never saw you quite as radiant as you are now, Angel.
There's love in the air. You can actually feel it.
Your eyes are shining, ma blonde Americaine.
And I can thank Monsieur Leblanc for it. He's simply marvelous.
Oh, he is.
He knows so much about love and marriage and all the wonderful things it can mean. Oh, we had so many talks together.
You did?
He's so young. But do you know that he's been married for over 10 years?
Oh, you don't say.
He has 6 children, and there's another one on the way. He says children make any marriage happy.
Well, what do you know?
He wants me to write to him and tell him just how the two of us are coming along. He says he can give me all sorts of good advice.
Good. Let's call him.
Why, darling.
Yeah. Ask him if there's a good French restaurant in town.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Robert Boone was heard as LeBlanc, Byron Kane as Tour, Larry Dobkin as Iglescu, and Benny Rubin as the cabbie. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Last year, more men than women died of cancer. There is no one, man or woman, young or old, who can be sure he won't develop this terrible disease. It strikes 1 in 5 of us. Strike back at it. Join the cancer crusade of the American Cancer Society. Give generously. Mail your contribution today to Cancer, care of Postmaster. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Friends, here is a value that starts paying dividends immediately and keeps on paying in years to come. It's new RPM motor oil, the oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, tonight's story, The Noose Hangs High, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm J.H. McHugh. I'm editor of the local Sunday magazine section, and come to think of it, I've always wanted to run a feature on you, that crazy admiral, but I figured the true revelations of a Turkish secret policeman had more family appeal, and so I forgot about it. Anyhow, this letter concerns a different matter. Valentine, I'm going to make a report of you. You're going to be the author of a serial on the Tover emeralds. What became of the exotic prince's wedding stones? Did the eminent ornithologist Ansel Fairweather find them, or didn't he? What was the mysterious curse that brought death to Fairweather 10 years ago? Read it. The riddle of the two recluses. Why have the two Biggs brothers refused
to cross the threshold of their own gloomy mansion? And for that very same 10 years. What is the mystery of number 37 Ashton Street?
Well, isn't it the greatest story you ever heard?
Well, Mr. McHugh...
I noticed you came trotting over here fast enough. I tell you, it's the best feature we've had for years.
Since the last mummy sued King Tut for alienation of affections.
What?
Well, I always preferred the classic case history of the two-headed werewolf.
Now, see here, both of you.
Oh, come on now, McHugh. You've been mashing your own corn too long. I gather all the purple double talk has something to do with a man named Ansel Fairweather. Well, I looked him up. He tied a rope around a chandelier and hung himself at 37 Ashton Street 10 years ago.
10 years ago today, in a gloomy brownstone.
Control your local color. He'd been to the Himalayas looking for rare birds once. He was probably one himself. But any talk about emeralds is strictly for the birds, too. Ones like you.
Well, I may have overstressed that aspect a bit.
Just a bit.
All right, forget them. Look at the facts. It took a jury to decide his death was suicide, didn't it?
Well, it was a very unfair trial of his two cronies, yes.
The Binks brothers. And they still live in that same house. Never stepped out of it since.
Oh, we didn't know that.
I thought not. That's the story. The rest is all trimmings, I'll admit. Big Jared Binks and little Tom Binks have holed themselves up for 10 years in the place where Fairweather committed suicide. Why?
It only took 2 minutes for the jury to exonerate them of his murder, if that's what you're driving at. Fairweather was sick, despondent, out of his mind.
No. I'm not trying to say they killed him.
And to be unfairly accused of his murder might make anyone withdraw from the world a little.
You think I'm trying to make something out of nothing? Cook up a story that's a little too wild?
We think you're an expert at it. No offense, of course.
Not at all. And, of course, you understand, Mr. Valentine. I would no more seriously think of hiring you even to write your own name than I would jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
Well, now, that's better. Well, now that we got that off our chest, what do you really want me for?
Facts. For 9 years, I've tried to get a little anniversary story on Jared and Tom Binks.
Uh-huh.
Why they're such recluses.
Are they? Really?
Every reporter I ever sent, and don't worry, they've been clever about it, too, has been thrown out on his ear. To my knowledge, the brothers have never been outside that house. And no visitor has ever been inside it. Why? You get the facts. I'll write the story. You get paid.
I hate to leave before I see you thrown out.
Brooks, you're a sadist. Look, you go and check on Fairweather's death, would you? Uh-oh. Here's the little one. Oh, and how do you do, Sam? My name is Valentine. How do you do? I represent the City Fire Protection League, Department of Fire Inspection Service, in the interest of fire prevention. I'm sure you won't mind my taking a few minutes of your time for an examination of the premises before I... What's the matter, friend? You're not listening. Well, perhaps they have a card here which will...
Is that girl with you?
What? Me? No, I was just asking directions.
You're not busy, young man?
Huh?
You're free for the next few hours, perhaps?
Well,
thank heaven. Come in. Please, do come in. I'm so glad to see you. Yes, come right in. Oh, Jared, where are you? We have a visitor. Isn't that wonderful?
What in the
Jared?
name?
Come right in. George, are you sure it's the right
Somebody's throwing curves. Now work fast, will you, Angel? I'll see you later.
Yeah, good luck.
Yes, hurry, Jared. This way, sir. Valentine, you say?
Yes, that's right. You're, Tom Binks?
Oh, yes, quite. Tom Binks.
Uh-huh. Some house you have here. Don't you ever open the shutters?
Oh, yes. Forgive the lack of furniture. We've never bothered about the hallways. And the parlor in there makes such a handy place to store things, don't you think? We're very informal here.
Oh, brother, there's an understatement. Pile of magazines, clothes, boxed up books.
Oh, look out. Oh, this way, please. Here.
What's the matter? Afraid of a loose chain on the chandelier?
What? Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, yeah, sure, the chandelier. That's what Fairweather hung himself from, isn't it?
I thought you said you were from the fire
Of
department.
course, it's where he hung himself. What of it?
Why, Mr. Merton.
What are you doing here, young man?
Well, I invited him, and there's no reason...
You might answer the same question, friend. I thought these guys lived alone.
The name is Merton. Bink's boys aren't crazy. I am. I handle their business affairs.
Mr. Merton is just on his way out.
Yes, see what I mean? I've been trying to leave for the past 3 hours. Now Tom kicks me out.
Oh, no, but I think all of our
That's
business...
because you walked in. I make one visit a year to this place. I spend the rest of the year calming down.
I don't follow you, but I guess that's all right.
Of course you don't. Who could? You don't know it, but you've been tapped to take my place holding hands.
What?
Now, Mr. Valentine is interested in our work, and I was just going to show him through the
Oh,
house.
it's all yours, son. You scare the boogeyman for a while.
The boogeyman?
Yeah, sure. Make a good story for you. Now, come on, tell the truth. What newspaper you from?
Newspaper?
None. But what's the story?
Oh, I don't really care who we are. Tom, where's my coat?
I hung it up. I'll get it for you.
Boogeyman. That's the story, you know. It's a haunted house.
Okay, Buster, I'm dumb. What's going on?
So am I. Valuable property, but kept in a mess. Good securities, but all gummed up. Couple of loony clients, that's all. Well, look around you. Nuts. Lived alone so long, they imagine that this...
No!
Hey, what's the matter?
The light cord. Merton, look. Oh, Jared, come down
for
here.
the love of... What?
Hey, you see, another knot. It's tied in a knot like the others.
The light cord in the closet here. Tied in a hangman's knot.
A noose. He's found some others around like that.
Well, now, who's the practical joker that did
None
this?
of us. That's it. None of us ties those knots.
What is it, Tom? What is it?
Look here.
I didn't do it.
Well, of course you didn't. No one did. Oh, Jared, this is Mr. Valentine. I asked him to...
I could hear you from upstairs. I could hear. I don't think it is good to ask people in.
There, you see, young fella, I haven't got a card to the club like I have.
You have finished your business, Mr. Merton. Get out.
Jared, now wait. I know what happens when people come in, but...
I'm not afraid of any nooses. There is nothing for anybody to be afraid of.
Please, Jared.
Perhaps you tie the nooses yourself, Tom.
What?
Perhaps you don't know that you do. But it's all right. There's nothing to be afraid of.
No, I don't.
It occurred to me when I saw the shadow on the stairway. From this same noose, I suppose.
What shadow?
Stairway? Oh, no. This door was shut.
Oh, brother. Now, take it easy, Tom.
Oh, look. Yes. You can see it on the wall. It's a shadow of a noose this time.
Yeah, sure. From upstairs here. Only place it could have come from.
There is nobody else in the house, Mr. Valentine.
Hey, now you can't see the shadow anymore down there.
Oh, Jared, for the love of...
Well, that does it. I'm getting out of here.
Where's your telephone?
There's one in the library, but we don't want any policemen. This is nothing to be upset about.
Who said anything about policemen?
Hey, they've got an extension. They'll listen while you call. Come on with me to the drugstore.
Let them listen. I'm like you are, Jared. I'm not nervous. I don't get a guilty feeling when I look at a noose. Not yet.
Operator.
Hello, operator. Get me.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Valentine? Oh, Mr. Valentine. I wondered if you were on the telephone. Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Shut up, will you? Shut up. All right, I'm coming. Yeah?
Hello, is Miss... George, is that you?
Brooksy,
What's the matter? You sound so funny.
everything's funny. I was just going to call you when the world caved in.
What?
I was going to tell... Hey, Tom Binks. Looks like he fainted or something.
George, for heaven's sake.
Hey, he's crazy. They're all crazy. The whole place is crazy, Brooksy. So am I. Now, listen, Angel. I was going to tell you the malarkey out here was too thick to be true, but I guess I'm wrong. And I guess I was saved by the bell when you called.
Will you please tell
On
me...
account of everybody sees nooses out here. Well, now I do, too.
What?
Yeah, Angel. There's one made out of rope neatly draped around my neck.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. In the next few seconds, I'm going to tell you a short story in sound effects. Listen. That's the artificial wind your car creates when you're driving around 30 miles an hour. Now, that's the sound of tiny particles of road dirt and dust hitting the body of your car. And that's the sound of a drop of water on the body of your car after it's been exposed to the sun's heat for a few hours. Now, those are the three troublemakers in my story: wind, grime, and heat. They can literally put an end to your car's finish, make it dull and drab instead of slick and shiny the way you want it. What to do about these three? Get dependable auto body protection. Here's where the hero of the story comes in: the car saver at your nearby independent Chevron gas station or standard station. He has a complete line of protective, easy-to-use body washes, cleaners, and polishers for your car next time it gets the beauty treatment. In these balmy spring days and throughout the year, keep your car looking its best with the quality waxes, cleaners, chrome polishes, and finish preservers your car saver stocks. Ask him about them next time you stop in for Chevron Supreme gasoline, RPM motor oil, and car saver service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The two Binks brothers, Jared and Tom, two recluses whose friend hung himself 10 years ago. And now the Binks brothers are seeing the shadow of a noose. Light cords and sash cords have been tied with hangman's knots. Well, if your name is George Valentine, the whole thing looks a little wild to you. That is, until you yourself get knocked out and come to with a rope around your neck.
Angel, I don't know what hit me, I tell you.
But,
I got a
George,
plenty sore neck, though.
if I hadn't telephoned, someone must have been trying to kill
Oh,
you.
Brooksy, skip it, will you? I'm all right. What did you find?
Well, all that silly stuff about emeralds may not have been so silly.
Huh? What?
Oh, Mr. Fairweather's death 10 years ago was suicide. But he was supposed to have picked up some stones in India, and the only ones they've ever found have been in Kansas. Just one or two.
Oh, you make a lot of sense.
How would some of the Tover emeralds get in Kansas if they're supposed to be lost somewhere in India? I mean, someone must have found them. And...
Yeah. Only the police don't know who.
That's right. And there's nothing illegal anyway. If they were found, somebody just sold them.
Angel, I love you.
What?
You're fitting the first piece into the jigsaw. Only this house out here is such a big barn of a place with so many rooms and so much junk that
That what?
that I'll call you back in 15 minutes. Hello. Who are you?
Cleaning lady at the booby hatch.
Lady with jokes, huh?
I worked in a real booby hatch once. Come in to bring the week's food for the Binks, that's all. I'm a long order cook now. Hermits got to eat, don't they? Only, say, what did you do to Tom there?
Nothing. He fainted. He's all right.
Yeah. Ain't he a funny one? Spends all of his time drawing birds. Looks kind of like a sparrow
Hey,
himself.
wait a minute. What are you doing? Put him down.
I know where I'm at. I was a nurse once.
No, I'm all right. No, please.
Every time I come to this place, something crazy happens. There's a man out back to see you, Mr. Binks.
What's that, Mabel?
That man who owns the house. That Fairweather.
Fairweather? Man who owns
Is
it?
any of your business, mister?
Duchess, go tell the man to wait.
What?
Yeah, you're losing your job as nurse. Get out.
I never trusted anyone, Mr. Valentine. I was tried for murder once, Jared and I, but we hadn't done anything. Do you know what it's like to be tried for
Sure, Mr. Binks, but I'm only trying to help.
There's nothing secret about our work. All those crates of specimens downstairs, birds. That's what they are. We've collected them from all over the world, and I am drawing them, Jared and I.
For 10 years?
Oh, it will take much, much longer than that. We don't work very fast, and there are more than 7,000.
Yeah, sure, I get the idea. And Ansel Fairweather was your partner in that work. He was an ornithologist, I remember. So now explain who this other Fairweather is who's alive and waiting for you out back.
A cousin of Ansel's. He's been trying to get the house.
Mabel said he owned it.
Well, he has some old deed that Ansel gave him. He says it's quite valuable property. That's why we're moving.
Moving?
Well, didn't you know? That's why the birds are all crated. We're being thrown out of the house next week.
Oh. Huh. Oh, why didn't you buy it? Why'd you let him get it? You guys have money, don't you? Or something worth money, maybe?
Now, see here, young man. You told me you were some sort of a fire inspector. I asked you into the house, and all you do is ask questions. Just like all the rest. Jared told me not to talk to people. He warned me. Every time anyone gets near us...
Take it easy. Only suppose I go out and talk to the new landlord, huh? Hey, all this stuff on the back porch, do you suppose it's going too, Mr. Fairweather?
How should I know? A couple of blame crackpots. I'm having the house torn down as soon as they get out.
Yeah, sure. Go over it inch by inch, huh?
What's that, Mr. Valentine?
Never mind. You're a real estate man, huh?
A business deal? Business deal, that's all it is.
I know. I met that lawyer or whatever he is of theirs.
Huh? Oh, Merton,
Yeah.
sure. Just saw him down at the drugstore. And he's smart. He won't even eat their food.
He didn't offer to buy the place for them, though, huh?
Mac, a cousin of mine I never met, used to live with these birds here. So that's ancient history. But a friend of mine discovered this old deed, and I found I could get the place. So why not? So I've got it.
Mm-hmm. Got a key, too, I suppose. Come in and out any time.
What?
30 rooms, 3 stairs, an army could be wandering around. Trash barrel.
What's eating you anyway? Just because I won't sell the house to Looney and Goony Binks? Well, sure, they offered to buy it. What of it? I'm in real estate. I got plans for the whole block.
Yeah, sure. Just stop justifying yourself. Flashlight.
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Hey, how long do you figure it'd take to tear this house apart? If a man wanted to find some emeralds.
Oh, that old story. You're just another loony yourself, huh? Well, I'm in business, friend, and I don't have...
So blame much junk, isn't there? Here. Ever see a flashlight rigged up like this?
What's that wire thing?
Found it in the trash barrel. When you put the button on, see, the wire's twisted around in a circle. Makes a nice shadow out there on the back wall.
Shadow of a noose.
Jared!
What in the name of...
Jared!
Tom, where are you? What's happened?
The chandelier. The noose. He's dead. He's dead!
Tom, come back here. Come back here. Tom! Oh, you crazy idiot. Who says he's dead, huh? Just as well be, I suppose. You hung yourself. Sure. Oh, brother. You're not heavy or anything, are you, Gerald? Tom, hey, anybody! Okay, come on, Hermit. Let's get you out of here. You need help fast. Hey, you. You the pharmacist?
Yes, that's right. What do you have?
Get out to that car as fast as you can. There's a man been choked, hit over the head, too.
What?
Yeah.
Well, of course. Joe, you too. Come on.
Go on. I'll be with you in a minute. Well, hello.
Yeah? Well, sit down. Have a piece of pie.
No, thanks, Mr. Merton.
So, had enough prying around in the booby at you. Hermit's Hollow. Once a year is all I can stand.
Sure. Whose taxi is that out there?
Oh, waiting for me. I got a job back in real life, as they call it, to worry about.
See the house from here, but nothing happening yet.
What are you talking about? What's the matter?
Come on, let's wait in the taxi.
Hey, what are all those guys doing around that car across the street?
Police will be here in a minute.
What?
Come on, get in the cab.
Where to, Mac?
No place. Jared Binks may be dead or alive, I don't know. He was hanging from the chandelier.
Jared? Now look here,
Only person
son,
strong enough around there to lift him up for it is that woman, I guess, that Mabel.
Well, get your eyes off of my muscles.
Oh, you weren't there.
I haven't got any muscles.
Unless Jared hung himself, but that's a fat chance. Besides, I've got a sore neck, too.
Now, look,
and that rope
Valentine,
around me wasn't pulled tight. And I don't know what knocked me out. But if Mabel was telling the truth, if she had been a nurse and worked around an asylum, well, it's one way to quiet somebody in a hurry. Slap him in the back of the neck, heel of the hand.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Just keep turned around, driver.
I'd like to know what you're talking about, too.
Well, why wasn't the rope around me pulled tight? Why wasn't I killed? Go ahead, watch the house. I can see the alley entrance.
What for?
Oh, we're not waiting for Mabel to show up. That's a police job. By now, she must be blocks from here.
Yeah, so am I.
You know, Merton, it's pretty clear. I got the flashlight off her service porch. I don't know who else could have been upstairs to throw that shadow of the noose and then duck in a hurry. Well, stop looking so sad. Mabel's a hired hand, that's all, a female thug.
Oh, brilliant.
But what I'm not sure of is who she works for. Hey, look.
What?
There he is. There's Tom.
Well, how
Yeah, the
neat.
little man himself with a suitcase.
Oh, yes. Follow right along, driver.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess Jared had all the courage. It's a cinch Tom couldn't ever face the police again, so he's finally running.
Hey, what's that? No, the guy's walking up there.
Just keep your mind in the front seat, driver. Yeah, that's what the rope was put on me for, I guess. Same reason as the hangman's knots and the shadow of the noose. To scare the Binks boys. Only what happened with Jared? He catch on who was doing it? That why he was strung up to put the final fright into Tom and make him run?
Oh, stop driveling. Tom! Hey, Tom!
What? Who is it?
It's me, Merton. Over here, Tom.
If there were any emeralds in that house, nobody'd ever find them. The Binkses never talked about them. Must have been pretty hard on you, Merton, wondering how you could get your hands on
You're
them.
smart enough to know a gun when you see it, I hope. Huh?
Hey, what the...
You too. Shut up. Oh, hello, Tom. Hop in.
Well, I don't know.
It's all right, Tom. You can tell me some things. Like who this guy Merton really is.
I told you... Tom, get in here.
What?
Get in.
Of course. Oh, Merton, don't point that gun at me.
You see, Merton's been so careful to get himself an alibi. Taxi all ready and waiting.
Shut up, I told you.
And Merton told me he came to see you men once a year to handle your business affairs.
Well, I have. What of it?
Once a year in April? 1 month after income tax? Does that make any sense for a business manager?
All right, genius. You've said enough. Goodbye.
Merton.
Give me that suitcase. Come on, I'll step on it.
No.
You get out from behind the wheel and turn around.
Hey, what in the...
I'm leaving you right now.
Get your hands off that...
Give him the suitcase, Binks. It has the emeralds, right? Isn't that the point of the whole business, to scare you into running? And when you run, the one thing you take with you is the emeralds that a man could spend his life searching for in that house?
That a man could get one at a time, you mean, once a year. Yeah, that's who I am. I handle a business all right, one at a time, once a year.
Merton, please.
But never a glimpse of the rest of them. Well, now I've got the whole mess. Get out of my way.
You're gonna mess, all right, Buster.
But look out!
I'll kill him.
Not in April, sweetheart.
Mr. Valentine, yes. Yes, that's all true.
Give me the suitcase then, Tom. This guy's safe for the police. I want to find how your brother is.
But people will come and they'll bother me. There'll be policemen and photographers.
Well, there's nothing wrong with you having the rest of the emeralds.
But Jared and I only use the emeralds to carry on our work. Now this suitcase, you open it.
What the...
Is there anything wrong, Mr. Valentine?
Well, no, not from your point of view, friend. But in a few minutes, I got a date with Miss Brooks and a guy named McHugh at my office. I'm going to find out how they can take a surprise.
Count on Chevron Supreme to give you all 8 gasoline qualities you need for dependable all-around driving. Be sure you get not 1, not 2, but all 8 gasoline qualities. Area blending, mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Bird feathers.
You heard me, McHugh.
Skins of birds. That's what he carried in that suitcase.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if Tom could take one thing of value from the house, that was it. After all, what are emeralds compared to birds?
Jared Binks will be all right, George.
Good, Brooksy, that's fine.
And the police caught that woman, Mabel. She had been working for Merton.
Birds.
Yeah, you see, McHugh, Merton finally got an itchy palm and ganged up with Mabel to try and scare the boys into running. That's the only way they'd get excited enough to tip where they'd hidden them.
Bird feathers. They had over 100 emeralds. And how many did Merton sell for them through the years? 7.
Well, what's the matter? What are you sore about?
He wants to know where the rest of them are, George.
But Tom and Jared will never tell.
Mr. McHugh, we got your story for you. What if we didn't find the emeralds? It's certainly a better story than the usual vampire Scotland Yard confessions of a werewolf that you usually print in that story.
Yes. But it's a little wild, don't you think? The noose hangs high. See what I mean? Who'll ever believe it?
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Bob Griffin was heard as Tom, Forrest Lewis as Jared, Ted Osborne as McHugh, Larry Dobkin as Merton, Noreen Gamil as Mabel, and Tim Graham as Jake. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full detail.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Right now, let's talk about a spring tonic for that car of yours. Heavy-duty RPM motor oil, the oil that we said would double engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Heavy-duty RPM was developed through a series of grueling laboratory and road tests, which even utilized atomic energy. Now, here's added evidence of heavy-duty RPM's superiority. A cab company, operating in the tough grind all cabs go through, found heavy-duty RPM actually reduced engine wear 71%, more than doubling engine life. So why take chances with your car when you can get the protection of heavy-duty RPM motor oil at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. The Greystone Ghost, another adventure of George Valentine.
Who's that? What is it?
I'll be right... Oh, no. No, Garrett, it isn't you out there. It can't be. You're dead. I must be dreaming, Garrett. I must be. I'll open the window. Where are you, Garrett? You were there just a moment ago. But you weren't there, were you? You're dead, aren't you, Garrett? You couldn't. You just couldn't. Oh.
George, this is the strangest letter I've ever read.
Oh, sure, we get some strange ones. What's it say?
Dear Mr. Valentine, will you please be my guest at Greystone for a few days? I'm prepared to pay whatever you ask for your services. Your work will be to rid me of a ghost that I'm sure isn't a ghost at all.
Huh?
When you arrive, please call from the telephone at the gatekeeper's lodge, as you won't be able to get across the moat until I lower the drawbridge. Signed, Amanda Gray.
Hey, how about that? Down comes the drawbridge. Excites the imagination.
Personally, I think our plan's a little bit nutty.
Oh, Brooksy, you have no imagination. The bridge over the moat is down. We enter the palace.
It certainly looks like one.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes, Mrs. Gray. Coming right in.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy?
Suppose she pulls the bridge back up. How do we get out of here?
We'll face that problem when we come to it. Oh, Mrs. Gray, this is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
Oh,
how do you do?
My dear, I'm happy to have you both
Amanda?
here. Yes, Dwight.
Amanda, I think we've finished all of our business for today, so... Oh, you have guests.
Yes, of course, Dwight. I want you to meet Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks. Mr. Dwight Owen, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you
Hello.
do? Pleasure.
He's come out to help me, Dwight. He's going to help find out about these things.
Oh, yes. Well, I certainly hope you can, Valentine. Amanda is pretty upset about the whole thing.
I hope I can, too, Mr. Owen. I just don't happen to know what my job is yet.
Oh, well, of course you don't. If you'll excuse me. Goodbye, Amanda. I'll see you in a few...
Yes, Dwight. Now, if you two will step in a little farther. That's it.
All right.
Come in the study, please. We can talk better there. I expect you think I'm completely crazy, don't you?
Why, no, Mr.
I
Gray.
wouldn't blame you if you did. Woman living in a house with a moat around it in this day and age.
Well, there must be a reason for that.
Of course there is. Sit down, won't you?
Oh,
Thank
sure,
you.
thanks.
My husband was an architect. His name was Garrett Gray.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him.
He was an authority on Old English architecture. He loved it. That's why he built this house. It was a showplace.
I can see that it was.
The bridge over the moat was seldom raised before his death. But since then, things have happened that made it quite necessary.
I see. Would you tell us exactly what has happened, Mrs. Gray?
Certainly. My husband died a month ago. Just 2 weeks ago, I was awakened to see his face in my bedroom window.
You did?
Of course I didn't. I told you my husband is dead. I saw him buried.
Well, then how do you account for the...
Seeing his face? It's quite simple. Some years ago, a sculptor friend of Garrett's did a bust of him.
Yes?
The next morning, after my apparition, I found the bust on the ground outside my bedroom window.
Oh, some practical joker, I suppose. They seldom have any regard for personal feelings.
I know, but my practical joker must have had extraordinary powers, Mr. Valentine. The house was completely locked. The bust was in this room.
Oh, I see. Well, who lives here besides yourself, Mrs. Gray?
Oh, just my niece and nephew, Ronald and Sylvia Gray. They're really my husband's niece and nephew. Of course, there's Stevens. He's the butler.
Mrs. Gray, is that when you began raising that bridge over the moat?
No. Not until after the second thing happened.
What was that?
A large portrait of my husband disappeared over the mantel in the living room one night. I searched everywhere for it.
Did you tell your niece and nephew about it?
Of course, and Stevens, too. They were all as amazed as I. The next day, it was in place again.
Yeah. Well, Mrs. Gray, I still think
with
something...
blood stains on it.
Oh. And there were no signs that any of your household had been hurt?
None at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing seems certain, Mrs. Gray. Somebody's trying to get you to move.
Oh, George, what was that?
I don't know. It sounded like an explosion of some kind. Stay here with Mrs. Gray, Brooksy. I'm going to see what this is all about. Well, hello.
Well, who are you and what do you want?
I just happen to be a guest of Mrs. Gray. Valentine's the name. I imagine you're Stevens.
Why, yes, sir.
Well, what happened back there?
I was just going to tell Mrs. Gray about it. There was an explosion in the kitchen.
Well, come on back. We'll have a look.
Yes, but I must tell Mrs. Gray.
She knows. Come on. Where's the kitchen?
Right through this door, sir.
Good. Oh, well, yeah. Messed up that corner pretty well, didn't it?
Yes, sir. I was in my room, the first one down the hall, and it practically threw me out of my chair.
Dynamite, I'd say, with the smell of it. And a burned-out fuse. The wire running right out here. Come on, Stevens. Let's follow this wire out the back door and see where it goes.
Very well. But I feel very uncomfortable about this whole business, sir. Things have been happening.
Well, that's why I'm here.
I think there is a ghost around here, Mr. Valentine.
I think there's a live ghost around here, Stevens. A pretty clever live ghost, too. Here, take a look at this.
What? Why, that is my alarm clock. It disappeared yesterday very mysteriously,
And it's all rigged up to spark that fuse at exactly this hour. The job was a little amateurish, but it worked. Didn't it, Stevens?
Yes, sir. It did. But what I want to know is who could have done it.
That's what I want to know, too. So come on, let's find out.
You mean you have a way of knowing?
I'm not sure. I just don't like all these things happening to my friend, Mrs. Gray.
Well, naturally. Neither do I, sir.
All right, then do something for me.
What, sir?
Get the niece and nephew, Sylvia and Ronald, and come to the den with them as soon as possible. I'd like to have a little conference.
Aunt Amanda?
Yes, Sylvia.
Well, Stephen says there's a man here who wants to see us.
That's right, my dear. Come in.
All three of us, Aunt Amanda?
Certainly. Mr. Valentine, this is my niece, Sylvia, my nephew, Ronald. And you've met Stephen.
Yes, that's right. How do you do?
And Miss Brooks. How do you do?
How do you do?
We're here as your aunt's guests, but we're also here to help her get rid of a live ghost.
Mr. Valentine, I don't like to say this, but isn't it possible that... Forgive me, Aunt Amanda. I don't want to hurt you.
That's all right, my dear. You mean that perhaps I've been imagining things.
That's possible, isn't it? I feel just as Sylvia does, but...
Neither one of you, or Stevens here, saw the face in the window, of course. But you knew about the portrait being missing.
I must make a confession about the portrait, Mr. Valentine.
Oh?
After Mrs. Gray told me about it, I made a thorough search of the house. I found it in a storeroom and put it back where it belonged.
With the bloodstains on it?
I expect I shall lose my position anyway, so I may as well say it. Did you notice the bandage on Mrs. Gray's finger?
Well, no, I guess I didn't. But we've got another thing to think about. Ronald, Sylvia, didn't you hear the explosion a few minutes ago?
Well, I didn't. I was asleep.
I heard it, of course. It sounded like a car backfiring to me.
Okay, then. I just want to ask you one thing. Don't you all think Mrs. Gray should move out of this house?
I do. If she doesn't, something really bad might happen to her.
Well, I don't. If somebody is trying to make her move for some reason, you can find out who it is. Can't you, Mr. Valentine?
Yes, Sylvia. I think he can.
How about you, Stevens?
I happen to have one theory, Mr. Valentine. I don't agree with what I'm sure you are thinking, if I may say so. I don't think this is an inside job.
Oh, you don't, huh?
And for one, I am happy to have you here. I just hope nothing bad happens to you, too.
Very nicely spoken, Stevens. All right, if you'll show Miss Brooks and me to our rooms, we'll freshen up for dinner. And tomorrow? Well, tomorrow we'll see what happens.
Who is it? Who's that? What do you want in my room? I can see you moving. I warn you, I have a gun. Go away or I'll shoot. Leave this room. Don't come any closer. I've killed it. Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine!
shot. What was it? What happened?
Mr. Valentine is in my room, on the floor. I think I'd killed somebody.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Take that moment, if you will, to think back over the past year. How many times in the last 12 months have you had battery trouble? Did you know that American motorists have to call for emergency service because of battery failures more than 10 million times a year? Yet most of these failures need never happen. Don't wait for trouble to come to you. Have your battery checked. If it's just plain tired out, plan now to get a new Atlas heavy-duty battery. Atlas is the battery that's packed with power to give you good, fast starting and also supply power for your radio, heater, or other accessories. Remember that you're probably going to be doing a lot of driving during the warm weather ahead. And that's one good reason for having the secure feeling of a rugged, dependable Atlas battery under the hood. Atlas batteries are backed by a written warranty that's honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast, and in Canada, too. So you know that no matter where you drive, your Atlas battery will be well taken care of. And if a replacement should be necessary, any one of those 38,000 dealers is authorized to honor your warranty. Yes, you can help to avoid being among those motorists who will have to call for battery service 10 million times this year. Just drive in soon and ask to see the new Atlas battery. Budget terms are available, and you can also use your Chevron National Credit Card to make your purchase at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're sent for by the widow of a well-known architect to help her dispose of a ghost that isn't a ghost. You can see nothing supernatural in the face at the window, the disappearing portrait, or the crude bomb. Someone is obviously trying to frighten your client out of this strange house that is surrounded by a moat. If your name is George Valentine, you suspect that Amanda Gray has solved the case herself by shooting a nocturnal prowler in her room. And as you hurry with her along the hallway...
It was a figure, Mr. Valentine, all in white like a ghost. It opened the door and came into my room. I shot, and it fell on the floor.
All right, now, we'll find out.
George, where are you?
Down the hall here, Brooksy. This is your room, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, now, where's the light switch?
It's right here.
Good. Now, where did you see this? Oh.
But there was someone. I know it. Are you all right, Mrs. Gray? Yes, but...
Your ghost left its white sheet all right, Mrs. Gray. But I'm afraid your aim wasn't so good. He or she has climbed out of the shroud and left.
But I shot right at it, and it fell on the floor.
Hey, wait a minute. Let's see your gun.
Yes, it's here on that table.
Something sounds pretty phony about this. Yeah, here's the answer, all right. You're sure this gun was properly loaded, Mrs. Gray?
Yes, the men loaded it for me in the store.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm afraid something has happened in the meantime.
George, what do you mean?
Mrs. Gray didn't kill anybody, Brooksy. She couldn't. Because this gun is loaded with blank cartridges.
With blanks? Well, that couldn't be, Mr. Valentine. I saw him put in the real bullet.
Oh, I'm sure he did. But someone else decided it would be safer this way.
Somebody in this house, George?
Well, it's pretty obvious. Anyone coming in from outside would have to swim across the moat. I don't see any signs of water around here. The sheet is perfectly dry.
Mrs. Gray, I heard a commotion. Is anything wrong?
Well, Stevens, you're quite well dressed for the middle of the night.
I came as quickly as I could, and if you're trying to accuse me of something...
Here comes Sylvia, George.
Yeah, gathering of the clan. Just one more party to be heard from now.
Why, what's the matter? Why are you all here in Aunt Amanda's room?
Your aunt just shot a ghost, Sylvia.
She what?
Yeah. What's that you said, Valentine?
You heard me, Ronald. Pretty frightful experience for your aunt. For all of you, in fact. Imagine, a ghost in the house.
But that's nonsense. There's no such thing.
As a real live ghost, I think there is. I wonder if any of you would like to try on this sheet, just for size.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I realize you're trying to help me, but now you're casting suspicions on Sylvia and Ronald and Stevens. They wouldn't do anything like this.
No, I suppose not. All right, we've had our little excitement for tonight. Suppose you all go back to your rooms, huh? I'd like to ask a few questions of Mrs. Gray.
What are you thinking, George?
Oh, I was just trying to go along with Stephen's theory for a moment. You know that this isn't an inside job, as he so quaintly puts it.
But that isn't possible, is it?
Oh, I don't know. Mrs. Gray, your husband left a will, I suppose.
Why, of course.
Well, then tell me, was there any provision that someone else would get the house if you moved out of it?
Oh, no, nothing like that. He left everything to me outright, just with a provision that I'd take care of his niece and nephew, see that they had a home.
Uh-huh. Well, that blasts another theory.
My husband left a holographic will, wrote it himself, you know. No one had ever seen it. It was sealed and in the safe at our attorney's.
But a holographic will isn't unusual, is it, George?
That part wasn't unusual, no. Just one paragraph in it. I've never found out what it meant.
Well, what was it?
It said something like, "My beloved Amanda, there is more fortune that I leave you. It is in Greystone, and you alone will know the key to finding it. Just remember how well we loved Pennsylvania, and remember my work. This treasure is for you and you only."
What did it mean?
I haven't the least idea. I've never been able to figure it out.
May I see the will?
Well, certainly, but not tonight. Our attorney, Dwight Owen, you met him this afternoon. He has it.
I remember, yes. Well, tell me, how many people know about this?
Just the people to whom he left something. Sylvia and Ronald, Stevens, his secretary, Mr. Carver, and myself. Dwight had us all together when he read it.
The same people keep cropping up, don't they, George?
Yeah, with one exception. What about the secretary Carver? Where is he now?
He's living in town. Works for another architect, I believe.
Uh-huh. Got his address?
Well, yes, I'll get it for you.
Good. And I'd like to see the exact wording of that clause in the will. Do you suppose you could have Mr. Owen bring it out here tomorrow morning?
Of course, but I think I've quoted it almost word for word.
I'm sure you have. But sometimes just one little word makes a difference.
Very well. I'll call Dwight first thing in the morning.
Here, Angel, in the study.
Oh, George, something else has happened.
Yeah, what?
Mrs. Gray and I just went in the morning room together.
So?
And the place is a mess, darling. An old Hutch cabinet has just been pried apart. An early American chair. The cushion was ripped to bits.
Can it be, Mr. Valentine? I can't understand.
Well, I think I can, Mrs. Gray. It's probably our fault. Because we're here, I mean. Those early American pieces might be from Pennsylvania, I suppose.
I suppose so.
Well, at least it's a good try. They might be.
Well, what are you talking about, George?
Well, just that with us in the house to check up on what's going on, somebody's getting frantic to find the answer first.
Well, here's the will, Amanda, as you asked. I don't quite understand, though. We've been over it many times.
Yes, Dwight, I know. I wanted Mr. Valentine to see it.
Oh, that's it. Here you are, Valentine.
Okay, thanks. I suppose we could save a little time here. I'm just interested in one clause.
Oh, the Pennsylvania thing.
That's right.
So that's why you got these people out here about it.
No, Dwight. Actually, it isn't.
Let me show you. Let's see. It's, here we are. Right here.
Oh, yeah, thanks. My beloved Amanda, there is more fortune that I leave you. It is in Greystone, and you alone will know the key to finding it. Just remember how well we love the state of Pennsylvania and what it symbolizes. And remember what I did about it in my work. This treasure is for you and you only.
Now, Valentine, I must tell you, and I hope you'll forgive me, Amanda, that Garrett Gray was a little eccentric about things.
And also a pretty good architect.
Oh, one of the best.
Uh-huh. By the way, Mr. Owen, did you know Mr. Gray's secretary, Carver, quite well?
Why, yes, he's a nice sort of fellow. Any reason for your asking that?
Oh, no, none at all. I'm just interested in everybody Mr. Gray mentioned in his will.
Yes, of course, I see.
Mrs. Gray,
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
I'm going to look up Miss Brooks, and then would you mind lowering the bridge over the moat for us?
You're not going to be here for lunch. It's almost ready.
No, I'm sorry. I have some business of my own to take care of in town. We'll be back later, though.
I see. You'll stay, won't you, Dwight?
Oh, certainly, Amanda. I'd love to.
I hope you will come back, Mr. Valentine, in spite of everything that's happened.
Mrs. Gray, you don't have to worry about that. And when I get back, we'll have an answer to this thing.
George, I'm sure you know what you're doing.
I think so, Brooksy.
Well, I don't.
Well, you see, we're up against a paradox. Nobody inside Greystone seemed to be guilty of those stunts, and nobody from outside could get in.
That's a paradox, all right.
One fact or the other had to be wrong, and I figured it must be the second.
You mean that somebody could get in some way?
Sure. Then I remembered seeing a pile of planks outside the house on the far side of the moat.
The ones you looked at when we came out?
Yeah, that's right. That's when I knew I was right. After dark, it wouldn't be hard to throw one of those planks across the moat and get in the house.
You'd have a hard time proving that, wouldn't you?
I don't think so. One of the planks had quite a lot of dried blood on it. Somebody'd hurt himself on a rough edge.
So?
So, don't forget, there was also blood on that portrait that disappeared and then showed up again.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, where are we going now?
Make a call in town. With just a little more evidence, we can tell Mrs. Gray who's trying to run her out of her house.
There doesn't seem to be anyone in the apartment, George.
Well, now, that's fine. Much easier to find what I'm looking for.
But suppose he comes in and finds us here. He could have us arrested.
Gotta take that chance, Angel. If we're gonna lick this thing. Hey, that one's got it. Go on in, Angel. But stay right there by the door. Call out if anyone comes.
Yes, all right, darling. But please be careful.
No. Where would anybody be liable to... I'll try this. No soap there. Desk, maybe. Yeah, I thought so.
Please hurry, George. I'm frightened.
Be right with you, Angel. I struck pay dirt.
You found something?
Sure, take a look at this.
Those are cartridges.
That's right. A box partly full of blanks, plus some real shells. Angel, it looks as though we have this deal pretty well pinned down.
Well, what's next? After we get out of this place, I mean.
A fast telephone call to our client, and then a little later we'll go back out to Greystone and start some fireworks. All right, Mrs. Gray, you've got everybody in the study there?
All except Mr. Carver. I called several numbers after I talked to you on the phone, but couldn't find him.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I'd like to have had him here. But let's get on with it anyway. Come on in, Brooksy.
Yes, I'm coming, George.
You really found something, Mr. Valentine.
I'm sure of it, Mrs. Gray. Well, hello there.
Yes, it's about time, I should think.
Well, I wanted you all here so I could put your minds at rest about these strange happenings out here.
You mean you found out...
Yes, I believe we have, sir.
Well, then what is it? Come on, Valentine, tell us.
You sure you want me to, Owen?
I don't know what you mean.
You see, when we first met yesterday, I didn't notice that your left hand is bandaged. The one that you heard on those boards across the moat.
You're making an accusation.
That's right.
Valentine.
It would have been the same night the portrait of Mr. Gray reappeared with blood on it.
Mr. Valentine, you can't be saying...
I'm afraid I am, Mrs. Gray. You see, Owen, I took the liberty of looking around your apartment this afternoon, and I came across these.
Oh, you meddling young fool.
They're bullets.
Bullets that were taken out of your aunt's gun. The rest are blanks, just like the ones that replaced them.
Dwight, I can't believe it. You, of all people.
I don't know what you can do to him, of course. Get him for prowling, I suppose. Maybe for trying to frighten you to death so he could have time to search the house for more treasure. Possibly we can have him disbarred. At least I'm sure he won't be your attorney any longer.
But, George, you still haven't found what's hidden here in the house.
Oh, we'll find it now, all right. Mrs. Gray, if you'll call in a couple of stonemasons as soon as possible, I think we can remove this temptation.
If you're missing something in driving pleasure, if a sputtering motor has you hugging the side of the road, here's a suggestion. Before you spend any money for engine repairs, try a tank full of Chevron Supreme, the balanced gasoline. Chevron Supreme gives you all 8 high-performance qualities. Quick starting, fast warm-up, smooth acceleration, vapor lock prevention, anti-knock, full power, economy mileage, and area blending. Get top all-around performances from your car. Drive in and fill her up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
George,
Yeah, Angel?
why are you having those men tear down that stone arch over the front door?
Yes, Mr. Valentine, I'm willing to do what you say.
Well, I finally figured out that clause in your husband's will, Mrs. Gray.
Oh?
The state of Pennsylvania and his work. Now, how did they fit together? Simple. His work was architecture. Pennsylvania is the Keystone State.
George, you figured that out.
And the Keystone is one of the important parts of architecture. There's only one in this house.
Why, I should have thought of that.
Probably Owen would have liked to also. Oh, there, looks like they've got into it. It was apparently hollow, all right.
Aunt Amanda.
Yes, Ronald, what is it?
That keystone was hollow, just as Valentine thought it would be.
But is there anything?
Of course, it's packed with currency, big bills. Come on, come and see.
Yes, I'm coming, Ronald.
Well, Angel, I guess we've got rid of Mrs. Gray's ghost for her. Nothing more for him to look for.
George, do you know what I'd like?
No, what?
A house just like this one.
Oh?
With a moat around it. And you could hide something in the Keystone for me.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Angel. I'm still alive, you know.
Oh? Prove it.
Yeah. Come on, Brooksy, let's go eat.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Gene Bates was heard as Amanda, Larry Dobkin as Owen, Parley Bear as Stevens, Jack Lloyd as Ronald, and Gene Tatum as Sylvia. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure, here's a word about gasoline. If habit has you buying a gas that stresses one feature at the expense of others, shift to Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's a correct balance of all 8 high-performance qualities. Quick starting, fast warm-up, smooth acceleration, economy mileage, full power, vapor lock prevention, anti-knock, and area blending. Try a tank full in your car of the gas with all 8. Fill up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at any Standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
Transcribed.
And now, tonight's story, The Forgotten Murder, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
George Valentine, Esquire. My dear sir, I would deem it a great favor if you came for tea this afternoon at 3:30. I've been led to believe that you're the kind of man who would interest himself, for a stipend, of course, in a problem such as mine. A murder which is not even considered as such. A murder which has
long since been forgotten by everyone except yours very truly, Miss Felicity Graham.
That's quite a letter. Equal parts of gentility and murder.
I had a maiden aunt once who used to write letters that sounded like this, even if she was only asking the milkman to leave an extra bottle of cream.
Here, let me see. 45 Barrington Terrace. I know that neighborhood. Ancestral brownstones, with every room like a set out of arsenic and old lace.
In every closet with a family skeleton. I know what you mean.
Well, Brooksy, I don't know about you, but I find myself rather impatient to have tea with anyone named Felicity.
Any more tea for anyone?
No, thanks.
No.
Please excuse us, Paul. I'd like to speak to Miss Brooks and Mr. Valentine in private.
I thought you trusted me completely, Felicity. With everything.
Please, Paul. You've been so sweet and patient all these years. Bear with me a little longer.
But I don't think I... Oh, whatever you say, whatever you wish.
My best friend. My only faithful suitor.
Your letter referred to a murder, Miss Graham.
Yes. A murder which took place some 15 years ago. Until it's solved, I'm afraid I can't find any peace and happiness in my own life.
Miss Graham, I think you'd better give Mr. Valentine all the facts from the beginning.
Well, there was only one person who was close to me in the whole world. My cousin Laura. We became orphans about the same time, and for years we were inseparable. And then she got married, and the scoundrel murdered her, and he's off somewhere, grinning about it right now.
Well, Miss Graham, if what you say is true, this sounds like a case for the police.
Oh, the police. They consider me their personal cross to bear. They've been listening to my story for the past 15 years. The kinder ones simply say I'm touched in the head.
But if they feel there's nothing can be done, I don't know how much help I can give you.
But I tell you, Laura was murdered. I refuse to believe that she and her husband entered into a suicide pact. It's ridiculous.
Suicide pact? But I thought her husband was the murderer. If he's dead, too,
Well,
then...
according to the police files, Laura and her husband, James Cartwright, committed suicide together. Drove their car off a lonely pier into the ocean.
Oh, how awful.
Their bodies were never found on account of the tides. The only things that were found along the shore were one of Laura's shoes and her handbag.
Was there a suicide note?
Yes, it was found on Laura's night table. It said that she and Cartwright ran through all the money her parents had left her. They couldn't stand the prospect of just grubbing along.
Well, frankly, Miss Graham, I don't see how I fit into all this.
Look, there on the financial page. It's yesterday's journal.
Oh. See the place, Juan Palos, South American millionaire.
Now, this is supposed to be Juan Palos, executive vice president of the Los Altos gold mine. He's here in the States for a directors' meeting.
Well, what about it, Miss Graham?
I believe this man to be James Cartwright.
You do?
Sure. I met Laura's husband only once in my life, and that was quite enough. But I still say this could be Cartwright.
Oh, no, isn't that taking a lot for granted, Miss Graham? It's been 15 years. So many men look
It was
alike.
the name Los Altos that caught my attention. You see, Mr. Valentine, all during those few months they were married, Cartwright somehow arranged to send most of Laura's money out of the country to a town named Los Altos in South America. Some legal hocus-pocus with a shyster lawyer.
How do you know all this?
Well, I checked with the private detective. That's where the trail ended 15 years ago.
As I get it, you feel James Cartwright married your cousin for her money, then somehow, very skillfully, he stripped her of it.
Oh, it was all very neat. Laura's signature was on every withdrawal, no doubt about that.
And then you feel he killed her on what was supposed to be a suicide pact.
Cartwright loved himself too much to commit suicide. He was too handsome, too arrogant. And he knew they didn't run out of money. He just had it planted where he could pick it up.
Well, I just can't go up to this Mr. Palos and ask him to bare his life to me.
I know. And that's why I'm willing to pay you. I don't even have a picture of Cartwright. And there isn't a set of his fingerprints anywhere. He saw to that.
Well, then
I just want you to meet this Mr. Palos. See if he doesn't make the one little slip that'll prove I'm right about it.
What do you mean?
If this man is James Cartwright, he won't be able to resist anything that has to do with cards.
Cards?
Not only was he a gambler, but he prided himself on the tricks he could do with cards. All sorts of sleight of hand.
Charming fellow to play cards with.
Oh, I know if you go about it right, Mr. Valentine. You'll be able to make him give himself away.
Appeal to the card sharp in him, huh? Well, we could give it a try.
I must be sure. For this one last time. I can't find any peace in my heart. Can't pick up my own life unless I'm sure I haven't failed Laura. I loved her very much. Of course. James Cartwright was a beast. He made life a nightmare for Laura. Deliberately. Cruelly.
How do you mean?
He got a perverse pleasure out of hurting her. She was a high-strung, sensitive girl. She was afraid of the dark, for instance. When we were little girls, if we were left in the dark, she'd run out of the room, screaming. Cartwright would pull cute little tricks, like putting all the lights out. All sorts of things like that.
Well, Miss Graham, it's a long shot. But if it'll make you feel any better, I'll see what I can do. I don't put much stock in all this, Angel.
But if it will put her mind at rest, it's surely worth a try.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mr. Valentine, wait.
Oh, Paul Henridge, isn't it?
Yes. I want you to stop checking into this business with Mr. Paulus.
Well, now, I was under the impression Miss Graham wanted that to be a private matter.
I was eavesdropping. Not ashamed to admit it.
Well, you certainly should be.
Here, Valentine, take this check.
Oh, that's a pretty check. What am I supposed to do to earn it?
Tell Felicity that Paulus isn't Cartwright.
Well, now, look, he probably isn't, friend, but at least I'm going to try and make sure.
Valentine, I want to marry Felicity. If she's convinced Laura and her husband did commit suicide, I think she'll finally say yes to me. I don't want to take even the smallest chance of Paulus being Cartwright.
I understand how you feel, Henridge, but I do have an obligation to my client.
You'll be a sorry man, Valentine, if you don't listen to me.
I guess it's just a chance I'll have to take. Yeah, I hear you, Johnson. She's been bothering you before, year after year. And the answer's still suicide, huh? No doubt about the handwriting on the suicide note. Okay, thanks a lot.
George, the cablegram from that detective agency in Buenos Aires is here.
Oh, good. Read it.
The Palaces are respectable members of South American society. Senor Palos struck it rich at the Los Altos gold mine about 15 years ago. Married a lady from the States.
Struck it rich about 15 years ago. Uh-huh. Oh, but it is such a shame. We are friends of Senor and Senora Palos. And now we missed them, eh?
That's right, sir. They checked out this morning.
Darling, giving us young man $10 for being so helpful and telling us where the Palaces went.
But, madam, I didn't.
Women, eh, my young friend?
Yes, women. They went up to the mountaintop ski lodge to rest up from doing nothing.
Take a card, Brooks.
Stop with that accent.
All right. Take a card, anyway.
No, not again.
Again.
It's bad enough I have to do all the driving.
But I have to do a little practicing on card tricks.
Yeah, I know.
Go on. Go. Take a card.
Okay.
3 of diamonds.
Close. Queen of spades.
Well, it's still a few miles to the ski lodge. I'll probably learn.
Mr. and Mrs. Palos are at the table by the window.
Thanks, waiter. Here you are. Buy yourself an annuity.
Thank you, sir.
George, people are looking.
Well, I gotta get into the role of Georgie Valentine, boy life of the party. Come on.
Okay, Georgie.
Well, well, honey, look at these two people sitting here by themselves. I bet they're as lonely as we are.
I beg your pardon.
I bet they'd like company, too.
Really?
Oh, just a minute, my dear. Let's see what the gentleman wants.
Well, when me and the wife here walked in, we said right off, I bet you these two people are just like us. Hate to eat alone.
That's just what my husband said.
How interesting.
So we decided to come over and rescue you. Sit down, Claire. Oh, yeah, I want you to meet my wife, Mr.
Palos, Juan Palos, and Mrs. Palos.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, Valentine is the name. I travel in women's dresses.
You...
Always gets a salesman. I sell women's dresses, yeah. What's your line?
Gold.
Just gold?
Gold.
How nice for you.
Juan, it's really getting quite late.
Oh, we have time, Doris.
Yeah, Mr. Palace, I'm glad to meet another businessman who knows how to take things easy, how to relax. I bet anything you have a hobby, too.
Why, yes. Skiing, of course. Mountain climbing.
Oh, yeah, well, fine. But I have a hobby I carry around with me. Makes me the life of the party wherever I go.
I'm sure you don't need a hobby like to do that, Mr. Valentine.
You're right, dearie.
Yeah, but a hobby sure helps. Here, you see these cards? Go on now, pick a card.
Well,
No, go ahead. Go on.
All right.
All right. Don't show me now.
No?
Five of hearts.
I'm afraid not. King of clubs.
But looky here. I take the whole deck of cards, and by flipping them up in the air like that, I shuffle the whole deck.
Oh, Georgie, they all fell.
Here, let me.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Palace. If you want to show me how it should be done.
I? Show you? Oh, senor, when it comes to things like this, I am, all thumbs. I would be no help at all.
Oh.
I merely wanted to help you pick up the cards.
Poor Georgie and his card tricks.
I don't know about you, Juan, but I've had enough of this. I'm going upstairs.
Very well, Doris. It's been very nice meeting you, Mr. Valentine. It's too bad about your trick. So sorry I could not help you to make it come out right.
Oh, that's okay.
You know, perhaps you tried too hard. That's a common failing with so many amateurs. Good night.
Not even a little nibble, senor.
Yeah, and I was certainly bad enough.
Well, he's either the wrong man or he's very clever.
Oh, it isn't a question of brains, Brooksy. I counted on instinct. If he were James Cartwright, demon card trickster, I was sure he couldn't resist showing me how the trick should have been done.
Well, what now?
Oh, I don't know. Hey, wait, Brooksy. Suppose I tell Palace who I am and what I'm here for.
Oh, fine. He'll fess up just like that.
Well, it isn't as silly as it sounds. It may turn into a very neat little trap.
But if he is Cartwright, that'll give him all the warning he needs.
You know, Brooksy, they haven't invented a trap yet that'll work without bait. And I'm sure of one thing. I'll make a better piece of cheese than I am a card sharp.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Maybe you've noticed when you drive into a standard station or independent Chevron gas station that your car saver had a brand new tire set up in front of the station or in the window. It's the safer, longer mileage Atlas tire. Atlas tires have wide, flat treads that put more rubber on the road and give you better traction. They're thick treads with good, deep grooves and hundreds of tough anti-skid edges. And mighty important is the written warranty that you get when you buy an Atlas tire. 12 months protection against tire damage from any road hazard. A warranty that's honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast and in Canada. You can buy Atlas tires on convenient budget terms, charge them if you have a Chevron National Credit Card, and get a liberal trade-in on your present tires, too. An inspection will show whether or not your present tires are safe. Drive in soon and ask your car saver to give you all the facts on the many safety features of the Atlas tire. Then you'll know why he's proud to put such a tire out front in his station. And you'll know why Atlas tires are out front with motorists all over the West. Remember, the men to see for safe, sure Atlas tires are the car savers at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. You're hired by a determined little spinster lady, Miss Felicity Graham, to try and solve a murder mystery more than 15 years old. Your specific assignment is to prove to your own satisfaction whether a South American millionaire, Juan Palos, is or is not James Cartwright. Yes, the same James Cartwright who presumably died in a suicide pact with Felicity's cousin Laura. Up to now, you've gotten nowhere. So if your name is George Valentine, you decide on the most direct approach possible. You're going to walk right up and tell Senor Palos your suspicions.
Before we go in to see the Palaces, George, you've got to tell me what you want with my compact.
I just wanted to make a nice, noticeable bulge in the pocket of my jacket.
You could tell me why.
I haven't got time.
Yeah? Oh, Senor Valentine, the card tricks man.
Yeah, well, that's what I came over to explain, Mr. Palos. That is, if we may come in.
Well, of course. Has your husband been practicing, Mr. Valentine?
Well, he's been cooking up something.
Juan, who's at the door? Oh. Juan, darling, we must be dressing for dinner, and I'm sure that these people...
Please, Mrs. Palos, this won't take long. The truth is, I'm not a traveling salesman. This is my secretary, Miss Brooks. And the reason I'm up here at the lodge is to find out if you're a murderer, Mr. Palos.
What?
Juan, call the manager at once. This man is a raving lunatic.
Think fast, oh mighty brother of Dick Tracy.
Well, the suspected murderer, Mr. Palos, was supposed to have practically had an obsession about card tricks. So if he had been you, he would have given himself away when I did that card trick so badly.
Must we listen to any more of this fantastic story?
No, but I find this rather intriguing, my dear. Just why did you suspect me, Mr. Valentine?
The trail of the murderer led to South America. To Los Altos, to be exact. It was lost there.
Oh, my dear fellow. There are more than 1,000 people in Los Altos. Fully more than half of them work for my company, as a matter of fact.
Well, I came to apologize. It was a bad hunch, poorly played.
You should apologize. Forcing yourself on us in the dining room, lying to us.
Yeah, I know, especially when it was all so unnecessary.
I'm glad to see I've been exonerated.
Now, that's not exactly what I meant.
What is that?
I mean, I now have a concrete way to solve this case. In my pocket, I have the lovely heart-shaped compact that was found in the dead lady's handbag.
Really?
Yeah, it's strange how everybody overlooks such a glaring piece of evidence at the time. But sometimes it happens.
What in the world are you talking about?
Well, as soon as I get back to town, I'm going to have an expert check on this compact, and I think I can prove it was murder.
Ah, well, good luck, Valentine. And be sure to let me know about the solution when you find it. I shall be most interested.
Yeah, I'll do that. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
George, I haven't the slightest idea
Hey, wait,
what
Angel.
you're trying...
Hey, you.
That man! That's Paul Henry!
Yeah, you. Henrich, wait. Don't you know it's impolite not to answer when somebody's talking to you?
Let go of me, Valentine.
Not
Let go.
until you answer a couple of questions.
I warned you not to interfere.
Well, Mr. Henry, welcome to Mountaintop Lodge.
So you've been eavesdropping again, eh, friend?
Yes, and again, I don't apologize for it. I'll kill you if you don't stop meddling.
It's not fair, Buster. You didn't say put him up and fight like a man.
I'm not going to let Felicity find out. I don't care if this Juan Palos did kill anybody.
Okay, if you must play rough.
Ow!
Come on, Angel, let's get out of here. Now go on up to your room, Brooksy, and get dolled up for dinner.
But if Palos is Cartwright, he'll move heaven and earth to get this silly compact.
Well, it's just a long shot, but at least I'll feel we did what we could for Miss Graham. Now go on, scoot.
Oh, okay, darling. I'll see you later. Be careful.
Yeah, I'll keep my back to the wall and the lights on. If there are any fireworks, I want to see who sets them off. I might as well shake. Hey, who's that?
Oh!
I didn't get a chance to put the light on. In the wall. It must have fallen right on my head.
Please, darling, sit still.
And I don't have an enemy in the world, huh?
Maybe it was a dear friend who did this.
All I know is it was a he. I heard his footsteps. And the way he hit me, I know it was. Oh, sure. I see the compact is gone.
And we found out what we wanted. He is Cartwright.
Yeah, the long-lost Cartwright.
Aren't you going to tell the police so they can really dig into Senor Palos' past?
Yeah. But first we're going down to the dining room and intrude on the palace's privacy once more.
But why?
Furthermore, we're going to make believe this little accident up here never happened.
I'm certainly not going to break bread with a man who nearly broke your head.
I know it doesn't make much sense, Angel, but that's what we have to do. Hearty appetite, folks.
Ah, well, Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
I thought you said you were leaving.
Well, Mrs. Pallis, I was out for a little while, but I'm back again, big as life.
Mr. Hendricks again at that table.
Everybody's here. May we join you, folks?
Really, don't you think
Thank you, Mrs. Pallis. We will sit down.
Please do.
And since this is our last meeting, I insist on trying one more card trick. Oh, waiter, you'll be ready to help out, won't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
Good. Ah, thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind applause. And thank you very much, gentlemen of the orchestra. Your timing was superb.
Juan, people are staring at us.
Well, no, Mr. Valentine, I really must agree with
Thank
my
you,
wife.
Juan. It's about time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to show you a very spectacular card trick, which will have special meaning to one particular person in here. Since it depends entirely on the element of surprise, I will now ask that the room be plunged into total darkness. Okay, waiter. That's fine.
Doris, wait. Everything is all right.
What made her do it, George? That was horrible.
Come on, Brooksy. Let's get up to the Palace's suite.
Doris, please let me in, darling. There is nothing to be frightened about.
Well, perhaps she'd let me come in and help her.
What are you two doing here? Haven't you done enough?
I know how you feel, but if
Why did you have to do that?
Well, that's what I must explain.
I don't care about your explanation. I don't want to hear them. Just, please help me. We must get in there. Help me, Valentine.
Okay.
Doris!
Not here.
Doris, where are you? Please, Doris. Oh, Doris. No, she is gone. The back door is open and she's gone. All I can find is this note.
Read it, then.
Lie I've been living is over. And in a way, I am glad. I don't know how you guessed my secret, Valentine. But this to you, Valentine. What does this mean?
You'd better finish it.
I am Laura Cartwright, and I killed my husband 15 years ago. What is that?
George.
He drove me to it, and I planned it so carefully. Sending the money out of the country, planting the evidence, and then going to Los Altos to live. I found real happiness there with you, Juan. But this would have been the end for us anyway. So goodbye. Doris? Doris killed a man? The man you were looking for? No, this is all so mixed up. I know.
Mr. Valentine, may I see you a minute, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. Excuse us.
Mrs. Palazzo, it's terrible. I saw her.
In the dining room, I know.
Huh? No, outside. She was trying to drive away in her husband's car in such a hurry.
Yeah.
She lost control and went over the side of the mountain. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, it is horrible.
Well, the manager wanted to know if you would break the news to Mr. Pallas.
Yeah, I guess so. And then there's still something to be done to help the living.
To ensure the best performance of modern automobile engines, our scientists subjected hundreds of motor oils to grueling laboratory and road tests. Even atomic energy was used. Atomically treated piston rings in test cars showed engine wear as it occurred. The result was heavy-duty RPM, a motor oil that, compared to premium-type oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. So if you're not already using this oil, switch over now to heavy-duty RPM and get top protection for your car. Ask for heavy-duty RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
Well, darling, what did Lieutenant Johnson say?
You know, he's a nice guy, Brooksy. If there's a way of keeping the truth about Laura from Felicity, Graham, he'll find it.
Oh, yes, it's much better that way. She can now find some happiness with Paul Hendricks.
I should be sore at Paul for slugging me and taking away that worthless compact. But I guess people in love deserve some consideration.
George, How did you ever suspect Mrs. Pallas at all? We were so definitely looking for a man.
Well, because it was a man who knocked me out.
Huh?
Yeah, not a woman. And only the murderer knew for sure that the compact didn't mean anything. So why do anything about getting it from me?
That's only a small thing.
But I started to think. Looking at it objectively, it was much easier for Doris than her husband to send that money out of the country. And it was her shoe and handbag that were found. And the note about the suicide pact. That was in her handwriting, remember?
And she was an American who came to Los Altos and married Palos some 15 years ago.
Uh-huh. Still, I had to make sure. And I remembered what Felicity said about Doris's fear of the dark.
Like I always said, George, you don't miss anything.
Uh-huh. Say, what time is it anyway?
I wonder. Of course, that great big round object over our head might help.
Huh?
No police headquarters is complete without it.
Well, at least you can't say the clock was right under my nose.
No, darling. It was just over your head.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Lorene Tuttle was heard as Felicity, Larry Dobkin as Palos, Lee Patrick as Mrs. Palos, Bill Boucher as Paul, and Victor Rodman as the waiter. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. You can do something about cancer. Strike back at this dread disease by joining the Cancer Crusade of the American Cancer Society. Help support its vital scientific research program, education program, and service to the cancer patient. Cancer strikes 1 in 5. Give generously to the American Cancer Society. Mail your contribution today to Cancer, care of Postmaster. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine. If you've been having trouble starting your car lately, or if low gasoline mileage has you baffled, then make it a point to have your spark plugs checked soon. Dirty, worn spark plugs can rob your engine of power and pickup, and may even waste 1 out of every 10 gallons of gasoline you buy. Let the car savers at Standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations check your plugs. They'll clean them and reset the gap, or if necessary, they'll be glad to install new spark plugs. Stop in tomorrow for an efficient car saver spark plug checkup where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, The Symbol 3, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, mark well the symbol 3. It's the key to destiny. Since I heard those words whispered to me on the telephone only 2 weeks ago, I've been living in a world of fear, horror. For these words have already twice brought into my home violence and sorrow. And now I know they're also going to bring death. What's worse, I can't get my husband's help. And I can't go to the police. So please, Mr. Valentine, come to see me as quickly as you can. But be sure you speak to me alone and introduce yourself merely as a friend. Sincerely, Ruth Laswell. Unavoidable accidents. That horrible voice on the phone predicted them each time. And I know that the accident that's
Mrs.
coming...
Laswell, please, if I'm to try and help you, you must start from the beginning.
I'm sorry.
You said that the voice first called you about 2 weeks ago.
Yes. Yes, Miss Brooks.
Mark well the symbol 3. It's the key to destiny. That wasn't all he said, was it?
No. He told me he was speaking to me because my husband would never believe what he had to say. And even though there was nothing I could do to stop the accidents, I should know about them as Martin's loving wife. Those were the words he used.
Uh-huh. You didn't recognize the voice at all, eh, Mrs. Laswell?
No, it was hoarse and low. There was no hatred in it, no emotion at all. I know it sounds crazy, but it sounded the way people usually imagine the voice of doom to sound.
Uh-huh.
Did he say what sort of accident would take place, Mrs. Laswell?
No. Just said there would be 3 accidents to teach my husband humility.
Humility?
You don't know my husband, do you, Mr. Valentine?
No, except by reputation.
Yes, we see the signs all over. Another construction job by Martin Laswell.
He's big and self-assured. The driving force of a bulldozer. He forbade me even to speak about these accidents, let alone ask anyone for help.
I see. Just what was the first of these accidents like, Mrs. Laswell?
My husband's pride and joy was his Great Dane. 3 days after the voice telephoned, the dog died.
Died? How?
In a freak accident. Somehow he got tangled in his own leash and choked to death.
But that doesn't sound possible.
I know, but it happened. The dog was powerful and big. There were no signs of a struggle. Apparently no one, certainly no stranger, came near him. But there it was. A few hours later, the voice called again. It said the first accident took place. And I'd hear from him again soon.
And I gather he didn't disappoint you, Mrs. Laswell.
No. No, he didn't disappoint me. He called last week on a Wednesday. And he again said, mark well the symbol 3. It's the key to destiny. And he hung up.
What happened this time?
That Saturday, our chauffeur, Johnny Gibbons, had an accident. He ran the car into a wall. He said he couldn't possibly explain why. There was nothing at all wrong with the car, no possible reason for the accident. He says it just happened. Luckily, he wasn't hurt badly, but he might have been killed.
And the voice called you again?
Just as before, and took credit for the accident. And he said he'd call once more.
When did he call this time?
The day before yesterday. I'm afraid Mr. Valentine's scared to death. For Martin and for me. I know the 3rd accident will happen to someone closer to Martin. And not knowing how and when it can happen, just knowing it will happen.
Ruth, I was looking for you and I... Oh, I didn't know there was anyone with you, Mrs. Laswell.
It's all right, Mr. Dunn. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, this is my husband's junior partner. And our good friend, Edwin Dunn.
How do you do?
Mr. Valentine, I know why you're here. And I still don't think it's a good idea.
I thought getting me in the middle of this thing was supposed to be strictly between us, Mrs. Laswell.
I told you Mr. Dunn is a good friend. I just didn't want Mr. Laswell to know.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Laswell is a fine man. But he has a violent temper, and he's almost obsessed with the idea that he doesn't need anyone's help, that he's too big for anyone to help him.
And he isn't. No one is.
Yeah, you're right on that score.
Besides, I don't know exactly what you can do, Mr. Valentine. You can't be bodyguard for all of us. And certainly you won't be able to protect Mr. Laswell if he doesn't want you to.
But you can stay here as my friend and do something. Try to find something so we don't just sit and wait. You will help me, Mr. Valentine, won't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll stay here.
But, George, what is there to go on? Where can you start?
The chauffeur, Mrs. Laswell. Is he well enough to be back on the job?
Oh, yes. And Mr. Laswell isn't using him this afternoon. Johnny is in his apartment over the garage.
Good, good. That's about the only point we can begin from, isn't it, Brooksy? And you don't have any explanation at all for your accident, eh, Johnny?
John Wesley Givens.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The road, was it slippery?
No, Miss Brooks, not at all.
Or perhaps you took the curve too sharply, Mr. Givens.
There was no curve to take. It's like I said, there was no reason for me to lose control of the wheel. I've been driving for years with a fine record. It was as though I was made to have this accident by some power bigger than me.
Now, Mr. Givens, you don't really believe that something, supernatural made you have that accident, do you?
There are many things we don't understand, Mr. Valentine. I'm a bachelor, and I've got time to do a lot of reading. We don't even begin to guess at some of the forces that exist all around us.
Yeah.
For instance, I was worried about what Mr. Laswell would say about the accident. He's a big man and a violent one, and he has no patience with little people like me.
What did Mr. Laswell say?
Well, that's just it. Nothing. Mrs. Laswell said she'd speak to him first, and she did. And nothing at all was said about the car. Yes, sir, there are forces all around us that make all sorts of strange things happen.
I think there was a simpler explanation for your boss's behavior, Mr. Givens.
Well, if you ever want to sit down to have a chat with me, young man, I'll be glad to do it and lend you some of my books. You too, young lady.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much.
Books make you the equal of any man.
Uh-huh. You don't have any idea when Mr. Laswell will be home, do you, Mr. Givens?
Oh, yes. I'm going to pick him up at the office in about a half hour.
Thanks. We'll wait for him.
You must be rather recent friends of Mrs. Laswell's. Mr. Valentine, is it?
Uh-huh, that's right, Mr. Laswell.
And if Ruth had a friend as pretty as you, Miss Brooks, I'm sure she'd have mentioned her to me before.
Well, that is thank you.
Yeah, she always talked enough about other things.
Well, you see, Mr. Laswell...
Look, Valentine, let's not be childish about this. Ruth hired you as a sort of bodyguard to the Laswell household. When Johnny mentioned your name to me, I looked you up.
It seems this whole thing has been the worst-kept secret in the world.
I need no help. I need no protection. I need no nursemaid.
But surely with those 2 accidents and the threat of a third...
But I didn't say I wouldn't welcome some company, just to relieve the tension.
That was certainly an elaborate build-up to a sudden letdown.
Valentine, I'm a realist. I see what's going on in my house. I don't believe in a voice of doom. On the other hand, I don't close my eyes to what has happened.
Well, then.
So, by all means, welcome until the deadline has come and passed. Have a drink? Let's get ready for dinner.
Well, yes, of course.
No need to worry my loving wife. Whatever we can do to put her mind at rest...
Martin!
Yes, Ruth. Yes, what is it?
What is it, Mrs. Laswell?
What happened?
Ruth, cut it out. Come on, what's the matter?
The accident. The third accident. It just happened. Mark well the symbol 3.
What happened?
What are you trying to say?
The watchman on your new construction job, Martin. He fell to his death with no one around him.
The poor man's over there, just where he fell, Mr. Laswell.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Wagon will be coming for him in a minute.
Brooksy, you'd better go back to the car and wait there with Johnny.
Yes. Yes, I think so, George. I'll see you later.
Johnny, you bumbling fool. Bring up the car. Come on, Valentine.
Yeah.
His name was Williams. He's been with us for many years. A nice old man. Careful.
Yeah. Good and steep down here, all right. A big drop.
Yeah, we're just getting ready to clear all this up. The rocks, so we can sink a foundation.
Uh-huh. He must have been walking up there, along the edge. Somehow lost his footing.
And all these rocks on the bottom. Humility, that's a stupid word and a stupid idea.
3 accidents to teach you humility.
Coincidence. And someone takes advantage of them to call up later and talk nonsense. If I could get my hands...
Okay. Here he is. Front of his coat covered with this powdered gray stuff. Shows he slid on his chest the first part of the way down.
Valentine, this had to be an accident. All of them had to be.
I'm not arguing with you, Laswell. There's a big board fence around this whole place and a gate with a lock. Williams wouldn't let a stranger in.
And there's no reason to kill Williams. There isn't a thing of value here, not a thing.
Uh-huh.
Only a crazy man would kill another human being for no reason at all. Another accident. The third. Well, at least it's all over. The voice said there would be only 3.
There's one thing bothers me about this third accident.
Huh?
It broke the rhythm. And if there's one thing this whole crazy case had, it was rhythm.
What are you talking about, Valentine?
The symbol 3. 3 accidents. Each occurs on the 3rd day after the warning. When was Mrs. Laswell warned about this one?
The day before yesterday.
Yeah. But Williams here died on the 2nd day. Why?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. What do you really look for in the motor oil you buy for your car? Long engine life? If you do, new RPM motor oil is the answer. Switch over now to new RPM, the oil that doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Developed through atomic energy, new RPM is years ahead in offering better protection for your car. New RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Even a cab company operating in the tough daily grind all cabs go through found new RPM motor oil reduced engine wear 71%. And compared with conventional oils, new RPM gives double protection against gum, acid, and corrosion in your engine. Now that many car manufacturers recommend heavy-duty motor oil for top performance under all driving conditions, it's important to you to know that new RPM exceeds all of their requirements for a heavy-duty oil. Considering these facts, it's easy to see why new RPM motor oil is first choice with motorists. Be sure you get new RPM motor oil for long engine life. Look for the sign of your nearest independent Chevron gas station or standard station. There you'll find new RPM motor oil, which is one reason they say and mean we take better care of your car. You're hired to save the wealthy Mr. and Mrs. Laswell from an accident which was promised by a mysterious voice over the telephone. You obviously succeed in that because a harmless night watchman is the victim of the third and last in a series of 3 accidents, foretold and delivered. So, at their home now, the Laswells are quite willing to consider the case closed. But if your name is George Valentine, you don't seem to be anywhere as willing.
For one thing, nobody's come up with an answer to this. Why did Williams' accident take place 2 days after the warning, not on the 3rd day?
Mr. Valentine, please. Why keep pounding on this one point?
It's 8 o'clock now. The 3rd day won't begin till midnight. Have you any ideas, Mr. Dunn? As Mr. Laswell's partner, you're a little more objective. Can you venture a guess?
Well, I'm afraid not. I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Laswell's thinking.
I told you before, Valentine. The man on the phone was merely taking advantage of some amazing coincidences. The death of the dog, Johnny's smash-up. Williams' accident didn't fit this weird schedule, that's all. It'd be a 1,000,000 to 1 chance if it did.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to sound heartless. The poor watchman's death was horrible, so needless. But the nightmare is over, and I'm human enough to feel relieved.
And the voice on the telephone?
Some enemy of Mr. Laswell's. Some vicious man's idea of how to torture Mrs. Laswell.
Mr. Valentine, I'm grateful for your interest and sorry for the trouble my wife has caused you. Here, please take this check, and thanks.
Nice check.
We were just going out. Dunn, Ruth and I. A quiet dinner somewhere, a few drinks. Why don't you call up Miss Brooks and join us?
No thanks. I'm miserable company when something bothers me. And something bothers me.
George, will you stop mumbling to yourself and eat something? It's 9:30.
Yeah, Angel. 9:30 of the second day. Mark well, the symbol 3. It's the key to destiny.
Darling, maybe you are just being stubborn about this whole thing.
Oh, but something is wrong, Angel. The partner who calls her Ruth when he thinks they're alone, but is so careful to call her Mrs. Laswell when he sees us. And the original Mr. Big himself who blows hot and cold. So much combustible material, Brooksy, and none of the 3 principals are involved in any of the accidents. Come on, let's get out of here.
Really, the morgue.
Just a hunch, Angel, but what a hunch.
Down this way, Mr. Valentine. They brought him in a couple hours ago.
I know, Kennedy. Be right with you.
I'll sit here at Mr. Kennedy's desk. There's some very interesting old copies of Life I simply mustn't miss.
Yeah, okay, Brooksy.
Here he is, Valentine. Williams, James. Cause of death, accidental fall. Date set.
That's it. His nails, his hands. That's it.
Hey, Valentine, what is it? Have you gone crazy?
No, Kennedy. A long shot just came romping home.
But, George, what makes you so sure Williams was murdered?
Just take my word for it right now. The important thing is to find out why the poor guy was killed. There's got to be an answer to that.
Here? The big empty place where something is going to be built is about the last place to find anything.
Couldn't be a question of money.
No, not very well.
He didn't particularly mean anything to Martin Laswell, so his death couldn't be expected to shock the big man or hurt him.
George, this little shack where the watchman stays.
Yeah, it's open. No, there's never anything much in one, see? Little stove, some lanterns to be filled, just a cot, a few tools.
Mm-hmm. Nothing seems to have been disturbed.
He must have been hit on the head, then thrown down. No one in the world could tell the rocks didn't...
What's the matter, George?
In the corner. This space in the corner.
Well?
The dust. You can still see. There's no dust settled down. A square box stood there. And it was taken out of here probably right after Williams was killed.
Square box? What about it?
Another fairly standard part of equipment in the shack of a watchman on a construction job. A box of dynamite.
Dynamite?
Yes. That might be cause for murder. There was no signs of a struggle. Somebody was let in. Somebody whom Williams knew.
The Laswells. Edwin Dunn.
And now somebody has enough dynamite to really mark a symbol 3. Nobody answers at the Laswells. They're still out somewhere.
But where?
11:25. Any time after midnight, the payoff to this whole weird buildup will really come. Brooksy, you get on the other phone. Call the police.
Yes, George?
Tell them to trace the license number of Laswell's car. Get the prowl cars and the motorcycle cops to see if they can pick him up. Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Try and guess where a millionaire might go for a quiet dinner and a few drinks. A little rhubarb blue, a golden pheasant. Guess the best thing I can do is get over to Laswell's and wait for him. What do you know? The house is all lit up. Uh-huh. The Laswell's car at the door. Mr. Dunn's car, too. Yeah. Must be topping off those few drinks with a few more. Regular celebration seems to... What? Oh. Oh!
Just stay there quietly, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, what? Huh? That's so dark. Hey, who are you? Where are you?
I am near you. Near enough.
The house is still lit up. But you dragged me away from it. Hey, where are we?
In back
of the house. You never noticed there's just a sheer drop to the bottom of the ravine.
I gotta get into that house.
Stay still. I've got a gun. You can't see me, of course, but I've got it pointed right at you.
Yeah. You're not gonna let me do anything, are you? Not until it's all over.
Mark well the symbol 3. It's the key to destiny.
5 minutes to 12.
I'm afraid I didn't knock you out hard enough.
Well, after all, you're a pretty slight little man, Johnny.
What? John Wesley Gibbons, not Johnny. I'm a man, not a little child, and I'm not just a flunky who can be called whatever you wish.
I guess it had to be you. Maybe I should have known sooner. You had to be the one who smacked up your own car.
You move 1 inch and I'll kill you. You know I will.
Yeah, I know, but don't worry. I never argue with a gun.
The music is pretty, isn't it? And they don't suspect a thing. It'll take only a few minutes more.
Come on now, where is the dynamite?
In Mr. Laswell's car. The big, shiny car. It's right next to the house. And soon it will blow up the house. But we're far enough away, we'll be safe.
Now, look, you're crazy as a loon, Buster.
No, I'm smart. I know all sorts of things. I picked the car for a good reason, Valentine. That's where Mr. Laswell was always so big, and I was so small. Johnny the fool, Johnny the nobody.
But Mrs. Laswell, Mr. Dunn, they're innocent.
Stand back. Don't you move. I killed the dog, but I didn't mean to kill Williams. I just had to have the dynamite.
You still have a chance to stop all this. You're a sick man. They'll treat you. They won't punish you.
I told you I'm not crazy. I am stronger than fate. Oh, it was wonderful to see them squirm. The symbol 3. 3 small things. A dog, a chauffeur, a watchman. And the king will come tumbling down.
You're not big, Johnny. You're small. You were always meant to be small.
Don't call me Johnny.
You can only carry out orders, Johnny. You've never finished a thing in your life.
Shut up.
I'm going to come at you, Johnny, and take your gun away. And if you shoot me, you'll miss me.
Shut up.
And I'll drive the car right up here and let it go over the ravine. You hear me, Johnny? Little Johnny. Johnny.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Not in the state you're in, Buster. One chance is all you get, Johnny.
I'm not a failure.
I'll take that gun now. No time to argue. I only hope you gave me enough of the third day so I'll have time. Release the brake. Oh, tick a few seconds more, baby. Go on ticking. Go on, go on. And one good shove over the side. 3 minutes after 12. Thanks for being true to the symbol of 3, Johnny. Now to tie up some real loose threads.
It takes more than one feature in a gasoline to give you all-around dependable performance. That's why Chevron Supreme gasoline is designed to give you not 1, not 2, but all 8 high-performance qualities. Count them. Area blending, mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. For top all-around performance in your car, shift to the gas with all 8. Fill up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
A Messiah complex along with the persecution complex. Well, it'll take the doctor some doing to try and straighten Johnny out.
Yeah. Yeah, he really sold himself a bill of goods, all right.
George, you still didn't tell me how you knew that William's death wasn't an accident, that it had to be murder.
Well, under his nails, there was none of that gray dirt we found on his jacket. Why wasn't there? If he just fell, he'd grab at anything, scratch at anything on his way down. Law of preservation.
That's right.
No, Brooksy, he had to be killed and then thrown down.
Oh, darling, you're smart. Very smart.
Gee, thanks.
You're so smart that I'm proud to consider myself more than your assistant.
Huh?
You do think of me more as a partner, don't you? A sort of, a running mate.
Sure, Angel.
I was just thinking. It wouldn't be so hard for a girl to be a mate if some men wouldn't do so much running. Oh, I knew you'd get it. You see, I told you were smart.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you, transcribed by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Jean Bates was heard as Ruth, Theodore Von Eltz as Laswell, Byron Kane as Johnny, and Don Randolph as Dunn. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You know you are right with new RPM motor oil in your car because new RPM doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life. So get new RPM for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. The Bad Little God, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, last week I acquired for my Oriental art collection an object of quite some value. This week it appears that the item is bringing me nothing but unpleasantness. From several anonymous sources I've received mysterious messages, running all the way from offers to threats. I feel that if I'm to cope with this situation, I'll need your help. To put it bluntly, Mr. Valentine, I wish to continue ownership of this objet d'art and at the same time continue to live. I would appreciate it if you would call on me at the above address at your earliest convenience. Signed, Cornelius Latham.
Sorry we couldn't get here until evening, Mr. Latham. Hope we're not too late.
Not at all. I never retire early. Drink, either of you?
No, thanks. I'd rather hear more about this art object that seems to be causing the trouble.
What sort of thing is it, Mr. Latham?
I'll get to that in a minute, Miss Brooks. To start at the beginning, last week, a young ex-GI came to me Lad who spent a good many months in Korea. Brought the item along. Wanted to sell it to me.
Oh, it's something from Korea, then.
From North Korea or North China. It's hard to say until I give it more study. One thing I do know, it's a valuable piece. And the price the young man asked was extremely low. Naturally, I bought it.
And that's when your bad luck began, huh?
Well, not at once. Not until I made the mistake of announcing to the world that I had it.
Announcing to the world?
Well, practically that. I have a good friend who is art editor of one of the newspapers. Whenever I get an interesting new item, I send for him, and he runs a story and pictures on it in his column.
And that's what happened with this, whatever it is.
Exactly. You may have seen it in last Sunday's editions.
Well, no, I'm afraid I don't follow the art department.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that case, I'd better show you the object in question. I've been keeping it in this strong teakwood box. Not that that would prevent anyone from stealing it. There we are. This is it.
Oh, what a hideous thing. What is it?
It, Miss Brooks, is an Oriental idol, one of the minor deities. In this form, it's usually called the god of evil, or some such name.
Well, it certainly looks evil enough.
That's for a purpose. You see, it's not supposed to attract evil, but to drive it away.
Which it doesn't seem to have done in your case, Mr. Latham. What about these offers and threats you wrote about? Know who they were from?
Only one. The others, a woman who demanded that I give it to her. A man who sounded like a thug said if I didn't give it to him, he'd stop at nothing short of murder.
And the one you can identify?
A man who gave his name as Radnick. Represented himself as an art dealer, though I've never heard of him.
Same story from him, huh?
But not quite. He merely insisted that I sell it to him. When I refused, he said he had positive information that the idol was smuggled into this country, and if I didn't sell it to him, he'd report me to the authorities.
Mm-hmm. Then I gather what you want me to do is track down this man who says he's an art dealer, find out if he's right about the smuggling, and if the others are in cahoots with him, right?
Partly that, Mr. Valentine. I also want you to take the idol, find a safe place for it, until you get the necessary information. If it is smuggled, I'll be happy to make it right with customs. If not...
Yeah, I see your point. All right, Mr. Latham. Give me the idol and the address of your art dealer, and I'll report back to you as soon as possible.
Good. I hoped you'd do it.
George, you mean we have to take that hideous thing with us?
Yeah, that's right, Angel. But don't worry. This little fellow is supposed to drive away evil.
George.
Yeah, Angel.
This whole thing absolutely gives me the creeps.
It does? Why?
Well, carrying that ghastly thing around with us, and it's so dark out here on the street. If anybody wanted to do anything to us...
Car's right here. Nothing's going to happen. Say, you're not superstitious, are you, Brooksy?
I'm beginning to think I am.
Well, don't let it get you, Angel. I'll just put his nibs in the back seat. There we are. Climb in and we'll get going.
Yes, all right.
Phew. He's a heavy little guy. Must be made of solid lead. I'll come around...
Just a minute there, Valentine.
What's that?
George, what's the matter?
It's all right, Brooksy. Okay, what do you want?
That box you just brought out of the house. Pass it over.
Oh, no, Buster. Afraid I can't accommodate you. Now, just clear out, because that's what I'm going to do.
Not yet. Or maybe you need a little persuasion.
Get away from that car. You'll get nothing.
That's what you think.
You dirty
George!
down.
George, be careful! Shut up, you. Get away from that door.
You big enough to make me get away?
Why, you punk. You're playing with dynamite.
Yeah?
Yeah, like this. You had enough?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you gotta be convinced, huh?
That's right.
Okay.
He'll kill you, George!
You... Hey, wait a minute. What happened?
The attack on you is over, Mr. Valentine. You may easily get away now.
Well, now, look. Who are you? Where did you come from?
Name is Ling, manservant to Mr. Latham.
Oh, but how did you manage to knock out that big oaf?
Oh, simple matter of judo, Mr. Valentine, followed by a small blow on head.
Are you all right, darling?
Yeah, sure, Angel, sure.
Ling had thought you might meet with trouble when trying to carry away the box.
Oh, yeah, I met with trouble, all right. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have lost that round.
Yes. Now, suggest you drive away on mission before large men on sidewalk wake up and start more trouble.
Yeah, Yeah, Ling, that's a good idea. And, thanks.
We'll advise employer you are quite safe now, Mr. Valentine. Good night.
Yeah, good night.
George, I knew something bad would happen.
Well, it didn't, Angel, thanks to that houseboy.
Now what are you going to do? Certainly we're not going to drive around with that awful thing in the back of the car all night.
Just long enough to get down to the Union Station.
Station? Why in the world are we going there?
To deposit our precious cargo in one of those lockers they have there. 2 bits for a day's storage and take the key.
Oh, well, at least I'll be glad to get rid of that thing.
Then I'll drop you off at your apartment. Go home to mine. And we'll take up where we left off later. I gotta get some sleep.
Mr. Valentine,
Oh, go away. Well, where did you pop from?
I have to talk to you, Mr. Valentine. It's very important.
Now, that would be very pleasant, but I have an office, you know. Keep pretty regular
May I
hours.
come in, please? I don't want to talk here in the hallway.
Well, I guess we can skip the proprieties for once. Just a second, I'll get the light. Here we are. Step in, Miss...
Bartlett. Joan Bartlett.
Mm-hmm. Nice knowing you. What's on your mind?
Mr. Valentine, I know you took an idol from Mr. Latham's apartment.
Idol? What idol?
Don't be funny. You know what I mean.
Suppose I do.
I want it. I have to have it, Mr. Valentine.
My, for a wry-faced little god, he seems to be getting a lot of attention tonight. Just, why do you want it?
I can't tell you.
Not that that makes much difference. You wouldn't get it anyway, because, you see, I don't have it.
You're lying.
No, it happens to be the truth.
I don't believe you. You have the idol, and you're going to give it to me.
The lady even has a gun, huh? Very interesting.
I wouldn't be afraid to use it either, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes, you would, Miss Bartlett. Except I don't like that nervous trigger finger. Tell me, do you happen to know an art dealer by the name of Radnick?
A what?
You heard me. Radnick, a friend of yours?
I never heard of him. Why?
Oh, he seems very interested in a certain Oriental idol, too. And then there's a big fellow who shall be nameless. He'd also like to have
You're
it.
trying to waste time, Mr. Valentine. I'll give you just 10 seconds.
Saved by the bell.
What's that?
Just somebody at the door.
Who is it?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hello, who is it?
Open up, Valentine. It's Johnson.
A midnight visit from the police.
Police?
Yeah, a friend of mine, Lieutenant Johnson of Homicide. Better see what he wants. Huh?
Wait a minute.
Don't get excited. He probably just wants a little advice on one of his cases. Come on in, Johnson. You're just in time to join the party.
I'll come in, all right, Valentine, but... Party? What party?
Well, a little rude of you to bust right in when I'm entertaining this young lady. She was just saying that... Huh?
Yeah. What young lady? Listen, are you nuts?
But she was right here a minute ago. Wait a minute. Hey, that window to the fire escape, it's open. She must have gone out that way. Yeah, come on.
Oh, you'll come on, Valentine, but not after some young lady you dreamed up. You're going down to headquarters with me.
I am. Why?
Because a rich guy by the name of Latham's been murdered. Stabbed to death with an Oriental dagger from his own collection. That's why. You happen to be the last person who paid him a visit.
So, there you are, Johnson. That's the whole story.
Yeah, and what a story.
Well, now, look, you certainly don't think I killed Latham, do you?
I don't want to think so, Valentine, but the facts don't look too good, do they?
What do you mean by that?
You're the last person who was known to have visited Latham. You admit being in possession of some kind of an idol that belonged to him?
Now, wait a minute. There's somebody who can swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, who?
Latham's houseboy, an Oriental by the name of Ling. I told you he saved me from that thug.
I know. They're questioning Ling down the hall right now.
Well, don't you see, Johnson? Ling knew I was taking the idol with me. Now, he wouldn't have killed his master for it. He followed me down to the street and fought off the guy who was trying to get it.
Well?
Well, he knows that Latham was all right when we left him. He came outside to protect his master's property and when...
Wait a minute. Hello, Johnson. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Get anything out? Oh, he does, huh? Yeah, okay, thanks. Let him go and come on in here. Well, Valentine, that takes care of you, all right.
Takes care of me? What do you mean?
The Oriental Ling checks your story. He's given you an alibi.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Hey, Johnson, you didn't really think I had anything to do with it, did you?
Of course not. Now, go on home and get some sleep while I spend the rest of the night trying to start on a new tack.
Oh, no. No, what do you want? Now, who's that? Wait a minute. Yeah, what do you...
Mr. Valentine.
Ling, what in the devil are you doing up at this time of night?
You will ask me to come in, please?
Huh? Oh, well, yeah, sure. I just got home.
I know. I was waiting for you.
Oh, brother, I'm beginning to think I'd better transact all my business from my apartment here. What's on your mind?
It is about the idol.
Oh, yeah? Say, I forgot to thank you for giving me an alibi in Mr. Latham's murder.
I did not come for thanks, Mr. Valentine. Only for the idol.
The idol? But, I don't have it here, Ling.
There is no need to hide the fact from Ling, sir. I must have the idol.
You too, huh? Why?
I cannot say.
Well, look, Buster, you'd better say, or I'll begin to think you killed Latham yourself.
I did not kill him, no. Where is the idol, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, now, look, it isn't here, I tell you. Now, come on, get out of my apartment before I call the police and have you thrown out.
Thrown out? Oh, I do not think so. You remember the big man who attacked you?
Yeah, sure. Now, will you please...
He was much larger than you. So what must happen to you will be quite easy.
Hey, what's the idea?
One should always know how to defend himself against judo. Sleep well, Mr. Valentine.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Cold weather makes most car owners battery conscious. That's why I'd like to pass along a few tips on battery care at this time. Battery terminal cables should be kept clean and tight, and worn, defective cables replaced. Be sure the battery is bolted securely in its carrier. Water should be added as required. It stands to reason that good care means better service from your battery, old or new. So why not let the car saver at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station take over? He'll give your battery a cell-by-cell checkup, add water if needed, clean the terminals, and coat them with a corrosion resistant. And he'll test your battery to be sure it's capable of delivering dependable starting. And say, if a new battery is what you need, be sure to ask your car saver about the many exclusive features of the Atlas battery. Atlas batteries are built for rugged power, and they're backed by a written warranty that's honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers in the United States and Canada. So for complete car saver battery care or a new dependable Atlas battery, be sure to stop in soon at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're hired by a wealthy art collector whose recent purchase of a gruesome Oriental idol has brought him a series of mysterious and threatening messages. You agree to keep the idol and track the threats back to their source. So far, you've found at least 3 people who are trying to get possession of it, and you wound up a hard night unconscious on the floor of your own apartment. So if your name is George Valentine, you're still sleeping off the experience at 9:30 in the morning when...
George! George!
George! That's me.
George Valentine, why are you sleeping on the floor with all your clothes on?
I guess I like it that way. Easier to get to the office in the morning.
George, something's happened.
You were going right home after you left me last night, but you didn't do it, did you?
Oh, yeah, sure I did. But you see, after that, I met a lady with a gun and Lieutenant Johnson with a suspicion and a little Oriental judo. And... Hey, that's why I'm sleeping on the floor with my clothes on.
Oh, darling, you've been dreaming.
Yeah, but it all happened, Brooksy. No, I'm not kidding.
Uh-huh. Well, something happened to me this morning, too.
Yeah, what?
Get up, darling. Come on over here to the window.
Yeah, okay. What do you got? Beautiful sunrise or something?
Look down there. See him?
Well, that guy standing across the street, sure.
He followed me all the way here from the office.
Well, can't say I blame him. You're pretty cute. And
Sometime you'll say that when you've finished the case, darling. Now, look at him.
I am.
Well, don't you recognize him, or can't you focus properly?
Well, sure, I can... Hey, yeah, that's the big lug that tried to get the idol away from us last night.
Certainly. And apparently he's still trying.
Yeah, but he only started things. 2 other people have used pretty strong methods to try and get something from me.
2 other people?
Yeah, sure. Well, you wouldn't understand. You weren't around last night. But they were working for themselves. The person who hired this guy is willing to pay plenty.
It's all very clear now, George.
Hey, look. There's something about that idol that makes several people want it, and I don't think it's just the value of the thing.
So?
So here's what we're going to do. You sneak down that back fire escape the same way Joan went out last night.
Joan! George, what do you mean?
I'll tell you about that later, Angel. Now, you go on the back alley, get a taxi, and go on to the Union Station.
And get the idol, I suppose.
Sure, only don't bring it here. Take it to the office. Here. Here's the key to the locker.
Well, thanks for the assignment, Chief. Now, what about you?
I'm going to lead that character across the street on a wild goose chase and lose him. Then I'm going to call on a guy by the name of Radnick.
Well, the art dealer who wanted to buy the idol?
That's right. Meet you back at the office in an hour.
Now, Mr. Valentine, that is your name?
Valentine, that's right.
So, sit down, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, you understand Oriental art, I suppose.
Yes. Very well. Very well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have something I'd like to sell. It's a sort of an idol. North Korean, Mongolian, I don't quite know.
Yes. I am interested in that type of thing. Please, may I see it?
Well, I don't have it with me, naturally. It's pretty heavy to carry around, you see.
Yes. And where is it?
Well, Mr. Radnick, I'd better tell you the truth. You see, I don't really own this piece. I'm the middleman, shall we say. Yeah, I'm representing a Mr. Cornelius Latham.
Cornelius Latham?
That's right.
Mr. Valentine, you are an imposter.
I am?
Certainly. You read the papers, I hope?
Oh, occasionally.
Then you must know that Mr. Cornelius Latham was killed, murdered in his own home last night.
Oh, really? Then I guess I don't have any client.
Mr. Valentine, let us leave out the pretense. I know who you are. Last night you visited Mr. Latham. You left with the idol.
Uh-huh. You learned that after your stooge came out of a long, deep sleep on a sidewalk.
I choose to ignore that remark. The fact remains that no matter how you got it, you are now in possession of something that I wish to buy.
Well, now that's nice. But you wouldn't want it, old boy. You yourself told Mr. Latham that it was smuggled. You might get in a lot of trouble with customs.
Let me be the one to worry about that. Where do you have the idol?
Oh, frankly, Radnick, right at this moment, I don't know where it is.
All right. Perhaps at this moment you don't, but you can find out. Mr. Valentine, I think you will sell the idol to me. I am prepared to pay you $25,000.
Wow, now that's a pretty good offer. But maybe not good enough. Say $50,000.
You are a very difficult man to deal with, Mr. Valentine.
You flatter me.
Very well, $50,000.
Well, that sounds more like it. Be at my office in half an hour, we'll make it a deal.
Your office? Where is that?
Ask your strong boy, he'll tell you. So long, Mr. Radnick. Brooksy. Hey, Brooksy, did you get... Oh.
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Let me see now. Miss Joan Bartlett, that right?
That's right.
Uh-huh. Where's Miss Brooks?
Who's Miss Brooks?
Oh, that's right. She wasn't around when you paid me a little call last night, was she?
I'm sorry about the way I acted, Mr. Valentine.
Mm-hmm. But not sorry enough to leave your gun home this time, I suppose.
I did. I'm not carrying it.
Oh? Well, listen, Miss Bartlett, are you quite sure there wasn't anyone here in the office when you came in?
Nobody. The door was unlocked, so I decided I'd sit down and wait for you.
Oh, that's real sociable. Well, I'm glad you came anyway. Might liven up the bidding a little.
Bidding? What do you mean by that?
Well, obviously you're still trying to get the idol.
Obviously.
I'm expecting another person who wants it. He ought to be here in a few minutes now.
Mr. Valentine, you can't let anyone else get that idol.
As a matter of fact, this gentleman has already offered $50,000 for it.
It isn't a matter of money.
Oh, no? A matter of sentiment, I suppose.
A matter of human life. Mr. Valentine, my brother was with the OSS in Korea and Red China.
Go on.
His job was to track down Red War secrets and supply dispositions. He knew he'd be taken prisoner himself eventually, so he found a way to keep his documents safe and get them back here.
Inside the idol, sure. But how do you know it's the same idol?
He arranged to have it brought back and delivered to Mr. Latham. He even described it to me.
George!
Yeah, Brooks.
Oh, this thing's so heavy, I almost...
That's all right, Angel. This is the Joan I told you about.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Now let's have a look at this thing fast before my friend Radnick gets here.
But that's the one, Mr. Valentine. That's the way my brother described the idol exactly.
Okay, must be some way to get into the bottom of this thing. If I had a knife or
Well,
something.
here, George, try this letter opener.
Oh, yeah, that ought to do it. Good. I'll give it a try.
I still don't see what this is all about, George.
Neither do I yet. There, that's got it.
It is hollow, you see?
Uh-huh. But just how your brother could get enough information into it to... just one piece of paper.
Just one?
Yeah, and it says, the former chief of Red Activities has gone to the United States as an enemy agent. He will stop at nothing to get the enclosed documents. He is a man of Slavic extraction who may use the name Kinov, short and dark, with a large brown birthmark on his right wrist. See that he does not get these documents at any cost.
George, where are the documents? Nothing else inside this thing.
Oh, that's strange. Maybe somebody else beat us to it. Let's see.
But if somebody got it first, why would they leave that note?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I see you have the idol all ready to deliver. That is very good.
Well, not quite, Radnick. There are a few little details to settle first.
I think not. Yes, indeed. This is just the piece I have been wanting.
Like to look at it a little more closely, Radnick?
Well, certainly. Let me have it.
There you are.
Thank you.
Hey,
what are you doing? Why are you holding my wrist?
Yeah, I might have guessed it.
George.
Yeah, look at that, Brooks. See, large brown birthmark on right wrist. That makes pretty good identification, doesn't it, Kinov?
You stupid peach.
And I don't think you'll argue the point when you're looking at a gun, will you, Kinov?
Perhaps I will. You are not very smart, Valentine.
George, stop
Hey, you leave her alone.
Oh, no, my friend. The young lady makes a very fine shield. In order to shoot me, you would have to shoot her, too. Now, just drop the gun on the floor.
All right, Kinov, you win.
Mr. Valentine, he'll get the idol. You can't let him...
Of course I will get the idol, and all that is in it. I am quite capable of using your gun, Valentine.
Ling!
You will not reach for that gun, please.
Hey, Ling,
Why,
what are you gonna...
You foolish little Oriental, what are you...
He's gonna get it, George!
No, he is
Hey,
not.
you look out.
That should calm the gentleman for a while.
Yeah, I'll say. And it should get us right out of the frying pan into the fire.
Ling, it was wonderful you came just in time. He's the man.
Hey, wait a minute, will you please? You know this Ling character?
Of course. It was his family that owned the idol. He was helping me to get it.
Well, I'll be darned. Well, that sort of washes up the whole thing, doesn't it?
Well, except one thing, George.
Yeah, what's that, Angel?
You still haven't got the documents that were supposed to be in that thing.
I think we have, Brooksy.
Well, then where are they?
Give me a few seconds and a good strong magnifying glass, and I'll show you.
Despite the number of cars with automatic transmissions, more and more motorists every day are shifting to the gas with all 8. For Chevron Supreme gasoline gives you not 1, not 2, but all 8 high-performance qualities in the proper balance. Starting, warm-up, acceleration, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, mileage, power, and area blending. For top all-around performance, try a tank full in your car. Shift to Chevron Supreme at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
George, you mean all the information Jones Brothers sent back is on that little roll of film?
Yeah, sure, Angel. Microfilm. They'll enlarge the stuff and have the complete story.
But how did you ever find it inside the idol? We all saw there was nothing else there, just the note.
It was rolled very tightly and stuffed way up at the top. It fell out when I banged the thing on the desk. I really should have let Kinoff take the idol after that.
Oh, yeah, except that he would have been able to get away.
Yeah. The FBI boys seem quite happy to have him in custody. Say, Brooksy.
Yes, George?
You know, I think we ought to keep this idol as a souvenir. It doesn't look nearly as ugly as I thought.
Oh, that would be nice, darling. I think we should.
I think so.
It looked very nice.
Mm-hmm.
In a little house. And we'll put it over a big fireplace.
Yeah, Angel, I think I see what you mean.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Gain Whitman as Latham, Charlotte Lawrence as Joan, Peter Leeds as Radnick, and Byron Kane as Ling. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. I'm sure that as a motorist, you know how important chassis lubrication is to the life of your car. That's why I know you'll be interested in the advantages you get from guaranteed Car Saver lube service. It's no hit-or-miss job with Car Savers. They use charts specifically designed for your car according to the manufacturer's specifications. No wonder they stand behind every grease job and guarantee them against squeaks for 1,000 miles. Stop in soon for complete Car Saver lubrication service at any Standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, War Maneuver, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Palchek, Palchek. Yeah, I have the name, Mrs.
He's
Fenton,
the
but...
nicest, sweetest man, and they have him in jail, Mr. Valentine. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, I'm having Miss Brooks checking on the other phone, so just calm down,
He's
Miss
the
Fenton.
nicest boarder I have, and he wouldn't do anything wrong if his life depended on it. He's gentle, and he never takes a drink.
Yeah. Hold on a minute, will you, Mrs. Fenton? What did you find out, Brooksy?
They have a Simon Palchek in jail, all right.
Uh-huh. What's he charged with?
Killing a young woman. He ran her down with his car. He was very drunk.
What? Mrs. Fenton.
Yes. What is it, Mr. Valentine?
I'll get down there and look into it. I'll get back to you later.
Yeah, Simon Palchik, age 48. Still in the cell, sleeping it off.
Open and shut case, huh, Sergeant?
As far as I can tell, it smelled like a brewery when he was brought in. The car's pretty badly smashed, and the poor girl was hit.
Where did the accident take place?
In a pretty deserted section of town, Miss Brooks. Near the toy factory where this Palchik works. Thornton Toys. Boys picked him up just sitting there slumped over the wheel.
I see.
Is there anything wrong, Mr. Valentine?
Well, just a slight discrepancy about a man's character. Probably just shows that gentle, sweet ladies like Mrs. Fenton are bad judges of character.
I don't get it.
But on the other hand, maybe this is worth dragging Johnson away from supper. Yeah, it might be worthwhile.
Oh, I don't know anything, Lieutenant Johnson, and my head hurts.
Valentine, I don't know how you managed to get in the middle of things like this.
Well, the doctor's report is clear and to the point. This man hasn't been drinking. He was slugged.
I don't remember either.
Slugged, and then liquor was poured over him.
So that he would be thrown in jail and no questions asked.
Questions would be asked in due time, Miss Brooks. Enough so that we'd find out everything we have to know.
But there's no reason why we shouldn't take a look at Palchik's car, is there?
Oh, come on.
No question now, is there?
No. Dents in the front of that car were put there by someone, probably smashed in with a heavy monkey wrench.
They weren't the result of hitting that poor girl at all.
No. She was probably killed by someone first, then thrown under Palchik's car. Pretty clumsy frame-up by somebody who was desperate and needed time for a getaway.
Yeah. Well, I guess my job is over, such as it was.
What's that?
Well, Mr. Palchik can go back to Mrs. Fenton. She'll make him some nice chicken soup, and I can...
You're staying here. You don't come in and get things started and then waltz out. Girl's handbag was nowhere around. No means of identification.
Well, what do you need me for?
There were some laundry marks on her clothes. We're checking those. You're sticking around.
Laura Gillespie? No. No, I never heard of her, Lieutenant.
And you don't remember seeing her before?
No. I came out of the plant that's Thornton's Toys, and I was going to start driving my car, and I guess somebody hit me that must have been hiding in back of the car. And that's all I remember.
Yeah, you probably just happen to be the handiest guy around, Mr. Palchik.
Pretty lucky to get out of it. They might have killed you.
Oh, they couldn't they?
Mrs. Fenton is still pacing outside like a nervous mother hen, Lieutenant.
Oh, nice lady. She very nice.
Yes, I guess you can go, Palchik. We'll be around to ask some more questions another time.
Anything I can do, Lieutenant, anything.
Let the gentleman out, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, might as well see what we can find out at the address you have for Laura Gillespie.
Laura, dead. Dead. I can't get it through my head. Why?
I'm afraid that's something we don't know yet, Mr. Gillespie. We're trying to find out.
Well, perhaps you can give us some idea as to why your wife was down on Manson Street, Mr. Gillespie.
I don't know.
It's a little out of the way. Was Mrs. Gillespie out shopping this afternoon or visiting some friends?
She was out working. Because I was never a good enough man to provide her with the things she deserved. Writer. Where'd I ever get the idea that I could ever write anything in my life? All I could do was to write this trash, drink more than I should. So, I don't know what I can do to help you, Lieutenant. What difference does it make anyway? It won't bring Laura back.
We understand how you feel, Mr. Gillespie, but believe me, these questions are necessary. Where did Mrs. Gillespie work?
Sorry. Lasovsky Import and Export Company. They're down on 5th Street. Laura was very smart. Got to be a lieutenant in the waves during the war. She was Mr. Lasovsky's good right arm.
Anything about the job that might have led to what happened?
No, Mr. Valentine. As far as I know, it was a pretty humdrum, orderly job. With maybe just a little Wolf and Mr. Lasovsky.
Go on.
You say Laura's handbag was gone. Then this must have been a robbery. Yeah, that's the most logical explanation, isn't it? Isn't it, miss?
Yes, I suppose so.
About this afternoon, I suppose you were here.
Oh, that's right. An alibi. I should account for my whereabouts. That's another one of the things you must ask me. Oh, I have a beaut of an alibi. I was in my usual hangout, Mike's Bar and Grill, all afternoon. While I should have been trying to work. At least a dozen people saw me. Now, please leave me alone.
If you work with a girl for over 2 years, Mr. Lisowski, you should get to know her pretty well.
Oh, I did. She was a lovely lady. Smart, brilliant. Terrible tragedy.
Did Mrs. Gillespie have the afternoon off?
Oh, it wasn't anything as formal as that. In this office, she came and went without having to account to anyone.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Lisowski, we were curious as to whether you might know of any enemies Mrs. Gillespie might have had.
Enemies? No.
Well, that was kind of a reluctant no. Is it supposed to mean anything?
No.
I'm sure you understand that if you have anything that might possibly help us, you should...
The husband, Mr. Gillespie, is a very jealous man and a very weak one. Of course, I don't mean to imply anything.
I see. Thank you very much. I presume you were here all afternoon, Mr. Lisowski?
Oh, yes. With 3 customers. Very fine people.
Alibi number 2. This export and import business, Mr. Lisowski.
Yes.
Is it of a general nature?
Oh, yes, mostly to Europe. Mostly Eastern Europe. Of course, the business isn't as good as it was once.
That's tough.
We import some fine lace, Bohemian glass. We send them some machinery, even toys.
Toys?
Yes. You know the Thornton toy firm down on Manson? They're very fine clients of ours. What's the matter? Did I say something?
Thornton Toys for good girls and boys. That's been the slogan of our firm since my grandfather started it in 1884.
That's very interesting, Mr. Thornton, but we were very interested in whether Mrs. Gillespie came down to see you this afternoon here at your plant.
Well, no, as a matter of fact, she didn't. Oh, what's the matter? Why are you all looking at me that way?
Well, if she did come down here, she'd see you, wouldn't she, Mr. Thornton?
Yes, of course. She placed the order with me.
And she didn't see you today?
I'm not in the habit of lying, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's just that we felt we established a good reason for Mrs. Gillespie to be down here. We thought you might give us some further help in tracking down the man who killed her.
I see. The Lisowski firm buys only a moderate amount of toys. Oh, here, dolls like this. Some dolls that sing their own lullabies. Some handmade toy soldiers. Mr. Palchek has been making toy soldiers for us for almost 20 years. Oh, yes, and some cowboy dolls.
So your relationship with Mrs. Gillespie was rather casual and purely business.
Exactly. Oh, but wait. I couldn't have seen Mrs. Gillespie at all this afternoon, even if she did come.
What do you mean?
Slipped my mind. I was uptown in our designer's office most of the afternoon, going through the new line of stuffed animals. Miss Perkins, that's the designer, can back me up.
No doubt. A perfect score in alibis.
Well, really, Miss...
Never mind. Good day. Oh, Valentine. Gillespie phoned down here while we were out.
Good. Phone him back so I can pick up Brooksy and take her out for dinner.
He wants to get in touch with you right away.
Me?
Must have liked your frank baby blue eyes.
Exactly what did he say?
Want you to call him at this number. Go on, use his phone.
All right. Wonder what's on his one.
Search me.
Hello?
Oh, this is Valentine, Gillespie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. What did you want me to call you about?
Come on over right away. There's something I have to tell you. I was afraid and ashamed, but I'm not anymore. I'm not.
Well, sure, but can't you...
There are some things that even a no-good failure like me can't take. Things like dishonor. I was in the Pacific for 3 years. Did you know that? Did you?
I'll be over as soon as I can.
Come on, before my courage gives out.
The door's open.
Wide open.
Funny. He isn't here.
Maybe his courage left him again. What was the name of that barn?
Hey, no, wait.
What?
That sound in the bedroom.
Sounds like the window shade or a blind banging against the wall.
Come on. Holy mackerel.
Poor guy.
Couldn't wait.
Hello, Hennessy. This is Johnson. Send a crew down to 418 Harrow Street. Gillespie just hung himself.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. I'm sure that you're all aware of the fact that nothing is as tough on a motor as stop-and-go driving. And yet taxicabs must operate under these difficult conditions at all times. So when the manager of a taxi fleet writes that heavy-duty RPM motor oil has doubled the time between overhauls, that's real evidence that heavy-duty RPM can do the same for your car. It took months and months testing hundreds of oils before we were able to develop this new motor oil. Laboratory tests, road tests, even atomic energy was used. Atomically treated piston rings in test cars enabled us to measure engine wear as it took place. The result of all this testing was heavy-duty RPM motor oil that, compared to premium-type oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. And now, motorists throughout the West have found the advantages of using heavy-duty RPM. Case history after case history proves that here is the motor oil that's years ahead of its time. A car fleet, a cab company, people like you and me, report that heavy-duty RPM gives top protection to engines under all driving conditions. So buy what's best for your car. Get heavy-duty RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. You helped clear a meek little toy maker, Simon Palchek, from a framed hit-and-run murder of a young woman. The three men who could be suspects for her death, her ne'er-do-well husband, her employer, and the head of Thornton Toys, near whose plant the murder took place, all have perfect alibis. So you seem to be at a dead end when suddenly the husband calls you up and tells you that there's something he must get off his chest. But even if your name is George Valentine, you'll never find out what that is. Because by the time you get there, the husband is dead. A suicide.
Note's still in the typewriter just as he left it.
Yeah. To whom it may concern. I thought I could stand up to it, but I know now that I can't. Laura was no good. Or I should say she was no better than I deserved. She was faithless, and I could not accept that. I killed her, and I framed the funny little man who works in the toy plant. Sorry, but this is the only fitting way to end a life which has been nothing but a comedy of errors.
Boys will be here pretty soon. Go through the formalities.
Yeah, I guess we'll just...
What's the matter?
I can't quite make the two things fit.
Huh?
The words Gillespie used when he called me, it seemed so important for him to tell me he was a soldier, a good soldier who served in the Pacific.
Man likes to hold on to whatever he thinks has been worthwhile in his life.
Well, the words he used and the fear of facing us.
I've seen too many suicides to try and figure out why they would do anything.
Hey, wait, Johnson.
What are you doing?
Look. The fibers on the rope.
What are you talking about?
They're pointing up toward the ceiling.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah. He was killed, and then his body was hauled up. That's the only explanation.
Murder. Another murder.
As vicious as the first.
Which leads us exactly nowhere, especially since we know that all the three alibis are foolproof.
We'll have to go back and talk to Lasowski and Thornton. They're our only possibilities.
I guess so.
But why kill Gillespie? What did he know?
You try and guess. Oh, come on.
Okay. But may I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Let's keep up the myth that this was suicide. It's always easier to make a slip if you feel you're safe.
Poor man. Poor man.
Yeah, I guess that washes up the case, all right. Tragedy. Wonder who the man was that Mrs. Gillespie was seeing.
Well, I wouldn't know. Honestly, I wouldn't.
Okay, Mr. Lasowski, relax. Hey, did you find anything, Brooksy?
There is nothing in Mrs. Gillespie's desk that can help anyone in that respect. I am sure, Mr. Valentine.
We were just looking around. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? No. Why should I?
They're all the usual things, George. Pencils, some tissues, a few letters to be filed.
So I see, Brooksy.
Mr. Lisowski, just as a matter of curiosity, I'd like to check up on your whereabouts since I spoke to you last.
Well, that is something I am becoming used to, but I am perfectly willing to cooperate, of course.
George.
What is it, Angel?
This book was under those file folders. Plain cover.
Oh, let me see. Oh, that's funny.
What is? I can use a laugh.
This book is written in some foreign language. It belonged to you, Mr. Lisowski?
Me? No. That is strange.
Yeah. Pictures of soldiers, battles. What does it say?
It is in Polish.
Polish. Laura was an American, wasn't she?
Yes. That is what I cannot understand.
Published in Europe. Pretty good pictures. Diagrams to show just how troops should be set up in different military maneuvers.
What connection is there between the two murders and a book she couldn't even read?
That's a big question, Johnson. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Where you going?
War maneuvers.
This way, Mr. Valentine. Oh, wait. I'll put on the light. There. Polchak works over in that part of the plant. Of course, during the day, there may be 50 or 60 people working here.
Uh-huh.
And in the fall, when we get ready for the Christmas rush, we have more than 100.
But Polchak is the one who's responsible for the making of toy soldiers, isn't he?
That's right. Oh, he's a craftsman, Mr. Valentine. Designs the most beautiful toy soldiers. Casts them, paints their bright uniforms. Excellent.
There are sure enough of them here.
Yes, all ranks, all kinds. Foreign soldiers, grenadiers, cavalrymen.
The soldiers that are exported, how are they usually packed, Mr. Thornton?
Oh, say a gross to the box and in an assortment.
Ah, I see.
Oh, here. Here's a box already packed. Yeah, you see?
Oh, yeah. All pretty well mixed up. Soldiers pointing a bayonet. Here's one raising his arm to call charge. Another one reaching for a sword. Just a big mad jumble, huh?
What? Oh, well, of course, they're not works of art, you know, just toy soldiers.
No offense, Mr. Thornton.
Oh, wonderful toys, little lead soldiers. I remember I used to play with them. Children don't play with them as much as they used to. I wonder why.
Here's one raising a trumpet to his lips. Uh-huh. Of course, most of them are plain ordinary foot soldiers, all alike.
I was very glad when these orders came a couple of years ago. Pretty steady orders.
Oh, that's fine. Well, I guess you'll be wanting to close up and go home now, Mr. Thornton.
Yes, indeed. But anything else I can do to cooperate?
No, thanks. There's somebody else I have to see now.
Oh, yes, I feel much better, Mr. Valentine, and thank you. Thank you so for everything.
I did very little, Mr. Polchak.
That young woman, that unfortunate young woman, the police found out yet who killed her?
They're working on it. They usually do a good job.
A shame, terrible shame.
Yeah. Mr. Polchak, when did you notice that the book was stolen?
What? The book?
The one in Polish, the one about soldiers and battle maneuvers, troop formations?
Oh, when I soldati, yes, of course. How did you know?
I didn't, for sure.
I had it for a long time. You can't buy it in this country, you know. And I kept it down at the plant. Oh, I copied many uniforms from it for foreign soldiers.
When was it stolen, Mr. Polchak?
Well, a few months ago I found out it was gone. Well, why do you say stolen? I thought just someone threw it out. A cleaning woman, maybe.
No, I think it was stolen. And for a very good reason.
But stolen by whom? Why?
I have an idea, but I'm not sure. Mr. Polchak, do you feel strong enough to come down to the plant with me?
But no, it's closed.
You have a key, haven't you? I understand you've often worked late, and you're one of the oldest employees.
Yes,
believe me, it's important. It's sort of setting a trap for someone. What do you say?
Well, of course, Mr. Valentine. I will just get dressed.
And these mama dolls sure are cute.
How much longer are we going to wait, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, not much.
Who are we waiting for?
That I don't really know.
But now you know how I make the little lead soldiers.
Yeah. Molten lead. Bubble, toil, and trouble.
No. I wouldn't come too near, Mr. Valentine.
And little forms to cast the soldiers from it.
Yes, that's right.
I thought this box of soldiers was all ready for export.
You, what?
Well, any reason why you melted down some of the soldiers from it?
Oh, you must be mistaken.
All the plain foot soldiers are here, it seems. But the ones with the drawn bayonet and the trumpet and the arms raised to signal charge, where are they?
Oh, yeah, they were not quite perfect, some of them. And while I was melting some lead down, any way I can make them better.
You know, I was wondering all along, how come that lead soldiers are shipped to Europe from here? You know, usually they should be imported here from other countries, say Japan or Czechoslovakia, where the labor is cheaper.
I would not know about that, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Thornton makes the deals with Mr. Lazowski. I just make the soldiers.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I think we are waiting for nothing.
The late Mr. Gillespie, Mr. Lazowski, Mr. Thornton, they all had perfect alibis for the time that Mrs. Gillespie was killed. How about you, Mr. Palchek?
Me? But I was in the car. The murderer tried to frame me.
And no one would suspect a frame man.
What?
You're a very smart man, Mr. Palchek. You killed Laura Gillespie and then framed yourself on a hit-and-run charge that you knew very well wouldn't stand up.
I would stand just where you are, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, you're really smart, Buster, completely equipped with a gun.
Which I can use.
You know, I suspected you, Palchek, ever since I found that book. But I knew you were smart enough so that you'd have to tip your hand yourself. That's why I got you down here. That's why I watched you melt down those particular soldiers.
I will take you out in my car and kill you, Mr. Valentine, and then I shall disappear. I have friends, many friends. They will see I get out of this country.
I know. And you get lost somewhere behind the Iron Curtain.
Don't move. Yes, of course I killed the Gillespies. First the woman and then him. He began to think of honor.
Mrs. Gillespie was blackmailing you, wasn't she?
Oh, that fool.
She was smart, too. She realized that the little lead soldiers were semaphoring, the position of the arms standing for letters of the alphabet, signaling just like sailors do from ship to ship.
She should not have meddled. I warned her.
Then she found the book and saw how the gimmick really worked. The people you send the jumbled box of soldiers to have the book also. They know the diagram you mean. Sort the soldiers out so they correspond to the diagram and then read the message clear as a bell.
Now start moving. Now march. What?
Just a doll. Don't you start moving, Buster. Unless you want lead showers.
Look out! You get
no. One chance is all you get. A little war maneuver I learned in the Army. Playing with real soldiers.
What's it like behind the wheel of your car? Do you feel the surge of power under your foot? Do you sail along smoothly and effortlessly? Or has a one-feature gasoline got your car coughing and sputtering and hugging the side of the road? Remember, the feel behind the wheel depends a lot on what's in the tank. So if your driving pleasure isn't all it should be, shift over now to Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that gives you all 8 high-performance qualities. Full power, quick starting, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, fast warm-up, smooth acceleration, area blending, and economy mileage. Put spring in your driving with a full tank of Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
How many messages were the FBI men able to decipher, George?
None, without Palchek's cooperation. But he cooperated, all right. Once he started to sing, he sounded like a full-grown choir.
The deadliest sabotage of all. That's what Palchek's friends were planning.
Deadliest sabotage?
Yeah, Brooksy. He was sending out the names of people in different fields whose death would hurt the United States most.
And I guess there'd be other Palcheks to see that the sabotage was carried out, no matter what would happen to them.
A war maneuver.
Yeah, and a war where no holes are barred.
Mr. Thornton and Mr. Lazowski are outside. They're still shaking over the way they'd been used as dupes by Palchek.
I'd better go out and talk to them.
Hey, what's it? Oh.
The mama doll. Present from Mr. Thornton.
Uh-huh.
You know. Thornton toys for good girls and boys. He seems to have an idea we might find some use for it someday.
Okay.
You see, darling, there are war maneuvers and war maneuvers.
All's fair in love and war.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Larry Dobkin as Palchek, Jonathan Hole as Jerry, Ted DeCorsia as Lisowski, and Bill Boucher as Thornton. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Last year, more than 70,000 Americans were cured of cancer. Each year, this number will increase. But we must take much greater strides against this terrible disease. It still strikes 1 in 5. Strike back. Join the cancer crusade of the American Cancer Society. Give generously. Mail your contribution today to Cancer, care of Postmaster. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. First, if your car is equipped with an automatic transmission, let specially trained car savers check and drain and refill, if necessary, according to your manufacturer's recommendation. Stop in for this convenient, dependable service at independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, tonight's story, Uncle Harry's Bones, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, you will please report to me at the Steadman Farm. That's 2 miles down the road from Pine Lake if you turn right at the Red Silk Post Office, or the house with the unpainted shutters if you come over the hill. I want you to clearly understand that you're working for me, no matter what anybody says. And Lordy knows the people around here know how to say things. For instance, they all say Uncle Harry is their uncle, but he's not. He's mine, and nobody else's. Mr. Valentine, please come quick. My trouble is I don't know if Uncle Harry is Uncle Harry or somebody else's who's not important. I've got to find out. Now, don't you think? Sincerely, Sophie Sturdivant.
Hey, friend. Hey, you.
What's your trouble?
Hello. We're looking for the Sturdivant place.
Oh, down the road, past the hill. If you're looking for Doc Sellers, he's just gone into town, I think.
Doc Sellers? Who's he?
No, it's Sophie Sturdivant we wanted to see.
Oh, Sophie. Her.
Oh, what's funny?
Nothing. Doc's your brother. He's all right.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing.
Okay, thanks. Look out for your foot.
Hey, hold up. Don't see many strangers around here. Where you from? Looney Bin?
Looney Bin?
Sure. Sophie's all right.
What are you driving at, Buster?
My name's Dorky. What are you driving at?
Say, tell me something. Where does Sophie's Uncle Harry live?
Who?
Uncle Harry. Some kind of a character around here, I gather.
Nope. No Uncle Harry around here.
But she wrote
Hey,
that it
look,
was...
this is a nice, peaceful place. People don't like strangers making trouble. None of my business, none of yours. Let well enough alone, I say. You'll live longer.
It's kind of a run-down place, isn't it?
All places around here seem to be, George.
Yeah. Red silk, I figured that out. Used to be a big breeding farm up in this neck of the woods. I don't know how people earn a living now. Mrs. Sturdivant?
The door's open. She's probably out back in the kitchen.
Mrs. Sturdivant? Sophie?
She's not in the kitchen, George.
Of course she's not. Who do you think does the cooking around here anyway?
Hello.
Yeah.
We didn't mean to walk right
You must
in.
be Doc Sellers.
Well, I ain't Abraham Lincoln. You looking for Sophie?
Uh-huh. I'm George Valentine. This is Miss Brooks.
I seen your car out there. Just come in myself. Hey, sis! Come to the party.
You're a doctor, are you?
Sure. Want a pill? Here.
Oh.
Pretty good size, huh? No, I haven't practiced for years, but I still got these. I was over trying to unchoke a neighbor's horse yesterday. Eminent Sawbones, that's me.
Uh-huh. You're a vet.
Yep. Retired livestock killer. Sophie! Hey, Soph! Upstairs, I guess, working on her butterfly collection. Come on through. Sophie, for the love...
She must have fallen down the stairs, George.
I'm all right. I'm
Here.
all right.
Get her over to the couch.
I'm all right.
Clumsy ox, what'd you do? Trip over your own feet?
Oh, here, let me. She didn't fall downstairs.
Huh?
Yes, I did. That's what I must have done.
But how did your face get those blotches on it? How'd you get that black eye?
No one hit me.
What'd you say that for?
I mean, I fell, that's all.
Look, did somebody